Fourier developed, in his social system, liberal ideas of marvelous depth ati imperishable significance. His theory of attractive work affects us especially today, at a time of capitalistic rationalization of economy, like an inner revelation of true humanity. But even he was a child of his age and, like Robert Owen, he turned to all the spiritual and temporal powers of Europe in the hope that they would help him realize his plan. Of the real nature of social liberation he hardly had an idea, and most of his numerous disciples knew even less. Kabatsakarian communism was infiltrated with Caesarian and autocratic ideas. Blanqui and Barbes were communistic Jacobins. In England, where Godwin's profound work, Political Justice had appeared in 1793, the socialism of the first period had a much more libertarian character than in France, for their liberalism and not democracy had prepared the way for it. But the writings of William Thompson, John Gray, and others remained almost totally unknown on the continent. Robert Owen's communism was a strange mixture of libertarian ideas and traditional authoritarian beliefs. His influence on the trade union and cooperative movements in England was for a time very great, but gradually, and especially after his death, it died out to make room for practical considerations which little by little lost sight of the great aims of the movement. Among the few social thinkers of that period who tried to base their socialistic efforts on a truly libertarian foundation, Proudhon was undoubtedly the most important. His analytic criticism of Jacobin tradition, of governmental systems, of the nature of government and blind belief in the magic power of laws and decrees, affects one like a liberating stroke whose true greatness has even today not been fully recognized. Proudhon perceived clearly that socialism must be libertarian if it is to be the creator of a new social culture. In him there burned the lambent flame of a new age, which he anticipated, clearly foreseeing in his mind its social structure. He was one of the first who confronted the political metaphysics of parties with the concrete facts of science. Economics was for him the real basis of all social life, and since with deep insight he recognized the sensitivity of economics to every external compulsion, he logically associated the abolition of economic monopolies with the banishment of all that is governmental from the life of society. For him the worship of the law to which all parties of that period were fanatically devoted had not the slightest creative significance. He knew that in a community of free and equal men only free agreement could be the moral tie of social relations. "So you want to abolish government?" someone asked him. "You want no constitution? Who will maintain order in society? What will you put in place of the state? In place of the police? In place of the great political powers?" "Nothing," he answered. "Society is eternal motion it does not have to be wound up and it is not necessary to beat time for it. It carries its own pendulum and its ever wound up spring within it. An organized society needs laws as little as legislators. Laws are to society what cobwebs are to a beehive, they only serve to catch the bees." Proudhon had recognized the evils of political centralism in all their detail and had proclaimed decentralization and the autonomy of the communes as the need of the hour. He was the most eminent of all the moderns who have inscribed the principles of federalism on their banners. To his fine mind it was quite clear that men of today could not leap at one bound into the realm of anarchy, that the mental attitude of his contemporaries, formed slowly during the course of long periods, would not vanish in the turn of a hand. Hence, political decentralization which would withdraw the state gradually from its functions seemed to him the most appropriate means for beginning and giving direction to the abolition of all government of men by men. He believed that a political and social reconstruction of European society in the shape of independent communes federally associated on the basis of free agreement would counteract the fatal development of the modern great state. Guided by this thought, he opposed the efforts at national unification of Mazzini and Garibaldi with political decentralization and the federalization of the communes, being firmly convinced that only by these means could the higher social culture of European peoples be achieved. It is significant that it is just the Marxist opponents of the great French thinker who see in these endeavors of Proudhon a proof of his utopianism, pointing to the fact that social development has actually taken the road of political centralization. As if this were evidence against Proudhon. Have the evils of centralism, which Proudhon clearly foresaw and whose dangers he described so strikingly, been overcome by this development? Or has it overcome them itself? No. And 1,000 times no. These evils have since increased to a monstrous degree. They were one of the main causes of the fearful catastrophe of the World War. They are now one of the greatest obstacles to the solution of the international economic crisis. Europe writhes in 1,000 spasms under the iron yoke of a senseless bureaucracy which abhors all independent action and would prefer to put all people under the guardianship of the nursery. Such are the fruits of political centralization. If Proudhon had been a fatalist, he would have regarded this development of affairs as a historic necessity and advised his contemporaries to make terms with it until the famous change of affirmation into negation should occur. But being a real fighter, he advanced against the evil and tried to persuade his contemporaries to fight it. Proudhon foresaw all the consequences of the great development of the state and called men's attention to the threatening danger, at the same time showing them a way to halt the ills. That his word was regarded by but few and finally faded out like a voice in the wilderness was not his fault. To call him from this utopian is a cheap and senseless trick. If so, the physician is also a utopian who from a given diagnosis of disease makes a prognosis and shows the patient a way to halt the evil. Is it the physician's fault if the patient throws his advice to the winds and makes no attempt to avoid the danger? Proudhon's formulation of the principles of federalism was an attempt to oppose by freedom the arising reaction, and his historic significance consists in his having left his imprint on the labor movement of France and other Latin countries and having tried to steer their socialism into the course of freedom and federalism. Only when the idea of state capitalism in all its various forms and derivatives has been finally overcome will the true significance of Proudhon's intellectual labors be rightly understood. When, later, the International Workingmen's Association came to life, it was the federalistic spirit of the socialists in the Latin countries which gave the great union its real significance and made it the cradle of the modern socialist labor movements in Europe. The International itself was a league of militant labor organizations and groups with socialistic ideas which had founded itself on a federalistic basis. Out of its ranks came the great creative thought of a social renaissance on the basis of a socialism whose libertarian purpose became more marked in each of its conventions and was of the greatest significance for the spiritual development of the great labor movement. But it was almost exclusively the socialists from the Latin countries who inspired these ideas and gave them life. While the social democrats of that period saw in the so-called folk state the future political ideal and so propagated the bourgeois tradition of Jacobinism, the revolutionary socialists of the Latin countries clearly recognized that a new economic order in the socialistic sense demands also a new form of political organization for its unobstructed development. They also recognized that this form of social organization would have nothing in common with the present state system, but called, rather, for its historic dissolution. Thus there developed in the womb of the International the idea of a common administration of social production and general consumption by the workers themselves in the form of free economic groups associated on the basis of federalism, which at the same time were to be entrusted with the political administration of the commune. In this manner it intended to replace the caste of the present party and professional politicians by experts without privileges and supplant the power politics of the state by a peaceful economic order having its basis in the equality of interests and the mutual solidarity of men united in freedom. About the same time Michael Bakunin had clearly defined the principle of political federalism in his well-known speech at the Congress of the Peace and Liberty League, 1867, and emphasized especially the significance of the peaceful relationship of the peoples to one another. Every centralized state, however liberal it may pretend to be, whatever republican form it may have, is nevertheless an oppressor, an exploiter of the working masses for the benefit of the privileged classes. It needs an army to keep these masses in check, and the existence of this armed force drives it into war. Hence I come to the conclusion that international peace is impossible until the following principle is adopted with all its logical consequences: every people, whether weak or strong, little or great, every province, every community, must be free and autonomous, free to live and to administer itself according to its interests and special needs. In this right all people and communities are so united that the principle cannot be violated with respect to a single community without endangering all the rest at the same time. The uprising of the Paris Commune gave the ideas of local autonomy and federalism a mighty impulse in the ranks of the International. When Paris voluntarily gave up its central prerogative over all other communities in France, the Commune became for the socialists of the Latin countries the starting point of a new movement which opposed the central unification principle of the state with the federation of the communes. The Commune became for them the political unit of the future, the basis of a new social order organically developed from below upwards, and not imposed on men automatically by a central power from above. Thus arose as a social pattern for the future a new concept of social organization, giving the widest scope for the individual initiative of persons and groups, in which, at the same time, the spirit of communion and of general interest for the welfare of all, lives and works in every member of the social union. It is clearly recognizable that the advocates of this idea had in mind these words of Proudhon: "The personality is for me the criterion of the social order. The freer, the more independent, the more enterprising the personality is in society, the better for society." While the authoritarian wing of the International continued to advocate the necessity of the state and pleaded for centralism, the libertarian section within its body saw in federalism not only a political ideal for the future, but also a basis for their own organization and endeavors. For according to their conception the International was to provide the world a model of a free community, as far as this was at all possible under existing conditions. It was this concept which led to the internal strife between the centralists and federalists which was finally to wreck the International. The attempt of the London General Council, which was under the immediate intellectual influence of Marx and Engels, to increase its sphere of power and to make the International League of Awakened Labour subservient to the parliamentary policies of definite parties, naturally led to the sharpest resistance on the part of the liberal-minded federations and sections which adhered to the old principles of the International. Thus happened the great schism of the socialistic labor movement which has not been bridged to this day, for this is a quarrel over inner antagonisms of fundamental significance, and its outcome must have decisive results not only for the labor movement but for the idea of socialism itself. The disastrous War of 1870–71 and the rising reaction in Latin countries after the fall of the Paris Commune, with the revolutionary events in Spain and Italy, where by oppressive laws and brutal persecutions every public activity was inhibited and the International forced into the hiding places of secret societies, have greatly favored the latest developments of the European labor movement. On July 20, 1870, Karl Marx wrote to Friedrich Engels these words, very characteristic of his personality and his mental attitude: "The French need a thrashing. If the Prussians are victorious, the centralization of state power will be helpful for the centralization of the German working class. Furthermore, German predominance will shift the center of gravity of West European labor movements from France to Germany. And one has but to compare the movement from 1866 till today to see that the German working class is in theory and organization superior to the French. Its dominance over the French on the world stage would mean healthwise the dominance of our theory over that of Proudhon, etc." Marx was right. The victory of Germany did in fact mark the turning point in history of the European labor movement. The libertarian socialism of the International was forced into the background by the new state of things and had to abandon the field to the anti-libertarian views of Marxism. Living, creative, unlimited capacity for development of the socialist movement was replaced by a one-sided dogmatism which pretentiously announced itself as science but which in reality was based on Charakterbriefwechsel Marx und Engels. Stuttgart, 1913. Volume 4. A mere historic fatalism leading to the worst fallacies, which slowly stifled every real socialistic idea. Although Marx had in youth exclaimed, "The philosophers have variously interpreted the world, but it is necessary to change it," he himself did nothing during his whole life except to interpret the world and history. He analyzed capitalistic society in his way, and showed a great deal of intellect and enormous learning in doing so, but Proudhon's creative power was denied him. He was, and remained, the analyst, a brilliant and learned analyst, but nothing else. This is the reason why he did not enrich socialism with a single creative thought, but enmeshed the minds of his followers in the fine network of a cunning dialectic which sees in history hardly anything but economics and obstructs every deeper insight into the world of social events. He even rejected and condemned as utopianism every attempt to attain clarity regarding the probable formation of socialistic society. As if it were possible to create anything new without being clear about the direction in which one is going. The belief in the compulsive course of all social phenomena led him to reject every thought about the appropriateness of social events, and yet it is this very thought that is the basis of all cultural activity. With the change of ideas came also a change in the method of the labor movement. In place of those groups imbued with socialistic ideas and economic fighting organizations in the old sense, in which the men of the International had seen the germs of the coming society and the natural instrument for the reorganization and administration of production, came the present-day labor parties and the parliamentary activity of the working masses. The old socialist doctrine which taught the conquest of industry and of the land was forced gradually more and more into the background, and from now on one spoke only of the conquest of political power, and so got completely into the current of capitalistic society. In Germany, where no other form of the movement had ever been known, this development happened with remarkable quickness, and by its electoral successes had repercussions on the socialist movements of most other countries. Lassalle's powerful activity in Germany had smoothed the way for this new phase of the movement. Lassalle was all his life a passionate worshipper of the idea of the state in the sense of Fichte and Hegel, and had, moreover, appropriated the views of the French state socialist, Louis Blanc, concerning the social functions of government. In his labor program he announced to the working class of Germany that the history of humanity had been a constant struggle against nature and against the limitations it had imposed on man. In this struggle we would never have taken a step forward, nor would ever take one in the future, if we had made it, or wished to make it, alone, as individuals, everyone for himself. It is the state which has the function of bringing about this development of freedom, this evolution of the human race toward freedom. His adherents were so firmly convinced of this mission of the state, and their faith in the state frequently assumed such fantastic forms, that the liberal press of that time often accused the Lassalle movement of being in Bismarck's pay. Proof of this accusation could never be found, but the curious flirtation of Lassalle with the social kingdom, which became especially marked in his essay, The Italian War and the Task of Prussia, could very easily be ground for such a suspicion carried. As the newly created labor parties gradually concentrated all their activities on parliamentary action and maintained that the conquest of political power was the obvious preliminary to the realization of socialism, they created in the course of time an entirely new ideology, which differed essentially from the ideas of the First International. Parliamentarianism, which quickly came to play an important part in the new movement, enticed a number of bourgeois elements and career-seeking intellectuals into the camp of the Socialist Party, by whom the change of attitude was still further advanced. Thus there developed, in place of the socialism of the old International, a sort of substitute having nothing in common with it but the name. In this manner socialism gradually lost more and more the character of a new cultural ideal for which the artificial frontiers of the state had no meaning. In the minds of the leaders of this new trend, the interests of the national state became blended with the interest and spirit of their party until, gradually, they were no longer able to distinguish between them and became used to viewing the world and things through the glasses of the nationalist state. Thus it was inevitable that the modern labor parties gradually came to fit into the national state machine as a necessary part and greatly contributed to restore to the state the balance of power it had lost. It would be wrong to regard these peculiar ideas simply as conscious treason on the part of the leaders, as has often been done. The truth is that we are here confronted with a slow assimilation of socialist theory into the thought world of the bourgeois state, induced by the practical activity of present-day labor parties which necessarily affected the mental attitude of their leaders. The same parties which sallied forth under the flag of socialism to conquer political power saw themselves gradually forced by the iron logic of circumstances into the position where bit by bit they had to abandon their former socialism for bourgeois politics. The more thoughtful of their adherents recognized the danger, and sometimes exhausted themselves in fruitless opposition against the tactics of the The recently discovered letters between Bismarck and Lassalle, published by Gustav Meyer in his valuable essay, Bismarck and Lassalle, throw a curious light on Lassalle's personality and are also psychologically of great interest. Party. This was necessarily without result, since it was directed solely against the excrescences of the party system and not against the system itself. Thus the socialist labor parties became, without the great majority of their members being conscious of it, buffers in the fight between capital and labor, political lightning rods for the security of the capitalist social order. The attitude of most of these parties during the World War, and especially after the war, proves that our view is not exaggerated, but fully in accord with the facts. In Germany, this development has taken an actually tragic form, with consequences which even today cannot be estimated. The socialist movement of that country had been completely emasculated by long years of parliamentary routine and was no longer capable of a creative act. This especially is the reason why the German Revolution was so shockingly poor in real ideas. The old proverb, "Who eats of the Pope dies of him," was proved by the socialist movement. It had so long eaten of the state that its inner life force was exhausted and it could no longer accomplish anything of significance. Socialism could maintain its role as a cultural ideal for the future only by concentrating its whole activity on abolishing monopoly of property together with every form of government of men by men. Not the conquest of power, but its elimination from the life of society, had to remain the great goal for which it strove, which it could never abandon without abandoning itself. Whoever believes that freedom of the personality can find a substitute in equality of possessions has not even grasped the essence of socialism. For freedom there is no substitute. There can be no substitute. Equality of economic conditions for each and all is always a necessary precondition for the freedom of man, but never a substitute for it. Whoever transgresses against freedom transgresses against the spirit of socialism. Socialism means the mutual activity of men toward a common goal with equal rights for all. But solidarity rests on free resolve and can never be compelled without changing into tyranny. Every true socialistic activity, the smallest as well as the greatest, must therefore be imelged with the thought of opposing monopoly in all its fields, especially in that of economics, and of guarding and enlarging by all possible means the sum of personal freedom within the frame of the social union. Every practical activity tending towards other results is misdirected and useless for real socialists. So must also be rated the idle talk about the dictatorship of the proletariat as a transitional condition between capitalism and socialism. History knows no such transitions. There exist solely more primitive and more complicated forms in the various evolutionary phases of social progress. Every social order is in its original form of expression naturally imperfect, and nevertheless, all further possibilities of development towards a future structure must be contained in each of its newly created institutions, just as already in the embryo the whole creature is foreshadowed. Every attempt to incorporate into a new order of things the essential parts of an old one which has outlived itself has up to now led always to the same negative result. Either such attempts were at the very beginning thwarted by the youthful vigor of social reconstruction, or the tender sprouts and hopeful beginnings of the new forms were so confined and hindered in their natural growth by the old that they gradually declined and their inner life force slowly died out. When Lenin, much in the style of Mussolini, dared to say that freedom is a bourgeois prejudice, he only proved that his spirit was quite incapable of rising to socialism, but had remained stuck in the old ideas of Jacobinism. Anyway, it is nonsense to speak of libertarian and authoritarian socialism. Socialism will either be free or it will not be at all. The two great political trends of thought of liberalism and democracy had a strong influence on the development of the socialist movement. Democracy, with its state-affirming principles and its effort to subject the individual to the demands of an imaginary common will, needs must affect such a movement as socialism most disastrously by endowing it with the idea of adding to the realms the state already ruled, the enormous realm of economics, endowing it with a power it never possessed before. Today it appears ever more clearly, and the experiences in Russia have proved it, that such endeavors can never lead to socialism, but must inevitably result in the grotesque malformation of state capitalism. On the other hand, socialism vitalized by liberalism logically leads to the ideas of Godwin, Proudhon, Bakunin, and their successors. The idea of reducing the state's sphere of activity to a minimum, itself contains the germ of a much more far-reaching thought, namely, to overthrow the state entirely and to eliminate the will to power from human society. Democratic socialism has contributed enormously to confirm again the vain belief in the state, and in its further development must logically lead to state capitalism. Socialism inspired by liberal ideas, however, leads in a straight line to anarchism, meaning by that, a social condition where man is no longer subject to the guardianship of a higher power and where all relations between him and his kind are self-regulated by mutual agreement. Liberalism alone could not attain this highest phase of definite intellectual development for the reason that it had too little regard for the economic side of the question, as has already been explained in another place. Only on the basis of fellowship in labor and the community of all social interests is freedom possible. There can be no freedom for the individual without justice for all. For personal freedom also has its roots in man's social consciousness and receives real meaning only from it. The idea of anarchism is the synthesis of liberalism and socialism, liberation of economics from the fetters of politics, liberation of culture from all political power, liberation of man by solidaric union with his kind. For, as Proudhon says, seen from the social viewpoint, freedom and solidarity are but different expressions of the same concept. By the freedom of each finding in the freedom of others no longer a limit, as the Declaration of Rights of 1793 says, but a support. The freest man is the one who has the most relations with his fellow men. Chapter 15. Fascism as the last result of nationalistic ideology. Its fight against the world of liberal ideas. Mussolini as opponent of the state. His political change. Giovanni Gentile, the philosopher of fascism. Nationalism as will for the state. The fascist state idea and modern monopoly capitalism. Contemporary economic barbarism. The state as destroyer of the community. Freedom as social cement. The education of modern mass man in leading strings. The fight against personality. The totalitarian state. Nationalism as a political revealed religion. Submersion of culture. Decline or rise. Modern nationalism, which has found its fullest expression in Italian fascism and German National Socialism, is the mortal enemy of every liberal thought. The complete elimination of all libertarian thought is for its advocates the first preliminary to the awakening of the nation, whereby in Germany, most strangely, liberalism and Marxism are thrown into one pot, a fact which, however, need no longer surprise us when we know how violently the heralds of the Third Reich deal with facts, ideas, and persons. That Marxism, like democracy and nationalism, proceeds in its fundamental ideas from a collective concept, namely from the class, and for this very reason can have no relationship with liberalism, does not trouble its pious Hitlerite opponents of today in the least. That modern nationalism in its extreme fanaticism for the state has no use for liberal ideas is readily understandable. Less clear is the assertion of its leaders that the modern state is thoroughly infected with liberal ideas and has for this reason lost its former political significance. The fact is that the political development of the last 150 years was not along the lines that liberalism had hoped for. The idea of reducing the functions of the state as much as possible and of limiting its sphere to a minimum has not been realized. The state's field of activity was not laid fallow. On the contrary, it was mightily extended and multiplied, and the so-called liberal parties, which gradually got deeper and deeper into the current of democracy, have contributed abundantly to this end. In reality, the state has not become liberalized but only democratized. Its influence on the personal life of man has not been reduced. On the contrary, it has steadily grown. There was a time when one could hold the opinion that the sovereignty of the nation was quite different from the sovereignty of the hereditary monarch and that, therefore, the power of the state would be weakened. While democracy was still fighting for recognition, such an opinion might have had a certain justification. But that time is long past. Nothing has so confirmed the internal and external security of the state as the religious belief in the sovereignty of the nation, confirmed and sanctioned by the universal franchise. That this is also a religious concept of political nature is undeniable. Even Clemenceau, when, innerly lonely and embittered, he reached the end of his career, expressed himself in this wise: the popular vote is a toy of which one soon tires, but one must not say this aloud, for the people must have a religion. Sad it is. Sad but true. Carrot. Liberalism was_the outcry of the human personality inst the all-loving endeavors of absolute rule and later against the extreme centralism and blind belief in the state of Jacobinism and its various democratic offshoots. In this sense it was still conceived by Mill, Buckle and Spencer. Even Mussolini, now the bitterest enemy of liberalism, was not so long ago one of the most passionate advocates of liberal ideas. He wrote, "The state, with its monstrous terrific machine, gives us a feeling of suffocation. The state was endurable for the individual as long as it was content FOB soldier and policeman. Today the state is everything: banker, usurer, gambling den proprietor, ship owner, procurer, insurance agent, postman, railroader, entrepreneur, teacher, professor, tobacco merchant, and countless other things in addition to its former functions of policeman, judge, jailer, and tax collector. The state, this Moloch of frightful countenance, receives everything, does everything, knows everything, and ruins everything. Every state function is a misfortune. State art is a misfortune, state ownership of shipping, state vitalizing, the litany could be extended indefinitely. If men had but a faint idea of the abyss toward which they are moving, the number of suicides would increase, for we are approaching a complete destruction of human personality. The state is that frightful machine which swallows living men and spews them out again as dead ciphers. Human life has now no secrets, no intimacy, neither in material affairs nor in spiritual. All corners are smelled into, all movements measured, everyone is locked into his cell and numbered, just as in a prison. This was written a few years before the march on Rome. The new revelation, therefore, came quite quickly to Mussolini, as so many. Jean Martet, Clemenceau speaks. Berlin, 1930, p. 151. Pafalo del Tali I April 6, 1920. Others. In fact, the so-called state concept of fascism put in an appearance only after two Duce had attained power. Until then the fascist movement glittered in all the colors of the rainbow as, not so long ago, did National Socialism in Germany. It really had no definite character. Its ideology was a motley mixture of intellectual elements from all sorts of sources. What gave it power was the brutality of its methods. Its reckless violence could have no regard for the opinions of others just because it had none of its own. What the state still lacked of being a perfect prison, the fascist dictatorship has given it in abundance. Mussolini's liberal clamor stopped immediately as soon as the dictator had the state power in Italy firmly in his hands. Viewing Mussolini's rapid change of opinion about the meaning of the state, one involuntarily remembers the expression of the youthful Marx: "No man fights against freedom, at the most he fights against the freedom of others." Every kind of freedom has, therefore, always existed, sometimes as special privilege, at other times as general right. Mussolini has in fact made of freedom a privilege for himself, and to do this has brought about the most brutal suppression of all others. For freedom which tries to replace man's responsibility towards his fellow men by the senseless dictum of authority is sheer willfulness and a denial of all justice and all humanity. But even despotism needs to justify itself to the people whom it violates. To meet this necessity the state concept of fascism was born. At the meeting in Berlin of the International Hegel Congress in 1931, Giovanni Gentile, the state philosopher of fascist Italy, developed his conception of the nature of the state, culminating in the idea of the so-called totalitarian state. Gentile hailed Hegel as the first and real founder of the state concept, and compared his state theory with the concept of the state as based on natural right and mutual agreement. The state, he maintained, is in the light of the latter concept merely the limit with which the natural and immediate freedom of the individual must be content if anything like a communal life is to be made possible. According to this doctrine, the state is only a means for the improvement of man's condition, which in its natural origin is not maintainable as, therefore, something negative, a virtue born of necessity. Hegel overthrew this centuries-old doctrine. He was the first to regard the state as the highest form of the objective intellect. He was the first to understand that only in the state can truly ethical self-consciousness be realized. But Gentile was not content with this endorsement of Hegel's state concept. He tried even to excel it. He criticized Hegel because, while he regarded the state as the highest form of the objective intellect, he still placed over the objective intellect the sphere of the absolute intellect, so that art, religion, philosophy, which according to Hegel belonged to the latter intellectual realm, were in a certain conflict with the state. The modern state theory, Gentile held, should so work out these conflicts that the values of art, religion, and philosophy would also be the property of the state. Only then could the state be regarded as the highest form of the human intellect, being founded not on separateness, but on the common, the eternal, will and the highest form of generality carried. The purpose of the fascist state philosopher is quite clear. If for Hegel the state was God on earth, then Gentile would like to raise it to the position of the eternal and only God, who will endure no other gods above him, or even beside him, and absolutely dominates every field of human thought and human activity. This is the last word of a trend of political thought which in its abstract extreme loses sight of everything human and has concern for the individual only in so far as he serves as a sacrifice to be thrown into the glowing arms of the insatiable Moloch. Modern nationalism is only will toward the state at any price and complete absorption of man in the Hig tier ends of power. It is of the utmost significance that modern nationalism does not spring from love towards one's own country or one's own people. On the contrary, it has its roots in the ambitious plans of a minority lusting for dictatorship and determined to impose upon the people a certain form of the state, even though this be entirely contrary to the will of the majority. Blind belief in the magic power of a national dictatorship is to replace for man the love of home and the feeling of the spiritual culture of his time. Love of fellow man is to be crushed by the greatness of the state, for which individuals are to serve as fodder. Here is the distinction between the nationalism of a past age, which found its representatives in men like Mazzini and Garibaldi, and the definitely counter-revolutionary tendencies of modern fascism which today raises its head ever more threateningly. In his famous manifesto of June 6, 1862, Mazzini opposed the government of Victor Emmanuel, accusing it of treason and counter-revolutionary efforts against the unity of Italy, thus clearly making a distinction between the nation and Italian unity. His slogan, God and the people. Whatever one may think of it, was meant to inform the world that the ideas he followed emanated from the people and were endorsed by them. Undoubtedly Mazzini's doctrine contained the germ of a new form of human slavery, but he acted in good faith and could not foresee the historic development of his work for national democracy. How honestly he was devoted to this is most clearly shown by the difference between him and Cavour, who fully realized the significance of the national unification movement and therefore on principle opposed the political romanticism of Mazzini. Mazzini, Cavour said, forgot the state in his constant affirmation of freedom. We are here following the reports of the Congress in the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung, evening edition of October 21, 1931. It is certain that the patriots of that time regarded the state and the nationalistic aims of the people as quite different things. This attitude doubtless sprang from an erroneous interpretation of historical facts, but it is just this erroneous conclusion which brings these men of young Europe humanly closer to us, for no one will doubt their sincere love of the people. Modern nationalism is wholly lacking in such love, and though its representatives utter the word ever so frequently, one always perceives its false ring and realizes that there is no genuine feeling in it. The nationalism of today swears only by the state and brands its own fellow folk as traitors to their country if they resist the political aims of the national dictatorship or even merely refuse to endorse its plans. The influence of the liberal ideas of the last century had at least brought it about that even the conservative elements in society were convinced that the state existed for the citizens. Fascism, however, announces with brutal frankness that the purpose of the individual consists in being useful to the state. Everything for the state, nothing outside of the state, nothing against the state. As Mussolini has expressed it, this is the last word of a nationalist metaphysics which in the fascist movements of the present has assumed a frightfully concrete form. While this has always been the hidden meaning of all nationalist theories, it has now become their clearly expressed aim. That they have so definitely outlined this aim is the only merit of its present representatives, who in Italy, and even more in Germany, are so dearly loved and so freely supported by the owners of the capitalistic economic system because they have been so subservient to the new monopoly capitalism and have with all their power furthered its plans for the erection of a system of industrial serfdom. For along with the principles of political liberalism, the ideas of economic liberalism are also to be abrogated. Just as the political fascism of today tries to preach to man the new gospel that he can claim a right to live only in so far as he serves as raw material for the state, so also the modern industrial fascism tries to demonstrate to the world that industry does not exist for man, but man for industry, and that he exists merely to be useful to it. If fascism has assumed in Germany its most frightful and inhuman forms, this is largely the result of the barbaric ideas of German economic theoreticians and leading industrialists who have, so to speak, shown that fascism is the road. German captains of industry of worldwide fame, like Hugo Stinnes, Fritz Thyssen, Ernst von Borsig and many others, have by the brutal frankness of their opinions again furnished a proof into what abysses of cold contempt of humanity the human spirit can sink itself when it has abandoned all social feeling and deals with living men as if they were dead ciphers. In German scholarship there were always to be found unprejudiced minds who were ready to give the most monstrous and inhuman theories a scientific basis. Thus Professor Karl Schreiber of the Institute of Technology at Aachen said that for the modern worker the standard of living of the prehistoric Neanderthal man is quite appropriate and that for him the possibility of development cannot be considered at all. Similar ideas were advanced by Professor Ernst Horneffer of the University of Gießen, who in conventions of the German industrialists frequently plays star parts. At one of these meetings he declared, "The danger of the social movement can only be obviated by a division among the masses. Life's table is occupied to the very last place, and consequently industry can never guarantee to its employees anything more than bare existence. This is an unbreakable natural law. Hence all social politics is unspeakable stupidity." Herr Horneffer has since made these humanitarian doctrines unmistakably clear in a special essay, Socialism and the Death Struggle of German Industry, in which he reaches the following conclusions. I maintain that the economic condition of the worker, basically and essentially, by and large, can in reality not be changed. The workers will once and for all have to be content with their economic condition, that is, with a wage only sufficient for the most necessary, the most urgent, the most indispensable requirements of life, in fact barely sufficient to sustain life. A fundamental change in the workers' economic status, their rise to an essentially different state of economic welfare, can never happen. This is a desire impossible of fulfillment for all time. To the objection that under these circumstances it might easily happen that the wage would not suffice even for the most necessary demands of life, the learned professor replies, with enviable peace of soul, that in such a case public charity would have to help, and if this did not suffice then the state as representative of the moral spirit of the people must step into the breach. Dr. F. Gysi of the Technical High School of Stuttgart, who is an especially urgent advocate of the rationalization of industry according to scientific methods, dealt with the early elimination of the modern laborer from every calling with these dry words. The directors of industry can view it as a simple biological law that today everywhere man's capacity for production in the competitive struggle must soon reach its end. The dyeing of the hair is customary in America, but we do not mistake this for a natural evolution toward which pity and patience would in practice perhaps be the worst sort of procedure for a technical treatment of men*. The phrase, technical treatment of men, is especially significant. It shows with frightful clearness into what byways capitalistic industrialism. The meaning of the last sentence is far from clear in the German original translator. Has already led. Reading a heart effusion like the above, one comes to realize the deep significance of what Bakunin said regarding the prospects of government by pure scientists. The consequences of such an experiment would indeed be unthinkable. That a system of mental gymnastics as senseless as it is brutal can today proudly proclaim itself as scientific knowledge is a proof of the asocial spirit of the time, which by the extremity of its system of mass exploitation and by its blind belief in the state has suppressed all of man's natural relations with his fellow men and forcibly torn the individual from the environment in which he had his deepest roots. For the assertion of fascism that liberalism, and man's need of freedom incorporated in it, atomized society and resolved it into its elements, while the state, so to speak, surrounded human groupings with a protective frame and thereby prevented the community from falling apart, is a specious fraud based at best on a gross self-deception. Not the desire for freedom has atomized society and awakened asocial instincts in man, but the shocking inequality of economic conditions and, above all, the state, which bred the monopoly whose festering, cancerous growth has destroyed the fine cellular tissue of social relationships. If the social urge were not a natural need of man which he received at the very threshold of humanity as a legacy from hoary ancestors and which he has since uninterruptedly developed and extended, then not even the state would have been able to draw men into a closer union. For one can create no community by forcibly chaining elements which are basically antagonistic. It is true that one can compel men to fulfill certain duties if one has the necessary power, but one will never be able to induce them to perform the compulsory task with love and from inner desire. These are things no state can compel, be its power ever so great. For these there is necessary above all the feeling of social union and of the innate relationship of man to man. Compulsion does not unite, compulsion only separates men. For it lacks the inner drive of all social unions, the understanding which recognizes the facts and the sympathy which comprehends the feeling of the fellow man because it feels itself related to him. By subjecting men to a common compulsion one does not bring them closer to one another, rather one creates estrangements between them and breeds impulses of selfishness and separation. Social ties have permanence and completely fulfill their purpose only when they are based on goodwill and spring from the needs of men. Only under such conditions is a relationship possible where social union and the freedom of the individual are so closely intergrown that they can no longer be recognized as separate entities. Just as in every revealed religion the individual has to win the promised heavenly kingdom for himself and does not concern himself too greatly about the salvation of others, being sufficiently occupied with achieving his own, so also within the state man tries to find ways and means of adjusting himself without cudgeling his brain too much about whether others succeed in doing so or not. It is the state which on principle undermines man's social feeling by assuming the part of adjuster in all affairs and trying to reduce them to the same formula, which is for its supporters the measure of all things. The more easily the state disposes of the personal needs of the citizens, the deeper and more ruthlessly it dips into their individual lives and disregards their private rights, the more successfully it stifles in them the feeling of social union, the easier it is for it to dissolve society into its separate parts and incorporate them as lifeless accessories into the gears of the political machine. Modern technology is about to construct the mechanical man and has already achieved some very pretty results in this field. We already have automatons in human form which move to and fro with their iron limbs and perform certain services, give correct change, and other things of that sort. There is something uncanny about this invention which gives the illusion of calculated human action, yet it is only a concealed clockwork that without opposition obeys its master's will. But it would seem that the mechanical man is something more than a bizarre notion of modern technology. If the people of the European American cultural realm do not within reasonable time revert to their best traditions, there is real danger that we shall rush on to the era of the mechanical man with giant strides. The modern mass man, This uprooted fellow traveler of modern technology in the age of capitalism, who is almost completely controlled by external influences and whirled up and down by every mood of the moment because his soul is atrophied and he has lost that inner balance which can maintain itself only in a true communion, already comes dangerously close to the mechanical man. Capitalistic giant industry, division of labor, now achieving its greatest triumph in the Taylor system and the so-called rationalization of industry, a dreary barracks system drilled into the drafted citizens, the connected modern educational drill and all that is related to it. These are phenomena whose importance must not be underestimated while we are inquiring about the interconnections among existing conditions. But modern nationalism, with its outspoken antagonism to freedom and its senseless, utterly extreme militaristic attitude, is only the bridge to a great and soulless automatism which would really lead to the already announced decline of the West if not halted in time. For the present, however, we do not believe in such a gloomy future. Rather, we are firmly convinced that even today mankind carries within it a multitude of hidden forces and creative impulses which will enable it victoriously to surmount the calamitous crisis now threatening all human culture. What today surrounds us on all sides is comparable to a dreary chaos in which all the germs of social decay have fully ripened. And yet there are within the mad whirl of events also numerous beginnings of a new order developing apart from the ways of parties and of political life, hopefully and joyfully pointing toward the future. To further these new beginnings, to nurse and strengthen them so that they may not untimely perish, is today the noblest task of every fighting man, of every man who, though convinced of the instability of present conditions, refuses in tame submission to let fate take its course, but is ever on the lookout for something that promises a new upsurge of spiritual and social culture. But such an upsurge can occur only under the sign of freedom and social union, for only out of these can grow that deepest and purest yearning for social justice which finds expression in the social collaboration of men and smooths the way for a new community. The leaders of the fascist and nationalist reactions know this very well, hence, they hate freedom as a sin against the holy spirit of the nation, which is in fact but their own evil spirit. So, Mussolini declares, men are tired of freedom. They have celebrated an orgy with it. Freedom is today no longer the chaste and severe virgin for which the generations of the first half of the last century fought and died. For the enterprising, restless, rough youth now appearing in the dawn of modern history, there are other values which have a much greater magic, orderly hierarchy dis Siphune. One must recognize once and for all that fascism knows no idols, worships no fetishes. Over the more or less decayed corpse of the goddess of freedom it has already marched, and it will if necessary return and march over it again. Facts speak louder than the book, experience means more than a doctrine. The great experience of the after effects of the war now appearing before our eyes shows the decline of liberalism. In Russia and Italy it has been shown that one can rule without, over, and against the whole liberal ideology. Communism and fascism stand apart from liberalism. This is quite clear, even though the conclusions which Mussolini draws from this, his latest understanding, are open to refutation. That one can rule against the whole liberal ideology was known long before him. Every rulership based on force had adopted this principle. The Holy Alliance was founded only for the purpose of eliminating from Europe the liberal ideas of 1789, in which year the first Declaration of Human and Civil Rights had been announced, and Metternich left no means untried to transform this tacit wish of the despots into reality. But in the long run his anti-humanitarian attempts had as little success as those of Napoleon before him, who had expressed opinions about freedom quite similar. Compulsion and Consent, in the fascist periodical, Gerarchia, April, 1922. To those of Mussolini, and who had worked like one possessed towards the end of making every human emotion, every pulse beat of social life, conform to the rhythm of his gigantic state machine. But even the proud boast of fascism that it knows no idols, worships no fetishes, loses all significance. For fascism has only thrown the idols from their pedestals, tumbled the pedestals into the dust, and put in their place a gigantic Moloch which seizes on the soul of man and bends his spirit beneath a cotton yoke, the state everything, man nothing. The citizen's life aim is to find fulfillment in being employed by the state, swallowed by the machine and spewed out again as dead ciphers. This constitutes the whole task of the so-called totalitarian state which has been set up in Italy and Germany. To achieve this end the spirit has been violated, all human feeling enchained, and the young seed from which the future was to grow crushed with shameless brutality. Not alone labor movements of whatever tendency became victims of the fascist dictatorship. Everyone who dared to kick against the pricks or even to assume a neutral attitude towards the new rulers had to learn in his own person how fascism marches over the body of freedom. Art, the theater, science, literature, and philosophy came under the shameful guardianship of a regime whose ignorant leaders hesitated at no crime to achieve power and confirm themselves in their new positions. The number of victims who in those bloody days when fascism seized power in Italy, and later on in both Italy and Germany, were murdered by inhuman wretches, runs into the thousands. Many thousands of innocent men were expelled from their homes and chased into exile, among them a long line of prominent scholars and artists of worldwide reputation, who in any other nation would have been regarded as honors to the land. Barbaric hordes forced themselves into the homes of peaceful citizens, plundered their libraries, and publicly burned hundreds of thousands of the best books. Other thousands were torn from the bosoms of their families, dragged into concentration camps where their human dignity was daily trodden underfoot, and many were slowly tortured to death by cowardly hangmen or driven to suicide. In Germany this madness assumed especially vicious forms because of the artificially trained racial fanaticism, directed mainly against the Jewish people. The barbarism of past centuries awoke suddenly to new life. A regular flood of vulgar incendiary pamphlets appealing to men's lowest instincts descended on Germany and muddied all the channels of public opinion registered. Here is one little specimen from among thousands. There are two sorts of anti-Semitism, the higher and the lower. The first is intellectual, human, is a palliative, and consists in making laws which limit the Jewish sphere of influence. These laws make it possible for Jews and Gentiles to live. Realms which the wildest despotism had up to now left untouched, as, for example, the relations between the sexes, are now in Germany subject to the supervision of the state. Special race officials are appointed to guard the people from racial shame, and to brand marriages between Jews or colored people and so-called Aryans as crimes, and to punish them. So that sexual ethics have at last happily arrived at the level of cattle breeding. Such are the blessings of Hitler's totalitarian state. Fascism has been hailed as the beginning of an anti-liberal epoch in European history springing from the masses themselves, and hence a proof that the time of the individual is past. But in reality there stands also behind this movement only the striving for political power of a small minority which has been clever enough to seize upon an exceptional situation for its special purposes. In this instance also the words of the youthful General Bonaparte prove themselves true: give the people a toy, they will pass the time with it and allow themselves to be led, provided that the final goal is cleverly hidden from them. And cleverly to hide this final goal there is no better means than to approach the mass from the religious side and imbue it with the belief that it is a specially selected tool of a higher power and serves a holy purpose which really gives its life content and color. This interweaving of the fascist movement with the religious feeling of the masses constitutes its real strength. For fascism also is only a religious mass movement in political guise, and its leaders neglect no means to preserve this character for it also in the future. The French professor Verne of the medical faculty of the Sorbonne, who was a delegate to the International Congress for the Advancement of Science meeting in Bologna in 1927, described in a French paper, he quotidianly the strange impression he received in Italy. In Bologna we had the impression of being in a city of ecstasy. The city's walls were completely covered with posters, which give it a mystical character, Dito Cev Hadato, Che Chi Lotuxa. God has sent him to us, woe to him who attacks him. The picture of two duce was to be seen in all shop windows. The symbol of fascism, a shining emblem, was erected on all monuments, even on the celebrated Tower of Bologna. In these words of the French scholar is mirrored the spirit of a movement which finds its strongest support in the primitive devotional. Together. Such measures are comparable to a board which is tied to the horns of cattle so that they may not hurt the others. There is another sort of anti-Semitism which consists in the Gentiles who have reached the limit of pain, poverty, and patience simply killing the Jews. This anti-Semitism may be terrible, but its consequences are blessed. It simply cuts the knot of the Jewish question by destroying everything Jewish. It always arises from below, from the mass of the people, but is given from above, from God Himself, and its effects have the enormous power of a natural force whose secret we have not yet fathomed. Marianne Abuchow, Die Internationale Pest, Berlin, p. 22. Needs of the masses and can only affect large sections of the population so powerfully because it most nearly satisfies their belief in miracles after they had felt themselves disillusioned of all the others. We now observe the same phenomenon in Germany, where nationalism in an astonishingly short time developed into a gigantic movement and imbued millions of men with a blind ecstasy, wherein with faithful ardor they hoped for the coming of the Third Reich, expecting from a man who was totally unknown a few years ago, and had up to then given not the slightest proof of any creative capacity, that he would end all their distress. This movement also is in the last analysis but an instrument for the acquisition of political power by a small caste. For retrieving the position they had lost after the war every means was proper to them by which they might hope cleverly to hide the final goal, as the cunning Bonaparte had liked to put it. But the movement itself has all the marks of a religious mass delusion consciously fostered by its instigators to frighten their opponents and to drive them from the field. Even a conservative paper like the Tägliche Rundschau, some time before Hitler reached power, characterized the religious obsession of the National Socialist movement thus. But as to degree of veneration, Hitler leaves the Pope far behind. Just read his national organ, the Volksbeobachter. Day after day tens of thousands worship him. Childish innocence heaps flowers on him. Heaven sends him Hitler weather. His airplane defies the threatening elements. Every number of his paper shows the filet rare in new attitudes under the spotlight. Happy he who has looked into his eyes. In his name we today in Germany wish one another and Germany good luck. Heil Hitler. Babies are given his auspicious name. Before his image fond souls seek exaltation at their domestic altars. In his paper we read about our most exalted leader, with careful capitalization of these words designating Hitler. All this would be impossible if Hitler did not encourage this apotheosis. With what religious fervor his masses believe in his mission to his coming Reich is shown by this version of the Lord's Prayer circulated among groups of Hitlerite girls. Adolf Hitler, thou art our great leader. Thy name makes thy foes tremble. Thy Third Reich come. Thy will alone be law on earth. Let us daily hear thy voice, and command us through thy leaders, whom we promise to obey at the forfeit of our lives. This we vow thee. Heil Hitler. One might calmly overlook this blind religious fervor, which in its childish helplessness seems almost harmless, but this apparent harmlessness disappears immediately when the fanaticism of the enthusiasts serves the mighty and the power-seeking as a tool for their secret plans. For this deluded faith of the immature, fed from the hidden sources of religious feeling, is urged into wild frenzy and forged into a weapon of irresistible power, clearing the way for every evil. Do not tell us that it is the frightful material need of our day which is alone responsible for this mass delusion, robbing men weakened by long years of misery of their reasoning power and making them trust anyone who feeds their hungry longing with alluring promises. The war frenzy of 1914, which set the whole world into a crazy whirl and made men inaccessible to all appeals of reason, was released at a time when the people were materially much better off and the specter of economic insecurity was not haunting them all the time. This proves that these phenomena cannot be explained solely on economic grounds, and that in the subconsciousness of men there are hidden forces which cannot be grasped logically. It is the religious urge which still lives in men today, although the forms of faith have changed. The Crusaders' cry, "God wills it," would hardly raise an echo in Europe today, but there are still millions of men who are ready for anything if the nation wills it. Irreligious feeling has assumed political forms, and the political man today confronts the natural man just as antagonistically as did the man of past centuries who was held in the grip of the Church's dogmatism. By itself the mass delusion of the faithful would be rather unimportant. It always delves among the springs of the miraculous and is little inclined toward practical considerations. But the purposes of those to whom this delusion serves as means to an end are more important, even though in the whirl of mass events their secret motives are not generally recognized. And here lies the danger. The absolute despot of past times might claim to have his power by the grace of God, but the consequences of his acts always reacted on his own person. For before the world his name had to cover everything, both right and wrong, since his will was the highest law. But under cover of the nation everything can be hid. The national flag covers every injustice, every inhumanity, every lie, every outrage, every crime. The collective responsibility of the nation kills the sense of justice of the individual and brings man to the point where he overlooks injustice done where, indeed, it may appear to him a meritorious act if committed in the interest of the nation. And the idea of the nation, says the Indian poet-philosopher, Tagore, is one of the most powerful anesthetics that man has ever invented. Under the influence of its fumes the whole people can carry out its systematic program of the most virulent self-seeking without being in the least aware of its moral perversion, in fact, feeling dangerously resentful when it is pointed out. Tagore called the nation organized selfishness. The term is well chosen, but we must not forget that we are always dealing with the organized selfishness of privileged minorities which hide behind the skirts of Rabindranath Tagore, Nationalism. New York, 1917, p. 57. The nation, hide behind the credulity of the masses. We speak of national interests, national capital, national spheres of interest, national honor, and national spirit, but we forget that behind all this there are hidden merely the selfish interests of power-loving politicians and money-loving businessmen for whom the nation is a convenient cover to hide their personal greed and their schemes for political power from the eyes of the world. The unexpected development of capitalist industrialism has furthered the possibility of national mass suggestion in a measure undreamed of before. In the modern great cities and centers of industrial activity live, closely crowded, millions of men who by the pressure of the radio, cinema, education, party, and 100 other means are constantly drilled spiritually and mentally into a definite, prescribed attitude and robbed of their personal, independent lives. In the processes of capitalistic giant industry, labor has become soulless and has lost for the individual the quality of creative joy. By becoming a dreary end in itself it has degraded man into an eternal galley slave and robbed him of that which is most precious, the inner joy of accomplished work, the creative urge of the personality. The individual feels himself to be only an insignificant element of a gigantic mechanism in whose dull monotone every personal note dies out. While man was subduing the forces of nature, he forgot to give to his actions an ethical content and to make his mental acquisitions serviceable to the community. He himself became the slave of the tool he had created. It is this steady, enormous burden of the machine which weighs us down and makes our life a hell. We have ceased to be men and have become instead professional men, businessmen, party men. To preserve our national individuality, we have been forced into the straitjacket of the nation, our humanity has gone to the dogs, our relation to other nations has been changed into suspicion and hate. To protect the nation we sacrifice year by year enormous sums of our income, while the people sink into deeper and deeper misery. Every country resembles an armed camp and watches with inner fear and deadly suspicion every movement of its neighbor, but is always ready to participate in a conspiracy against him or to enrich itself at his expense. Hence, it must always be careful to entrust its affairs to men of elastic conscience, for only those have a fair prospect of maintaining themselves in the eternal cabals of internal and external politics. Saint Simon recognized this clearly when he said, "Every people which embarks on conquest is impelled to let loose its most evil passions, is compelled to give its highest positions to men of violent character, to those who display the most cunning." And added to all this is the constant dread of war, whose horrible consequences become every day more unimaginable and dreadful. Even Our reciprocity treaties and agreements with other nations bring us no relief, for they are as a rule made with definite ulterior motives. Our national politics are supported by the most dangerous selfishness and can, therefore, never lead to effective weakening of national antagonisms, let alone to their long-desired total elimination. On the other hand, we have increased and developed our technical ability to a degree which appears almost fantastic, and yet man has not become richer thereby. On the contrary, he has become poorer. Our whole industry is in a state of constant insecurity. And while billions of wealth are criminally destroyed in order to maintain prices, in every country millions of men live in the most frightful poverty or perish miserably in a world of abundance and so-called overproduction. The machine, which was to have made work easier for men, has made it harder and has gradually changed its inventor himself into a machine who must adjust himself to every motion of the steel gears and levers. And just as they calculate the capacity of the marvelous mechanism to the tiniest fraction, they also calculate the muscle and nerve force of the living producers by definite scientific methods, and will not realize that thereby they rob him of his soul and most deeply defile his humanity. We have come more and more under the dominance of mechanics and sacrificed living humanity to the dead rhythm of the machine without most of us even being conscious of the monstrosity of the procedure. Hence we frequently deal with such matters with indifference and in cold blood as if we handled dead things and not the destinies of men. To maintain this state of things we make all our achievements in science and technology serve organized mass murder. We educate our youth into uniformed killers, deliver the people to the soulless tyranny of a bureaucracy, put men from the cradle to the grave under police supervision, erect everywhere jails and penitentiaries, and fill every land with whole armies of informers and spies. Should not such order, from whose infected womb are born eternally brutal power, injustice, lies, crime and moral rottenness like poisonous germs of destructive plagues gradually convince even conservative minds that it is order too dearly bought? The growth of technology at the expense of human personality, and especially the fatalistic submission with which the great majority surrender to this condition, is the reason why the desire for freedom is less alive among men today and has with many of them given place completely to a desire for economic security. This phenomenon need not appear so strange, for our whole evolution has reached a stage where nearly every man is either ruler or ruled. Sometimes he is both. By this the attitude of dependence has been greatly strengthened, for a truly free man does not like to play the part of either the ruler or the ruled. He is, above all, concerned with making his inner values and personal powers effective in such a way as to permit him to use his own judgment in all affairs and to be independent in action. Constant tutelage of our acting and thinking has made us weak and irresponsible. Hence, the continued cry for the strong man who is to put an end to our distress. This call for a dictator is not a sign of strength, but a proof of inner lack of assurance and of weakness, even though those who utter it earnestly try to give themselves the appearance of resolution. What man most lacks he most desires. When one feels himself weak he seeks salvation from another's strength. When one is cowardly or too timid to move one's own hands for the forging of one's fate, one entrusts it to another. How right was Siami when he said, "The nation which can only be saved by one man and wants to be saved that way deserves a whipping." No, the way to health can only lie in the direction of freedom, for every dictatorship is based on an extreme attitude of dependence which can never further the cause of liberation. Even when dictatorship is regarded as only a transitional state necessary to reach a desired goal, the practical activity of its leaders, even if they really have the honest intention to serve the cause of the people, forces them always farther from their original aim. Not only because every provisional government, as Proudhon says, always strives to make itself permanent, but most of all because all power is inherently uncreative and therefore incites to misuse. One may think of using power as a means to an end, but the means itself soon grows into a selfish end before which all others vanish. It is just because power is unfruitful and cannot give birth to anything creative itself that it is compelled to draft the creative forces of society into its service. It is compelled to put on a false garment to hide its own weakness, and this circumstance seduces its leaders into false promises and conscious deception. By striving to make the creative force of the community subservient to its special ends, it kills the deepest roots of this force and chokes the sources of all creative activity, which, while it welcomes stimulation, will not endure compulsion. A people cannot be liberated by subjecting it to a new and greater power and thus starting again around a vicious circle of stupidity. Every form of dependency leads inevitably to a new system of slavery dictatorship more than any other form of government, because it forcibly suppresses every adverse judgment upon the activity of its leaders and so inhibits in advance any better understanding. Every condition of dependence, however, has its roots in man's religious consciousness and cripples his creative powers, which can only develop properly in freedom. The whole of human history has up to now been a constant struggle between the cultural, creative forces of society and the power aims of particular castes, whose leaders put definite bounds to cultural efforts, or at least tried to do so. Culture gives man consciousness of his humanity and creative strength, but power deepens in him the sense of dependence and of slavish bondage. It is necessary to free man from the curse of power, from the cannibalism of exploitation, in order to release in him those creative forces which can continually give his life new meaning. Power degrades man into a dead part of a machine set in motion by a superior will. Culture makes him the master and builder of his own destiny and deepens in him that feeling of communion from which everything great is born. Man's liberation from the organized force of the state and the narrow bondage of the nation is the beginning of a new humanity, which feels its wings grow in freedom and finds its strength in the community. Lao Tzu's gentle wisdom holds good also for the future. To rule according to the way is to rule without force, just and equal give and take rules in the community. Where there is war, there grow thorns, and the year is without harvest. The good man is, and does not need force. Is and does not rely on splendor. Is and does not boast or glory. Is and does not support himself on his deed. Is and does not found himself on severity. Is and does not strive after power. Zenith means decline. All outside of the way is apart from the way. Chapter 1. The national concept in the process of time. The nation as community of descent. The nation as community of interest. Division of the nation into castes, ranks, and classes. National interest and class interest. The conflict in the Ruhr. POIN cares national policy. The dealings of German heavy industry with the hereditary enemy against German labor. The folk community at work. The pensioners of the German Republic. The nation as community of spiritual interest. RELIC, L, S and party conflicts. World philosophical antagonisms. The nation as community of morals and customs. City and Canary. Rich and poor. The national tradition. Membership in the nation as the result of political efforts. North and South America. The nation and society. The concepts of the nation and nationality have in the course of time undergone many changes, and have even today the same double meaning as the concept of race. During the Middle Ages, the unions of fellow countrymen who were students in the universities were called nations. The famous University of Prague was divided into 4 nations: Bavarians, Bohemians, Poles and Saxons. One also spoke frequently of a nation of physicians, of smiths, of lawyers, and so on. Even Luther makes a decided distinction between folk and nation in his pamphlet, To the Christian Nobility of the German Nation, designating as the nation the possessors of political power exclusively, that is, princes, knights and bishops, in contradistinction to the common people. This distinction prevailed for a considerable time, until gradually the demarcation between nation and people began to disappear in language. Frequently an unpleasant flavor was attached to the concept of the nation. Ludwig John argues, thus, in his German folkways. That which really is the highest, and was so regarded in Greece and Rome, is with us still a term of revoltment, folk and nation. He has gone among the folk, was said of the miserable deserters who for the sake of the money they got from the recruiting officer ran away, and will serve 7 potentates in 1 pair of shoes. That's the regular nation, was colloquially said of gypsies, thievish vagabonds, tramps, and Jewish peddlers. There was a time when one was content to use the term nation to opound a human community whose members were born in the same place and were consequently held together by fundamental social relations. This concept corresponds best to the meaning of the Latin word natio, from which the term nation is derived. This is the more understandable since it is based on the more limited idea of home. But this concept does not correspond to the modern idea of the nation, nor is it in harmony with the national endeavors of the time, which seek to give the nations the widest possible boundaries. Were the nation in fact to comprise only the neighborhood where a man first saw the light, and were national consciousness to be defined only as the natural feeling of attachment between men who have been welded into a community by being born in the one place, then we could not speak of Germans, Frenchmen, Turks, and Japanese, but at the most of Hamburgers, Parisians, Amsterdammers, or Venetians, a situation which actually existed in the city republics of ancient Greece and the federated communities of the Middle Ages. Later, the concept of the nation became much broader, comprising a human grouping which had developed through a community of material and spiritual interests, and of morals, customs, and traditions. Hence, it represents a sort of community of destiny, which holds within itself the laws of its particular life. This concept is not nearly as clear as the first and is, moreover, in conflict with the daily experiences of life. Every nation includes today the most various castes, conditions, classes, and parties. These not only pursue their separate interests, but frequently face one another with definite antagonism. The results are countless, never-ending conflicts and inner antagonisms which are infinitely more difficult to overcome than the temporary wars between the various states and nations. The same nations which only yesterday faced each other on the field of honor, armed to the teeth, to settle their real or imaginary difficulties by bloody wars, tomorrow or the day after make alliances of defense and offense with their former enemies against other nations with whom they had been previously allied by trade agreements or treaties of a political or military nature. But the fight between the various classes within the same nation can never be eliminated so long as these classes themselves exist and cleave the nation with eternal economic and political antagonisms. Even when by extraordinary circumstances or catastrophic events the class antagonisms are apparently overcome or temporarily allayed, as by the proclamation of the so-called citizens' peace during the World War, it is only a passing phenomenon arising from the pressure of circumstances, the real meaning of which is never clear to the great masses of the people. Such alliances have no permanency and they break apart at the first occasion for the lack of a real inner tie of community interests. A tyrannical system of government may under certain circumstances be able to prevent an open outbreak of inner conflicts, as has been done currently in Italy and Germany, but one does not abolish internal conflicts by preventing the people from speaking about them. The love of his own nation has never yet prevented the entrepreneur from using foreign labor if it was cheaper and made more profit for him. Whether his own people are thereby injured does not concern him in the least. The personal profit is the deciding factor in such a case, and so-called national interests are only considered when they are not in conflict with personal ones. When there is such conflict, all patriotic enthusiasm vanishes. Concerning the nature of the so-called national interests, Germany got a lesson during the frightful years after the war which is not easily misunderstood. After losing the war, Germany found itself in a desperate situation. It had to give up economic spheres of great importance, and its export trade had been almost totally lost. Added to this were the extreme economic mandates of the victors and the breakdown of the old system. If the slogan about national unity had any meaning at all, it had to be proved at this stage that the nation was indeed minded to face the newly created conditions unitedly and equitably, to spread the load of misfortune over all sections of the population. But this never entered the minds of the owning classes. On the contrary, they tried to make profits from the situation. These patriots were bent solely upon gain, even though wide sections of their own people would be thereby impoverished. It was the representatives of Prussian Junkerdom and German heavy industry who during the frightful years of the war had secretly advocated the most ruthless annexation policy and by their insatiable greed brought on the great catastrophe of the debacle. Not content with the fabulous profits they had made during those years, they pursued the same ends when the war was over, and never for a moment considered sacrificing to the nation even a penny of their gains. The owners of German heavy industry got themselves relieved from the taxes which were deducted from the wages of even the poorest laborer. They raised the price of coal to unheard of levels while the nation froze in front of cold stoves. They knew how to make enormous profits from the paper credits of the Reichsbank. It was just this speculation with the monetary distress which it had itself caused that gave heavy industry the power to confirm its rule over the hungry nation. Its representatives, under the leadership of Hugo Stinnes, really brought about the occupation of the Ruhr, causing the German nation to lose 15 billion gold marks to which these industrialists contributed not a single penny. The Ruhr conflict in its various phases of development is a splendid illustration of the capitalistic interest policy as a background for the national ideology. The occupation of the Ruhr was but a continuation of the same criminal power policy which led to the World War and for 4 years dragged people to the shambles. This conflict concerned exclusively the antagonistic interest of German and French heavy industry. Just as the great German industrialists were during the war the most pronounced advocates of the annexation idea and made the incorporation of Brie-Longy one of the chief objects of German propaganda, so, later on, Poincare's national policy followed the same line and represented the undisguised desire for annexation of French heavy industry and its powerful organization, the Comité de Forges. The same aims formerly pursued by the great German industrialists were now taken over by the representatives of French heavy industry, namely, the creation of certain monopolies on the continent under the direction of special capitalistic groups for whom the so-called national interests have always served as stalking horse for their own ruthless business interests. It was the union of the Lorraine iron mines with the coal fields of the Ruhr Basin, in the form of a powerful amalgamation planned by French heavy industry, which was to secure for it an unlimited monopoly on the continent. And since the interests of the great industrialists harmonized with the interests of the gainers by the reparations and were favored by the military caste, so they worked from that side by every means for the occupation of the Ruhr. But before it went so far there were negotiations between the German and French heavy industries for a peaceful, purely business-like solution of the question whereby both parties were to profit in proportion to their forces. Such an understanding would indeed have been achieved, for the great German industrialists did not give a hang for the national interest of the Reich, so long as their profits were secure. But as the owners of the British coal mines, to whom an amalgamation on the continent would have been a severe blow, doubtless held out to them the prospect of greater advantages, they suddenly rediscovered their patriotic hearts and let the occupation proceed. Together with the laborers and office employees who, ignorant of the inner connections, again allowed themselves to be used in the interest of their masters, they organized a passive resistance, and the press owned by Stinnes blew mightily into the national trumpet in order to rouse the country's hatred against the hereditary enemy. When the resistance collapsed, Stinnes and the other owners of German industry did not wait on the Stresemann government, but dealt directly with the French. On October 5, 1923, Stinnes, Klockner, Velsen, and Vogler met the French general, de Gaulle, and tried to persuade him to enforce the 10-hour day on the German workers who only the day before had been their allies in the passive resistance against the French cabinet. Could there be a better illustration of the nation as community of interest? Carrot. Poincare seized on Germany's alleged failure in the coal deliveries as a pretext for letting the French troops march into the Ruhr. This was of course only an excuse to give plain robber raids an appearance of legality, as is plainly proved by the fact that France was at the time richer in coal than any land in Europe with the sole exception of England. The French government even saw itself compelled to impose an extra duty of 10% on coal from the Saar in order to protect French coal in the home market. The fact is that 20% of this coal was being sent back into Germany and that only 35% of it was used in French industry. On the other hand, the great German industrialists and their allies had by the ruthless defense of their special interests done everything to make the game easier for the French government. It was they who most bitterly opposed all attempts at the stabilization of the mark, since by inflation they could most conveniently sabotage the taxation of their industries and of the great landed estates and shift the load to the shoulders of the workers of their own country. As a result of these dark machinations, not only did there arise a whole army of currency speculators and other profiteers who made enormous gains from the monstrous misery of the masses, but France was given the opportunity to gain extra /antiage from Germany's monetary distress. Thus, according to the testimony of the former French Minister of Finance, Lastari, Germany had by the end of September, 1921, delivered to France fuel to the value of 2,571 million francs, for which, owing to the devaluation of the mark, it was credited with only 980 million francs. The business agencies of the good German patriots thus procured for the hereditary enemy a special source of income at the expense of the enormous exploitation of German workers and the declining middle class. But when the Ruhr conflict was over and the industrialists of the occupied territory came to conclude the so-called Mecum agreements, not one of them thought for a moment of the millions of profit they had made during the inflation period. On the contrary, they demanded of the Reich appropriate compensation for their loss, and the Luther stress. When the news of this conference sifted through to the public and it became known that General de Gaulle had made it clear to the gentleman that he was not minded to interfere in matters of internal German politics, the German workers' press accused Stins and company of treason to the country. Driven into a corner, the promoters at first flatly denied everything. But at the sitting of the Reichstag on November 20, 1923, the socialist member, Wells, read the protocol of the conference prepared by the industrialists themselves, and any doubt concerning the occurrence of the meeting was finally removed. Man government, without considering the state's right of eminent domain, made haste to hand them the trifle of 706,400,000 gold marks for the Mecum damages, for which the Reich was credited with only 446-400,000 gold marks in the reparation accounts, a transaction such as has probably not often taken place in a state with a parliamentary government. In short, the representatives of heavy industry, of the great estate owners and the stock exchange had never bothered their brains concerning the alleged community of national interests. It never occurred to them that in order to rescue the rest of the nation from helpless despair and misery after the war they might be content with smaller profits. They stole what they could lay their hands on, while the nation fed on dry bread and potatoes and thousands of German children died of undernourishment. None of these parasites ever heeded that their uncontrolled greed delivered the whole nation to destruction. While the workers and the middle class of the great cities parrot-head in misery, Stins became the owner of fabulous riches. Thiessen, who before the war had approximately 200 million gold marks, is today the owner of a fortune of 1 billion gold marks, and the other representatives of German heavy industry enriched themselves in the same proportion. And how about the so-called noblest of the nation? The German people, who for years languished in hopeless misery, pay their former princes fabulous sums for compensation, and servile law courts see to it that they do not lose a penny thereof. And we are dealing here not only with compensation paid to the fathers of the country overthrown by the Revolution of November, 1918, but also to those who for years had been reckoned as descendants of little potentates whose lands had actually disappeared from the map for 130 years. To the descendants of these former petty despots the Reich paid yearly the trifle of 1,834,139 marks. Among the princes who reigned until the outbreak of the revolution, the Hohenzollerns alone collected compensation to the amount of 200 million gold marks. The amounts paid to all the ex-princes exceeded the Dawes loan by fourfold. While the pittances for the poorest of the poor were continually shortened and did not even suffice for the most indispensable needs, it never occurred to any of these nobles to contribute a penny towards the lessening of this misery. Like Shylock, they demanded their pound of flesh and gave the world a classic example of the nature of the community of interest of the nation. This does not hold for Germany alone. The alleged community of national interests does not exist in any country. It is nothing more than a representation of false facts in the interest of small minorities. Thus, during the Ruhr conflict the French press never tired of assuring the people that Germany must be forced to pay if France was not to be ruined, and, Just as everywhere else, this assertion was accepted as truth. But this does not alter the fact that of the immense sums which Germany was forced to pay to France after the war, only a minimal portion ever profited the French nation as a whole or was used for the restoration of the destroyed territory. Here, as everywhere else, the lion's share flowed into the bottomless pockets of privileged minorities. Of the 11.4 billion marks which Germany had paid as reparation to France up to December 31, 1921, only 2.8 billion were used for restoration. 4.3 billion were used for the payment of the occupation troops and the inter-allied commissions in Germany. In France, just as in Germany, it is the suffering part of the working population from whose hides the owning classes cut their belts. While the representatives of giant capitalism made enormous profits in the countries participating in the war and almost smothered in their own fat, millions of luckless humans had to dung the battlefields of the world with their dead bodies. And still today, when only the forms of the war have changed, the working classes of society are the real sufferers, while landowners, industrialists, and gentlemen of the stock exchange grind money from their misery. When one takes a look at the modern arms industries of the various countries, employing millions of men and enormous capital, one gets a curious view of the community of national interests. In these industries, patriotism and the protection of national interests are quite openly a part of business. The sums spent by these industries for the stimulation of national enthusiasm are booked in the accounts like all other expenses for the guarding of business interests. But the national idea has up to now prevented no member of the arms industry from selling its instruments of murder and destruction to any state which has paid them the demanded price when it does not happen that important business interests are at stake. Just as little is the high finance encouraged any country dissuaded by patriotic motives from loaning foreign states the necessary monies for armament, even though the safety of their own country is endangered thereby. Business is business. Deals of this sort are often used by these men to persuade their own states to give them new orders. Thus, Walton and Ubold reports in his valuable book upon concrete cases from the business practices of the well-known arms firm, Mittal and Company in England, which are very significant for the methods of the armament giants. Armstrong was a genius. His firm built for Chile the powerful cruiser, Esmeralda. When the ship was completed, he addressed himself to the British public and declared with every appearance of moral indignation that the English Navy possessed no ship which could catch the Esmeralda, escape it, or fight it successfully. He pointed out the danger such a ship might be to our commerce. The Admiralty took this gentle hint and bought from Sir William Armstrong's firm most of the guns and armament for a new and improved Esmeralda. Later on, it is a quite normal phenomenon that the great enterprises of the international arms industry should unite in business to eliminate competition and increase profits. Of the numerous corporations of this kind we will here mention only the Nobel Dynamite Trust, founded in 1886, which has English, French and Italian branches, and especially the Harvey Continental Steel Company, which came into being in 1894 after the Harvey Steel Works in New Jersey had invented a new process of manufacturing thinner and stronger armor plates, which were immediately adopted by the various governments for their navies. The first directors of this International Armor Trust were Charles Campbell, Charles E. Ellis, of the firm of John Brown and Company, England, Edward M. Fox, Harvey Steel Company, New Jersey, Maurice Genie, Schneider and Company, France, Joseph de Montgolfier, Shipping and Railroad Company, France, Leon Levy, President of Chatillon Commentary Company, France, Joseph Ott, Dillinger Iron Works, Germany. Same firm built for Italy a still better cruiser, the Piemonte, and again Armstrong was able to enlist the world for his firm, and the South American states competed with one another and with Japan to obtain the first improved Piemont from the Elswick Works. England likewise constructed a few Piemonts, which, while they were built in other places, were equipped with Armstrong cannons of the newest pattern. In another place Newbold reports, for nearly 30 years the firms of Sir William Armstrong and Sir Joseph Whitworth, who both manufactured guns, fought like cats and dogs to depreciate each other's products. Only on one point were they unanimous, Both emphasized the opinion that all expenditure for the manufacture of armor plate was to be regarded as uselessly wasted money, which had better be spent for guns. For both firms made only guns, no armor plate. 10 years after this valiant fight against armor plate, when the two firms had united, the first step of their successors was the erection of a marvelous plant for the manufacture of armor plate. J. T. Walton Newbold, How Europe Armed for the War. London, 1916. These cases are by no means the worst and occur not only in perfidious Albion. Every armament firm, without distinction of nation, pursues the same dirty methods and is very able to correct all given possibilities for good business so as to promote its profits. Here is only one example. On April 19, 191-3, the delegate, Karl Liebknecht, supported by the Centrum's delegate, Pfeiffer, made a statement in the Reichstag that stirred all Germany. Backed by indisputable documents, he proved that Krupp, using a certain Brandt as intermediary, had bribed a number of subordinate officials of the General Staff and the War Office to obtain possession of important documents concerning pending arms orders. Furthermore, Krupp had officers of all ranks up to general and admiral in his service at the highest salaries, / whose duty it was to procure arms orders for him. When this did not suffice, then, in company with other armament manufacturers like Mauser, Thyssen, Die Iron, Loh, he bought a part of the press to whip up jingo patriotism and war sentiment. By an official search, a part of these secret documents was found in the home of Herr von Duitz, the assistant superintendent of the Krupp works. By this press propaganda a feeling of continuous danger from other nations was to be aroused and the German people made favorable to further expend. Ludwig Kleipfel, A.G. Friedrich Krupp Company, Germany, Albert Vickers. These men, whose paid press year after year was required to carry on the most shameful propaganda against other countries and nations in order to keep the national spirit alive among the people, had not the slightest compunction about allying themselves with the armament industries of other countries, if only for the purpose of more successfully exploiting their own. The notorious Putilov case of January, 1914, clearly proves that not only did French and German capital work together in charming unity at the Putilov works in St. Petersburg, but also that first-class experts of the armament industry of both countries assisted the Russians in the manufacture of heavy artillery. With grim irony, the well-informed author of a book in which the monstrous venality of the national press was ruthlessly exposed wrote the following concerning these events. The Putilov works, incapable of filling the orders of the Russian government, had since 1910 had a community of interest with the Banque de Union Parisienne, which lent them 24 millions, likewise with Schneider Deichers for war purposes. According to seasonal necessity, the names of the threatening enemies were changed, when Krupp or Thyssen needed orders for machine guns. Then it was the French or the Russians, if the dockyards of Stettin needed orders for battleships, then Germany was threatened by the English. Liebknecht had among his proofs a letter from the director of the Low Arms Factory to his Paris agent. In the Rue de Chateaudun. If possible, procure the publication in one of the French papers having the largest circulation, preferably Figaro, an article running something like this: the French War Ministry has resolved to speed up the manufacture of machine guns for the army and to increase the original orders by 100%. Please do your utmost to procure the spread of similar news. /c-j/r/j F. Bignd, von Rontard, Director. However, the report was not accepted in this form. The lie was too obvious, and the War Ministry would at once have denied it. But a few days later there appeared, of course quite accidentally, in Figaro, Matin, and Echo de Paris a number of articles concerning the advantages of the new French machine guns and the predominance they gave to French armament. With these newspapers in his hand, the Prussian delegate, Schmidt, an ally of German heavy industry, questioned the Reichschancellor as to what the government intended to do to meet these French threats and restore the balance of armament. Bluffed and frightened, The Reichstag then by a great majority and without discussion voted the sums for the increase of the stock of machine guns. France quite naturally answered with a further strengthening of this type of arm. So, while Figaro and Echo de Paris kept the French people agitated by excerpts from the German papers, especially the Post, which Gondard owned, German public opinion was by similar means prepared for still further armament. The dividends of the Creusats, the Mausers, and the Krupps rose, the directors got larger salaries, and Figaro and Echo de Paris cashed a number of checks and, as usual, the people paid. Hinter den Kulissen des französischen Journalismus von einem Pariser Chefredakteur. Berlin, 1925, p. 129. Of the Creusot works, who furnished them the plans for the 75 mm guns and the necessary engineers and technicians, and also with Krupp in Essen, who put the experience of the German heavy artillery manufacture and its experts and foremen at their disposal. Here we see how French and German engineers and artisans, united under the direction of officials and financiers of whom some belonged to a group from the Union Parisienne and others were related with the Deutsche Bank, were working on guns with which later on they were to shoot each other dead. It is a most marvelous thing, this rule of international capitalism carried. In 1906 a company was formed in England with the object of acquiring the Fumet branch of the firm of Whitehead and Company and taking over its management. Other English armament firms participated in the enterprise, whose board of directors in Hungary in 1914 consisted of the following persons: Count Edgar Oyos, General Director, Albert Edward Jones, Henry Whitehead, firm of Armstrong Whitworth, Saxton William Armstrong Noble, manager for Europe of the Vickers firm, Arthur Trevors Dawson, managing director of Vickers, and Professor Sigmund Danklej. As we see, nearly all English names, and representatives of the best known and most powerful firms in the English armament industry. Under the board of directors of this company the German U-boat J No. 5, was built, which in the year 1914 sank the French armoured cruiser Leon Gambetta in the Strait of Otranto with 600 Frenchmen on board. One could cite a number of similar examples, but this would only mean a constant repetition of the same bloody tale. That in this respect there was no change even after the World War, the widely known Lord Robert Cecil proved emphatically at the gigantic demonstration of the Women's Peace Crusaders in London, in June, 1932, where Cecil launched a very sharp attack against the international armament industry and especially emphasized the sinister influence of the Parisian press. According to his statement, some of the greatest French newspapers had been bought by the interests of the steel and iron industry and were working day and night against the International Disarmament Conference. That the contemptible attitude of the so-called League of Nations in the Japanese-Chinese question can for the largest part be traced to the wretched machinations of the international armament industry is an open secret that sparrows now chirp from the housetops. Naturally international high finance pursued the same course *. Hinter den Kulissen des französischen Journalismus, etc. p. 252. There exists today a whole literature concerning this darkest chapter of the capitalistic social order. Besides the writings already referred to we may mention the following: Generate Handler, und Soldaten, by Maxim Zayas and Hermann Zayas Beringer, The Devi PS Business, by A. Fenner Brockway, Dollar Diplomacy. It is, therefore, quite meaningless to speak of a community of national interests for that which the ruling class of every country has up to now defended as national interest has never been anything but the special interest of privileged minorities in society secured by the exploitation and political suppression of the great masses. Likewise, the soil of the so-called fatherland and its natural riches have always been in the possession of these classes, so that one can with full right speak of a fatherland of the rich. If the nation were in fact the community of interests which it has been called, then there would not be in modern history revolutions and civil wars, because the people do not resort to the arms of revolt purely from pleasure, just as little do the endless wage fights occur because the working sections of the population are too well off. But if we cannot speak of a community of purely economic and material interests within the nation, even less can we do so when so-called spiritual interests are in question. Not seldom have religious and philosophical problems profoundly stirred the nations and split them into hostile camps. It must be understood, however, that in such conflicts economic and political motives were also active, and frequently played important parts. We need but think of the bloody struggle in France, England, Germany, and other countries between the adherents of the old church and the various factions of Protestantism which shook profoundly the inner balance of the nations, or of the sharp and frequently violent conflicts between democratic citizenry and representatives of absolute monarchy. We need but remember the murderous war between the northern and southern states of America for the maintenance or abolition of Negro slavery and thousands of other events in history, and we shall easily be able to estimate the worth of the assertion that the nation is the guardian of spiritual interests. Every nation is today split by varying trends of thought into dozens of parties whose activity destroys the feeling of national unity and brands as a lie the fable of the community of intellectual interests of the nation. Each of these parties has its own party program, in pursuit of which it attacks everything which threatens it and uncritically adores whatever. By Scott Nearing and J. Freeman, Oil and the Germs of War, by Scott Nearing, and above all, the excellent essay by Otto Lehmann Russbild, Die Blutige Internationale der Rüstungsindustrie. It is significant that although up to now no attempt even has been made to question the frightful facts given by Lehmann Russbild, the former German government denied this upright man a passport to prevent him from traveling abroad because thereby the interests of the Reich would allegedly be endangered. One finds it quite in order that civilized cannibals should make a business of organized mass murder and invest their capital in enterprises which have as a presupposition the wholesale killing of men, while at the same time a man is socially ostracized who has the courage to brand publicly the shameless and criminal machinations of the dishonorable rascals who coin money from the blood and misery of the masses. Furthers its special purpose. And as any movement can only represent the views of a certain part of the nation, never the nation in its entirety, it follows that the so-called intellectual interest of the nation or the alleged national thought displays as many shades and colors as there are parties and movements in the country. Hence, every party asserts that in it the intellectual interests of the nation are best guarded, and in critical times each vilifies all other concepts and tendencies as antagonistic and even traitorous to the fatherland. Which surely does not take very much intellect, but it has never failed so far. Germany and Italy are the classic witnesses to this. Moreover, one finds this conflict of ideas and tendencies not only between parties which oppose one another as exponents of definite economic principles and political aims. One finds it also between movements which philosophically stand on the same ground and oppose one another solely for reasons of a subordinate nature. It is just in such cases that the battle between the various factions becomes ever more irreconcilable till it reaches a degree of fanaticism quite incomprehensible to the impartial spectator. A glance at the present party fights in the camp of socialism is proof of this. The further one pursues the matter, the more clearly it appears that the unity of intellectual interests of the nation is in a very bad way. In reality, the belief in this unity is a delusion which will have permanence as long as the ruling classes of the national states succeed by external glamour in fooling the great masses of the population as to the real causes of social disintegration. Moreover, the differences of economic interest and intellectual effort within the nation have naturally developed special habits and modes of living among the members of the various social classes. It is, therefore, very venturesome to speak of a community of national customs and morals. But the concept has only a very qualified value. Indeed, what community can there be in this respect between one of the members of the Berlin millionaire quarter and a Ruhr miner? Between a Bavarian lumberjack and an East Albion junker? Between a modern industrial magnate and a common laborer? Between a Prussian general and a Holstein fisherman? Between a society lady surrounded by every luxury and a cottage housewife in the Silesian mountains? Every larger country contains many distinctions of a climatic, cultural, economic, and general social nature. It has its great cities, its highly developed industrial regions, its out-of-the-world villages and mountain valleys to which hardly a glimmer of modern life has penetrated. This endless variety of intellectual and material conditions of life precludes beforehand any close community of morals and customs. Every rank, every class, every stratum of society develops its special habits of life into which a stranger penetrates with difficulty. It is by no means an exaggeration to maintain that between the working populations of different nations there is a greater community of general habits and customs than between the possessing and the non-possessing sections of the same nation. A worker who finds himself in a foreign country will soon find his sphere among the members of his trade or class, while the doors of another social class are hermetically closed against him in his own country. This applies, of course, to all other classes and sections of the population. The sharp antagonism between town and country observable today in almost every land forms one of the greatest social problems of our time. To what degree these antagonisms can develop Germany learned during the hard times of the inflation, and the lesson will not quickly be forgotten. It was during the planned and organized starvation of the cities that the trenchant phrase was coined, a people starving amid full granaries. Every appeal to the national spirit and alleged community of interest of the nation died out at that time like a cry in the wilderness, showing full clearly that the fairy tale of community of national interest bursts like a soap bubble as soon as the special interests of a definite group make their appearance. But between town and country there exist not only antagonisms of a purely economic nature, there exists also between them a strong emotional aversion which has gradually arisen from differences in the conditions of social life and which today is very deep-seated. There are very few townsmen who can completely penetrate into the mental processes and views of life of the peasant. It is probably still more difficult for the peasant to penetrate into the intellectual and moral life of the townsman, against whom he has for centuries nursed a mute hatred to be explained by the social relations which have up to now existed between town and country. The same chasm exists between the intellectual leaders of the nation and the great masses of the working people. Even among those intellectuals who have for years been active in the socialist labor movement there are very few who are really able to understand the sentiments and thoughts of the workers. Some intellectuals even find the effort very painful, a situation which often gives occasion to tragic inner conflicts. Obviously we are dealing, in such a case, not with inborn differences of thinking and feeling, but with the result of a special mode of life arising from a different kind of education within a different social environment. The older a man grows, the harder he finds it to withdraw from those influences whose results have become second nature to him. This invisible wall which today exists between the intellectuals and the working masses of every nation is one of the main reasons for the secret mistrust with which wide sections of the laboring population quite unconsciously confront the intellectual and which has gradually condensed into the well-known theory of the calloused fist. It is vastly more difficult to provide a point of intellectual contact between representatives of capitalism and of the working population of a nation. For millions of workers the capitalist is only a sort of octopus who feeds on their flesh and blood. Many of them cannot understand that behind the capitalist's purely economic actions there may exist a purely human quality. The capitalist, on the other hand, usually observes the endeavors of the laborer as a total stranger, yes, often with openly displayed contempt, oft, and felt by the workers as more oppressive and more humiliating than even their economic exploitation. While towards the workers of his own country the capitalist is always filled with a certain mistrust, often mixed with open antagonism, he shows to the possessing classes of other nations a continued attachment, even where he is not dealing with purely economic or political questions. This relationship may be impaired temporarily when the opposing interests are too strong, but the inner conflict between the possessing and the propertyless classes in the same nation never vanishes. Community of national tradition, likewise, amounts to little. Historical tradition is, after all, something quite different from that which is presented to us in the educational institutions of the state. In any event, the tradition is not the essential, far more important is the way in which the tradition is received, explained, and felt by the various social castes within the nation. The concept of the nation as a community of destiny, therefore, is as misleading as it is ambiguous. There are events in every nation's history which are felt by all its members as fateful, but the nature of the feeling is very different among different groups, and is often determined by the part which one or the other of the parties or classes has played in those events. When at the time of the Paris Commune 35,000 men, women, and children of the working class were put to death, the gruesome slaughter was doubtless felt by both parties as fateful, but while one class with pierced breasts and torn limbs covered the streets of the capital, their death gave the others the possibility of re-establishing their rule, which had been very badly shaken by the lost war. In this sense the Paris Commune lives in the traditions of the nation. For the propertied class the revolt of March 18, 1871, is an outrageous rebellion of the canaille against law and order. For the working class it is a glorious episode in the proletarian fight for freedom. Volumes might be filled with similar examples from the history of all nations. Furthermore, the recent historical events in Hungary, Italy, Germany, Austria, and so on, give the best of instruction concerning the character of the community of destiny of the nations. Brutal force can impose a common fate on a nation, just as it can arbitrarily create or destroy a nation, for the nation is not an organically evolved entity, but something artificially created by the state, with which it is most intimately intergrown, as every page of history shows. The state itself, however, is not an organic structure, and sociological research has demonstrated that everywhere and at all times it has appeared as a result of forceful intervention of warlike elements in the life of peaceful human groups. The nation is, therefore, a purely political concept arising solely from the adherence of men to a definite state. Also, in the so-called law of nations, the word has exclusively this meaning, as is apparent from the fact that any man can become a member of any nation by naturalization. How arbitrarily the adherence of whole groups of people to a nation is determined by the brutal compulsion of the stronger, the history of every country shows by numerous examples. Thus, the inhabitants of the present French Riviera went to sleep one evening as Italians and awoke next morning as Frenchmen because a handful of diplomats had so decided. The Heligolander was a member of the British nation and a faithful subject of the British government until Britain got the idea of selling the island to Germany. Then the national membership of the inhabitants underwent a fundamental change. If on the day before this decision it was their greatest merit to be good English patriots, then after the transfer of the island to Germany this highest virtue became the greatest sin against the spirit of the nation. There are many such examples, and they are characteristic of the whole formative history of the modern state. One need but glance at the stupid and stumbling provisions of the Versailles Treaty to get a classic example of how nations are artificially manufactured. And just as the stronger can today and at all times decide upon the national membership of the weaker according to his pleasure, so it was and is also empowered to end the nation's existence arbitrarily if for reasons of state this appears to him desirable. Read the reasons on which Prussia, Austria, and Russia based their intervention in Poland and prepared the partition of that land. They are stated in the famous Pact of August 5, 1772, and are truly a shining example of conscious mendacity, nauseating hypocrisy, and brute force. It is merely because these phenomena have heretofore been given so little consideration that we have such curious illusions concerning the real nature of the nation. It is not national differences which lead to the formation of the various states, it is the states which artificially create national differences and further them on principle, for these have to serve the states as moral justification for their own existence. Tagore has stated this inherent antagonism between the nation and society in these splendid words. A nation, in the sense of the political and economic union of a people, is that aspect which a whole population assumes when organized for a mechanical purpose. Society as such has no ulterior purpose. It is an end in itself. It is a spontaneous self-expression of man as a social being. It is a natural regulation of human relationships so that men can develop ideals of life in cooperation with one another. The contrast between the political organization of North and South America serves as an excellent example of the fact that a nation does not organically evolve itself, create itself, as is often asserted, but is rather the artificial creation of the state mechanically imposed on various human groups. In North America the Union succeeded in combining all the land between the Canadian and Mexican borders, between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, into a powerful federated state, a process greatly furthered by favorable circumstances of various kinds. And this happened in spite of the fact that the United States contained the most motley mixture of people assembled from all the nations and races of Europe and of other continents, so that it has been rightly called the melting pot of the nations. South and Central America, however, are separated into 16 different states with 16 different nations, although the racial relation between these peoples is incomparably closer than it is in North America, and the same language with the exception of Portuguese in Brazil and various Indian tongues prevails in all. But the political evolution Latin America was of a different order. Although Simon Bolívar, the liberator of South America from the Spanish yoke, sought to create a federated state for all South American countries, his plan did not succeed. For ambitious dictators and generals, like Prieto in Chile, Gamarra in Peru, Flores in Ecuador, Rosas in Argentina, opposed this project by all possible means. Bolívar was so disappointed by the machinations of his rivals that shortly before his death he wrote, "In South America there is neither trust nor faith, neither among men nor among the various states. Every treaty is here but a scrap of paper, and what are here called constitutions are but a collection of such scraps." The result of the power lust of small minorities and dictatorially inclined individuals was the creation of quite a number of national states, which in the name of national interest and national honor waged war against one another quite as we do. If political events in North America had developed as they did in the lands of the southern continent, then there would be today Californians, Michiganders, Kentuckians, and Pennsylvanians, just as in South America there are Argentinians, Chileans. Rabindranath Tagore, Nationalism, New York, 1917, p. 19. Peruvians and Brazilians. Here is the best proof that the nation's existence is founded purely on political endeavor. Whoever yields to the illusion that community of material and intellectual interest and identity of morals, customs, and traditions constitutes the real nature of the nation, and from this arbitrary assumption tries to deduce the necessity of national endeavors, deceives himself and others. Of this kind of unity nothing is discernible in any of the existing nations. The force of social circumstances is always stronger than the abstract assumptions of all nationalistic ideology. Chapter 2. The nation as community of language. Language and culture. Foreign constituents in language. Purism and the development of language. Literary language and popular speech. Religion, science, art, profession, etc., as mediators of new language values. Language and imagery. The significance of loanwords in language development. Oriental symbolism in language. Foreign material in native guise. Speech and thought. Nature and language. Work and language. The symbolism of language. Linguistic atavisms. The illogical in language formation. Constant change in linguistic expression. The inadequacy of psychological language theories. The influence of the cultural circle versus the tie of communal speech. The development of the English language. Idiom and language. The belief in the Ursprach. Concerning the common genealogy of the Aryan languages. Peoples that change their language. Nations with different language districts. Of all the evidences which have been cited for the existence of a national ideology, community of language is by far the most important. Many see in community of language the essential characteristic of the nation. A common language is, in fact, a strong tie for any human grouping, and Wilhelm von Humboldt says with some reason, the true homeland is really the language. Carl Julius Weber saw in language the real characteristic of nationality. In nothing does the national character, the imprint of the mental and spiritual power of a people, express itself so clearly as in its language. Likewise, the best-known representatives of nationalistic ideas in the last century, like Schleiermacher, Fichte, John, and the men of the German League of Virtue, Mazzina, Pisacane, Niemachowski, Lelewel, the Young Europe, and the German Democrats of 1848, confine their concept of the nation to the realm of a common language. Arndt's song, "What is the German's Fatherland?" shows this. It is significant that Arndt as well as Mazzina based their efforts at national unification not on popular speech, but on the written language, so as to include the largest possible fatherland. A common language naturally appears highly important to the advocates of the national idea because it is a people's highest means of expression and must, in a certain sense, be regarded as a sample of its intellectual life. Language is not the invention of individual men. In its creation and development the community has worked and continues to work as long as the language has life in it. Hence, language appeared to the advocates of the national idea as the purest product of national creativeness and became for them the clearest symbol of national unity. Yet this concept, no matter how fascinating and irrefutable it may appear to most, rests on a totally arbitrary assumption. Among the present existing languages there is not one which has developed from a definite people. It is very probable that there were once homogeneous languages, but that time is long past, lost in the grayest antiquity of history. The individuality of language disappears the moment reciprocal relations arise between different hordes, tribes, and peoples. The more numerous and various these relations become in the course of the millenniums, the larger borrowings does every language make from other languages, every culture from other cultures. Consequently, no language is the purely national product of a particular people, nor even of a particular nation. Towards the development of every one of our cultural languages peoples of the most various origins have contributed. This was inevitable, because a language as long as it is spoken at all continually absorbs foreign elements in spite of all the noise of the purification fanatics. For every language is an organism in constant flux. It obeys no fixed rules, and flies in the face of all the dicta of logic. Not only does it make the most diversified borrowings from other languages, a phenomenon due to the countless influences and points of contact in cultural life, but it also possesses a stock of words that is continually changing. Quite gradually and unnoticeably the shadings and gradations of the concepts which find their expression in words alter, so that it often happens that a word means today exactly the opposite of what men originally expressed by it. In reality, there exists no cultural language which does not contain a great mass of foreign material, and the attempt to free it from these foreign intruders would lead to a complete dissolution of the language, that is, if such a purification could be achieved at all. Every European language contains a mass of foreign elements with which, often, whole dictionaries could be filled. How, for instance, would the German or the Dutch language look if all the words borrowed from French or Latin were removed from it, not to speak of words of other origin? How, the Spanish language, without its countless elements borrowed from the Germans and the Arabs? And what a mass of German, English, and even Turkish words has penetrated into the Russian and Polish tongues. Similarly, the Hungarian language contains a great number of words of Italian and Turkish origin. Romanian consists only 1/2 of words of Latin descent. 3/8 of its stock of words are from the Slavic, 1/8 from the Turkish, Magyar and Greek. In the Albanian, until now, only 500 or 600 original words have been distinguished. All the rest is a mixture of the most varied elements. Fritz Mothner remarks very correctly in his great work, Contributions to a Critique of Language, that it is owing simply to the accident of point of view that, for example, we speak of the French language as Romance and of the English as Germanic. And it is well known that the Latin language itself, from which all the Romance languages trace their descent, contained a body of words of Greek origin, to the number of several thousand. For the development of every language the acceptance of foreign elements is essential. No people lives for itself. Every enduring intercourse with other peoples results in the borrowing of words from their language. This is quite indispensable to reciprocal cultural fecundation. The countless points of contact which culture daily creates between people leave their traces in language. New objects, ideas, concepts religious, political, and generally social lead to new expressions and word formations. In this, the older and more highly developed cultures naturally have a strong influence on less developed folk groups and furnish these with new ideas which find their expression in language. Many of the newly acquired elements of speech gradually adapt themselves so completely to the phonetic laws of the adopting language that eventually their origin can no longer be recognized. We quite involuntarily feel that words like existence, idee, melody, music, muse, natur, religion, and 100 others are foreign words in the German language. And the speech of political life is completely permeated with foreign words. That bourgeoisie, proletariat, socialismus, bolshevismus, anarchismus, communismus, liberalismus, conservatismus, fascismus, terrorismus, dictator, revolution, reaction, parte, parliament, democratie, monarchy, republic, and so on, are not German speech elements, we recognize at the first glance. But there is also a great mass of words of foreign descent in the German language which have in the course of time become so colloquial that their foreign origin has been completely forgotten. Who would, for example, regard as strangers such words as Abentur, anchor, Arzt, Bezirk, Bliss, Brescia, Brief, Essig, Fenster, Frock, Grupp, Kaiser, Cantor, Cass, Keller, Kelter, Kircher, Ket, Kirsche, Kook, Kofer, Kohl, Cruz, Cookie, Lamp, Long Market Mauer, Mile, Meister, Amuhel, Miller, Mons, Del, or Gel Park, PFA/IL, Fa, Pfeffer, Feeler, Fursik, Flans, Pjadrat, Pjossen, PJ Olipjiitsa, PJTMD, Pobel, Prinz, Pulver, Radies Shuri Rest, Skiasel, SC/Iul, Schzembler, Schreiber, Siegel, Specker, Spies, Slowras, Teller, Tisch, Treichter, Voigt, Ziegel, Zirkel, Zoll, Zwiebel, and countless others. Carrot. Very frequently the foreign word changes in the course of time so completely that its mutilated form sounds like other words and we involuntarily give it a quite different meaning. Thus armbrust, crossbow, has nothing in common with either arm, nor brust, breast, but instead goes back to the Latin word arqueballista, meaning arc thrower, or catapult. Likewise ebenals, ebony, has no relation to eben, smooth, but again goes back to the Hebrew word, hobnen, from abni, meaning stony. The German Weilfraß, Wolverine, which, construed as a Germanic word, equals much eater, glutton originates from the Norwegian Fjeldfrost, mountain cat. Murmeltier, marmot, does not come from murtneln, to murmur, but was formed during the Middle Ages from the Latin muraton, accusative of muse, mouse, and montes, or tnontanum, that is, mountain mouse. The word tollpatch first appeared in the 17th century in southern Germany. It was a popular designation for Hungarian soldiers. The word owes its origin to the Hungarian talpaz, meaning flatfoot. In modern German, tollpatch means blockhead, booby, also the dodo. Argage, box on the ear, comes from the Dutch word veeg, blow. Trappenpeltier goes back to the Latin dromedarius. Dingemat, as if from German roots meaning hanging mat, comes from the South American word hanveka. From the thieves' jargon comes ki impnel blutchen, three-card monte, which has nothing in common with kiamel, caraway seed, but with the Hebrew word gilmal, three. Likewise, the word plight, so much used today, is of Hebrew origin and comes from pieta, flight. French has left many traces in our language. Thus the quite senselessly conjoined Schnutterseelenalien, about which there plays for us today all the sickly sentimentality of Deutsches Gemiet, comes from mot tout seul, quite alone. Physimatenten comes from fils de ma tante, son of my aunt. The German words Horsch and Porsche have the French base, horse. When we say that we throw our lives into the Schanz in die Schanzschullagen, this has nothing to do with Schanz, bulwark. The expression comes instead from the French chance equaling the eng. A similar list of usually unsuspected foreign words in English follows: alms, bond, bomb, boom, boon, brief, calm, camp, cane, cape, card, case, cash, catch, cave, sell, seller, cent, center, chafe, chain, chair, chalk, chance, change, chant, charge, chart, chase, chief, church, circle, city, claim, clerk, cloak, clock, cook, cross, dean, doll, doer, doubt, do, duke, dupe, duty, ease, fail, farm, fate, feast, fig, grant, habit, haste, ink, just, lamp, luck, mail, master, mile, oil, park, pest, place, plane, plant, part, port, post, pound, prince, school, seal, street, toll, and so on indefinitely. Translator. Lish chance. Hence also, the expression Zuskansen jemanden et was Zuskansen give someone an opportunity. The formerly much used word, schwag vy for coachman, we doubtless owe to the French chevalier. Such examples can be given for every language by the thousands. They are characteristic of the spirit of language and of the development of human thought in general. It would be quite erroneous to credit this intrusion of foreign speech elements simply to the written language. Because through this the ideas of the educated classes find expression, it is often quite unreasonably assumed that the popular speech is better guarded against the intrusion of foreign elements and that it quite instinctively repels them. It is admitted that in the language of the educated, and especially in that of scholars, we have gone too far in the use of quite arbitrarily selected foreign words so that we can with reason speak of a caste language. When we consider that in the well-known Heise dictionary of foreign words there are no less than 100,000 expressions derived from a dozen different languages which are all supposed to be used in German, we may indeed regard this abundance with a secret dread. Nevertheless, it is quite mistaken to assume that popular speech offers any great resistance to the intrusion of foreign words. The fact is that also in those dialects of all European cultural languages in which the speech of the people finds purest expression we find a body of foreign words. There are quite a number of South German dialects in which, without much difficulty, plenty of Slavic, Romance, and even Hebrew, elements can be observed. Likewise, the Berliners regularly use such Hebrew words as Gonify Rebeki Galaki Misfakatine Femeskage and so on. We also remember the well-known words of William II, *Ich dulde kein Mismacher. The word Kafidi, which is used everywhere in Germany to describe a foolish or stupid man, has no relation to the South African tribe of Kafirs, but has its root in the Hebrew Kajari meaning village. It frequently happens that the original meaning of borrowed words is completely lost and is replaced by other ideas which have hardly any resemblance to the fundamental meaning of the word. One can make very interesting discoveries in this field, open surprising vistas into the inner connections of things. Thus, in my Rhenish Hessian home, a cross-eyed man is in the popular tongue called a Mosik. The word comes from the Hebrew and means demon or goblin. In this case the word's original meaning was changed considerably, but we recognize quite clearly the associations involved, for a cross-eyed person was formerly regarded as being possessed by demons or as having an evil eye. In southwestern Germany one hails a drunken man with a friendly, ** from the French je suis im. One discharged from employment explains that he has been geschossed from the French chasser, to chase. Mum comes from the Latin animus, animum in the accusative, j from the French rogue, j schmanjut is from jem * and Jews, I don't give a damn. Quite a number of blunt foreign expressions found in the writings of that talented maker of language, Johann Fischart, who borrowed from Rabelais, survive even today in popular speech. Furthermore, there are quite a number of foreign words out of that region which have penetrated into the written language and have common currency in southern and southwestern Germany. We need but think of skakanier hi maldratieren alterieren kujonireni geniereni fussieren, and 100 other expressions. The man of the people uses these words freely and their German rendering would sound strange to him. It is, therefore, completely wrong to prate about the natural purity of the popular tongue, which nowhere exists. In expressing our thoughts we ought, of course, to use German terms so far as these are at our disposal. The very feeling of language demands this. But we also know that in our best speech there is today a mass of foreign elements of whose origin we are no longer conscious. We know, furthermore, that in spite of all endeavors of so-called speech purifiers it is unavoidable that these should continually find admittance into the various languages. Every new intellectual development, every social movement which transcends the narrow frontiers of a country, every new device borrowed from other people, every advance in science with its immediate effects in the field of technology, every change in the general means of intercourse, every change in world economics with its political consequences, every development in art, causes the intrusion of newly borrowed words into the language. Christianity and the Church caused a regular invasion of Greek and Latin word structures which were unknown before. Many of these expressions have so thoroughly changed in the course of time that the stranger is no longer recognized. We need but think of such words as abt, auar, bibble, biscohedom, cathedral, cantor, kapla-ui-kapelle, cruise, messi munchi muns teddy nonni papsti priesteri probst, provost, teufel, and a long list of others used by the Catholic Church. The same phenomenon was repeated with the spread of Roman law in German lands. The change of legal systems to conform to the Roman pattern brought us a whole body of new ideas which necessarily found admission into the language. In general, by contact with the Roman world, the language of the German people became permeated with new expressions and word forms, which the Germans, in their turn, conveyed to their Slavic and Finnish neighbors. The development of militarism and army organization brought a whole flood of new words from France, which the French in their turn had borrowed from the Italians. Most of these words have retained their foreign imprint completely. Think of army, marine, artillery, infantry, cavalry, regiment, company, schwadron, battalion, major, general, lieutenant, sergeant, munition, patroni, bajonet, bombe, granate, shrapnel, caserne, barack, equipieren, exercieren, giselieren, chargieren, recrutieren, commandieren, and countless other words from military life. The introduction of new foods and drinks has enriched our language with a long line of totally foreign expressions. There are coffee and zucker from the Arabic, tea from the Chinese, tahak from the Indian, sago from the Malayan, rice from the Latin Greek, cacao from the Mexican. We will not speak of the new words with which science daily endows the language, nor of the countless coined words which the language of art contains. Their number is quite beyond reckoning. Today sport, which is spreading in Germany quite uncannily, has adorned the language with many English and American technical expressions that hardly enhance its beauty. Even when one tries hard to eliminate these foreign words and replace them by German expressions, quite monstrous results sometimes follow. But we are dealing not alone with so-called loan words taken from a foreign language and in some form transferred to our own. There is another phenomenon in the development of every language for which the term loan translation has been coined. When a hitherto unknown idea from another cultural circle penetrates into our mental or social life, it does not always happen that, together with the new idea, we accept a foreign expression into our language. It frequently occurs that we translate the newly acquired concept into our own language by creating from the material at hand a word structure not previously used. Here the stranger confronts us, so to speak, in the mask of our own language. In this manner came words like halbwelt, from demimonde, ausparen, from lockout, halbencel, from peninsula, Zwieback, from biscuit, Wolkenkratzer, from skyscraper, and 100 similar creations. In his critique of language, Mothner mentions a number of these bastard translations, as he calls them, words like Ausdruck, expression, Bisken, particle, Rücksicht, regard, and Wohltat, beneficence. Of such loan translations there are a great number in every language. These have an actually revolutionary effect on the course of development of the language, and show us most of all the unreality of the view which maintains that in every language the spirit of a particular people lives and works. In reality, every loan translation is but a proof of the continuous penetration of foreign cultural elements within our own cultural circle insofar as a people can speak of its own culture. Let us take into account how strongly the Oriental imagery of the Old and New Testament has affected the heritage of all European gauges. We are thinking not only of short phrases like Mark of Cain, Judgment of Solomon, Job's Comforter, to bear one's cross, and so on, which are quite colloquial. More involved figures from the Bible have penetrated into all languages so deeply that they have become fully naturalized in everyday speech. Here are some examples which could easily be multiplied many times: to sell one's birthright for a mess of pottage. For a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. To gird up one's loins. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Heaping coals of fire on one's head. To drive out the devil with Beelzebub. To put new wine into old bottles. To hide one's light under a bushel. Not worthy to tie the shoelaces of another. Being wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove, straining at a gnat and swallowing a camel. A voice crying in the wilderness, poor as Job, a light dawning on us, to speak with fiery tongues, to be like unto whited sepulchres, to wash one's hands of guilt, and a whole line of others of the kind. In fact, loan translation is one of the most curious things in language. Who thinks deeper here will reach conclusions which completely dispel the fairy tale of the Immaculate Conception of national speech. Loan translations testify eloquently how strongly culture unites mankind. This bond is so enduring because it has, so to speak, tied itself and has not been imposed on man by external pressure. Compared with culture, so-called national consciousness is but an artificial creation serving to justify the political ambitions of small minorities in society. Culture knows no such subterfuge, if only for the reason that it was not mechanically made, but has grown organically. It is the sum total of all human activity and motivates our lives unconditionally and without pretense. Loan translations are nothing but intellectual borrowings by various groups of people within a certain cultural circle and even beyond it. This influence, the so-called national consciousness opposes vainly, and Fritz Mothner remarks with good reason. Before the intrusion of national consciousness, before the beginning of purist movements, the mass of the people borrowed from the treasury of foreign speech. Afterwards, such loans were avoided, but all the more numerously foreign concepts were brought into the language by translation. There are modern people of such touchy national feeling that they have driven purism to the utmost extreme, Neo-Greeks and Czechs. But they can isolate only their language, not their world concepts, their whole intellectual situation. For speech is not a special organism obeying its own laws, as was formerly believed, it is the form of expression of human individuals socially united. It changes with the spiritual and social conditions of life. Fritz Mothner, Die Sprache/IE, Frankfurt A/M 1906, p. 55. And is in the highest degree dependent on them. In speech, human thought expresses itself, but this is no purely personal affair, as is often assumed, but an inner process continually animated and influenced by the social environment. In man's thoughts are mirrored not only his natural environment, but all relations which he has with his fellows. The closer the union to which we belong, the richer and more varied the cultural relations we maintain with our fellow men, the stronger are the reciprocal effects which unite us with our social environment and continually influence our thought. Thinking is, therefore, by no means a process which finds its explanation solely in the mental life of the individual. It is likewise a reflection of the natural and social environment which crystallizes in man's brain into definite concepts. From this point of view, the social character of human thought is undeniable, and as speech is but the living expression of our thought, its existence is rooted in the life of society and conditioned by it. This is, indeed, apparent from the fact that human speech is not inborn, but only acquired by man through his social relations. It is not maintained that by this concept all the riddles of thought and speech have been solved. In this field there is very much for which we have no sufficient explanation, and the well-known opinion of Goethe, that really no one understands another, and no one on hearing the same words thinks what another thinks, has certainly profound meaning. There are still many unknown and mysterious things in us and around us concerning which the last word has not yet been spoken. However, we are not dealing here with such problems, but solely with the social character of thought and speech, which in our opinion is undeniable. Concerning the origin of language, likewise, we have until now only been able to surmise, but Haeckel's assumption that man commenced his evolutionary course as a mute being appears to us to have little probability. It is reasonable to assume that man, who had inherited the social instincts of his predecessors in the animal kingdom, was already, upon his appearance on the human plane of life, endowed with certain expressions of speech, however crude and undeveloped these might have been. For language in its widest sense is not the exclusive property of man, but can be clearly recognized in all social species. That within these species a certain mutual understanding takes place is undeniable according to all observations. It is not language as such, but the special forms of human speech, the articulate language which permits of concepts and so enables man's thoughts to achieve higher results, which distinguish man in this respect from other species. It is probable that human speech was at its beginning limited to certain sounds derived from nature, to which were probably added expressions denoting pain, pleasure, or surprise. These sounds became habitual within the horde for the designation of certain things and were inherited by the progeny. With these first paltry beginnings the necessary preconditions for the further development of speech were given. But speech itself became for man a valuable instrument in the struggle for existence and has doubtless contributed most to his fabulous rise. By communal work, obligatory for the whole horde, there gradually arose also a series of special designations for the tools and objects of daily use. Every new invention, every discovery, contributed to the enrichment of the previously acquired store of language, and this evolution in time led to the formation of definite word pictures or symbols from which a new mode of thinking had to result. Although language was primarily only an expression of thought, it now reacted on thought and influenced its course. The image import of words, which originally sprang from purely sensual impressions, gradually progressed to the mental and created thereby the first precondition for abstract thinking. From this arose that curious reciprocal action between speech and human thought, which during cultural development has become ever more varied and complicated, so that we can with some reason maintain that language thinks for us. But it is these very image expressions, the so-called word symbols, that have most influenced the course of events and changed their original meanings so thoroughly that they frequently turn into their opposites. This happens, as a rule, against all logic, but then language is not amenable to logic, a fact which seldom occurs to most of the language purifiers. Many words gradually disappear from a language without any clear reason, a process which we can very well observe at the present time. Thus, the old gas had to yield precedence to Strasse, Stube is being crowded out by Zimmer, Nabe had to yield to Jung, Haupt, to Kopf, and Käse, to Gesicht. On the other hand, some words whose original meaning has been lost nevertheless maintain themselves in the language. Thus we still speak of a flint, a fetter, a silver gulden, although the flintlock long ago passed into history, and we have almost forgotten that our fathers and grandfathers made their writing implements from the plumage of a goose, and although golden really means golden and can consequently have nothing in common with silver. We enjoy a man's dry humor, and never suspect that the latter word, derived from the Latin, originally meant wetness, juice, or moisture. But language accomplishes still stranger things. Thus, a knight returning to his castle from a fight was entristede, meaning that he took off his armor, but we now put on our armor when we become entrusted, indignant. Every language contains a number of such contradictions, the only explanation being that men gradually give to certain things and events new meanings without being conscious of it. The German philologist, Ernst Wasserseher, in some excellent studies, from which the above examples were taken, has described impressively the symbolism of language and has shown that we speak almost exclusively in images without noticing it. When peasant women lesen, glean, ears of grain in a field, when we übertreten, overstep, a puddle, when our image mirrors in a brook, these are real processes which need no further explanation. but when we listen from a newspaper, übertreten the law, or a man's soul is mirrored in his eyes, then the symbolism of language is at work, visualizing for us certain processes for which sensual perception can only serve as godfather. These conceptual images are not only subject to constant change, but every new phenomenon of social life creates new word forms which were quite incomprehensible to former generations because they lacked the social and mental basis for these new structures in language. The World War, with its immediate accompanying effects in all fields of economic, political, and social life, gives an excellent example of this. During it a number of new words were introduced into the language which no one would have understood before the war, for example, drum fire, gas attack, flamethrower, field walker, shock troop, smoke screen, barrage fire, camouflage. Such new formations appear in the course of time in all fields of human activity, and owe their creation to the constant change in the conditions of life. In this manner language changes within certain periods so completely that later generations, looking backward and viewing its creation, find it stranger and stranger, until finally a point is reached where it is no longer understood and has meaning only for the scholar engaged in research. Already the language of Schiller and Goethe has disappeared. The speech of Fischart, Hans Sachs, and Luther presents many problems to us, and frequently requires an explanation to bring the men of that time and their concept of life within our comprehension. The further we hark back say to the time of Walter von der Vogelweide and Gottfried von Strassburg, the darker and less understandable becomes the meaning of the language, until we finally reach a point where our own language appears to us like a foreign tongue whose puzzles we can only solve by the aid of translations. Let one read a few stanzas from the famous Heiland Handschrift allegedly composed by an unknown Saxon poet at the instigation of Louis the Pious not long after the conversion of the Saxons to Christianity. This German from the first half of the 9th century sounds to us today like a foreign language, and just as strange to us are the men who spoke it. The language of Rabelais was hardly understood in France 100 years after his death. The modern Frenchman can understand the original text of the great humanist only with the aid of a special dictionary. Bilderbuch der Deutschen Sprache, Leben und Web en der Sprache. By the establishment of the French Academy in 1629 the French language was given a strict guardian that endeavored with all its power to eliminate from it popular expressions and figures of speech. This was called refining the language. In reality it deprived it of originality and bent it under the yoke of an unnatural despotism from which it was later obliged forcibly to free itself. Fenelon, and also Racine, gave this sentiment various expression. J. Diderot wrote quite plainly. We have impoverished our language by all too much refinement. Frequently we have only a particular word at our disposal for the expression of a thought, so we prefer to let the thought's force fade because we are afraid to use a new and allegedly ungenteel expression. In this way a number of words have been lost to us which we gladly admire in Amiot and Montaigne. The so-called good style has banished them from the language only for the reason that they were used by the people. The people, however, who always strive to imitate the great, after a while refused also to use these words, so that in the course of time they were forgotten. The language of Shakespeare presents many puzzles even to the educated Englishman, not only because much ancient speech stuff survives in it which is no longer used in modern English, but principally because the poet uses many words in a sense which does not correspond to their modern meaning. Back to the Canterbury Tales of Geoffrey Chaucer is a very difficult journey, while the original text of the songs of Beowulf is unknown territory to the modern Englishman. To the Spaniard of today the original of Don Quixote presents many difficulties, and these become increasingly insurmountable as he approaches the old text of El Cid. The deeper we penetrate into the past of a language, the stranger it appears to us. To attempt to discover its beginning would be a vain undertaking. Who could, for example, definitely state when in Italy and France men quit speaking Latin and began to speak Italian and French? Who could say when the corrupted lingua romana rustica changed into Spanish, or better still, Catalonian language alters so gradually that succeeding generations are hardly conscious of the change? With this we reach a point of great significance for our investigation. The defenders of national ideology maintain that nationality represents a natural inner unity and is in its deepest being something permanent, something unchangeable. Although they cannot deny that the conditions of mental and social life of every nationality are subject to change, they try to save themselves with the assertion that these changes affect only the outer conditions and not the real nature of the nationality. Now, if language were in fact the special token of the national spirit, then it would have to represent a special unity which is defined by the nature of a nation and reveals the special character of every people. In fact, such assertions have not been wanting. Fichte, even, attempted to derive a nation's character from its language. With the full arrogance of his extreme patriotic enthusiasm, he asserts of the German language that it reveals the vigor of a natural force which gives it life, power, and expressiveness, while the people of the Latin tongues, more especially the French, have at their disposal only an artificial, purely conventional language which does violence to their nature, and in which the real character of those people is revealed. Later, Wilhelm von Humboldt also developed a complete theory which was to prove that in the structure and expressiveness of a language the special nature of a people reveals itself. Language is, so to speak, the external expression of the spirit of a people. Their speech is their spirit, and their spirit is their speech. One cannot express too strongly the identity of the two. Asterisk. Since then, similar theories have appeared frequently. The attempts of Weierkant, Husing, Fink and others illustrate this. In all these attempts, some of them presented very brilliantly, the wish was father to the thought. They all bear on their face the mark of the manufactured. One feels that they are artificially wound up. Real and indisputable proofs for the correctness of these theories have nowhere been given. Hence, the well-known philologist, Sandfeld Jensen, is quite right when he disputes Fink's statement that the structure of the German language should be regarded as the expression of the German world concept, and declares that Fink never gave proof for his assertion and that other researchers could with just as good grounds have reached quite a different conclusion. Says Sandfeld Jensen, in this difficult field, usually called folk psychology, one constantly runs danger of being pushed off the firm ground and losing oneself in empty philosophizing. No, language is not the result of a special folk unity. It is a structure in constant change in which the intellectual and social culture of the various phases of our evolution is reflected. It is always in flux, protean in its inexhaustible power to assume new forms. This eternal change in language accounts for the existence of old and new, living and dead, languages. But if language constantly changes, if it readily yields to foreign influences and always has an open door for the progeny of another species, then it is a faithful reflection of culture in general. This fact also gives proof that by the aid of language we can never penetrate into the mysterious nature of the nation which allegedly is always the same at bottom. Einleitung über die Verschiedenheit der Menschlichkeitsfrage und Einfluss auf die geistige Entwicklung der Menschheit. Die SBA Wissenschaft. Leipzig, Berlin, 1923. As we conscientiously pursue the origins of a language, we find that it has fewer and fewer relations with the cultural circle to which we belong. The chasm which separates us from the men of past ages becomes ever wider, until at last all is lost in an impenetrable mist. When a Frenchman or an Englishman, be he thinker, statesman, or artist, today presents certain thoughts to us, we readily understand him. Although we do not belong to the same nation, we do belong to the same cultural circle and are united by invisible ties, the spiritual currents of our time. But the feeling and thinking of men of past centuries remains for us largely strange or impenetrable even when they belong to the same nation, for they were subject to other cultural influences. To bring those ages closer to us we need a substitute which replaces reality, tradition. But where tradition sets in, there begins the realm of fiction. Just as the first history of every people is lost in mythology, so also in tradition the mythical plays the most important part. It is not alone the so-called historical conception which makes events of past ages appear to us in a special light. Allegedly objective history, too, is never free from mythological haziness and historical mistakes. Usually these occur quite unconsciously. Everything depends on how strongly the personal attitude of the historian has influenced his interpretation of the received tradition and, consequently, the picture he has made. In this personal attitude of the historian, the social environment in which he lives, the class he belongs to, the political or religious opinions he holds, all play an important part. The so-called national history of every country is a great fable having hardly any relationship to actual events. Of the history taught in the school books of the various nations we will not even speak. There, history is perverted on principle. Human predisposition, inherited prejudices and traditional concepts, to touch which we are either too cowardly or too lazy, very frequently influence the judgment of even earnest researchers and tempt them to arbitrary judgments having little in common with historical reality. No one is more subject to such influences than the protagonists of nationalistic ideas. For them all too frequently a wish concept must serve as a substitute for sober facts. That the origin and evolution of a language does not proceed according to national principles nor spring from the special conception of a particular people is clear for everyone who is willing to see it. Let us glance at the evolution of English, today the most widely spread of all European tongues. Of the speech of the Celtic tribes who inhabited the British Isles before the Roman invasion, certain dialects have to this day survived in Wales, the Isle of Man, Ireland, the Scottish Highlands and French Brittany. But British in this sense has no relation whatsoever with modern English either in sentence structure or vocabulary. When during the 1st century the Romans subjected the land to their rule, they naturally tried to introduce their language among the people. Presumably the spread of the Latin tongue was confined primarily to the towns and the larger settlements in the southern part of the country where Roman rule had taken strongest root. At any rate, it was inevitable that during almost 4 centuries of Roman occupation many words were adopted from that language. It is even very probable that in this manner, in the course of time, a special local Latin would have evolved, from which, just as in Italy, France, and Spain, a language would have developed. This development was completely destroyed when in the 6th century the Low German tribes, the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes, invaded Britain and conquered the land after protracted struggles with warlike tribes of the north. Then the speech of the conquerors gradually became the language of the land, although many words from the local dialects were adopted. With the Danish invasions of the 8th and 10th centuries, new Germanic idioms entered the language of the country, an influence which even today can be clearly recognized. Finally, after the invasion of the Normans under William the Conqueror, the language was thoroughly permeated with Norman French, so that there occurred not only a decided increase of the old speech heritage by so-called loan words, but also a profound change in the spirit and structure of the language. From these manifold transitions and mixtures of tongues there evolved gradually the modern English speech. Every language has had a similar evolution, even though the separate phases of the process cannot always be so clearly followed. Not only has every language in the course of its development received many foreign language elements into its stock of words, but very frequently even the grammatical structure of the language has been profoundly changed by close touch with other people. A classic example is the modern speech of the various Balkan states. The various languages can be traced to quite different language roots. Nevertheless, these languages have, according to the enlightened testimony of eminent philologists, a remarkably unified imprint, not only in respect to their phraseology, but also in the evolution of their syntax. Thus, for example, in all of them, the infinitive has been more or less lost. One of the most curious phenomena in the evolution of languages is the Bulgarian. According to the united opinion of well-known philologists like Schleicher, Lskian, Brugman, Kopitar, and others, the Bulgarian is much closer to the Old Slavic Church language than any other modern Slavic tongue. Yet, besides 2,000 Turkish and about 1,000 Greek words, it has absorbed numerous expressions from the Persian, Arabic, Albanian, and Romanian. The grammar of the Bulgarian language has assumed quite new forms. Thus the definite article is attached to the noun, as in Albanian and Romanian. Furthermore, Bulgarian is the nationalism and culture zygai. Only one among the Slavic tongues which has completely lost its 7 cases and has replaced them by prepositions, as in Italian and French. Of such examples comparative philology knows a great number. This is one reason why modern philology comes more and more clearly to recognize that all former classifications of languages according to various original groups can at best be regarded only as a technical device corresponding but little to reality. We know today that even the Tibetan Chinese and the Ural Altai and Semitic languages are interspersed with a mass of Indo-Germanic speech elements, as was also the Old Egyptian. Of the Hebrew language it is maintained that while it is Semitic in its structure, in its vocabulary it is Indo-Germanic. G. Meinhof, one of the best experts on African languages, even maintains that Semitic, Hamitic, and Indo-Germanic languages belong to the same speech circle. But it is not alone foreign influences which affect the evolution of a language. Every great event in the life of a people or a nation which steers its history into new courses leaves deep marks on its language. Thus, the Great French Revolution resulted not only in profound changes in the economic, political, and social life of France, it also caused a complete about-face in language and burst the fetters which the vanity of the aristocracy and the literary men under aristocratic influence had imposed on it. Especially in France the language of the court and of the salon and of literature had been so immensely refined that it seemed to have lost all vigor of expression and spent itself only in sophistications. Between the language of the educated and of the great masses of the people there yawned an abyss just as unbridgeable as the chasm between the privileged classes and the proletariat. Only the revolution stayed the decline of the language. It endowed the newly awakened political and social life with a great number of forceful and popular expressions, most of which maintained themselves, although during the years of the reaction every effort was made to eliminate from the language all expressions reminiscent of the revolution. In his Neologue, published in 1801, Mercier mentions over 2,000 words unknown in the age of Louis XIV, yet the number of new creations emanating from the revolution was by no means exhausted. Paul Lafargue says, in a remarkable essay, new words and expressions assailed the language in such number that newspapers and periodicals of that time could have been understood by the courtiers of Louis XIV only by means of a translation. Carrot. Popular speech is, in fact, a chapter in itself. If we choose to regard language as the essential characteristic of a nation we are likely to over. This essay, from which we have borrowed some passages concerning the development of the French language, first appeared in a Parisian periodical. Ehrenhofklug. A German translation appeared in a supplementary number of Dig and Gesiget, number 15, under the title, Sie Französische Sprache vor nach der Revolution. Carrot. Look, the fact that mutual understanding between the various members of the same nation is often possible only by the common written language. This language, however, which every nation only gradually evolves, is, compared with popular speech, an artificial creation. Hence, written language and popular speech are always antagonistic, the latter only unwillingly submitting to external compulsion. It is certain that all written language developed first from a particular dialect. Usually this dialect belongs to a region more advanced economically and culturally, whose inhabitants on account of their higher mental development have also a larger vocabulary which gradually gives them a certain predominance over the dialects of others. This development is clearly observable in every country. Gradually the written language absorbs words of other dialects, and so the possibility of linguistic understanding within a larger territory is furthered. Thus we find in Luther's translation of the Bible, which is based on the High Saxon dialect, quite a number of expressions borrowed from other German dialects. Many words which Luther uses in his translation were totally unknown in southern Germany, so that they could not be understood without a special explanation, for instance, Fullen, Gehorkefei Diesken, Lip, Train Con, Ufer, hugely and so on. Taken from High German dialects are Stonatians Friechen Tageti Unbill, Annie Dumpf, while Danvni Butte Sy Beschwichtigene Flali Duster, Sacht, are of Low German origin. It is, therefore, the written language, not the popular speech, that serves as a means of understanding in a wider circle. The man from Dietmar or East Prussia is practically in a foreign country when he comes to Bavaria or Swabia. To the Frieslander the so-called Schweizerdeutsch asterisk sounds as foreign as French, although he has the same written language. That a South German is quite helpless among the various dialects of the Low Germans everyone knows who has had even the least experience. We meet the same phenomenon in the speech of every nation. The Londoner can hardly understand the Scotch dialect. The Parisian is entirely a stranger to the French of the Gascon or the Walloon, while to the Provençal the secrets of the Parisian argot are forever closed, without a special study. The Italian of the Neapolitan is less difficult to the Spaniard than to the Venetian or the Genoese. The speech of the Andalusians is very distinct from that of the Castilians, not to speak of the Catalonians, who have their own language. The philologist who could draw a definite line between dialect and language is yet to be born. In most cases it is quite impossible to determine where a dialect ceases and a separate language begins. Hence the uncertainty about the number of the languages on earth, put by some Philolo. C. W. Fischer, Die Deutsche Sprache von heute. Berlin-Leipzig, 1918. Gists at about 800 and by others at 1500 to 2000. The speech free from dialects, however, which is created from the written language, is never able to convey to us properly the spirit and the special character of the idiom. Every translation from a foreign language has its deficiencies which can never be quite surmounted. Yet it is easier to translate from one language into another than to translate a dialect of one's own language into the common written language. The bare occurrence of things can be conveyed, but never the living spirit, which stands and falls with the idiom. All attempts to translate Fritz Reuter into High German have so far failed and must always fail, just as it would be love's labor lost to try to translate into the written German the Alemannisch Getschte of Hebel, or the dialect poets like Friedrich Stolze, Franz von Kobel, or Daniel Hertz. Frequently, the question whether a speech is to be regarded as a dialect or as a distinct language is purely a political affair. Thus, Dutch is today a separate language because the Hollanders have their own state organization. If this were not so, Dutch would probably be regarded as a Low German dialect. The same relationship exists between Danish and Swedish. In Germany as well as in Sweden there seem to exist greater differences between various dialects of the country than between German and Dutch or between Swedish and Danish. On the other hand, we see how under the influence of an especially intense nationalism a dead language can be awakened to new life, as the Celtic in Ireland, and Hebrew in the Jewish colonies in Palestine. But speech everywhere takes quite curious courses and constantly presents new puzzles which no philologist has up to now been able to solve. It is not so very long since we believed that all existing and all vanished languages could be traced to a common original language. Doubtless the myth of the lost paradise played a part in this. The belief in a first pair of mankind logically leads to the concept of a common original language. Hebrew was naturally accepted, the sacred language. Advancing knowledge concerning man's origin put an end to this belief also. This definite break with the old conception first cleared the way for an evolutionary historical examination of language. The consequence was that the whole mass of arbitrary preconceptions had to be abandoned as being in hopeless disagreement with the results of modern philological research. Thus, among others, fell the hypothesis of a regular evolution of language according to definite phonetic laws, which had been maintained by Schleicher and his successors. Gradually the conclusion was reached that the slow formation of a language is no law-determined process at all, but happens quite without rule or order. When later the theory of the legendary Aryan race also gently dissolved, together with the fanciful speculations which had attached themselves to the alleged existence of such a race, the hypothesis of a common origin for the so-called Indo-Germanic languages, frequently called Aryan, was badly shaken and can hardly be maintained today. The fable of a common genealogical tree of the so-called Aryan languages can, after the skeptical labors of Johannes Schmidt, be no longer maintained, and is carefully avoided by leading philologists. I see the time as not far distant when the concept of language kinships will no longer be used at all, when the similarity of speech elements can for the larger part be traced to adoptions and the lesser part left unexplained, when we finally quit trying to apply the methods of history when dealing with prehistoric times and the science of tradition to the time without traditions. The genealogical tree building of comparative philology achieved its triumphs for a time out of which literary sources may have come down to us, but not historical connections. When we recognize these connections in the light of historical time, there exist no longer any daughter languages, there are only adoptions by the weaker culture from the stronger, wherein often enough fashion, religion, or war glory decided what is weaker and what is stronger. There are individual adoptions and mass adoptions, adoptions from a special culture branch and adoptions from a whole culture asterisk. The origin and formation of the different languages is wrapped in such impenetrable darkness that we can only feel our way forward with the help of uncertain hypotheses. All the more is caution commanded in a field where we can so easily go hopelessly astray. But one thing is sure, the idea that every language is the original creation of a particular people or a particular nation and has consequently a purely national character lacks any foundation and is only one of those countless illusions which in the age of race theories and nationalism have become so unpleasantly conspicuous. If one maintains, however, that speech is the characteristic expression of nationality, then one must naturally prove therefrom that a people or a nation ceases to exist when, for one reason or another, it has abandoned its speech, a phenomenon by no means rare in history. Or do we believe that with a change in speech there also occurs a change in the national spirit or the soul of the nation? If this were true, it would prove that nationality is a very uncertain concept, lacking any substantial basis. Peoples have in the course of history frequently changed their language, and it is for the most part only a question of accident what language a people uses today. The people of Germany present no exception in this respect. They have with relative ease accepted not only the morals and Fritz Mothner, Die Sprache, p. 49. Customs of foreign peoples, but also their languages, and have forgotten their own. When the Normans in the 9th and 10th centuries settled in northern France, it was hardly 100 years before they had completely forgotten their own language and spoke only French. At the conquest of England and Sicily in the 11th century, the same phenomenon was repeated. The Norman conquerors in England forgot their acquired French and took over the language of the acquired land, whose development, however, they strongly influenced. In Sicily and southern Italy, however, the Norman influence vanished entirely or left scarcely a trace. The conquerors were lost entirely in the native population, whose language, and, frequently, Oriental customs, they had accepted. And not the Normans alone. A whole line of Germanic peoples have in their wanderings and conquests surrendered their own language and accepted another. We may mention the Lombards in Italy, the Franks in Gaul, the Goths in Spain, not to mention the Vandals, Suevians, Alani, and many others. Peoples and tribes of the most varied stems have had to accept the same fate. When Ludwig John, the great German patriot, who on principle could not endure a Frenchman, uttered the words, "In its mother tongue every people honors itself," in the treasury of its speech is contained the charter of its cultural history. A people which forgets its own language abandons its franchise in humanity and is only playing a super's part on the world stage. He unfortunately forgot that the people to which he belonged, the Prussians, were also one of the peoples who had forgotten their language and had abandoned their franchise in humanity. The old Prussians were a mixed people in which the Slavic element was by far predominant, and they spoke a language related to the Lettish and Lithuanian, which maintained itself until the 16th century. The philologist, Dyer, therefore, rightly maintains, there are few, perhaps no, peoples who in the course of history have not changed their language, some of them several times. In this respect the Jews are remarkable. Their original history, like that of most peoples, is totally unknown, but we may assume that they entered history as a mixed people. During the Jewish rule in Palestine, two languages were in use there, Hebrew and Aramaic, and in religious services both languages were used. A considerable time before the destruction of Jerusalem there was in Rome a large Jewish congregation with considerable influence which had adopted the Latin language. In Alexandria also there lived numerous Jews, whose number was increased by countless fugitives after the failure of the rebellion of the Maccabees. In Egypt, Jews adopted the Greek language and translated their sacred writings into Greek, and at the last the text was studied only in these translations. Their best minds participated in the rich intellectual life of the Greeks and wrote almost entirely in their language. When at the beginning of the 8th century the Arabs invaded Spain, many Jews streamed into the land, where, just as in the north of Africa, a considerable number of Jewish settlements already existed. Under the Moorish rule the Jews enjoyed very great liberties, which permitted them to take prominent part in the cultural upbuilding of the land at that time, an oasis in the midst of the spiritual darkness wherein Europe was sunk. And Arabic became the speech of the Jewish people. Even religio-philosophical works like the Moreh Nebuchim, Guide of the Erring, by Moses ben Maimonides, and the Kosari of the celebrated poet, Jehuda Halevi, were written in Arabic and only later translated into Hebrew. After the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, many families went to France, Germany, Holland, and England, where already existed Jewish communities which had adopted the speech of their hosts. Later, when cruel persecution of the Jews occurred in France and Germany, streams of Jewish refugees went to Poland and Russia. They took their old ghetto German, largely interpenetrated with Hebrew expressions, into the new home, where in the course of time many Slavic words drifted into their speech. Thus developed the so-called Yiddish, the present speech of the Eastern Jews, which during the last 40 years has created a fairly voluminous literature that can very well endure comparison with the literature of the other small peoples of Europe. We are here dealing with a people which in the course of a long and painful history has frequently changed its language without thereby losing its inner unity. On the other hand, there are a number of instances where community of language does not coincide with the frontiers of the nation at all, and again others where in the same state various languages are used. Thus, by language, the native of Roussillon is much more closely related to the Catalonians, the Corsican to the Italians, the Alsatian to the Germans, although for all that they all belong to the French nation. The Brazilian speaks the same language as the Portuguese. In the other South American states Spanish is the language. The Negroes of Haiti speak French, a very corrupt French, which is, nevertheless, their mother tongue, for they have no other. The United States has the same speech as England. In the lands of North Africa and Asia Minor, Arabic is the common language. Of similar examples there are a great number. On the other hand, in even so small a country as Switzerland, 4 different languages are used: German, French, Italian and Romansh. Belgium has 2 languages, Flemish and French. In Spain, besides the official Castilian, there are Basque, Catalonian, and Portuguese. There is scarcely a state in Europe that does not harbor foreign language groups to a greater or less extent. Language is, therefore, no characteristic of a nation. It is even not always decisive of membership in a particular nation. Every language is permeated with a mass of foreign speech elements in which the mode of thought and the intellectual culture of other peoples live. Es. For this reason, all attempts to trace the so-called essence of the nation to its language fail utterly to carry conviction. Chapter 3. Race Research and Race Theory. Concerning the unity of the genus man. The alleged original races of Europe. Concerning the concept race. The discovery of the blood groups and the race. Physical characters and mental qualities. Gobineau's theory of the inequality of the races of men. The Aryans. History as race conflict. Race theory and seigneurial right. Chamberlain's race theories. Chamberlain and Gobineau. The German as the creator of all cultures. Christ as a German. Protestantism as a race religion. Germandom and Judaism as opposite poles. The political endeavors of Chamberlain. Ludwig Woltmann's theory. Race theory and heredity. The influence of the natural environment. Modern race theories. The race soul. Race characteristics of the German bearers of culture. The power of acquired characters. Hunger and love. Race in the World War. The Nordic theory. Denunciation of other races. The consequences of a delusive conception. Contradictions in modern race literature. Men and ideas in the light of race theory. Race and power. Besides the concepts already discussed concerning the character of the nation, there is another which today is very clamorous and has gained many adherents, especially in Germany. We are here speaking of community of blood and of the alleged influence of race on the structure of the nation and on its spiritual and cultural creative endowment. From the very beginning we must make here a clear distinction between purely scientific investigations concerning the origin of races and their special characteristics, and the so-called race theories whose advocates have ventured to judge the mental, moral, and cultural qualities of particular human groups from the real or imaginary physical characteristics of a race. The latter undertaking is extremely risky, inasmuch as we are quite uncertain not only of the origin of races, but of the origin of men in general, and have to rely solely upon hypotheses, not knowing how far they correspond to reality, or fail to do so. Scientific authorities are not agreed in their opinions as to the age of the human race. It was some time before they were willing to place the first appearance of man on Earth as far back as the glacial epoch. However, the opinion is lately gaining ground that man's past can be traced back to the Tertiary period. We are also completely in the dark concerning man's original home. Decided differences of opinion among the most noted representatives of biological science have again been brought sharply to the front during recent years by the results of the Cameron Cable expeditions in South Africa and the Roy Chapman Andrews American expedition in Outer Mongolia. The question also remains unanswered whether the appearance of mankind was confined to a definite region or occurred in various parts of the Earth approximately at the same time. In other words, whether the genus man sprang from a single stem and the differences of race were subsequently caused by migrations or changes in the external conditions of life, or whether difference of race was due to descent from different stems from the very beginning. Most researchers today still maintain the standpoint of monogenesis and are of the opinion that mankind goes back to a single original source and that race distinctions appeared only later through change of environment. Darwin maintained this point of view when he said, "All human races are so immensely closer to one another than to any ape that I am inclined to view them as descending from a single form." What has caused prominent men of science to adhere to the unity of the human species is principally the structure of the human skeleton, which determines the whole bodily formation, and which among all races shows an astonishing similarity of structure. To all these difficulties must be added the fact that we are not at all clear about the concept of race, as is seen from the arbitrary way men have played about with the classification of existing races. For a long time we were content with the 4 races of Linnaeus. Then Blumenbach produced a 5th and Buffon a 6th, Pascal followed at once with a 7th and Agassiz with an 8th. Till at length Haeckel was talking of 12, Morton of 22, and Crawford of 60 races, a number which was to be doubled a little later. So that as respectable a researcher as Luskin could with justice assert that it is just as impossible to determine the number of the existing races of men as of the existing languages, since one can no more easily distinguish between a race and a variety than between a language and a so-called dialect. If a white North European is set beki a Negro and a typical Mongolian, the difference is clear to any layman. But if one examines thoroughly the countless gradations of these 3 races, one reaches a point at last where one cannot say with certainty where one race leaves off and the other begins. The Gothic word, ritsa, really had only the meaning of ripped or line in the sense it found admission into most European languages, where it gradually was called upon for the designation of other things and still is. Thus in English we understand by race not only a specific animal or human group with definite hereditary physical characteristics, but the word is also used for contests in speed, as for instance, horse race. Also we speak of the race of life, and a mill race. In France, the word acquired, among other meanings, also a political meaning, as applied to the succession of the various dynasties. Thus the Merovingians, the Carolingians, and the Capites were spoken of as the first, the second and the third race. In Spanish and Italian also, the word has a similar variety of meanings. Later, it was used mainly by breeders of animals until gradually it became the fashionable slogan for particular political parties. Thus we have become used to connect the word race with a concept which is itself unclear. As eminent an anthropologist as F. von Luskin dared to say, yes, the word race itself has more and more lost its meaning and had best be abandoned if it could be replaced by a less ambiguous word. Since the discovery of the famous human skeletal remains in Neanderthal, 1856, scientific research has made about 100 similar discoveries throughout various parts of the Earth, all of which are traceable to the glacial age. We must, however, not overestimate the knowledge gained from them, for nearly all are single specimens with which no certain comparisons can be made. Besides, bone remnants alone give us no idea whatsoever concerning the skin color, hair, and superficial facial structure of these prehistoric men. From the skull structure of these human specimens only one thing can be stated with a certain degree of definiteness, namely, that in these discoveries we are dealing with at least 3 different varieties, which have been named after the places where they were discovered. So we now speak of a Neanderthal race, an Aurinak race and a Cro-Magnon race. Of these, the Neanderthal man seems to have been the most primitive, whereas the Cro-Magnon man, both from his skull structure and the tools discovered, seems to have been the most developed scion of the European population at that time. In what relationship these 3 races, assuming that we are really dealing with races, stood to each other and where they came from, no one knows. Whether the Neanderthalers really originated in Africa and emigrated to Europe, or whether they had inhabited great sections of our continent for thousands of years until about 40,000 years ago they were driven out by the immigrating Aurinak race, as Kloch and Heilborn assumed, is of course only hypothesis. It is equally questionable either the Cro-Magnon man is in fact the result of a mixture of the Neanderthal. 1. Some English philologists trace the verb to write to ritsa, as it originally meant to mark something. And the Aurinak man, as some investigators have assumed. Entirely mistaken is the attempt to derive the present European races from these 3 original races, since we cannot know whether in these varieties we are really dealing with original racial types or not. Most probably not. Not only in Europe are pure races wanting, we also fail to find them among the so-called savage peoples, even when these have made their homes in the most distant parts of the earth, as, for example, the Eskimos or the inhabitants of Tierra del Fuego. Whether there were once original races can hardly be affirmed today. At least our present state of knowledge does not justify us in making definite assertions which lack all convincing proof. From this it appears that the concept of race does not describe something fixed and unchangeable, but something in a perpetual state of flux, something continually being made over. Most of all we must beware of confusing race with species or genus, as is unfortunately so often done by modern race theorists. Race is only an artificial classification concept of biological science used as a technical device for keeping track of particular observations. Only mankind as a whole constitutes a biological unit, a species. This is proved primarily by the unlimited capacity for crossbreeding within the genus man. Every sexual union between offspring of the most widely different races is fruitful, also unions of its progeny. This phenomenon is one of the strongest arguments for the common origin of humankind. With the discovery of the so-called blood groups it was at first believed that the problem of race had been solved, but here, too, the disillusionment followed swiftly. When Karl Landsteiner had succeeded in proving that men can be distinguished according to 3 different blood groups, to which Jansky and Moss added a 4th, it was believed that this difference in the blood, a fact of great importance especially for medical science, would establish the existence of 4 primary races. But it was soon discovered that these 4 blood groups can be found among all races, though blood group 3 is rare among American Indians and Eskimos. Above all, it was shown that a long-skulled blonde with all the marks of the Nordic race may belong to the same blood group as a dark-skinned Negro or an almond-eyed Chinese. Doubtless a very sad fact for those race theorists who have so much to say about the voice of the blood. The majority of race theoreticians maintain that so-called race characteristics are a heritage created by nature itself unaffected by external life conditions and are transferred unchanged to the progeny, providing that the parents are racially related. Hence, the race destiny is a blood fate which none can escape. By race characteristics we mean primarily the shape of the skull, the color of the skin, the special kind and color of the hair and eyes, the shape of the nose, and the size of the body. Whether these characteristics are indeed so inalienable as race theorists maintain. Whether they can really be changed only by crossing of races, or whether natural or social environment cannot also effect a change of purely physiological race characteristics, is for science a chapter far from closed. How the special characteristics of the various races originally appeared we can today only guess, but in all probability they were in one way or another acquired by a change in the natural environment, a view held today by the most prominent anthropologists. There exist already quite a number of established facts from which it appears that physical race characteristics may be changed by external life conditions and the change inherited by the descendants. In his excellent work, Race and Culture, Friedrich Hertz records the experiments with mollusks and insects by the two researchers, Schroeder and Pictet, who by changes in environment succeeded in altering the nutritional instincts, mode of ovulation and of pupation, and the procreative instinct so thoroughly that the changes were transmitted by inheritance, even though the modified conditions were later removed. The experiments which the American scholar Tower made with the Colorado beetle are well known. Tower exposed the insects to colder temperatures and by these and other influences succeeded in effecting a change in certain characteristics which also were inherited by the progeny. E. Vater records the experiences of the Russian anthropologist Ivanowski during the 3-year famine period in Russia after the war. Ivanowski had made measurements of 2,114 men and women from the most varied parts of the country at half-yearly intervals, so that every individual was examined 6 times. Thereby it was discovered that the cross-section of the body was reduced an average of 4 to 5 centimeters, and the circumference of the head as well as its length and breadth was reduced and the cephalic index changed. This was true among the Great Russians, as also among the White and Little Russians, Syrians, Bashkirs, Kalmucks, and Kyrgyzes. Among the Armenians, Gruzians, and Crim Tartars it was raised. Likewise, the percentage of short heads had increased, and the nasal index had become smaller. According to Ivanowski, the unchangeableness of anthropological types is a fable. Change of food, of climate, influence of higher temperatures, greater humidity, and so on, unquestionably result in alterations of certain body characteristics. Thus the well-known American anthropologist, F. Boas, was able to prove that the skull formation of the descendants of immigrants showed a marked change in America, so that, for instance, the descendants of short-headed Oriental Jews became longer-headed, and the long-headed Sicilians became shorter-headed. The skull, that is, tends to assume a certain form of cross-section. These results are the more. Ernst Vater, Die Rassen und Völker der Erde. Leipzig, 1927, p. 37. F. Boas in Die Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1913, Band 45. Compare also the same author's Kultur und Rasse. Zweitauflage, Berlin, 1922. Remarkable because they deal with a change in bodily characteristics which can only be explained by the action of external influences on the so-called hereditary purity of the race. Of quite a special, and in its results as yet quite incalculable, significance are the results achieved in late years by the action of Röntgen and cathode rays. Experiments made at the University of Texas by Professor J. H. Miller yielded results which lead us to anticipate a complete revolution in theories of heredity. They not only prove that artificial interference with the life of the germ mass leading to a controlled change in the race characteristics is possible, but also that by such experiments the creation of new races can be effected. From all this it appears that bodily characteristics are by no means unchangeable and that a change can be effected even without racial crossbreeding. It is even more monstrous to infer mental and spiritual characteristics solely on the basis of bodily ones and deduce from them a judgment about moral worth. It is true that Linnaeus, in his attempts at a racial classification of humanity, took moral factors into consideration when he said, "The American is reddish, choleric, erect, the European, white, sanguine, fleshy, the Asiatic, yellow, melancholy, tough, the African, black, phlegmatic, slack. The American is obstinate, contented, free, the European, mobile, keen, inventive, the Asiatic cruel, splendor-loving, miserly, the African, sly, lazy, indifferent. The American is covered with tattooing, and rules by habit, the European is covered with close-fitting garments and rules by law, the Asiatic is enclosed in flowing garments and rules by opinion, the African is anointed with grease and rules by whim." But Linnaeus was not in his scheme conforming to any political theories. The very naivete of mentioning tattooing, clothing and greasing of the body along with forms of government proves the innocence of his effort. But, however odd the notions of the Swedish naturalist may seem to us today, we still have no right to laugh at them in view of the shameful flood of so-called race literature that has rolled over us during the last 2 decades, with nothing better to offer than Linnaeus could say 200 years ago. For when the Swedish scholar brought tattooing, clothes and greasy black bodies into combination with forms of government, he did far less harm than when today men try to deduce the capacity for culture, the character and the moral and spiritual disposition of the separate races from the color of their skins, the curve of their noses or the shape of their skulls. The first attempt to explain the rise and fall of peoples in history as a play of race antagonisms was made by the Frenchman, Count Arthur Gobineau, who during his diplomatic career had seen many distant lands. He was a fairly prolific writer, but we are interested here only in his magnum opus, Essai sur l'inégalité des races humaines, treatise on the inequality of the races of men, which first appeared in 1855. According to his own statement, the Parisian Revolution of February, 1848, gave Gobineau the first impulse toward the formulation of his ideas. He saw in the revolutionary occurrences of that time only the inevitable consequences of the great upheaval of 1789-94, amid whose violent convulsions the feudal world fell in ruins. Concerning the causes of this collapse he had formed his own judgment. For him the French Revolution was nothing else than the revolt of the Celto-Romanic race mixture that for years and years had lived in intellectual and economic dependence on the Franco-Norman master caste. This caste was made up, according to Gobineau, of the descendants of those Nordic conquerors who had at one time invaded the country and subjected the Celto-Romanic population to their rule. It was this race with its blue eyes, its blonde hair and its tall figure that held for Gobineau the sum total of all mental and physical perfection, whose superior intelligence and strength of will in themselves guaranteed to it the role which it was, in his opinion, destined to play in history. This idea was by no means entirely new. Long before the time of the French Revolution it had bobbed up in the minds of the aristocracy. Henri de Boulainvilliers, 1658-1722, author of an historical work which was not published until after his death, maintained that the French nobles of the ruling caste were descended from the Germanic conquerors, while the great mass of the bourgeoisie and the peasantry was to be regarded as the progeny of the conquered Celts and Romans. Boulainvilliers tried on the basis of this thesis to justify all the privileges of the nobles, in opposition to both the people and the king, and demanded for his class the right to keep the government of the country always in their hands. Gobineau adopted this theory, extending it considerably to apply to the whole of human history. But since he, as he himself once said, believed only that which seemed to him worth believing, it happened inevitably that he pushed on to the most daring conclusions. Just as Joseph de Maistre once declared that he had never met a human being, but only Frenchmen, Germans, Italians, and so on, so also Gobineau maintained that the abstract human being existed only in the minds of philosophers. In reality the human being is only the expression of the race to which he belongs, the voice of blood is the voice of fate, from which no people can escape. Neither the climatic environment nor the social conditions of life have any influence worth mentioning on the constructive power of peoples. The driving force in all culture is race, above all the Aryan race, which even under the most unfavorable conditions is capable of the greatest achievements so long as it avoids mixture with less worthy racial elements. Following the classification of the French naturalist, Cuvier, Gobineau distinguished three great racial groups, the white, the yellow and TBJ black. Each, according to Gobineau, represented a separate experiment of God in the creation of man. God had begun with the Negro, coming round at last to the creation of the white man in his own image. Among these three great racial groups there existed no inner relationship, since they were descended from different stems. Everything outside of these three basic races was racial mixture for Gobineau, mongrelldom, which had come into being by interbreeding of white, yellow and black. It is clear that in Gobineau's opinion the white race is far superior to the other two. It is in the best sense a noble race, for besides its physical beauty it possesses also the most distinguished mental and spiritual qualities, above all, mental breadth of view, superior capacity for organization, and in particular that inner urge of the conqueror which is entirely lacking in the yellow and black races and which gives to the Aryans alone in history the power to found great states and civilizations. Gobineau distinguishes 10 great culture periods in history, which include all the significant epochs in human civilization, and attributes them exclusively to the activity of the Aryan race. The origin, development, and decay of these great epochs constitute, according to his understanding, the entire content of human history. For civilization and degeneration are the two poles about which all events turn. Gobineau, to whom the idea of organic evolution was entirely unknown, tried to explain the rise and decay of the great civilizations by the degeneration of races, or rather, of the ruling race, since for him the mass of less important beings which constitutes the great majority in every state exists only for the purpose of being governed by the racially pure conquerors. Changes in social relationships and institutions are to be attributed solely to changes of race. The decay of a dominion and its culture occurs when a great deal of other blood is mixed with that of the conqueror's caste. From this ensues not only an alteration in external race characteristics, but also a change in the spiritual and mental impulses of the master race which leads to gradual or rapid decay. In this inner decay of the noble race is found the final and authentic explanation of the decline of all great cultures. The stronger the component from the white race in the blood of a people, the more prominent will be its cultural activity, the greater its power of building a state, while too strong an infusion of Negro or Mongolian blood undermines the creative cultural characteristics of the old race and gradually brings about its inner dissolution. In contrast with Chamberlain and most of the exponents of modern race theories, Gobineau was thoroughly pessimistic about the future. He could not escape the conclusion that the Germanic race, this last bud upon the Aryan stem, as he called it, was doomed to inevitable destruction. The wide dissemination of Republican and Democratic ideas seemed to him an unfailing sign of inner decay. They foretold the victory of mongrelldom over the Aryan noble race. According to Gobineau, only a monarchy can accomplish anything lasting, since it contains in itself the basic law of its being, while a democracy is always dependent on external powers and so can do nothing important. Only the degenerate blood of the mixed race demands democracy and revolution. On this point Gobineau is close to the views of Joseph E. Meister, the standard-bearer of reaction, with whom he has much else in common, including actually hair-raising distortion of historical facts and almost inconceivable naivete of ideal interpretations. Although de Maistre found the root of all evil in Protestantism, it came to the same thing in the end, for democracy was for de Maistre political variety of Protestantism. On one point Gobineau is sharply at issue with all later advocates of the race theory. He has no sympathy with nationalistic ambitions and regards the notion of the fatherland with outspoken antagonism. Because of his aversion to everything that savored of democracy, no other position was possible. Then, too, it was from the French Revolution that the idea of the fatherland and the nation received the special imprint they bear today. This was enough to make Gobineau despise it as a Canaanitish abomination which the Aryan race had, against its will, taken over from the Semitic. As long as Hellenism had remained Aryan, the idea of the fatherland had been entirely alien to the Greeks. But as the intermixture with the Semites progressed farther and farther, monarchy had to give place to the republic. The Semitic element impelled toward absolutism, as Gobineau put it. Still, the Aryan blood which was still active in the mixed race of the later Greeks was opposed to personal despotism such as was common in Asia, and arrived logically at the despotism of an idea, the idea of the fatherland. On this point Gobineau is thoroughly consistent. His hostility to the idea of the fatherland is the immediate and deliberately derived product of his race theory. If the nation were in fact a community of descent, a race unity, then the race instinct must be its strongest cementing material. If, however, it is made up of the most varied race constituents, a fact which no race theorist dares to dispute, then the notion of race must act on the concept of the nation like dynamite and blow to bits its very foundation. More talented and imaginative than any of his successors, Gobineau recognized clearly the opposition between race and nation, and between the pure race ruling stfatum of the nation and the mongrelldom of the great masses. He had drawn a sharp line which our nationalistically inclined race theorists have tried in vain to bridge over. The notion that the great masses of the nation are merely helots who must without choice submit to the rule of a privileged caste determined by blood is in fact the greatest danger to national cohesion. The admirers of Gobineau have tried to account for the master's attitude on this point by explaining that he cherished in his mind an ideal fatherland corresponding to his innermost feeling, and that he did not fail to take into account that patriotic need which is said to dwell in every man. But such an explanation is without value. If man can arbitrarily set up for himself the fiction of an ideal fatherland, that merely proves that the notions of the fatherland and the nation are fictitious concepts which can be drilled into the individual and can at any time be driven out by other fictions. Gobineau was a fanatical opponent of the equality of human rights. Therefore the revolution appeared to him as a desecration of divinely established order. His whole race ideology was merely the product of a profound wish, to implant in men a belief in the unalterability of social inequality. As Malthus had explained to the superfluous that life's table did not have places for all, so Gobineau wished to prove to the world that the enslavement of the masses is ordained by fate and is a law feature. Only when the instincts of the infant or mixed race begin to work in the blood of the master caste does the belief in the equality of everything in human form arise. For Gobineau this belief was an illusion which must lead irrevocably to the destruction of all social order. Although little recognition was accorded Gobineau in his native France, even his purely literary work receiving less appreciation than it deserved, he exercised upon the development of race opinions elsewhere, especially in Germany, an influence that is not to be underestimated. Through his acquaintance with Richard J. Wagner, in whose home he first made the acquaintance of Scemon, the German biographer and translator of Gobineau, there was later formed the so-called Gobineau Society, which looked after the dissemination of his work on race and further advanced the notions of the imaginative Frenchman, to whom, in spite of all his scientific shortcomings, there cannot be denied a certain greatness which is entirely lacking in his later followers. A much stronger influence on the development of the race doctrine in Germany, and also outside it, was exercised by the Englishman, Houston Stewart L. Chamberlain, whose work Die Grundlagende IG. Jahrhunderts, Foundations of the 19th Century, 1899, was rather widely circulated. Chamberlain enjoyed the special favor of William II, whom he knew how to approach from his most vulnerable side. He compared William's reign to a rising morning and testified that he was really the first emperor. For such bald flattery the present lord of the Castle of Doom had a very receptive ear, so it could not fail that Chamberlain by high command advanced into the ranks of the great contemporary minds. The Grundlagen found a rapid sale among the members of the ruling caste in Germany. In order to assure for his work the widest possible circulation, a special fund was established. The Kaiser endorsed the work in person and so became benefactor to many a German private or state library and to all the schools of the Reich. According to von Billow's malicious statement, William used to read whole sections of the book to the ladies of his court, until they fell asleep. As a rule, Chamberlain is regarded merely as the perfecter of Gobineau's race theory. Emphasis, however, is always laid on his mental superiority. It is impossible to oppose such a view too strongly. Chamberlain was merely the beneficiary of Gobineau, without whom his Grundlagen would be unthinkable. No one who has carefully compared the two works can avoid this conclusion. Chamberlain first became acquainted with Gobineau's racial philosophy of history in the home of his father-in-law, Richard Wagner, and appropriated its essential features for his own work. From Chamberlain, no more than from Gobineau, do we discover what, exactly, race is. He is the finished mystic of the race idea, which in him condenses into a devoutly believed race mythology. External characteristics, like the shape of the skull, texture and color of the hair, the skin, the eyes, have for him only a qualified meaning. Even language is not determinative. Only the instinctive feeling of cohesiveness which reveals itself through the voice of the blood is determinative. This feeling of race in one's own bosom, which is subject to no control and cannot be scientifically apprehended, is all that Chamberlain has to tell us about race. Like Gobineau, Chamberlain sees in every great culture period the undeniable product of the German intellect, and with cool assurance appropriates for his noble race the cultural wealth of all peoples and of all the great minds that mankind has ever produced. The Germans are the salt of the earth. They have been endowed by nature herself with all the mental and spiritual qualities which fit them to be masters of the world. This alleged historical destiny of the Germans follows so clearly for the author of the Grundlagen from all previous history that any doubt about it is stricken dumb. It is Germans who as leading caste have played an important role even among non-Germanic folk groups, such as the French, the Italians, the Spaniards, the Russians. It is due only to their influence that a culture was able to develop in these lands at all. Even the great cultures of the Orient arose in this way. Under the influence of German blood they rose to undreamed of greatness, and then went down as mental elasticity relaxed and the will to power was quenched in the deteriorating master caste by blood mixture with inferior races. Even Chamberlain did not deny that race crossing can be advantageous to cultural development so long as it involves only the mixture of related races, for a noble race builds itself up only gradually by intermixture with other races of more or less the same worth. It is at this point that Chamberlain's concept parts company with Gobineau's. For Gobineau, race stands at the beginning of all human history. It has its definite physical and mental characteristics which are transmitted by heredity and can be changed only by crossing with other races. And since he was convinced that in the course of thousands of years the blood of the noble race had been constantly debased and its precious qualities lost by mixture with yellow and black races, he looked toward the future with gloomy eyes. Chamberlain, on whom Darwin's theory had not been quite without effect, saw in race not a starting point, but a product of evolution. According to his view, the race arises through natural selection in the struggle for existence, which eliminates the incapable and preserves only the able individual for the propagation of the species. Consequently, the race is the end product of a continuous process of splitting off from a related genus. But if the race is a product of evolution and not its starting point, then the production of noble races for the future also is guaranteed, provided that the ruling upper stratum of a nation takes to heart the teaching of history and wards off the threatening race chaos by a suitable race hygiene. For the strengthening of his position, Chamberlain appeals to the experience of breeders and shows us how a noble race of horses, dogs, or swine comes into being. It is true, he forgets the essential point, namely, that the crossings of the human races in the course of millennia have been carried on under very different circumstances from those followed in the so-called ennobling experiments in the stables of breeders. For Gobineau we should rightly read, "In the beginning was the race." Therefore the nation meant nothing to him, and the idea of the fatherland was just a cunning invention of the Semitic mind. Chamberlain, however, who believed in the breeding of a noble race, wished to train the nation to racial purity. And since the German nation seemed to him best fitted for this purpose, because in its veins, according to his opinion, Germanic blood flowed purest, he saw the Teuton as the bearer of the future. After Chamberlain had fitted out the noble Germans with every conceivable mental and spiritual trait in a really big way, there remained nothing for the peoples of any other descent except to surrender unconditionally to the proud master race and in the shadow of its overtowering greatness to drag out a humble existence. Since these others are merely the cultured ungers of history, it is so much the worse for them if they cannot see it. According to Chamberlain, the opposition between Romanic peoples and Germany constitutes the whole content of modern history. And since the Romanic world, which had risen out of the great chaos of peoples, had bound itself for good or ill to the materialistic aims of the Catholic Church, he had of necessity so to bind itself, since the voice of the blood left it no other choice. Therefore Protestantism became for him the great achievement of Germanic culture. The German is the specially chosen minister of the Protestant mission, through which Christendom is first made aware of its true content. That the Christian had thoughtlessly chosen the Jew, Jesus, for his Savior was surely a bitter pill. It was too late to undo that. But was it not written in the Gospel that Christ first saw the light in Galilee? And immediately the instinct of the race came to Chamberlain's aid and informed him that in just this part of Palestine extensive crossing of races had occurred and, above all, that in Galilee Germanic stocks had settled. Must one not, then, admit that Christ had been a German? It was, in fact, unthinkable that out of materialism drunken Jewry a doctrine could come to whose spiritual content the Jewish mind is completely opposed. Chamberlain revealed an utterly morbid hatred of everything Jewish. He even ventured to assure his credulous readers that a Germanic child, the keenness of whose senses had not yet been ruined or blunted by the prejudices of adults, could tell instinctively when a Jew was near him. Yet he found it possible to speak highly of the Spanish Jews, the so-called Sephardi, while he could never severely enough disparage the Ashkenazini *, the Jews of the northern countries. To be sure, he based his preference for the Sephardim on the assumption that they were in reality Goths who had been converted to Judaism in large numbers, a recognition which came to the great master of unproved assertion rather tardily, as it first appears in the third edition of his book. How the Goths, those genuine branches of the noble tree of Germandom, in spite of their mystic inclination and their inborn sense of religious profundity, which according to Chamberlain are the heritage of their race, could throw themselves into the arms of materialistic Judaism with its dead ritualism, its slavish obedience, and its despotic God, remains an unsolved mystery. In this case the race in their own bosoms must have failed outright, otherwise the wonder is not to be explained. Chamberlain's work on race swarms with similar assertions. There is hardly another work which reveals such unexampled unreliability in the material used and such reckless juggling with bare assumptions of the most daring type. As to this, not only the opponents, but also many outspoken believers in the race theory, like Albrecht Wirth, Eugen Kretzer, and others, are fully agreed. Even so self-satisfied an advocate of the race theory as Otto Hauser speaks of Chamberlain's work as the foundations of the 19th century, which so frequently lacks factual basis. Like Gobineau, Chamberlain is a fanatical opponent of all liberal and democratic ideas and sees in them a danger to Germanism. For him, freedom and equality are antagonistic concepts. Who desires equality must sacrifice to it his personality, which alone can be the basis of freedom. But Die Germanen in Europa. Dresden, 1916, p. 5. The freedom of Chamberlain is of a quite peculiar kind. It is the freedom which the state is able to protect only on the condition that it shall limit it. Man does not become free by being granted political rights, rather, the state can grant him political rights only when he has attained inner freedom, otherwise these alleged rights are always misused by others. This utterance proves that Chamberlain had never understood the nature of either freedom or the state. But how could he? Fatalism is the exact opposite of the concept of freedom, and no fatalism bears so plainly the Cain's brand of hostility to freedom as the kismet of race. Chamberlain's concept of freedom is that of the well-fed and satisfied, to whom order is the first duty of the citizen, and who accepts such rights as the state hands out to him. Before such freedom no despot has ever trembled, but any trivial right that man wins by struggle against the tyranny of tradition brings the sweat of anxiety to the despot's brow. Chamberlain's inner freedom is just an empty word. Only where the inner sentiment of freedom is transformed into liberating deed has the spirit of freedom a genuine homestead. He who is occupied with nature and with * force and matter must, if he is honest, let freedom go, opines Chamberlain. We think, however, that he who does not constantly strive to convert freedom into force and matter must always remain a slave. An abstract conception of freedom that cannot inspire its possessor to strive to the limit for the attaining of his rights is like a woman to whom nature has denied the gift of fertility. Chamberlain's concept of freedom is the illusion of impotence, a cunning inversion of the inner feeling of serfdom which is incapable of any action. Ibsen had a very different view of freedom when he wrote, "You can never get me to regard freedom as synonymous with political liberty. What you call freedom, I call freedoms, and what I call the struggle for freedom is nothing but the constant, living assimilation of the idea of freedom. Who possesses freedom otherwise than as something to be striven for possesses it only as a thing without life or spirit, for the idea of freedom has always this quality, that it constantly expands as one assimilates it, so that if during the struggle one pauses to say, 'Now I have it,' he merely shows that he has lost it. But to have just this dead kind a certain static view of freedom is characteristic of state organizations, and it is just this that I have called worthless *. Chamberlain never stood still on the road to freedom, because he never found himself on that road. His criticism of democracy has its basis in the past. He is the man who looks backward, the man to whom every product. Demokrat und Freiheit. Munich, 1917. * letter to George Brandes of February, 1871, in Henrik Ibsen samt Lycurke in Deutscher Sprache. Zenterband, Berlin, 1905. Of revolution was hateful because it carried on its face the mark of its revolutionary origin. That which is today called democracy can be overcome only by forces which look not to the past, but to the future. The remedy lies not in what has been, but in the continual enlargement of the concept of freedom and its social applications. Even democracy did not overcome the will to power, because it was shackled to the state and dared not shake the privileges of the possessing classes. But Chamberlain did not find his base in the future. His gaze was fixed unchangingly on the past. Therefore he condemned even the constitutional monarchy as essentially alien to the Germanic spirit and advanced the idea of an absolute monarchy over a free people, whatever he meant by that. He was one of those unswerving ones who opposed to the very last every limitation of the royal power in Prussia and, like all his predecessors and successors in the race theory, stood squarely in the camp of undisguised political and social reaction. One would think that a work like the Grundlagen, which offers no opening for earnest understanding, which has regard neither for social relationships nor for the slow process of spiritual endeavor, and in which actually only the violent whim of the author is revealed, would be wrecked on its own mad contradictions. But it worked quite otherwise. It became for the ruling castes in Germany a destiny. So profound was the infatuation which this work induced that the former Kaiser could write in his memoirs, "Germanism in all its glory was first revealed and preached to the astounded German people by Chamberlain in his Grundlagende IG. Jahrhunderts." But, as the collapse of the German people showed, without effect. That the dethroned champion of divine right even today holds the German people responsible for the collapse is quite as delightful a revelation of the lordly German spirit as is the sorry roll of those who with slavish exaltation revered the hopeless fool as German emperor only to turn upon him after his downfall and kick him like maddened asses, even to brand him as an offspring of the Jews. What Chamberlain had begun so gloriously was continued in the same spirit by men like Waldmann, Hauser, Gienther, Claus, Madison Grant, Rosenberg, and many others. Waldmann, the former Marxist and Social Democrat, who one fine day threw over the class struggle and took up the race struggle instead, tried to supply historical proof for what Gobineau and Chamberlain had asserted about the origin and character of foreign cultures. He assembled an enormous mass of material which supposedly went to prove that all distinguished persons in the cultural history of France and Italy had been of German descent. To reach this conclusion he had examined the portraits of several hundred prominent personalities of the Renaissance period and was in a position to announce to an astonished world that most of them had blonde hair and blue eyes. Waldman was completely obsessed by his blue-eyed blonde theory and went into raptures every time he thought he had discovered a new blondeling. Carrot. One utterly fails to see what such assertions are meant to prove. That there are Germanic elements in the population of France and Italy, no one has ever questioned. Both peoples are racially just as mixed as are the Germans, as are all the peoples of Europe. France and Italy were repeatedly overrun by Germanic tribes, just as the numerous human floods of Slavic, Celtic, and Mongolian tribes poured over Germany. But to what extent the culture of a people is determined by race is a question to which science has as yet found no answer, nor is likely to find one. We are here depending merely on conjectures which can never serve as substitutes for actual facts. We do not yet know one thing definitely about the causes behind even purely external characteristics like color of hair and eyes. And so the whole portrait diagnosis of Waldman and his successor, Otto Hauser, is utterly worthless. It is the most utterly unreliable means that could be produced for the establishment of definite characters. In the picture books of our race astrologers such documents look very fine and serve their full purpose, but for the earnest student they offer hardly even a point of attack. The work of painters is not photography, which incorruptibly gives back what is before it. It must from the first be valued as the reproduction of what the inner eye of the artist perceives, and this inner picture which hovers before the artist, and without which no work of art can be produced, not seldom misrepresents the original from a factual standpoint. Also, the personal style of the artist and the school to which he belongs play an important part in the work. To what genuine investigator, for example, would it occur to try to establish the characteristics of a race from portraits by our present-day cubists or futurists? Besides which, the very same portraits which serve Waldman as proofs of the Germanic origin of the French and Italian cultures supply to other advocates of the race theory a basis for quite different views. For example, A. J. Brechtworth, who also thinks that he recognizes in race the determinative factor in historical development, explains in his Rasse und Volk, in this view is involved a strange error, that Waldman and his adherents discovered in so many geniuses and men of talent in France and Italy Germanic features. To unprejudiced eyes the very pictures which Waldman gives as illustrations show just the opposite, Bashkir, Mediterranean, and Negro types. In fact, in the whole long portrait gallery which Waldman displays, Ludwig Waldman, Die Germanen und die Renaissance in Ida/in, 1905. Die Germanen in Frankreich, 1907. To the world in support of his thesis, there is hardly a type that could stand as genuinely representative of the Germanic race. In every one of them unmistakable characteristics of the hybrid are more or less clearly shown. If the researches of Waldman and Hauser were to lead us to any law of history at all, it could be only to this, that racial inbreeding gradually undermines spiritual vigor and has as its consequence a slow decline, while racial interbreeding imparts to the capacity for culture ever new vigor and favors the production of personalities of genius. The same holds good also for the German bearers of culture, and Max von Gruber is not wrong when he says, and when we apply racial standards to the bodily characteristics of our greatest men we find, indeed, in many of them Nordic characters, but in none of them only Nordic characters. The first glance reveals to the expert neither Frederick the Great, nor Baron von Stein, nor Bismarck was pure Nordic. The same is true of Luther, Melanchthon, Leibniz, Kant, and Schopenhauer, as also of Liebig and Julius Robert Meyer and Helmholtz, of Goethe, Schiller, and Grillparzer, of Dürer, Menzel, and Feuerbach, and even of the greatest geniuses of that most German of all the arts, music, from Bach and Gluck and Haydn to Bruckner. They were all hybrids. The same is true of the great Italians. Michelangelo and Galileo were, if Nordic at all, still not pure Nordic. To the characteristics from the north apparently ingredients from other races must be added in order to produce the happiest combination of characters. However much Woltmann may insist that Dante, Raphael, Luther, and so on, were geniuses not because they were hybrids, but in spite of it, and that the foundation of their genius is their heritage from the Germanic race, it remains but empty preaching so long as we are not in a position to establish indisputably and to confirm scientifically the influence of race on the intellectual characteristics of mankind. By just the same logic could we affirm that the spark of genius in Luther, Goethe, Kant, or Beethoven was to be attributed to the presence of Alpine or Oriental blood in them. Nothing would be proved by this. The world would merely be richer by one more assertion. In fact, during the war there were found on the other side of the Vosges men like Paul Sudé and others who explained that all the great personalities that Germany had produced were of Celtic, and not German, descent. Why not? The latest advocates of the so-called race doctrine take great pains to give a scientific appearance to their views and appeal especially to the laws of heredity, which play such an important part in modern natural science, and are still the subject of so much controversy. By heredity, biology means chiefly the fact, firmly established by common observation. Vocuendi Rasa Insiederjuchaminat Schechsci 1927. That plants and animals resemble their parents and that this resemblance is apparently traceable to the fact that the descendants arise from bits of the same protoplasm and so develop from the same or similar hereditary primordia. From this it follows that in protoplasm there reside peculiar forces which by the separation of the tiniest portions can transmit the whole to the descendants. Thus men came to recognize that the real cause of inheritance must be sought in a particular condition of the living cell stuff which we call protoplasm. However valuable this recognition may be, it has hardly brought us nearer to the real solution of the problem. Instead it has proposed for science a whole set of new problems, whose solution is no less difficult. In the first place, it is necessary to establish the processes in protoplasm which control the development of particular characters, a task attended by almost insurmountable difficulties. And we are just as much in the dark as to the inner processes which precede inheritance. Science has, it is true, succeeded in establishing the existence of so-called chemical molecules and even the existence of certain fairly well-developed organs within the cell structure, but the specific arrangement of the molecules and the inner causes of the differences between the protein groups in dead and in living substance are still unknown to us today. One can safely say that in this perplexing realm we rely almost entirely on assumptions, since none of the numerous theories of heredity has been able to lift the veil of the magi that still hides the actual processes of inheritance. We have profited much by the observations on hybridization and their interpretation, but of course these deal less with the explanation of causes than with establishment of facts. 70 years ago the Augustinian monk, Georg Mendel, busied himself in his quiet cloister garden at Bryan with 22 varieties of pea plants and achieved the following results: when he crossed a yellow with a green variety, the descendants bore all yellow seeds and the green appeared to be completely eliminated. But when he dusted the yellow hybrids with their own pollen, the vanished green appeared again in their descendants, and in a definite ratio. Of every 4 seeds in plants or the second generation, 3 were yellow and 1 was green. The characteristics of the green variety had, therefore, not disappeared, they were merely hidden by the characteristics of the yellow. Mendel speaks, therefore, of recessive or concealed, and dominant or concealing, characters. The recessive character, in this case green-seededness in renewed fertilizations, showed itself constant in heredity so long as self-fertilization was strictly controlled and no new crossing occurred. The dominants, however, segregated regularly in each new generation. A third of their progeny were pure dominants, which bred true in later generations, the other 2/3 Mendeled, that is, they segregated in reproduction. Again in the same proportion of 3:1. In the same ratio the process continued indefinitely. Countless experiments by well-known botanists and zoologists have since then confirmed Mendel's rules in the large. They also agree very well with the results of modern cytology, or cell theory, as far as the growth and division of the cell can be observed. One can, therefore, agree that these rules have validity for all organic beings up to man, and that in nature as a whole a unified plan of control of the processes of heredity obtains. But this recognition does not dispose of the countless difficulties which have thus far prevented our deeper insight into this mysterious occurrence. It is clear from the Mendelian laws of heredity that the characters of the parents are transmitted to the offspring in a definite ratio. On the other hand, cytological research has shown that the hereditary primordia of a living being are to be sought in those carefully separated nuclear parts in the germ cell which we call chromosomes. And all that science has more or less certainly established seems deducible from this, that the hereditary primordia enter into the germ cell in pairs, and that in each pair one element comes from the sperm cell of the father, the other from the egg cell of the mother. But since one cannot believe that all the hereditary primordia of both parents are transmitted to each of their offspring, because in that case their number would become greater with each succeeding generation, one comes to the conclusion that only in the nucleus of the soma or body cells of a living being are all the hereditary primordia present. The germ cell always suppresses finally a part of the nuclear factors so that it receives only one half of all the primordia, that is, only one member of each character pair. One learns that in the general body cell of man there are 48 chromosomes, but the germ cell when ready for fertilization contains only 24. But this is not to say that man possesses only 24 character pairs that function as bearers of heredity. In every chromosome several members of different character pairs may be present, so that in the offspring the most varied combinations may appear. Since, however, every fertilization is really a crossing, even when it occurs between beings of the same race, because in nature no two individuals are exactly alike, it follows that from every instance of fertilization the most manifold results may ensue. From only two different hereditary factors there would arise in 2 generations 4 varieties from 3 pairs, 8 varieties, from 4, 16 from 10, 1000, and 24, and so on. From these clearly obvious possibilities of combination any comprehensive view of the results of the processes of heredity becomes not merely increasingly difficult, but actually impossible. And we were still speaking only of purely physical characteristics. When we turn to mental or moral characters the processes become much more involved, because here no segregation or fixation of separate qualities is possible. We are, then, not in a position to separate mental characteristics into their components and to differentiate one part from another. Intellectual and moral characters are given us as wholes. Even if we agree that the Mendelian laws of heredity apply in this field, we still have no means of subjecting their operation to scientific observation. And when it becomes clear that pure races are nowhere to be found, in fact, have in all probability never existed, that all European peoples are merely mixtures and present every possible racial makeup, which both without and within each nation are only to be distinguished by the proportion of the separate constituents. 3 Then only does one get an idea of the difficulties which beset the earnest student at every step. If, further, one keeps in mind how uncertain the results of anthropologic research in regard to the different races still are today, how defective still is our knowledge of the inner processes of heredity, then one cannot avoid the conclusion that every attempt to erect on such uncertain premises a theory which allegedly reveals to us the deeper meaning of all historical events and enables its exponents infallibly to judge the worth of the moral, mental, and cultural qualities of the different human groups must become either senseless play-acting or clownish mischief. That such theories could find such wide circulation, especially in Germany, is a serious sign of the mental degradation of a society that has lost all inner moral strength and is therefore concerned to replace outworn ethical values with ethnological concepts. Of the present-day advocates of the race theory, Dr. Hans Gunther is the best known and the most disputed over. His numerous writings and especially his Rassenkunde des Deutschen Volks have had an extraordinary circulation in Germany, and in wide circles have achieved an influence that one dares not underestimate. What distinguishes Gunther from his predecessors is not the content of his doctrine, but the pains he takes to surround it with a scientific mantle, in order to endow it with an outer dignity which does not belong to it. As a basis for his views Gunther has collected a great mass of material, but that is all. When it becomes necessary to establish scientifically conclusions of decisive significance, he fails completely and reverts to the methods of Gobineau and Chamberlain, who relied entirely on a wish concept. For him the Aryan moves clear into the background. The Germanic man has also played out his part. Gunther's ideal is the Nordic race, which he endows with precious native qualities as generously as Gobineau does the Aryans and Chamberlain the Germans. In addition, he has enriched the classification of European races by one new component, and has equipped the already existing divisions with new names without, by this, adding anything to our knowledge. The American scholar, Ripley, who first attempted to write an anthropological history of European peoples, contented himself with three principal types, which he designated as the Teutonic, the Celtic Alpine and the Mediterranean races. Later there was added to these three a fourth, the Dinaric race, and it was thought that in these four fundamental types the chief components of Europe's racial makeup had been recognized. Besides these four principal races there are also in Europe Levantine, Semitic, Mongolian and Negro strains. Of course, one cannot represent these four types as pure races. We are merely concerned here with a working hypothesis for science, to enable it to undertake a classification of European peoples on more or less correct lines. The mass of European peoples is the result of crossings among these races. These themselves, however, are merely the product of certain mixtures which in the course of time have taken on particular forms, as is the case in every instance of race formation. Gunther added, superfluously, a fifth to these four principal races, the so-called East Baltic race. Along with this new discovery he effected a rebaptism of the Alpine race which he called the Eastern Ostish. There was no reason at all for this change, and his bitterest opponent in the racial camp, Dr. Merkenschlager, may have been right when he assumed that Gunther, in this renaming of the Alpine race, had the purpose merely of representing it to the sentiment of his readers as contaminated and to enable the unthinking masses to interpret it as Oriental Jewish. Like nearly all of the present-day race theorists, Gunther in his discussions starts from the modern theories of heredity. He uses as his foundation especially the hypothetical assumptions of neo-Mendelism. According to these conceptions, the hereditary primordia are not subject to any external influence, so that a change in the hereditary factors can occur only through crossing. From this it follows that man and all other living beings are to be regarded merely as the products of particular hereditary primordia which they received before their birth and which can be turned from their predestined course neither by the influence of the natural or social environment, nor by any other forces. Here lies the essential error of every race theory, the reason for their inevitably false conclusions. Gunther, and with him all the other advocates of race theories, proceed from assumptions which can in no way be proved and whose untenability can always be shown by examples from daily life and from history. One could take these assertions seriously only if their proponents were in a position to adduce conclusive proofs of these 3 points. First, that hereditary primordia are in fact unchangeable and are not affected by the influences of the environment. Second, that physical characters must be taken as unmistakable signs of particular intellectual and moral qualities. Third, that the life of man is determined entirely by congenital factors and that acquired or imparted characters have no essential influence on his destiny. As to the first question, we have already shown that science knows a whole series of firmly established facts which prove irrefutably that action of the environment on the hereditary factors does occur and produce changes in them. The fact that numerous investigators have succeeded in effecting a modification of hereditary factors by radiation, changes of temperature, and so on, testifies to this. Besides, we have the effects of domestication, the importance of which has been brought out with special strength by Eduard Hahn and Eugen Fischer. Indeed, Fischer was led to declare, man is a product of domestication, and it is domestication that has caused his great variability, or contributed to it. Concerning the second point, no sophistry will help. Not a shadow of proof can be adduced to show that external racial characters like the shape of the skull, the color of the hair, slimmer or sturdier build, have any relation to mental, spiritual, or moral factors in mankind, so that, for example, a tall, blonde, blue-eyed Nordic because of his external physical characters should possess moral and mental qualities which one would not find in descendants of some other race. Our race ideologists claim this, it is true, but their doctrine is completely untenable, and based on assertions for the correctness of which they have not the slightest proof. We have already emphasized that in the long line of persons of genius who deserve credit for the intellectual culture of Germany there is hardly one whose appearance corresponds even halfway to the ideal concept of the Nordic man. And it is precisely the greatest of them who are physically farthest from the fanciful picture of the Günters, Hausers, and Clauses. We need but think of Luther, Goethe, Beethoven, who lacked almost completely the external marks of the Nordic race, and whom even the most outstanding exponents of the race theory characterize as hybrids with Oriental, Levantine, and Negro Malayan strains in them. It would look even worse if one should go so far as to apply the blood test to the champions in the arena of the race struggle like Hitler, Alfred Rosenberg, Goebbels, Streicher, for example, and give these worthy representatives of the Nordic race and the national interest the opportunity to confirm their rulership of the Third Reich by virtue of their blood asterisk. The well-known race hygienist of Munich, Max von Gruber, president of the Bavarian Academy of Science and a leading mind in the race movement in Germany, certainly an unprejudiced witness, has drawn the following picture of Hitler. Today one saw Hitler close up for the first time. Face and head of a bad race, a mixture. Low, retreating forehead, ugly nose, wide cheekbones, little eyes, dark hair. A tiny toothbrush mustache, only as wide as his nose, gives his face a defiant aspect. His expression is not that of a self-controlled commander, but of a crazy emotionalist. Repeated twitchings of the facial muscles. Final expression that of happy self-satisfaction. Essener Volkswacht of November 9, 1929. If it is indisputable that men like Socrates, Horace, Michelangelo, Dante, Luther, Galileo, Rembrandt, Goya, Rousseau, Pestalozzi, Herder, Goethe, Beethoven, Byron, Pushkin, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, Balzac, Dumas, Poe, Strindberg, Ibsen, Zola, and hundreds of others were of mixed race, this is surely a proof that external race marks have nothing to do with the intellectual and moral qualities in man. It is really amusing to observe with what excuses our modern race fetishists try to overcome these difficulties. Thus, Dr. Claus accounted for Beethoven's inconvenient race affinities quite simply by declaring, Beethoven was, so far as his musical ability is concerned, a Nordic man. The style of his work proves this clearly enough, and this is not altered at all by the fact that his body anthropologically considered, that is, just the mass and weight of his body perhaps was fairly pure Oriental. Carried. As we see, the purest metempsychosis. What mysterious forces were at work when the Nordic race soul of Beethoven was stuck into a vile Oriental body? Or did, perhaps, the Jews or the Freemasons have a hand in it? There remains the last question, whether the qualities which man acquires during the course of his life or which are imparted to him by the culture in which he lives have actually no influence on his inherited factors. If this could be proved, then indeed should we be compelled to speak of a kismet of the blood which no one could withstand. But how does the matter stand in reality? The power of the acquired characters reveals itself every day in our lives and constantly conceals the inherited factors with which we began our life journey. As examples we may take the two strongest impulses which in all living beings and in men of every race and clime reveal themselves as equally powerful: hunger and love. Man has surrounded these two instincts in which the whole vital energy of the individual and the race exhausts itself, with such a network of age-old customs and usages, which in the course of time have been erected into definite ethical principles, that the inborn urge in most cases no longer asserts itself against this web of imparted and acquired concepts. Do we not see every day how in our great cities thousands of miserable, starving human beings silently sneak past the rich display in the show windows of our food stores? They devour these splendors with greedy eyes, but very seldom does one of them dare to yield to the inborn impulse and take what would serve for the satisfaction of his most urgent needs. Fear of the law, dread of public opinion, inculcated respect for the rights of property of others proves stronger than the drive of the inborn impulse. And yet we are dealing here with acquired characters which are no more transmissible by heredity than are the calloused hands of the blacksmith. Degree Rasse und Seal. Munich, 1925, p. 60. The child confronts these things quite without comprehension until it gradually learns to adjust itself to them. And love? With how many prohibitions, duties, and grotesque customs has man hedged in this most elemental of his impulses? Even among primitive peoples there exist a great mass of morals and customs which are sanctified by usage and respected by public opinion. Human imagination invented the cult of Astarte in Babylon and that of Mylitta in Assyria, the sexual religions of India and the asceticism of the Christian saints. It created all the institutions of sexual behavior, polygamy, polyandry, monogamy, and all of the forms of promiscuity, from the sacred prostitution of the Semitic peoples to the sequestration by the state of the women of the street. It brought the whole gamut of sexual passion under strict rule and developed definite views which today are deeply rooted in the minds of men. And yet here are at work also merely acquired concepts, customs, institutions, which have found emotional expression in definite trained-in characteristics. And it is just these characteristics which direct the love life of man into definite courses and constantly impel the individual to quite distressing suppression of his inborn impulses. Even the most cunning sophistry cannot avoid these facts. Every phase of human history shows us the powerful influence of religious, political, and moral ideas on the social development of men, the strong influence of the social conditions under which they live and which in their turn react on the form of their ideas and opinions. This eternal reciprocal influence constitutes the whole content of history. Hundreds of thousands of men have gone to their death for particular ideas, very often with the most frightful accompaniments, and have by their conduct defied the strongest inborn impulse that exists in every living being. And this has happened under the overpowering influence of acquired ideas. Religions like Islam and Christianity have drawn peoples of all races into their bonds. The same may be said of all the great popular movements of history. We need but think of the Christian movement in the decaying Roman Empire, of the great movements of the time of the Reformation, of international floods of ideas like liberalism, democracy, or socialism, which have been able to exert their proselyting power upon men and women of every social class and enlist them under their banners. The peoples of the Nordic race have been no exception to this rule. Our race alchemists have tried to save their faces by maintaining that the peoples of the Nordic race have all too often been misled by ideas that are racially alien to them and for which they had no real inner inclination. They call this incomprehensible invasion by foreign custom and foreign spirit one of the most lamentable aspects of Germanism and of the Nordic race in general. Such outbursts, which are quite common with Gunther, Hauser, Neuner, and others, seem rather odd. What sort of remarkable race is this which allegedly feels itself drawn toward foreign ideas and foreign customs as iron is drawn to the magnet? This unnatural phenomenon might easily make us think that we have here a morbid degenerate form of the Nordic race soul which otherwise is shown clearly enough by the whole race rubbish of our time. It is still more remarkable that the enraptured worshippers of the Nordic wonder race constantly strive to eliminate these moral blemishes of their idol and in the same breath announce that race is destiny. If this is true, what is the use of all the indoctrination? Of what use that Gunther and his Nordic ring a sort of blue-blonde international try by all means to prevent a war between the Nordic peoples in the future, or that Otto Hauser proclaims to an astonished world that the principal strategists of the world war on both sides were blonde Nordics and honors the French general Joffre as a blonde Goth? All the worse if this is so. It then merely proves that blonde Nordics on opposite sides have killed one another for a cause which according to their blood was alien to them. Above all, it proves that the inborn voice of the blood could not prevail against the economic and political interests about which the war was fought. The French race ideologist, Vacher de la Poge, once announced that in the 20th century we shall kill one another by the millions because of 1 or 2 degrees more or less in the cephalic index, and that by this sign, which will replace the biblical shibboleth and kinship of language, related races will recognize one another, and the last sentimentalist will live to see a mighty extermination of peoples. Even the bald and terrible reality of the war was less fantastic than the bloodthirsty imagination of this race fetishist. In the World War we did not smash skulls because they were a little longer or shorter, but because the opposing interests within the capitalistic world had grown to such a degree that the war seemed to the ruling classes the only available way by which they could hope to escape from the blind alley into which they had gotten themselves. In the late World War the most various races fought shoulder to shoulder on both sides. We even drew black men and yellow into the catastrophe with us, without any hindrance from the voice of the blood, to let themselves be slaughtered for interests which were certainly not their own. Peoples have not infrequently undergone a fundamental change in their morals and customs which could in no way be traced to racial crossing. According to the unanimous testimony of all recognized race theorists, men of the Nordic race are today most numerous in the Scandinavian countries, especially in Sweden. But these very Swedes, Norwegians, and Danes have in the course of their history experienced a profound change in their ancient ways of living. Those very countries which were once hated and feared as the home of the most warlike tribes in Europe now harbor the most peaceful population on the continent. The famous spirit of the Vikings, which is supposed to have been the outstanding characteristic of Nordic races, in these same Scandinavian lands, as good as extinguished. The phrase "born pacifists," which was invented by Gianther and his satellites especially to bring the so-called Oriental man into moral disrepute, fits no one better than the present-day Scandinavians. They merely show that the latest destiny faith of race is the shallowest fatalism that has ever been devised. It is the most pitiful and degrading surrender of the spirit to the cannibalistic delusion of the voice of the blood. In order to prevent the submersion of the noble race they have hit, in Germany, on the grand idea of Nordification, which has led cunning minds to the most daring proposals. The Nordification theory has during the past 10 years called forth a whole flood of literary productions than which anything more grotesque would be hard to find. No other country can approach Germany in this. Most of those strange saints who obtrude themselves in Germany today as reformers of sexual relations wish to put procreation under the controlling hand of the state. Others stand openly for the legal introduction of polygamy in order to put the Nordic race the quicker on its somewhat weakened legs. And, so that the lord of the family may come into his rights in the midst of this effeminate old world, as Alfred Rosenberg, Hitler's spiritual advisor, so picturesquely expresses it. Herr Richard Rudolf in his essay, Geschlechtsmorally defends polygamy, not only because it provides a means for raising the fecundity of the Nordic race to its highest capacity, but also because this institution better corresponds to the polygamous instincts of the male. Inspired adherents of Nordification a few years ago called to life a special movement for the advocacy of the so-called Midgard marriage, whose sponsors proposed the founding and financing of special settlements where Nordic men and women selected for this purpose should, in loving collaboration, devote themselves to the exalted task of preventing the decline of the noble race. There were to be 10 women for every man. The marriage was to be regarded as a sort of bond of pregnancy which was to last only till the birth of the child, unless both the mates expressed a wish to prolong the union. In his book, Weltanschauung und die Menschenzuchtung, Health Commissioner F. Dupré advocated a so-called temporary marriage which was to serve merely for breeding purposes. A state-appointed council of elders was to supervise these matters. The couple must be brought together purely for the purpose of propagation, declares this curious elaboration. When this has been accomplished they are to separate. The expenses of this breeding are to be borne by the state. Very much like Henschel, the inventor of the Midgard marriage, Herr Walther Dahr, later Germany's National Socialistic Minister of Nutrition, sets to work, in his book, Neue aus Blue, und Boden, a new nobility from the blood and the soil, for the breeding of a new nobility on special Hühnerhöfe, breeding farms. Herr Dahr wishes to bring the propagation of the nation under constant supervision by establishing breed wardens. For this purpose special herd books and family records are to be prepared for all women. All virgins are to be divided into 4 classes to whom on the basis of special breeding laws marriage is to be permitted or denied according to their racial characteristics and fitness for childbearing. On March 12, 1930, the National Socialists introduced in the Reichstag the following addition to Article 218 of the Criminal Code. Whoever undertakes artificially to restrict the natural fertility of the German people to the injury of the nation, or by word, writing, print, picture, or in any other way to assist such attempts, or whoever by mating with members of the Jewish blood community or of the colored races contributes or threatens to contribute to the corruption and disintegration of the German people shall be punished by imprisonment for racial treason. On December 31, 1931, the National Administration of Hitler's stormtroopers issued a decree that after January 1932, a marriage license should be issued to every stormtrooper by a so-called Racefice. This curious document, which pleads for the preservation by hygienic heredity of a distinct German Nordic species, and makes reference to a book of kinship of the SS, gave us the first foretaste of the glories of the Third Reich. It is characteristic that the same crowd which peddles its German idealism so insistently and with such profound moral enthusiasm combats the materialistic debasement of Germany, values sexual relations purely from the viewpoint of the breeder and would reduce the love life of men to the level of the breeding stall and the stud farm. After the rationalization of industry, the rationalization of sexual intercourse, what a future! But all the talk about Nordification is entirely worthless because all the conditions for such a process are lacking. Even if the race were not a mere idea, but an actual living unity whose characteristics were transmitted to their progeny in their entirety, still such a project could not be undertaken. A farmer may be in a position to breed his oxen, cows, or swine for the production of meat, milk or fat, but to breed human beings for definite moral and intellectual characteristics is quite another matter. All experiments which have so far been made on plants and animals have shown that a race never enters a mixture as a whole. So long as human beings with like or with very similar racial characteristics keep to themselves and propagate only within their own circle, their peculiar characters reappear more or less conjoined and in like relations. When, however, mixture with other racial elements occur, then race is not inherited as a compact unity, but each separate character by itself or in separate constellations. Therefore, not only may both pure and mixed characters occur in the offspring, there exists for each of them the possibility of every conceivable combination of the parental hereditary primordia. There are no longer any pure races, least of all in Europe. The so-called fundamental races of Europe are today so thoroughly jumbled together that racially pure peoples are simply not to be found. This holds true especially for Germany, which because of its geographical situation in the heart of the continent seems to have been made for a highway for tribes and peoples. At the time of the migration of peoples, Nordic tribes left the old homeland in troops and moved towards the south, where the Nordic blood gradually fused with that of the indigenous race alien. Slavic tribes, which invaded the land from the east, took possession of the half-emptied territories and spread in the north as far as the Elbe and in the south as far as the Regnitz. Up to the middle of the 11th century the Thuringian forest was called the Slavenwald, and one can recognize in the appearance of the population there the strong influence of Slavic blood even today. The ancient population of Germany was completely recast by these continued intermixtures of blood. The Germans have long ceased to correspond to the description that Tacitus once wrote of the Germanic people. Not only have the physical characteristics altered, the mental and spiritual characters, too, have undergone a profound change. Among the 60 millions which today inhabit Germany there is probably hardly one person whom one could describe as a pure Nordic. It is, therefore, one of the strangest delusions that men have ever harbored that out of this variegated mixture there can be redistilled one of the old basic races. One must, in fact, be a race theoretician to be able to think such things. The whole Nordification utopia is, as Brunhold Springer cleverly remarks, not an undertaking, but an old German community play. 11. It is the extremes which mutually attract one another, especially in the love of the sexes. The blonde will always be more drawn to the brunette than to one of his own type. It is the strange that charms and allures and sets the blood astir. The very fact that there are no pure races and that all peoples are mixtures proves that the voice of nature is stronger than that of race or of blood. Even the strictest castes of India were not able to preserve their racial purity. The Nordic man of Gianther and his followers is a purely imaginary picture. The belief in a race which unites in itself every feature of physical beauty along with the most exalted qualities of mind and spirit is a wonder faith, a dream notion, which corresponds to nothing in the past or the future. If the Nordic race were in fact the miraculous entity from which every happy face, Brunhold Springer, die Blutmischung Grundgesetz Lebens. Berlin. Human culture has proceeded. How came it that in its Nordic homeland it was unable to bring forth any culture worth mentioning? Why did its inborn culture-making capacity unfold only in distant zones and far from its native soil? Why must we go to Greece and Rome to find a Sophocles, a Praxiteles, a Pericles, a Demosthenes, an Alexander, an Augustus, 100 others, who are honored by the Gianthers, Woldmans, and Hausers as representatives of the Nordic race? The fact is, alas, that the Nordic man revealed his celebrated culture-building powers only in another environment and in association with foreign peoples. For the proud Viking voyages with which the books on race are all ablaze could hardly be described as cultural activities. On the contrary, they all too frequently threatened culture and laid waste valuable elements of it, as the robber raids of Goths, Vandals, Normans, and other Germanic tribes show clearly enough. All modern race theorists are, however, agreed that the capacity for state-making was the most important characteristic of Nordic man, which destined him alone to be the leader and guide of peoples and nations. If this is true, how is it that Nordic man in those very Nordic lands never set up a great kingdom, like, for example, that of Alexander, the Roman Caesars, or Genghis Khan, but always stayed shut up in little communities? It really seems rather odd that this crowd which has so much to say about the state-building genius of the blonde Nordic, in the same breath bewails the eternal disunion of the Germanic tribes as one of the most lamentable manifestations of their character and warns the present-day Germans of the fatal consequences of this bad habit of their forebears. Such a state of affairs is surely hard to reconcile with the capacity to weld together great kingdoms and nations. A fact we may remark in passing that is no great misfortune. The impulse of the Germanic tribes to split up, which is quite proverbial, goes very poorly, in fact, with their alleged capacity for state building. The blonde Nordic acquired this only in foreign parts when the power concepts of the Roman Empire came to him as a new revelation and a catastrophe. We do not mean to deny to Nordic man cultural capacity or other valuable characters. Nothing is farther from our intent than to fall into the opposite error from that of the race ideologists. But we guard ourselves with all modesty against the immeasurable arrogance of those persons who dare to deny to other races not only all deep feeling for culture but every idea of honor and fidelity. In the end, all the talk about the race soul is nothing but an idle playing with imaginary ideas. The method which brings all human groups mentally and spiritually under a single norm is a monstrosity which can but lead to the most perniciously erroneous conclusions. It is not to be disputed that men who have reproduced for centuries in the same territory and under the influence of the same natural and social environment have certain outer and inner characters in common. These resemblances are more manifest between members of the same family than in a tribe or a people. And yet what immeasurable contrasts of character one finds when one goes deeper into the mental and spiritual makeup of the individual members of a family. In general, the so-called collective character of a people, a nation, or a race expresses merely the personal views of individuals which are taken up by others and thoughtlessly repeated. What, for instance, are we to think when Gunther in his Rassenkundete Geideskenvokes has this to say about the so-called Oriental race? This race came out of the desert and their mental attitude inclines them to allow formerly cultivated lands to become desert again. This is empty prattle based on nothing at all. In the first place, we lack any historical evidence that this race in fact came out of the desert. And in the next place, who is to produce proof that in the members of this race there really resides the instinct to let cultivated lands become desert again? But Gunther needed this construction of history to convince his readers of the utter worthlessness of the Jews. Yet, in Palestine, the Jews were an agricultural people. Their whole legislation was built around this fact. The Arabs changed Spain into a garden of which great portions became desert again after the expulsion of the Moors. Fear of the Jews has developed among the advocates of the race theory into a genuine race panic. It is admitted, of course, even in those circles, that actually no such thing as a Jewish race exists, and that the Jews, like all other peoples, are a mixture of every possible racial element. Modern race theoreticians go so far as to assert that along with Levantine, Oriental, Hamitic and Mongolian blood, even a drop or two of Nordic blood flows in the veins of Jews. Nevertheless, it seems that of all races the Jewish has the worst inheritance. There is hardly any evil quality that hostile imagination has not attributed to the Jew. He was the real inventor of socialism, and at the same time he let capitalism loose in the world. He has infected all countries with his liberal ideas and loosened all bonds of authority. Still, his religion is a creed of strictest authority, a cult of the utmost despotism. He caused the war and invoked the revolution. He seems to have just the one secret purpose of hatching out subtle conspiracies against the noble Nordic man. We are assured that mixture of blood destroys the original characteristics of a race and diverts the course of its mental and spiritual tendencies. How comes it, then, that so hile, mixed a race as the Jews have for 2,000 years been able to preserve their religious system in spite of the horrible persecutions they have endured because of it? Must one not infer from this that there are in history other factors than hereditary racial characteristics? And how comes it that the Jews could poison the whole world with their modernistic spirit if the ideas of man are only the outcome of hereditary factors inherent in his blood? Must we not conclude from this either that the Jew is much more closely akin to us by blood than our race ideologists are willing to admit, or that the blood-determined hereditary characteristics are too weak to withstand foreign ideas? But the attacks of modern race doctrine are not directed solely against the Jews. In even greater force they are massed against a section of their own people, against the offspring of the so-called Alpine race which Gunther rebaptized Eastern. When Gunther, Hauser, Claus, and their associates speak of the Eastern peoples they become downright malicious. That the Eastern race settled in the very heart of Europe is, according to Gunther, a great misfortune, for with its impure blood it constantly threatens the exalted Nordic, whose mixture with this talentless, uncreative race leads only to ruin. The Eastern is the exact opposite of the Nordic man. If in the latter the spirit of the commander finds its most distinguished expression, in the former lives only the sullen soul of the pikeman capable of no great campaign. The Eastern is the born pacifist, the mass man. Hence his preference for democracy, which grows out of his need to pull down everything superior to himself. He has no heroic traits and no feeling at all for the greatness of the fatherland and the nation. The Easterns are the men of Jean Paul, already plentiful enough, in fact, far too plentiful, in Germany. They make good subjects, but they can never be leaders. Only the Nordic man is a predestined leader, see Hitler and Goebbels. But that is not all. Sexual intercourse among near relatives, also between brothers and sisters and parents and children, is, I am assured by country doctors, said not to be unusual in those districts settled by Easterns. The Eastern mind, perhaps because of its origin, is not acquainted with the idea of incest. Happy face. Otto Hauser has the worst things to say about Eastern man, of whom he presents the following charming picture. He will do anything for money. He would unhesitatingly sell his honor if he had any. He is the born democrat and capitalist. The Eastern man is more lascivious than the pure races or than the other mixed races. He makes men and women dance naked on the stage or wrestle with one another. He loves to read about perversions and practices them when he can afford it. He enslaves woman and is enslaved by her. He advocates individualism in the sense that everyone is to do what he pleases, violate girls and young boys, employ any means in social, mental, or political contests. And though it is contrary to all rules of sportsmanship to grasp an opponent by the genitals, he, who advocates in general the freeing of all desire, likes to make use of the practice when he wants to drag down to his own level. Happy face, L.F., Claus, Ras QNDCU, p. 118. Those inconvenient geniuses whom he, the devoid of genius, cannot beat in fair fight. In another place in his works Hauser tells his readers, the Eastern is vulgar in his sexuality. One cannot be with him half an hour before he begins telling not merely indecent stories, but his own sex experiences and possibly even those of his wife, and the women entertain the listeners with accounts of their menstrual difficulties. His brats bedaub the walls with vulvas and phalluses and make dates for sexual intercourse at public comfort stations. One can hardly trust one's eyes when one reads such stuff. The first impression is that one is dealing with a diseased mind, for this joyous wallowing in the imagined sexuality of another surely springs from a perverted disposition and a morbid imagination incapable of healthy perceptions. Let us be clear about the monstrousness of these accusations which are published thus to the whole world. They throw this filth at a whole body of human beings, numbering millions in their own countries, and ascribe to them alleged character traits which really spring only from their own diseased and unclean imagination. This sort of demonstration is characteristic of the methods of the present-day race ideologists. It also is typical of the mental degradation of the men who do not hesitate even to draw on the secrets of the comfort station in order to hang something on the racial enemy and so to satisfy their own dirty instincts. And this poison has been poured into the country for years by countless books, pamphlets, and newspaper articles. Let no one be surprised if this sowing of dragon's teeth shall some day germinate. For the absurdity of the present-day nationalistic movement in Germany is just this, that it rests on the race theory and that its advocates in their blindness fail to see that they are destroying with their own hands the strongest bulwark of the nation, the inbred feeling of national cohesion. If one is not sufficiently deluded to be able thus to insult the members of his own nation, he can easily see how this race fatalism must operate against other peoples. Out of the short-sighted belief in the divinely ordained superiority of the noble race follows logically the belief in its historical mission. Race becomes a question of destiny, a dream of the renewal of the world by the conscious will of Germankind. And since one cannot admit that all peoples will view the approaching destiny from just the same angle of vision, war becomes the only solution. Experience has shown us where that leads. The belief that in Germankind the world once more its will find, am Duchen Wesen Eelmal nach die Welt genessen, rouses in just those classes which had the greatest influence on the fate of Germany the conviction of the inevitability of the German war, of which they talk so much in Chamberlain's circle. In a widely circulated work in which war is hailed as midwife of all culture, Othmar Spann declares, we must desire this war just to prove that all its burden will rest on us, that we alone must fight it out with all the power that the lordly Germanic race has manifested throughout the millennia. This spirit was cherished through the decades and gradually reared to that fatalistic delusion which views all history under the aspect of race. Spann was not the only one who played with the race war of the future. At the conference of the Alldeutsche Verband, All-German Union, of November 30, 1912, the question of the coming war held the most prominent place. There was talk of the decisive struggle between the collective Slavic peoples and Germankind by Baron von Stossel and others. And Dr. Reuter Hamburg declared that it is our chief task to inform the people about the real grounds of the war which is probably coming, which is to be regarded only as a battle of united slavism against Germanism. When the German administration brought in its new safety proposals in April, 1913, Bethmann Hollweg based the new provisions on the necessity of preparing for the threatened clash between Slavs and Germans. Although the groupings of the powers at the beginning of war must prove to every person of insight that there could be no talk here of a war of the races, there were still not lacking those who saw in the frightful catastrophe only the inevitable impact of races. Even so widely known a historiographer as Karl Lamprecht published in the Berliner Tageblatt of August 23, 1914, an essay in which he spoke of a war of Germandom and Latin Catholic Slavdom against the invading Oriental barbarism. Lamprecht discovered then that Scandinavia, Holland, Switzerland, and America had been led by racial feeling to favor the German cause, and he announced jubilantly, "Blood will tell." The illusion of having America as an ally even led him to proclaim the living future of a Teutonic Germanic race. And since very finally England did not fit into the scheme, the great historian emphasizes, just observe that the central land of the British World Empire is no longer dominated by a pure Germanic spirit, but rather by the Celtic. Happy face. If the race theory can produce such incurable delusion in the brain of a scholar of worldwide renown, need we wonder at the crazy presumption of an economist like Sombart, who at that day of the world could announce, just as the German bird, the eagle, soars high above all other animals on earth, just so shall the German feel himself exalted above all that mankind which surrounds him and which he sees at an infinite distance beneath him. Happy face. We do not maintain that only the German is capable of such deluded notions. Every belief in a chosen religion, nation, or race leads to similar monstrosities. But we must recognize that among no other people has the race theory found such wide acceptance or inspired a literature of such general circulation as among the Germans. It seems almost as if the Germany of 1871 had wished to make up for what its greatest spirits before the foundation of the empire, because of their broadly humanistic attitude, had fortunately omitted. The exponents of race doctrine find themselves in the enviable position that they can venture the most extravagant assertions with no need to trouble themselves about intelligible proofs. Since they themselves know that most of these assertions cannot be maintained on the basis of their scientific value, they appeal to the infallibility of the race instinct, which allegedly gives clearer insight than is vouchsafed to the painstaking experience of scientific research. If this famous instinct of race were real and demonstrable to everybody, it would get along very nicely with science, since the inner voice or race in one's own bosom would bring certainty to men on every difficult question, even when science failed. But in that event we should expect at least the most distinguished advocates of the race theory to be in complete agreement and to voice a certain unanimity in their conclusions. But here is just the trouble. There is hardly a single question of fundamental importance about which those in the camp of the race ideologists are even halfway agreed. Often their views are so far apart that no bridging of the difference is conceivable. Just a few instances of this from the thousands. In his work, Rasse und Couleur, Otto Hauser informs us that the Greeks were a strictly blonde people who, quite of themselves, attained to a height of culture that will always arouse admiration, will always serve as a model as long as the related Nordic blood flows in any people, in any human being. Woldman, Gienther, and others have said the same thing, in other words basing their opinion, doubtless, on the same Nordic instinct which permeates the related blood through the millennia. But Gobineau, the real founder of the race theory, found nothing good to say of the Greeks. Rather he constantly disparaged them in every way, because of his ingrained hatred of democracy. In his I2C page Histoire de Parses he praises the culture of the Persians in exaggerated terms and pictures Greece as a half-barbaric country with no culture of its own worth mentioning. Gobineau even denies to the Hellenes ever moral quality, and declares that they had no understanding of the sentiment of honor as we see, the purest Oriental. For Chamberlain, Christianity is the highest expression of the Aryan spirit. In the Christian faith the Germanic soul reveals itself in its true profundity and divorces itself most definitely from every Semitic religious concept. For Judaism is the complete antithesis of the Christian religion. Any philosophic synthesis of the Jewish and the Germanic mind, even in religion, is quite unthinkable. On the other hand, Albrecht Wirth sees in Christianity a product of the Jewish Hellenic mind, which undertook, as the despised Jew fled from the misery of the outer world, to erect about it a higher inner world. While Eugen Dühring condemns Christianity utterly because by its influence the Judaizing of the Aryan mind was accomplished. Ludwig Neuner accuses the Frankish kings of having stolen from our ancestors and utterly destroyed the ancient, indigenous faith that sprang from a childlike view of nature and forcing on them instead a harsh system of religion of outspokenly international character. Registered then Erich Malmeister assures us, in his essay Für deutsche Geistesgerechtheit, Christianity is of an unmanly, slavish nature, directly opposed to the German nature. On the person of Christ he passes judgment thus: the outcast traitor to his country of a hatred race is the God before whom the German is expected to bend his knee. Gunther, Hauser, Claus, see in Protestantism a spiritual movement of the Nordic race, and Lapoge, as well, sees in it the attempt to adapt Christianity to the specific type of the Aryan race. Chamberlain, too, is a decided opponent of the Catholic Church and refers in his Grundlagen to the Semitic origin of the papacy. He sees in the latter the exact antithesis of the Germanic spirit, which recognizes no priestly caste and is emotionally opposed to a world hierarchy. For him, therefore, the Reformation is the revolt of Nordic man against the Semitic Caesarism of Rome and one of the greatest deeds of Germanism in general. Against this, Woldman exalts the papacy as the glorification of Germanism and takes great pains to demonstrate the Germanic descent of most of the popes. He was especially impressed by that child of the Goths, Hildebrand, who sat on the papal throne as Gregory VII and was the real founder of the temporal power of the papacy. Otto Hauser, however, explains this patent confusion of the Germanic spirit as follows: it is characteristic of the power hunger of Nordic male that he is able to employ all his force in every undertaking and unhesitatingly makes use of every means to an end. We know how extremely frivolous was the attitude of many of the popes toward the papacy and Christianity. So, while the papacy was represented for a while by an almost uninterrupted line of Germans, it was nevertheless an un-German, un-Nordic idea. Happy face. How are we to find our way in all this? What sort of strange thing is this Nordic racial soul? It glimmers with all the colors of a chameleon. It is popish and anti-popish, Catholic and Protestant. The voice of the blood in it is opposed to the rulership of a privileged priestly caste and rejects the thought of a world hierarchy, but at the same time its representatives exert every effort to bring the world under the yoke of the papacy, whose forms are derived from the Oriental despotism of the Semites. And the matter becomes still more interesting when we learn that Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Jesuit order, was a blonde-haired descendant of Germans as Woldman and Hauser assert. Here, as in the case of Beethoven, it seems that a dirty trick was played on nature. Think of it, Loyola, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed German, the warlike herald and acknowledged preacher of the Counter-Reformation, and Martin Luther, the soul of the German Reformation, a dark-haired man, of stocky figure, with brown eyes, who exhibits so plainly the outward characteristics of the Eastern that even Gienther, Hauser, and Woldman cannot deny this. That Gobineau in his work on race and elsewhere makes laudatory mention of the controlling hand of the Catholic Church, and in his Ottler Jarl damns heartily every heresy against Holy Mother Church, does not tend to simplify the matter. And, as if all this were not enough, Hauser assures us that the Reformation was a movement of the blood and indicates the displacing of the mixed race spirit by the Nordic. And he says this just after he has, a few pages farther back, drawn for us this picture of the men of the Reformation. What was left of Germany had reached the lowest point of its cultural and racial ebb about 1500. The Germans were at that time usually so ugly that Dürer and his forerunners and contemporaries in their realistic paintings are almost never able to present a beautiful, clear-cut, noble countenance, only features of a quite beastly repulsiveness, and even in their representations of the divine personages and saints from sacred history they were very seldom able to depict a halfway beautiful being because they had not even models to follow. But these men of the racial ebb, after all, made the Reformation. How explain that this movement of the blood which displaced the mixed race spirit occurred just at the time when, according to Hauser's own statement, Germany had reached the lowest point of its cultural and racial ebb? Let one take any period whatever of human history and one stumbles always on these same contradictions. There is, for example, the Great French Revolution. It is mere matter of course that one finds among the exponents of the race theory no trace of understanding of the economic, political, and social causes of that great European upheaval. Just as gypsies read the fate of a man in the lines in his hand, so the soothsayers of the race theory read from the portraits of the leading spirits of that storm-lashed time the whole story of the revolution and its blood-determined causes. We know that a man must of necessity behave as his appearance indicates, and that this law can manifest itself as well in the most primitive as well as in the most complicated and confused fullness of expression, that it must remain always and everywhere the timeless and unchanging law of the inheritance of life. Happy face. This masterly exposition, which disposes of the most difficult question with which science has dealt for many decades as if it were the most matter-of-course affair in the world, is quite astounding. We know. Who knows? How do we know? Who established this law of which our author speaks? No one. No science. We are dealing here merely with an empty assertion that is not worth a bad penny. In fact, the author tried from the portraits of Louis XVI, Mirabeau, Madame Roland, Robespierre, Danton, Marat, to establish the inner law of their behavior and to infer it from the degree of their racial mixture. Unfortunately, this deduction rests on no law but merely on imagination, which is neither timeless nor unchanging. There may be men whose character is written on their forehead, but there are not many of them. For types like Karl and Franz Moore live only in works of fiction. In actual life one seldom meets them. No one is able to recognize the mental and moral characters of a man from his external features. The most expert physiognomists could hardly read the importance of any of the great personages of history from their faces. This ability is usually revealed only when one knows with whom he is dealing, and it would not have been so easy for the author of our selected work to pass judgment on persons like Mirabeau, Robespierre, Marat, or Danton if these men had their historic roles still to play. Gobineau saw in the Great Revolution only the revolt of Celto-Romanic mongrelldom against the Germanic ruling class of the French nobility and damned the whole tremendous movement with the virulent hatred of the royalist, who on principle condemned every attempt to destroy the divinely ordained order. The revolution was for him the slave revolt of men of baser race, whom he already despised because they were the exponents of those modern revolutionary and democratic ideas in Europe which had struck a death blow at the ancient master caste. Chamberlain judged the revolution from a like point of view, since he, like Gobineau, saw in democracy and liberalism the deadly foe of the Germanic spirit. In contrast, Waldman saw in the revolution a demonstration of that same Germanic spirit, and in support of this view tried to prove that most of the leading minds of the revolution were of German origin. While for Gobineau the slogan of the revolution, liberty, equality, fraternity, was merely the utterance of a completely unleashed racial mixture, Hauser tells us, the demand for liberty, equality, and fraternity is genuinely Protestant, but it holds good only for the selection which Protestantism makes, only for groups like that. In another place in the same work he says, the revolution begins as the work of Germans and Germanoids, and on the basis of a Germanic ideology it finds an echo in all those of higher raceage, but it ends in the witches' Sabbath of the unshackled impulse of the base-born mass, which has made use of the Germanic heavenly light only to be beastlier than any beast. Happy face, now does this mean that the Germanic descent of the French nobility of which Gobineau tells us was just an idle boast, or are we here dealing with an annihilating war of Germans against Germans, a sort of race suicide? That Marx and Lassalle were Jews by descent is, for men of the stamp of Philipp Stoff and Theodor Fritsch and their kind, the best proof that the socialist doctrine is based on the Jewish mentality and is alien to the racial feeling of Nordic man. That the enormous majority of the founders of socialism were non-Jews, and that the socialist movement found quite as easy entrance into Germanic countries as into Romanic and Slavic, has for these gentlemen just as little significance as the fact that Marx and Lassalle were influenced most deeply and permanently in their mental development, not by the ideology of Judaism, but by the philosophy of Hegel. As for the idea of socialism itself, Waldman explains that it has its most convinced adherents in the German sections of the proletarian population on account of their blood, because in the Germanic elements the urge to freedom finds strongest expression. Gobineau, on the contrary, recognizes in socialism a typical sign of Mongolism and the covetousness of the born slave, hence his outspoken contempt for the workers, to whom he denies any sustained cultural ambition. Dries designates the socialists as Celto-Mongolians. Chamberlain scents in the socialistic movement everywhere the influence of Jewish ideology, which in this movement pursues its aim of utterly destroying the Germanic spirit in Germans. Diering, however, declared categorically, the Jewish social democracy is a reactionary gang whose state-enforced activities tend, not toward freedom and good husbandry, but toward the universality of bondage and exploitation through enforced service to the state in the interest of leading Jews and associations of Jews. And so that nothing might be lacking to this crazy potpourri, the Rough Riders of the race theory in Germany declared a holy war against Judaized Marxism and proclaimed a so-called National Socialism that probably presents the most gruesome enlivening of capitalistic platitudes with worn-out socialistic slogans that was ever thought of. Under this banner, and with the lovely motto, Germany, awake! Judah, perish! They made their way into the Dritte Reich. But crazier still was the picture when the advocates of the race theory set themselves to subject to the Nordic blood test the great personalities of history. What they got out of it could be written on no single parchment, though it were made from the skin of the famous cloud cow Autumnla of the Norse saga. First, there is Gerda, whose character portrait in the race books is suspiciously shaky. The appearance of this most German of all Germans is certainly very little like the representation of a Germanic man. To begin with, he lacked the sparkling sky blue eye, the blonde hair and several other features which alone make the 100% Nordic. Regardless of this, Chamberlain rates him as the most perfect genius of the Germanic race and recognizes in Faust the ripest product of the German mind. Albrecht Wirth is of the opinion, in which anthropologists seem to be fairly well agreed, that Goethe was a non-Nordic and most anthropologists see in him a product of the Alpine race. Lenz recognizes in Goethe a Levantine Germanic hybrid. Dühring questions the Aryan descent of Goethe and believes that he recognizes in him Semitic traits. Hans Hermann goes farthest of all. In his Sanatorium of Free Love he presents this picture of the greatest of German poets. One looks now at Goethe, these protruding brown eyes, this nose slightly hooked at the tip, this long body with its short legs, with even a slightly melancholy expression and we have before us the very prototype of a descendant of Abraham. Lessing, whose creative work was of such decisive and profound significance for the intellectual development of Germany, is honored by Dries as the living embodiment of the German spirit. Dühring, on the contrary, saw to it disproofs that the author of Nathan had Jewish blood in his veins. Even the noses of Schiller and Richard Wagner aroused the scorn of the race sniff bears, and Schiller was as good as done for when Adolf Bartels, the literary pope in the present Hitlerite state, traced the un-Germanic in Schiller's works to Celtic admixtures in his blood. For Chamberlain Napoleon I was the living embodiment of all non-Germandom. But Woltmann discovered in him a blonde-haired German, and Hauser opines, if one sees in him a Corsican one assigns him to a group in which he is an exception. In the North Italian nobility, however, to which he belongs, one finds all the splendid condottieri of the Renaissance and perceives at once that he is to be counted with these. Happy face. As to this, we may note that the notion that Napoleon sprang from a line of condottieri is merely the thoughtless adoption of an assertion of Taine's. The fact is that in the whole tribe of the Bonapartes there was not a single condottiere, neither in the line from Treviso nor in that from Florence, though probably there is Saint Bonaventura. Wherefore Mereszkowski quite properly inquires, why should the blood of these supposititious robbers, condottieri, have run stronger in the veins of Napoleon than that of the actually provable saint? But enough of this unpleasant game, which one could keep up indefinitely without becoming any the wiser. It is neither the conclusions of science nor the voice of the blood which is responsible for the ideas of the founders of the race theory, but their strongly a social sentiment, which makes them walk roughshod over every feeling of human dignity. To no one so well as to them does the old saying of Goethe apply, we are able to understand correctly how anyone will think about any particular matter only when we know what is his sentiment toward it. It was not their doctrine that shaped their sentiment, it was the sentiment that gave form and content to the doctrine. But this sentiment is rooted in the very foundations of all spiritual, political, and social reaction, in the attitude of masters towards their slaves. Every class that has thus far attained to power has felt the need of stamping their rulership with the mark of the unalterable and predestined, till at last this becomes an inner certainty for the ruling castes themselves. They regard themselves as the chosen ones and think that they recognize in themselves externally the marks of men of privilege. Thus arose in Spain the belief in the sangre azul, the blue blood of the nobility, which is first mentioned in the medieval chronicles of Castile. Today they appeal to the blood of the noble race which allegedly has been called to rule over all the peoples of the world. It is the old idea of power, this time disguised as race. Thus one of the best-known defenders of the modern race idea declares with noble self-assurance, all Nordic culture is power culture. All Nordic talent is talent for matters of power, for matters of enterprise and world-making, whether in the material or in the spiritual realm, in the state, in art, in research. Asterisk. All advocates of the race doctrine have been and are the associates and defenders of every political and social reaction, advocates of the power principle in its most brutal form. Gobineau stood squarely in the camp of the counter-revolution and made no bones about his purpose of attacking by his teaching democracy and its weapon, the revolution. The slave owners of Brazil and of the southern states of North America appealed also to his work to justify Negro slavery. Chamberlain's Grundlagen was an open declaration of war against all the achievements of the last 100 years in the direction of personal freedom and the social equalization of men. He hated everything which had sprung from the revolution with grim bitterness and remained to the last the bellwether of political and social reaction in Germany. In this respect the representatives of the modern race theory differ in not the slightest degree from their predecessors except that they are more soulless, outspoken, and brutal, and therefore more dangerous at a time when the spiritual in people is crippled and their emotions have grown callous and dull because of the war and its horrible after-effects. People of the brand of Ammon, Gienther, Hauser, and Rosenberg, are in all their undertakings ruthless and hidebound reactionaries. What that leads to, the Third Reich of Hitler, Göring, and Goebbels shows us realistically. When Gienther, in his Rassenkunde des Deutschen Volks speaks of a gradation in rank of the Germans according to their blood, his concept is thoroughly that of a slave people who are arranged in a definite order of ranks that reminds us of the castes of the Indians and the Egyptians. One comprehends how this doctrine found such ready acceptance in the ranks of the great industrialists. The Deutsche Arbeitgeberzeitung wrote thus about Gunther's book, "What becomes of the dream of human equality after one takes even a single glance at this work? Not only do we regard the study of such a work as this as a source of the highest interest and instruction, we believe, too, that no politician can form a correct judgment without investigation of the problems here dealt with. Of course, no better moral justification could be produced for the industrial bondage which our holders of industrial power keep before them as a picture of the future. The race theory first appeared as an interpretation of history. But with time it has acquired a political significance, and it has crystallized today in Germany into a new ideology of reaction in which lurk future dangers that cannot be overlooked. He who thinks that he sees in all political and social antagonisms merely blood-determined manifestations of race, denies all conciliatory influence of ideas, all community of ethical feeling, and must at every crisis take refuge in brute force. In fact, the race theory is only the cult of power. Race becomes destiny, against which it is useless to struggle, therefore any appeal to the basic principles of humanity is just idle talk which cannot restrain the operation of the laws of nature. This delusion is not only a permanent danger to the peaceful relations of peoples with one another, it kills all sympathy within a people and flows logically into a state of the most brutal barbarism. Whither this leads is shown in Ernst Mann's Moral der Crafty, where we read, who because of his bravery in battle for the general welfare has acquired a serious wound or disease, even he has no right to become a burden to his fellow men as cripple or invalid. If he was brave enough to risk his life in battle, he should possess also the final courage to end his life himself. Suicide is the one heroic deed available to invalids and weaklings. Thus we should happily attain the cultural level of the Papuans. Such lines of thought lead to total depravity and inflict on all human feeling deeper wounds than one suspects. The race theory is the leitmotif of a new barbarism which endangers all the intellectual and spiritual values in culture, threatening to smother the voice of the spirit with its voice of the blood. And so belief in race becomes the most brutal violence to the personality of man, a base denial of all social justice. Like every other fatalism, so also race fatalism is a rejection of the spirit, a degrading of man to a mere blood vessel for the race. The doctrine of race when applied to the concept of the nation proves that this is not a community of descent, as has been so often asserted, and as it dissects the nation into its separate components it destroys the foundations of its existence. When in spite of this its adherents today so noisily proclaim themselves the representatives of the national interests, one can but recall the saying of Grillparzer, the course of the new education runs from humanity through nationality to bestiality. Chapter 4. Concerning the concept of culture. Culture as ethical standard of value with Kant, Herder, and others. Culture and civilization. Culture as conscious resistance to the natural course of events. Nature peoples and culture peoples. Culture in the struggle against tyranny and lust for power. Solidarity as the most effective promoter of culture. Relation of separate human groups to the general course of culture. Cultural vitalization by foreign influences. Victory of the higher culture over political suppression. Cultural fitness and assimilation by the state. Before we go further into the relation of the national state to the general course of culture, it is necessary to define as sharply as possible the concept of culture, so as to avoid confusion. The word culture, the general use of which is a rather recent matter, embodies no very clearly defined idea as one would infer from the multiplicity of its applications. Thus one speaks of culture of the soil, of physical, spiritual and mental culture, of the culture of a race or a nation, of a man of culture, and other like matters, and in each instance the word means something different. It is not very long since we gave to the concept of culture an almost purely ethical meaning. One spoke of the morality of peoples as we today speak of their cultures. In fact, up to the end of the 18th century and later men employed the concept humanity, which is a purely moral concept, in the same sense in which we today use the word culture, and one cannot say that such application was less appropriate or less clear. Montesquieu, Voltaire, Lessing, Herder, and many others thought of culture only as a moral concept. Herder, in his Ideas for a Philosophy of the History of Mankind, he had laid down the principle that the culture of a people is higher in proportion as it expresses the spirit of humanity. Besides, even today, ethical feeling is for many the essential content of all culture. Thus, Vera Strasser declares, in a much noticed work, that the progress of culture consists in this, that every individual shall suppress the bestial and develop the spiritual, which by the contrast selected reveals clearly that the spiritual is thought of as primarily a moral concept. Kant, also, saw in morality the essential characteristic of culture. Proceeding from the standpoint that man is a being in whom the inclination toward seclusion is matched with the impulse toward sociability, he thought he saw in the conflict of these two attitudes the great instrument of culture and the real source of ethical feeling in man. By it man was first enabled to overcome his natural crudity and to ascend the steps of culture, which, according to Kant's own utterance, comprises the social worth of man. Culture seemed to him the final purpose of nature, which in man attained to consciousness of itself. According to Kant's view, culture carries in itself many obstacles which seem to hinder the free growth of humanity, but which really serve this final purpose. Holding this opinion, he thought he saw in every form of expression of culture a finger-post that pointed to the great goal toward which humanity strives. Later, attempts were made to differentiate culture and civilization. Civilization was to mean merely the subjugation of external nature by man, while culture was to be valued as intellectualizing and spiritual refinement of physical existence. Based on this, definite divisions were made of the phenomena of social life and conceived art, literature, music, religion, philosophy, and science as separate spheres of culture, while technical skill, industrial life, and political organization were gathered under the heading of civilization. Others wanted to recognize in science, too, only a manifestation of civilization, since its practical application constantly influenced and transformed the material life of man. Each of these attempts has its peculiar advantages, each also its inadequacies, for it is not a simple matter to draw lines of division here, even when we recognize that this is only an attempt to set up a classification that shall make the study of actual occurrences easier. The Latin word cultural, which had been almost forgotten, was originally applied almost exclusively to agriculture, animal breeding and similar matters which represent a conscious attack by man upon the course of natural events. It had very nearly the meaning of rearing or cultivating. Such an approach involves no contradiction. It can also be conceived as a particular shaping of events which attaches itself to the long course of natural occurrences. It is very probable that only the Christian theologic way of thinking was the cause of the setting up of an artificial opposition between nature and culture by its placing of man above nature and its belief that nature was created entirely for man's sake. When we take culture to mean simply man's conscious attack on the blind operation of natural forces, with the possibility of distinguishing between lower and higher forms of cultural process, there is no longer Psychologie der Zusammenhänge Begbehitten. Berlin, 1921. Any possibility of misinterpretation. Thus understood, culture is the conscious resistance of man against the course of nature, to which resistance alone he owes the preservation of his species. Countless genera which once inhabited the earth perished in the early glacial period because nature had deprived them of food and of their old conditions of life. But man struggled against the altered conditions and found ways and means to escape from their destructive influence. In this sense, the whole course of his development and dispersal over the earth has been a constant struggle against the natural conditions of his environment, which, in his way, he has tried to change to his advantage. He made for himself artificial utensils, weapons, and tools, learned to use fire, and adapted himself by appropriate clothing and shelter to the circumstances under which he was compelled to live. Thus he made, so to speak, his own climate and was enabled to change his residence and to defy the natural conditions of his life. Thus understood, the appearance of man is the beginning of culture, and human life is merely its content. Ludwig Stein made an illuminating presentation of the contrasting concepts, nature and culture. The unbroken regularity in the succession of events which goes on without definite purpose and independent of human activity, we call nature. What human beings have elaborated, planned, striven for, achieved, shaped purposively and deliberately, we call culture. What grows freely from the soil without any demands upon human labor is a natural product, but what takes shape only by the intervention of human labor is an artifact or culture product. By pursuing conscious purposes and by a developed system of adapting these purposes to available means, human effort controls the unconsciously adaptive creative activity of nature. By means of tools, which man as an imitative being makes in the approximate likeness of his own members, and with the help of institutions and labor-saving devices which he has invented, man speeds up the monotonous, tedious course of natural processes, and makes them serve his own ends. The type of the natural status is, therefore, mastery of man by his environment. The essence of the cultural status, on the other hand, is mastery of his environment by man. This definition of the concept is simple and clear. It has the further advantage that it simply presents the relation between nature and culture without setting up an express opposition between them. This is important, for if one holds the view that man also is only a part of nature, one of its creatures who stands neither above it nor outside it, then neither does his work fall outside the general frame of nature, whether we call it culture, civilization, or something else. Viewed thus, culture is only a special manifestation of nature, and its beginning is linked with the appearance of man upon earth. His history is the history of culture in its manifold gradations, and yet he belongs, like every other being, to the same totality of things that we call nature. It is culture that assures him of his place in the great realm of nature, who is his mother also. Of course, one can speak only of a relative mastery of nature by man, for even the most advanced culture is not yet in a position completely to control nature. A tidal wave suffices to destroy his carefully built dams, to drown his planted fields, and to send his well-built ships to the bottom of the sea. An earthquake annihilates in a few minutes painful products of a century of creative activity. The progress of culture is therefore only a gradual mastery of nature by man, which with his advancing development becomes ever better planned and surer of its goal without ever becoming absolute. With this view, the artificial distinction that has been set up between nature peoples and culture peoples disappears. Such a distinction corresponds in no way to actual facts, since there are no tribes or peoples anywhere entirely without _a culture. Indeed, Friedrich Ratzel, the actual founder of the anthropogeographical theory of history, stated, in his Völkerkunde, that there is to be found no essential difference between nature peoples and culture peoples, but merely differences in the degree of their culture, so that one can in reality speak only of culturally poorer and culturally richer peoples. The different forms of the cultural life have of themselves given rise to certain distinctions, and even though it is hardly possible to draw sharp lines between the separate fields of activity of human culture, still we cannot get along without them, for our brains are so constructed that we can proceed only with the help of the crutches of concepts. So it was the presentation of the purely political history of separate states, whose content was limited almost exclusively to the enumeration of dynasties, the description of wars and conquests, and the explanation of the different systems of government, which undoubtedly gave the first impulse to profounder cultural interpretations of history. We came to see that these one-sided presentations by no means exhaust the unlimited abundance of cultural events, but rather make indecent display of their most unfruitful aspect. For, just as the forces of nature are not all of service for human purposes, so also, not all the occurrences in the social environment man has built up further his higher development. Some of them, in fact, operate as dangerous obstacles to this development. Even slavery and despotism are manifestations of the general cultural movement, for they, too, represent a conscious attack on the natural course of things. But these are in the last analysis only defects of social culture, and their disastrous effects are brought more and more clearly to the consciousness of man in the course of his history. The long list of social upheavals and the uncounted uprisings against old and new systems of rulership bear witness to this. As man continually strives to impart to his natural environment more and more of his own character, his own development impels him in ever-increasing measure to eliminate the evils of his social environment, to advance the intellectual development of his species, and to lead it toward ever higher perfection. It is the essential core of all culture that man does not submit blindly to the rough caprice of natural processes, but struggles against them in order to shape his fate by his own standards, so he will someday break those chains which he forged for himself while ignorance and superstition still interfered with his freer insight. The farther his mind forces its way along the winding road of his social evolution, the broader become the purposes he holds before him, the more consciously and insistently will he try to influence the course of this evolution and to make all social occurrences serve the higher ends of culture. Thus we advance, urged by an inner longing and spurred on by the influence of the social institutions under which we live, toward a social culture which will no longer know any form of exploitation or slavery. And this coming culture will work the more beneficently the more clearly its representatives recognize in the personal freedom of the individual and the union of all in the solidaric bonds of a sense of social justice the mainspring of their social activity. Freedom, not in the abstract sense of Hegel, but conceived as a practical possibility which guarantees to every member of society that he may develop to the fullest all those powers, talents, and capacities with which nature has endowed him, without hindrance by authoritative compulsion and the inevitable effects of an ideology of brute force. Freedom of the person on the basis of economic and social justice. Only by this is man offered the possibility of bringing to full flower that consciousness of his personal responsibility which is the firm foundation of each and every freedom, and of developing the vital sense of his unity with his own kind to a stage where the wishes and desires of the individual spring from the depths of his social feeling. Just as in nature the brutal struggle for existence that is fought out with tooth and claw is not the only mode of maintaining life, just as along with this crude manifestation another and much more involved form of the struggle for existence is in operation, which finds expression in the social banding together of the weaker genera and in their practical rendering of mutual aid. So also in culture are manifested different forms of human activities which employ the more primitive or the finer traits of man. And just as in nature that second type of struggle for existence is far more effective in preserving the individual and the race than the brutal war of the so-called strong against the weak, a fact which is shown satisfactorily by the astounding retrogression of those species which have no social life and in their struggle with the environment have to rely merely on physical superiority. So also in the social life of mankind. Peter Kropotkin, Mutual Aid, a Factor of Evolution. The higher forms of moral and intellectual development slowly achieve victory over the brute forces of political forms of rulership, which have thus far only served to cripple every higher cultural development. We are led to conclude, then, that if culture is simply a constant subduing by man of the primitive processes of nature, and the political endeavors within the social structure which throughout his life circumscribe man and subject his creative activities to the external compulsion of rigid forms, then it is in its essence everywhere the same despite the ever-increasing number and the endless diversity of its special forms of expression. Then the notion of the alleged existence of purely national cultures, each of which constitutes by itself a closed whole and carries within itself the laws of its origin, is no more than a wish concept which has nothing in common with life's realities. The universal which lies at the foundation of all cultures is infinitely more important than the difference in their outer forms, which are for the most part determined by the environment. For every culture springs from the same urge and strives consistently toward the same goal. Everywhere it begins at first as a civilizing force that sets up artificial limits to the rough, unbridled rule of nature and enables man to satisfy his essential needs more easily and with less interference. Later there grows out of it quite spontaneously the aspiration for worthier organization and loftier spirit in social and individual life that is deeply rooted in the social sentiment of man and must be regarded as the driving force in every higher culture. If one wishes to get a clear picture of the relations and closer connections of the various groups of human beings with this thing we call culture, he might make use of this comparison. Over the broad surface of the ocean the sun unceasingly draws up watery vapors to the skies. Clouds form, and float, wind-driven, to the land where they discharge their garnered fullness and fall to earth as fruitful rain. By millions the raindrops hide themselves within the bosom of the earth, and then from countless springs gush, laughing, out again upon its surface. Rivulets are formed, cut through the land in every direction, swell to a brook, a river. The river rolls its floods down again to that same sea in which it had its beginning. Through endless time the circuit has gone on with irresistible certainty, unchanging and it will continue in unbroken sequence as long as the cosmic conditions of our solar system themselves endure unchanged. It is not different with the cultural work of peoples, with every creative activity of the individual. What we in general designate as culture is at bottom only a great all-embracing unity of the occurring, which is gripped by a restless, uninterrupted transforming and makes itself apparent in countless forms and structures. Always and everywhere the same creative urge is hungry for action, only the mode of expression differs, and is adapted to the environment. Just as every spring, every brook, every river is in its depths allied to the sea, into whose tides it ever pours itself anew, so also is every separate culture cycle only part of the same all-embracing unity, from which it draws its deepest and most original forces and into whose lap its own creative work always falls again at last. Like the brooks and rivers are all the culture forms that through the millennia have followed one another or have existed side by side. They are all rooted in the same primitive soil, to which they are in their depth allied as are the waters to the sea. Cultural reconstructions and social stimulation always occur when different peoples and races come into closer union. Every new culture is begun by such a fusion of different folk elements and takes its special shape from this. This is quite natural, for only through outside influences do those new needs, those new understandings arise which constantly struggle for expression in every field of cultural activity. The desire to preserve the purity of the culture of a people by the deliberate elimination of foreign influences, a notion which is today advocated with great zeal by extreme nationalists and adherents of the race doctrine, is just as unnatural as it is futile, and merely shows that these peculiar fanatics for cultural autonomy have not understood at all the profound significance of the cultural process. Such distorted ideas have about the same meaning as saying to a man that he can attain to the highest state of manhood only if he eliminates woman from his life. The result would be the same in both cases. New life arises only from the union of man with woman. Just so a culture is born or fertilized only by the circulation of fresh blood in the veins of its representatives. Just as the child results from the mating, so new culture forms arise from the mutual fertilization of different peoples and their spiritual sympathy with foreign achievements and capacities. One needs a strong dose of mental short-sightedness to dream of withdrawing an entire country from the spiritual influences of the wider cultural circle to which it belongs, especially today when peoples are more than ever bent on the mutual enlargement of their cultural aspirations. But even if the possibility existed, such a people would not experience an uplift in their cultural life, as the exponents of cultural autonomy so strangely insist. All experience indicates rather that such inbreeding would lead inevitably to a general stunting, to a slow extinction of culture. In this respect it is with peoples as it is with persons. How poorly that man would fare who in his cultural development had to rely entirely on the creations of his own people. This quite apart from the fact that it is utterly useless to talk of such a possibility, since even the wisest is in no position to say which among the cultural possessions of a people they actually worked out for themselves and which they took over in one form or another from others. The inner culture of a man grows just in the measure that he develops an ability to appropriate the achievements of other peoples and enrich his mind with them. The more easily he is able to do this, the better it is for his mental culture, the greater right he has to the title, man of culture. He immerses himself in the gentle wisdom of Lao Tzu and rejoices in the beauty of the Vedic poems. Before his mind unfold the wonder tales of the V-and nights, and with inner rapture he drinks in the sayings of the wine-loving Omar Khayyam or the majestic strophes of Ferdowsi. His soul absorbs the profundities of the Book of Job and swings in rhythm with the Iliad. He laughs with Aristophanes, weeps with Sophocles, reads with enjoyment the humorous incidents of the Golden Ass of Apuleius, and hears with interest Petronius' portrayal of conditions in declining Rome. With Maester Rabelais he treads the tastefully decorated halls of the happy Abbey of Theleme, and with François Villon he wanders past the Ravenstone. He tries to fathom the soul of Hamlet and rejoices in Don Quixote's lust for deeds. He presses through the terrors of Dante's hell and grieves with Milton for the lost paradise. In one word, he is everywhere at home, and therefore knows better how to value the charm of his own homeland. With unprejudiced eye he searches the cultural possessions of all peoples and so perceives more clearly the strong unity of all mental processes. And of these possessions no one can rob him. They are outside the jurisdiction of the government and are not subject to the will of the mighty ones of the earth. The legislator may be in a position to close the gates of his country to the stranger, but he cannot keep him from making his demands upon the treasure of the people, its mental culture, with the same assurance as any native. Here is the point at which the preponderant importance of culture over any political national frontier fixing reveals itself most clearly. Culture unlooses the shackles that the theological spirit of politics has fastened on the peoples. In this sense it is in its deepest essence revolutionary. We indulge in profound reflections about the evanescence of all existence and demonstrate that all the great kingdoms which have played a world-commanding role in history were irrevocably doomed to downfall as soon as they had attained the highest peak of their culture. A number of well-known historians have even maintained that we have to do here with the inevitable operation of a definite law, to which all historic process is subject. But really the fact that the decline or downfall of a kingdom is not in any way equivalent to the decline of a culture should indicate to us where the actual causes of the downfall are to be sought. A political rulership can go down without leaving behind it a trace of its former existence. With a culture it is quite otherwise. It can, as it were, wither in a country where it has been disturbed in its natural growth. In this event it looks for new possibilities of development outside its old circle of operation, gradually enters upon new fields and fertilizes their germs that were in a sense waiting for fertilization. Thus there arise new forms of the cultural process, which doubtless differ from the old, but nevertheless carry in them its creative forces. Macedonian and Roman conquerors could put an end to the political independence of the tiny Greek city republics. They could not prevent the transplanting of Greek culture deep in Inner Asia, its growth to new bloom in Egypt, nor its intellectual vitalizing of Rome herself. This is the reason why peoples of less developed culture could never actually bring under subjection peoples of higher cultural status even when they far excelled them in military strength. It is possible to completely subjugate only very small populations which because of their numerical weakness could be easily ground down. So to subdue any larger people which has been welded together in the course of many centuries by a common culture is unthinkable. The Mongols could easily deal with the Chinese militarily. 5. They were even in a position to set up a man of their tribe as despot of the Celestial Kingdom, but they had not the slightest influence on the inner structure of the social and cultural life of the Chinese peoples, whose distinctive customs were hardly disturbed by the invasion. On the other hand, the primitive culture of the Mongols could not hold out against the much older and immeasurably finer culture of the Chinese, and was, in fact, so completely absorbed by it that it left not a trace behind. 200 years sufficed to transform the Mongolian invaders into Chinese. The higher culture of the conquered proved itself stronger and more effective than the brutal military power of the conquerors. And how often was the Apennine Peninsula, the present Italy, overrun or quite inundated by foreign tribes? From the times of the migrations of peoples to the invasion by the French under Charles VIII and Francis I, Italy was the constant object of attack by countless tribes and populations whom ancient yearning and, above all, the prospect of rich booty, drew southward. Cimbri and Teutons, Lombards and Goths, Huns and Vandals, and dozens of other tribes rolled their rude troops through the fertile vales of the peninsula, whose inhabitants suffered severely from the continuous invasions. But even the most powerful and the crudest of the conquerors succumbed to the higher culture of the country, even though they opposed it at first with outspoken hostility or contemptuous disdain. They were all gradually drawn into it and compelled to new ways of living. Their native strength has merely served to bring to that. Thus Procopius tells us in his story of the wars of the Goths and Vandals of a significant utterance of Liutprand: when we wish to insult an enemy in public and hold him up to scorn, we call him a Roman. The Germanic tribes were sp. Ancient culture knew vitalizing factors and to fill its veins with their fresh blood. History knows many similar instances. They serve repeatedly to demonstrate the infinite superiority of cultural processes over the pitiful stupidity of political endeavors. All efforts of conquering states to assimilate the population of new-won territories by the brutal exercise of power, suppression of the native language, forcible interference with traditional institutions, and so on have been vain. More than that, in most instances, their effect has been just the opposite of what the conqueror sought to accomplish. England has never been able to win the loyalty of the Irish. Her violent treatment has only deepened and widened the abyss that separates the two peoples and increased Irish hatred of the English. The Germanizing efforts of the Prussian government in Poland made the lives of the Poles more difficult and bitter, but they were not able to change their temper or make them friendlier to the Germans. Today we behold the fruits of this senseless policy. The Russifying policy of the Tsarist government in the Baltic provinces led to shameful outrages against human dignity, but it brought the people no closer to Russia and was of profit chiefly to the resident German barons whose brutal exploitation of the masses it greatly furthered. The supporters of imperial policy in Germany might persuade themselves that they could win the affection of the Alsatians for Germanism by their dictatorial decrees, but, although the people were German both in language and customs, Germany failed to achieve that end. Just as little will the present efforts of the French at assimilation in Alsace be able to instill into the inhabitants a love for France. Almost every great state has within its borders national minorities which it treats in this manner. The result is everywhere the same. Love and loyalty cannot be compelled, they have to be earned, and force and suppression are the least fitting means to this end. The national suppression policy of the great states before the war developed in the suppressed nationalities an extreme nationalism which finds expression today in the according by the new-made states of the same treatment to their national minorities which, as national minorities, they themselves once received, a phenomenon showing all too clearly that little states follow in the footsteps of great ones and imitate their practices. We can just as little convert a people by force to alien morals, customs, and modes of thought as we can force a man into the frame of an alien individuality. A fusion of different tribes and racial elements is possible only in the realm of culture, because here no external compulsion arises, only an inner need, to meet which every member makes its special contribution. Culture rests neither on brute force nor on blind faith in authority. Daily hostile to all instruction and educative influence because, in the opinion of Procopius, they saw in these the enervation of their warlike activities. Its effectiveness is based on the free acceptance of all that has resulted from collaborative efforts for spiritual and material welfare. The decisive matter here is the natural need, not the blind edict from above. For this reason, in all the great epochs, culture has marched hand in hand with the voluntary union and fusion of different human groups. In fact, these two factors are mutually necessary. Only voluntary determination, which in most cases arises quite unconsciously, is able to unite men of different descent in their cultural efforts and in this way to produce new forms of culture. Here the situation is the same as it is with the individual. When I take up the work of a strange author who reveals new things to me and arouses my mind, no one compels me to read the book or to appropriate its ideas. It is merely the mental influence that affects me and that will perhaps later be erased by influences of another kind. Nothing compels me to make a decision that is repugnant to my inmost nature and does violence to my mind. I appropriate the alien matter because it brings me pleasure and becomes a part of my spiritual being. I assimilate myself to it until at last there is no boundary between myself and the alien matter. It is in this way that all cultural and mental occurrences are brought about. And this natural, unforced assimilation goes on without any oversight, without any evident analysis, because it grows out of the personal requirements of the individual and corresponds to his mental and spiritual experiences. Any cultural process goes on the more peacefully and with the less friction, the less political motives are in evidence, for politics and culture are opposites which can never be fundamentally reconciled. They are striving in different directions, always widely divergent. Their allegiance is to be different worlds. Chapter 5. Nationalpolitical unity as hindrance to cultural development. The rediscovery of Greece. Position of religion in Greece. Concerning the descent of the Hellenes. Greek thought. Ideas about man and the universe. Science and philosophy. Many-sidedness of Hellenic culture. Poetry. Drama. Comedy. The theater as barometer of personal freedom. Physical culture. Architecture. Greek style. Sculpture. Painting. Art as a principle of life. The national political disunion of Greece. Influence of the natural environment on the manifoldness of Hellenic culture. Character of the Greek polis. Peculiarity of Greek colonization. Participation of the individual in public affairs. Olympus as a symbol of the political conditions. The Persian Wars. Reasons for the victory of the Hellenes. Cultural unity and political unity. The Peloponnesian War and the question of national unity. Signs of collapse. Alexander brings about the political unity of Greece and destroys the sources of Hellenic culture. We referred in the first part of this work to the irreconcilable opposition between the political endeavors of small minorities in history and the culturally creative activity of socially allied human groups, and tried to make the results of this inner antagonism as clear as possible to the reader. Everything else follows from this. Before all, it follows that in periods when political thought and action prevail in society, cultural creation, and especially its higher forms, fall into decay and collapse. If it were otherwise, then culture would have been in fullest bloom in times of highest perfection of national political power and would have withered in times of national dissolution. But history everywhere shows us the opposite. Greece and Rome are the classical witnesses of this, but not the only ones. The history of all times and all peoples bears eloquent testimony to it. Nietzsche had recognized this very clearly when, in his well-known utterance on the resurrection of the spirit, he said, on the political sickbed a people usually renews its youth and finds again the soul it lost in seeking and maintaining power. Culture is most deeply indebted to times of political weakness. About the outstanding importance of the ancient Grecian culture, peoples are fairly well agreed. Even if one is of the opinion that this culture has been too highly idealized by the enthusiastic partisans of classical antiquity, one still cannot deny its monumental importance. The immoderate overestimation which was at one time accorded to classical antiquity is easily explained. One must not forget that with the development of the Christian Church, Europe for centuries almost entirely lost its connection with Greek intellectual life, which, of course, seemed to Christian thought essentially alien and revolting. By the rediscovery of the Greek language and the universal awakening of minds toward the close of the Middle Ages, man became again spiritually united with ancient Hellas. On the humanists of the 16th century, this ancient world, which so suddenly emerged from oblivion, and which, seen from a distance, glittered with 1,000 hues, must have made an actually bewitching impression, especially since it suggested immediate comparison with the present, when the Church was more and more vigorously combating the new conceptions of the universe with torture and the stake. Without doubt, Greek culture had, along with its illuminating and alluring features, also profound social defects, which one must not overlook if one wishes to form a clear picture of its total character. Thus, one must not forget that in Greece, as in every other state of antiquity, slavery existed, even though except in Sparta the treatment of slaves was much more humane than, for example, in Rome. In many Greek communities it was even customary to set free those slaves who acquired a Greek education. It also happened sometimes, under unusual circumstances, that part of the slaves were adopted into the master class. This happened in Sparta at the time of the Archidemian War, when the privileged caste had been greatly weakened by its losses and had to deal with an uprising of the Helots. The same thing occurred repeatedly in Athens. Also, the history of Greece is by no means entirely free from persecutions of ideas. Socrates had to drink the hemlock. Protagoras had to flee, and his book about the gods was publicly burned. Diogenes of Apollonia and Theodorus the atheist were subjected to persecutions. Even poets, like Diagramoras of Melos and Aeschylus, were sometimes in peril of their lives, and Euripides was threatened with a public indictment because of his godless ideas. Of course, these occasional persecutions cannot be compared even remotely with the persecutions of heretics during the Middle Ages. The basic assumptions for the latter were entirely lacking in Greece. There was neither an organized priestly caste nor a church. The country lacked also any start toward political unity, the supporters of which are always inclined to suppress free thought and to raise persecution of certain ideas to a system. However, there existed, of course, among the people themselves all sorts of superstitions, and in many places, especially in Delphi, this had developed under the influence of the priests into a fanatical orthodoxy, but this had only local importance, since all organized connection with other parts of the country was lacking. Despite such defects, the intellectual greatness of Grecian culture is undisputed. A culture which could influence the totality of European peoples for so long and in such diverse fields, with an irresistible power which has not yet exhausted itself today, though its creators vanished from history 2,000 years ago, may easily be overvalued. It can hardly be overlooked. No man of profound insight will try to maintain that the Greeks originated among themselves all the contributions they have made in the various fields of cultural life. The greatness and significance of every culture lies just here. Its intellectual and social effectiveness cannot be confined within political or national boundaries. Perhaps a state can be created with the sword, but not a culture, for this stands above all state organizations or lordly institutions, and is in its innermost essence anarchistic. Even if one could overlook the fact that thus far political bondage has been the greatest hindrance to any higher cultural development. That Greece was influenced in its development by other cultures is perfectly obvious, and one would have to be a race theorist to deny it. Besides, the Greek mythology itself bears witness to these foreign influences, as in the legends of Cadmus, Cecrops, Danaos, and others. In recent times there has been hardly a year in which scientific research has not brought to light new material that reveals more clearly the Oriental and Egyptian influence upon the shaping of Greek culture. Thus, the Semitic elements in the poetry of Homer have been repeatedly brought out. Of quite a special importance were the excavations of Heinrich Schliemann in Asia Minor, which laid bare the remains of an ancient culture now called the Mycenaean. Then, in 1900, came the excavations of the English scholar, Evans, on the island of Crete, bringing to light the vestiges of a very much older culture, which can be assigned to a time at least 2,000 years before our chronological era. These splendid results of archaeological research have, of course, opened up to historiography new and hitherto quite unknown fields, but they have also produced a whole series of new problems, at the solution of which science has thus far worked in vain. Thus, it is today undecided whether there were intimate connections between the Cretan and the Mycenaean cultures, or whether we are here dealing with two distinct developments. The question whether the creators of these two cultures should or should not be regarded as Greeks remains quite unsolved. There have been discovered in Crete, it is true, thousands of clay tablets bearing strange inscriptions, but science has not succeeded in deciphering them, and we wait still the many facts they might tell us. It was proved long ago that other languages were once spoken in Greece. A whole series of place names, like Athens, Thebes, Corinth, Olympus, and Parnassus, are still veiled in darkness. They have no sort of relation to the Greek language, belong, indeed, to no Indo-Germanic speech. Besides, Herodotus tells us that in his travels he visited various cities in which the Pelasgians spoke a peculiar language, which he designated as barbaric. According to the sagacious inferences of Moritz Hoerns, the Cretan Mycenaean culture is, so to speak, the connecting link between the ancient cultures of Egypt and the Orient and that of Greece. A view that is constantly winning wider acceptance. The fact is that the active intellectual life of Greece first developed in the East, where intercourse with Egyptians, Phoenicians, and Persians was most active. But we are not here dealing with the question of how far Grecian culture was influenced by other cultures, but merely with the fact that it is one of the most splendid and all-embracing cultures that humanity has ever produced. It affected the whole subsequent development of the peoples of Europe more deeply and more permanently than did any other culture, and its remote effects are still becoming clearer and clearer. Before all, there is the kind of thought process which the Greeks brought closer to us than any other people of antiquity. Their peculiar gift for scientific observation and deductive reasoning, often enabling them to recognize facts which were not scientifically established until many centuries later, had much more kinship to our present ways of thinking than had the mysteries of the Egyptians or the Babylonians. Though it is today beyond question that the Greeks got their first knowledge of astronomy and other matters from the Oriental peoples, still they organized this knowledge with a luminous clarity and developed it to a height which no other people in ancient history was able to attain. Their highly developed mathematics is glorious evidence of this. The very fact that among the Egyptians, the Chaldeans, the Persians, all knowledge about nature was kept in the possession of the priests and magi, while in Greece science and factual theoretical thinking were carried on by men who had no connection of any kind with the priestly caste, is characteristic of the general status of intellectual life. Although only fragments of the ideas of the Grecian thinkers have come down to us, and much of this only at second hand, principally from Aristotle and Cicero, and the transmission was not without some distortion of the original text, still the little that we now possess gives a clear enough understanding of their intellectual productiveness. Even in the old Ionic nature philosophies one encounters that luminous keenness of observation. Kultur der Ursache. Band 2, 1912. Combined with clarity of expression which is so characteristic of the thinking of the Greeks. Thales, Anaximander, Pherecydes, Anaximenes, and others based everything on the study of nature, which gave to their teachings from the very beginning a distinctive stamp. On the basis of the statements of Anaximenes, who was already acquainted with the movements of the constellations and of the pole star, and the ideas of the Pythagoreans, Aristarchus of Samos arrived at last at the conclusion that the Earth turns on its axis once every 24 hours and that the Earth and all the planets revolve about the Sun once every year, while the sun and the fixed stars remain motionless in space. Of course, the Greeks lacked any scientific hypotheses such as we have command of today, as a basis for their teachings. But the way in which they constructed for themselves a picture of the universe which quite overshadows everything that for 1500 years the men of a later period believed in as unassailable truth, is very significant. The ancient sages brought the same interest to the consideration of the changes in matter. The well-known division of matter into four basic elements, earth, water, air, and fire, which is ascribed to Empedocles, controlled the ideas of men for many centuries and was at last only overthrown by the results of modern chemistry. The atomists took a decisive step toward the construction of a picture of the universe on natural foundations when they tried to establish the nature of matter. Of course, one cannot put the theories of a Democritus or a Leucippus without change on a level with the modern atomic theory of a Dalton or an Avogadro. The ancient lacked almost all the preparatory ideas for such. The thing about their theories, however, that arouses our astonishment even today is the magnitude of the undertaking, the all-embracing character of the concept, at a time when the most basic preliminaries of our present-day attainments in physics and chemistry were completely unknown. Since the atomists attributed every phenomenon to natural causes, they banished from their conception of the universe accident and whim, and, consequently, that manner of thought which tries to find a special purpose in all things. One can, therefore, understand why Bacon so greatly admired Democritus and preferred his doctrines to those of Aristotle and his blind Christian followers. There have come down to us scarcely 400 lines in all of Empedocles' great didactic poem about nature. He has been called the earliest forerunner of the Lamarckian Darwinian theorists and, with the necessary limitations, the characterization may be allowed to stand. Empedocles recognized in love and aversion the two primitive forces which manifest themselves as attraction and repulsion and to whose operation the origin and dissolution of all things may be traced. Men, animals, and plants are composed of the same materials, but the mixture is different for each species. In the course of incalculable ages, by numberless combinations and separations, plants gradually came into existence, then animals. At first nature produced all organs separately, arms without shoulders, heads without necks, and so on, and finally only those forms persisted which were capable of existing independently. It is even asserted of Xenophanes, the alleged founder of the Eleatic school of philosophy, that he tried to explain the fossil imprints of plants and animals in stone as relics of once living species that had become extinct. Xenophanes recognized also the anthropomorphism that underlies every belief in divinities, and asserted, many centuries before Feuerbach, that in God man reveres his own nature. But not only the conception of things and the universe, the ways of thinking also early attracted the attention of the ancient thinkers and led them to the conviction that only through observation and experience could they arrive at definite laws and generalizations. This method seemed to them the first requisite for any knowledge whatever. By such a way of thinking the practical sciences, too, would necessarily be brought to fullest fruition. In fact, the geometry of Euclid reached a perfection such that it could survive for over 2,000 years without revision of its content or change in its form. Not until the most recent time have new paths been opened up in this field. The same is true of the scientific experiments of Archimedes, who, with his theory of the lever, and so on, first laid the foundation for a science of mechanics. The same freedom of thought is noticeable in all other fields as well. We encounter it in the philosophic schools of the Sophists, the Cynics, the Megarics and, later, the Stoics, who concerned themselves chiefly with the relations of men to society and its various institutions. From the rapid development of intellectual and social life in the Greek cities there gradually arose entirely new ideas about the causes of ethical feeling and the relations of men to one another. The ancient belief in the gods, which finds in the Homeric poems an expression as childlike as it is natural, was dwindling away. Philosophy had opened new perspectives to the thoughts of men and had shown them how to become the masters of their own destinies. Thus arose a transvaluation of all traditional moral concepts, which was carried, especially by the Cynics and the Sophists, to the utmost limit, till Socrates demonstrated the true basis of all ethical feeling in social communal life. Virtue, said he, is not a gift from the gods, but the proved knowledge of what is really good and enables men to live without constraining others, to act justly and to serve, not merely themselves, but the community. Without this a society is unthinkable. Later the Epicureans and the Stoics built further on this basis and developed their theories concerning the ethical consciousness of man. Besides, a large number of the Greek thinkers busied themselves with the question of public economy and of the political structure of social life, and individuals among them arrived at most far-reaching conclusions. In this the ancient traditions of a golden age, which poetry had kept alive among the people, played a not inconsiderable part and gradually shaped themselves into the doctrine of natural right which was so zealously advocated, especially by the Cynics. As a result of these ideas there developed gradually a totally new attitude toward social institutions and toward foreign peoples, which found its ripest expression in the teachings of Zeno, the pupil of the Cynic, Crates, and the Megarian, Stilpo, and culminated in the complete rejection of any exercise of force in society. There is hardly any other period in history which displayed such a lofty and many-sided intellectual life. But our admiration becomes still greater when we contemplate the array of Hellenic letters. The very oldest of the poetic works of the Greeks that have come down to us, the Iliad and the Odyssey, exhibit a poetic perfection of such strength and beauty that they are properly regarded as the very epitome of epic poesy. Close interweaving of a naively sensuous conception of the universe with the deepest impulses of the human heart, overpoweringly colorful splendor of landscape, intimate intergrowth of the human soul with external nature and, above all, joyous spontaneity in depiction, reach here a height of perfection such as was seldom attained in later times, and only by the very great. The epic was succeeded by the didactic poem, as the inventor of which old Hesiod of Iskra was honored. In the place of the wonderful and the adventurous of the ancient epic poetry, there appeared dependence on the native soil, feeling for the useful business of everyday life, deliberate contemplation of things. The deeply implanted feeling of the Greeks for that most romantic of all arts, music, which finds such charming expression in the ancient myths of Amphion and Orpheus, led to the early development of lyric poetry to an unexampled height. If epic composition limited itself to the graphic depiction of the past, lyric poetry created its matter out of the inner experiences of the poet and wedded the rhythm of the verse to the notes of the lyre and the flute, and so gave utterance to every stirring of the soul. Thus, the poet became an indispensable guest at every public celebration, and cities competed with one another in devices to attract him within their walls. A long line of the most celebrated exponents of lyric poetic art came from the island of Lesbos, which came to be known as the native land of the Idric, in the narrower sense. There wrote Terpondros, the actual creator of Melian poesy, who fused together music and verse with such consummate art that the legend ran that he had found again the lost lyre of Orpheus. The lyric reached its zenith on Lesbos in that noble pair of poets, Alcaeus, the violent hater of tyrants, and the great poetess, Sappho, whose intoxicating love poems are among the loveliest that were ever written. Arion, too, the singer of the Dionysian festivals and inventor of the dithyramb, hailed from Lesbos. In Anacreon of Taus, the enthusiastic singer of love and wine, the lyric of the ancients found its most graceful and joyous representative. With him wrote Ibycus of Rhegium, Simonides of Ceos and, above all, Pindar of Thebes, whom Quintilian honored as the prince of lyricists. Pindar was also famous throughout Greece as a writer of scholia. These scholia, or table songs, intended to lend added zest to the pleasures of the table, spread throughout all Hellas. And we should here think, too, of the former slave, Aesop, the waggish composer of animal fables, whose humorous tales went from mouth to mouth. Every city had its singers and poets, and there is scarcely another period in history in which, in so small a country and in such a comparatively short time, such an astonishing number of poets and thinkers made their appearance as in the little communities of Greece. The Hellenes reached the summit of their poetic art in the drama, which developed from the ancient festival plays in honor of Dionysus, or Bacchus. Dramatic poetry had a long line of more or less notable forerunners, of whom Epigenes of Sicyon, Thespes of Icarion and, especially, Phrynichius, author of the tragedy The Capture of Miletus, are oftenest mentioned. But the drama reached its highest perfection after the Persian Wars, in the time of Athenian bloom, when Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, a constellation of three, illumined all Hellas with their glory, surrounded by poets like Philocles, Euphorion, Xenocles, Nicomachus and many others. Of the 200 pieces by Aeschylus only 7 have come down to us, among them his great tragedy Prometheus Bound, in which the daring temper, the gigantic power and the magnificence of his ideas are revealed at their strongest. It is said of Sophocles that he wrote far more than 100 dramas, of which, however, only 7 have been preserved. From these we get an idea of the greatness of his genius, which finds its most perfect expression in his Antigone. Of the work of Euripides, the poet of enlightenment, as he has been called, more has been saved. Of the 200 dramas that have been ascribed to him 19 have been preserved to posterity. His art was soberer than that of Aeschylus. Asterisk in the Scholia political motives often found expression, such as hatred of tyranny, and so on. Here is a strophe from the Paean to the tyrannicides, Harmodius and Aristogeiton, that is ascribed to Callicrates. Myrtle I'll evive round my murderous blade like Harmodius and Aristogeiton when at the thrice holy feast unto Pallas they struck down the tyrant, Hipparchus. Always your fame will endure on the earth. Dear Harmodius and Aristogeiton, because when you struck down the tyrant you set Athens upright and free again. And Sophocles, and it was said, even in his lifetime, that while Sophocles represented men as they should be, Euripides showed them as they are. That he had the power to move men mightily by his representation is shown by his demonic depiction of passion, in which he was excelled by none. Greek comedy developed from beginnings similar to those of tragedy. It, too, grew out of the ancient festival plays, and was especially associated with the phallic choruses. But it was in Athens that comedy first reached its highest development. There Cratylus wrote, of whom it is told that even Pericles, the greatest statesman of Greece, did not escape his biting satire, and with him were Crates, Eupolis, Phocrates and others, who were, however, completely overshadowed by Aristophanes, that spoiled darling of the Graces. Of the 54 comedies of Aristophanes only 11 have been preserved, but these suffice to give us a picture of the renowned poet who knew how to combine the most withering scorn with the most gracious suavity. His biting wit knew no bounds, he lashed men and institutions with the boldest unrestraint and without a trace of prudery. Although he was very conservative in his opinions, his devastating mockeries halted neither before gods nor official persons, and he lustily shook his cap and bells at the most sacred things. It was no accident that comedy and the drama reached their highest perfection just when the Athenian democracy was in fullest bloom. The utterly unrestricted presentation of comedy at that time shows a much better understanding of personal freedom than do the most beautiful descriptions in republican constitutions. For the spirit of a time is not defined by the dead letter of its laws, but by the living actions of its men, which first give it its imprint. If, finally, we cast a brief glance at what the Greeks brought forth in architecture, sculpture, and painting, we shall be able to estimate the whole greatness and depth of their culture. History knows many peoples which have done very great things in special fields of cultural creation, but the Greeks are perhaps the only people who were able to achieve the highest in every field of culture. It was this which gave to their creation that inner balance which for the last 2,000 years has constantly aroused the astounded admiration of the greatest minds. One understands what Goethe meant when he said of Greek art, for all other cultures one must make allowances, to the Greek alone one is always a debtor. For the Greeks, art was not a private interest of individuals, which they pursued as if it were some sort of sport, but a creative activity that was intimately intergrown with their whole social life, and without which they could not conceive existence. The Hellenes were perhaps the only people that ever understood how to make an art of living itself, at least no other people is known to us among whom the intimate connection of art with every phase of personal and social life is so clearly and impressively apparent. A community like Athens, which spent more for the support of its theater and its dramatic art than it did on the wars with the Persians, which threatened the entire political existence of ancient Hellas, is hardly conceivable to us today, in this time of state barbarity when bureaucracy and militarism absorb enormously the greatest part of the national incomes of all so-called civilized peoples. But it was only in such a community that art could develop to such a height. This is especially true of architecture, the most social of all arts, development of which is completely dependent on the understanding that men bring to it socially. Only in a country where the individual constantly took the liveliest kind of part in public affairs, and could easily keep track of those affairs, could architectonic skill reach such perfection. Among the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Persians, and other peoples of antiquity, architecture as an art was limited to the palaces and tombs of the kings and the temples of the gods. Among the Greeks we first find it applied to all the purposes of public life and to personal use. Besides, the Grecian temple breathed a very different spirit from the sacred buildings of Oriental peoples, whose shapeless massiveness expressed the whole oppressive and crushing weight of gloomy religious systems and rigid priestly dogmas. There hovers over the religious ideas of the Greeks the poetic glamour of a cheerful view of life, which regarded the gods as also human and was burdened with no life-hating dogmas. A healthy sensuality governed the life of the Greeks and set its mark even on their conceptions of divinity. The Hellene prostrated himself in the dust before no god. The idea of sin was utterly foreign to him, he never blasphemed against his humanity. Thus culture became for him a worldly celebration of the joy of life. Songs, dances, farces, tragedies, athletic contests, associated with joyous feasts where wine and love played no small part, followed one another in colorful sequence and gave to the religious festivals their characteristic note. And this did not occur behind thick temple walls, but under the blue sky, in the midst of lovely natural settings which supplied a fitting frame for these joyous exercises. This sense of the joy of life inevitably revealed itself in the works of man. Taine has sketched the peculiarity of architectonic achievement in Hellas in these words. There is nothing ceremonial, peculiar, torturedly artistic, about this building. It is a rectangle surrounded by a row of pillars, 3 or 4 geometrical forms at the foundation support the whole, and the symmetry of the plan becomes apparent through the repetition of these and the opposition of them one to another. The crowning of the gable, the deck plate of the capital, all accessories and all detail equally make clear the peculiar character of every member, and the diversity of the coloring completes the emphasis and the elucidation of these values carried. This special type of architectonic artistry, this graceful, flexible beauty, in which every line blends into a brilliant, harmonious whole, is found everywhere in Hellas, in the temple of Zeus at Olympia, in Apollo's temple in Phegalia, in the Theseum, in the Parthenon from the propylaea of the Acropolis to the splendid works of Ictinus, Callicrates, and so many other masters. No art was so widespread among the Hellenes as sculpture. It surpasses, in fact, everything that peoples have ever done in this field and constantly astounds us by the fabulous abundance of its creations. In the time of the Roman invasion, Roman generals plundered the art treasures of Greece to an extent unheard of. The reports even state that in Rome and its immediate vicinity over 60,000 Greek statues were set up. Yet, in spite of this, Pausanias, who lived in the 2nd century after Christ, in the time of the Roman emperors, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius, could say after his great journey through Hellas that the whole country, from coast to coast, was like a great museum of art. According to Winckelmann, Pausanias tells of 20,000 statues which he had seen himself. From these figures one can form an approximate estimate of the lavish abundance of Greek sculpture and of its wide distribution. The care of the naked body became for the Greeks a regular cult. Public games and athletic contests were a part of every festival, and offered to the eye of the artist the human body in every conceivable posture, giving ever new inspiration for the exercise of his creative power. Along with the individual masters there developed in such centers as Athens, Corinth, Argos, and Sicyon, whole schools of sculpture. And what a horde of great artists do we find here. Agilades, who worked in Argos, was celebrated as the teacher of the three great masters, Phidias, Myron, and Polycletus. Phidias is known as the creator of the 40-foot-high statue of Zeus in his temple in Olympia. Also the colossal bronze statue of Athena Promachos on the Acropolis in Athens, which could be seen from afar by mariners at sea, was his work. We can form only an imperfect idea of Phidias' gigantic statue of the Athena of the Parthenon, for, like so many others of that period, it has completely disappeared. Later there developed the new Attic school, which attained the height of its power in the works of Scopas of Paros and, above all, of Praxiteles of Athens. The rediscovered statue of Hermes to the north of the Olympian temple gives us an idea of the perfected art of Praxiteles. And the great sculptors, Euphranor of Corinth and Lysippos of Sicyon, must not be left unmen. Hippolyte, Philosophie of Art. J. J. Winkelmann, Geschichte der Kunst des Altertums, 1764. Schand. Of the hundreds on hundreds of less well-known masters we know usually not even the names. Of course, fewer by far of the works of Greek painters have been preserved. From the accounts of the ancients we gather that a great number of famous schools existed in every part of the country, like the Ionic school of painters in Asia Minor, especially in Ephesus where Zeuxis and Parasus worked, the schools of Sicyon, Paestum, and so on. Polygnotus from the island of Thasos is usually spoken of as the first painter of outstanding importance, but Apelles seems to have produced the greatest works in the field of painting. The ancients are filled with his praise. The art of the Greeks found expression in every object of daily usage. It swept like a transfiguring inspiration over every phenomenon of public and private life, as we can see from the numberless vases with their charming paintings and from the unearthed gems, cameos, and engraved precious stones of the most varied kinds that so arouse our admiration. One can hardly overestimate the outstanding greatness and the infinite many-sidedness of this people, even though one does not lose sight of their darker side and counts it in for its full worth. No other people in ancient history has been able to exert such power of attraction on the greatest minds of all later times. Countless books have been written in every language about every branch of their rich creative activity, and even now hardly a year passes which does not bring to light new and important material concerning the culture of ancient Hellas. If one turns to observe what was the status among the Greeks of that national and political unity which is asserted to be the indispensable preliminary to the development of any kind of culture among a people, one comes to conclusions that are utterly destructive of this view. Ancient Hellas never knew what national unity meant, and when towards the end of its history national political unity was forcibly imposed on it from without, it was the end of Grecian culture, which then had to find another home for its creative activities. The Greek spirit simply could not endure the national political experiment, and was gradually extinguished in the countries in which its force had poured forth most strongly for centuries. What united the Grecian tribes and peoples was their common culture, which revealed itself everywhere in thousands upon thousands of different forms, not the artificially woven bond of national political community, in which no one in Greece felt any interest and the essence of which was always alien to the Hellenes. Greece was politically the most dismembered country on earth. Every city took zealous care lest its political independence be assailed. For this the inhabitants of even the smallest of them were in no mind to surrender. Each of these little city republics had its own constitution, its own social life with its own cultural peculiarities, and this it was that gave to Hellenic life as a whole its variegated wealth of genuine cultural values. Albrecht Wirth has rightly said, the achievements of the Greeks were the more astounding the more they were, as a people, torn and divided. No one ever succeeded in uniting their infinity of different tribes for any collective deed, in any single opinion. They all always valued highly their membership in their own folk group, but they did not possess enough power of sacrifice, enough political feeling to weld them into one great whole, to subordinate to it their separate ambitions. But it was just this lack of political feeling which quickened the cultural activity of the Greeks, yes, which first made them spiritually susceptible to it. When Aristotle was collecting the material for his work on the constitutions of the Hellenes, he found himself under the necessity of extending his undertaking over 158 municipalities, each of which presented a political entity in itself and, because of its autonomy, had its own peculiar social characteristics. Even the topography of the whole peninsula was highly favorable to such a development of social life. The land is mountainous in parts and enjoys a mild and delightful climate, which without doubt exerted a strong influence on the minds and souls of the inhabitants. Lovely and fruitful valleys cut across the landscape in every direction. The sea penetrates deep into the land in countless bays, and provides on three sides the most wonderful coastline one could conceive of. Added to this, a multitude of larger and smaller islands connect the peninsula with Asia Minor almost like a bridge. This entire rich natural setting was unusually variable and could but inspire in men reflections that would have been denied them anywhere else. Every part of the country had its peculiar character, which helped to give a definite stamp to the activities of the inhabitants. Thus was awakened and furthered that rich diversity of intellectual and social life which is so characteristic of ancient Hellas. As to the Greeks themselves, it is today becoming constantly clearer to us that they were neither a homogeneous people nor a pure race. Everything indicates, rather, that we have to do here with an exceptionally happy intermixture of different folk and race elements fused into spiritual unity by a common culture. The assertion that the Hellenes were a people of the Germanic race which invaded the peninsula and gradually subdued the resident population, is, in that sweeping form, confirmed by no intelligible proof. The harder scientific research tries to penetrate the veil that still covers the primitive history of Greece, the more does it bring to light facts which indicate exactly the opposite. That the peninsula suffered from frequent invasions of foreign tribes that pressed in from the north is unquestioned. But we are still far from a clear understanding of the racial affiliation of those tribes, whose origin is completely lost in the mists of unrecorded time. Most of these invasions occurred in a prehistoric epoch and kept large sections of the country in constant ferment, as we learn from the traditions of the Greeks themselves. By these migrations and continual conflicts whole populations were driven out of their homeland and fled to the islands in the Aegean or to the coast of Asia Minor. The greatest of these migrations was that of the Dorians, which is believed to have occurred about 1100 years before our era, and which gave rise to great changes in the social life of the country. But these migrations from the north were certainly not the only ones, and there is much ground for believing that long before these invasions Asiatic tribes had already forced their way into the future home of the Hellenes. Numerous traces of Asiatic influence in the mythology of the Greeks and, very emphatically, the names of many cities and localities, bear witness to this. How far the influence of the Semitic Phoenicians extended on the Grecian mainland has not yet been incontestably established. That this influence could have been no small one is shown by the fact that a great number of the islands that were Phaeter Grecian, such as the Cyclades, the Sporades, Rhodes, Cyprus, and Crete, were colonized by the Phoenicians long before the existence of Greek society. The Carian people of Asia Minor also left distinct traces in Greece. Only from them can we derive the names of the citadel of Caria in Megara and of the legendary King Car. Of the Dorians, Aeolians and Ionians, which are usually regarded as the three principal lines of the Greeks, the Ionians, the most highly endowed and culturally most advanced of them all, seem to have the smallest infusion of Hellenic blood. A large number of famous historians have made mention of the extensive intermixture of the Ionians with Semitic and other Oriental peoples. Ernst Curtius and others with him have even placed the original home of the Ionians in Asia Minor. In support of this view Curtius urges, chiefly, that only in Asia Minor can the existence of an Ionian country be historically established. Of course, this does not prove that the Ionians really stem from there. They might merely have migrated into Asia Minor and established a settlement there. Herodotus, too, referred in div. Places to the non-Hellenic origin of the Ionians, especially of the Athenians, and designated them as descendants of the Pelasgians, who only later adopted the Greek language. From all this one fact emerges clearly, that the Greeks present no particular national political unity, nor one of race and descent, and that all assertions to the contrary rest merely on vague surmises and indefinite wish concepts. Quite in accord with our earlier conclusions, unity was found only in the Greek culture, which spread from the west coast of Asia Minor and the islands of the Aegean to Sicily and southern Italy. To this must be added separate settlements in the Crimea, on the eastern shores of the Black Sea, and at the mouth of the Rhone. It must, therefore, have been other causes which furthered the growth of such an outstandingly rich and splendid culture as the Hellenic, and we do not feel that we go astray when we see by far the most important and decisive of these causes in the political separateness and national diversity of the country. It was this healthy decentralization, this internal separation of Greece into hundreds of little communities, tolerating no uniformity, which constantly roused the mind to consideration of new matters. Every larger political structure leads inevitably to a certain rigidity of the cultural life and destroys that fruitful rivalry between separate communities which is so characteristic of the whole life of the Grecian cities. Taine depicts very clearly this political status in ancient Hellas. To modern eyes the Greek state seems like a miniature painting. Argolis had a length of 40 to 50 and a breadth of 20 to 25 miles, Laconia was of about the same size, Achaia is a narrow strip of land on the flank of a mountain range that slopes down to the sea. All Attica does not equal the half of one of our smallest French departments. The territory of Corinth, Sicyon, and Megara extends for only an hour's journey, in general, and above all in the islands and the settlements. A state was merely a city on the coast with a circle of farms about it. From one acropolis one looked across to the acropolis or the mountains of a neighbor city. In such a narrow enclosure everything is clear and easily understood. The intellectual fatherland has about it nothing of the gigantic, the abstract, and the indefinite. As with us, the mind can embrace it, it is identified with the physical fatherland, both are outlined in the mind of the citizen by distinct boundaries. To conceive of Athens, Corinth, Argos, or Sparta, he thinks of the recesses of its valley or of the outline of its city. He is acquainted with all of its citizens, just as he can picture all its boundaries, and the narrowness of his political enclosure, like the form of his corporeal enclosure, supplies him in advance with that middling, limited type in which all his intellectual conceptions will be shaped. Carrot. These words reveal to us the whole nature of the Grecian city. In such a miniature state man's love of the homeland identifies itself completely with his love of the community. Homeland and fatherland are still one and the same and have nothing in common with the abstract modern idea of the fatherland. Therefore, the so-called national idea was always entirely alien to the Greeks, and even in times of most pressing danger could not strike root among them. In Homer one finds not the slightest trace of national fellowship, and there is nothing to show that the national idea was any more appealing to the Greeks in the bloom of their culture. It was merely the consciousness of belonging to a common culture that held the Greek cities together. That is the reason why the colonizings of the Greeks had quite another character than those of all the other peoples of antiquity. The Phoenicians thought of their colonies primarily as associates in trade. For the Romans they played the part of subject territories, which were economically drained by the mother country and were entirely dependent on the Roman state. Not so with the Greeks. They founded their colonies with the same notion as their cities in the closer homeland as independent organizations, which were, indeed, linked to the mother country by the same culture, but which otherwise felt in themselves the pulse beat of their own separate lives. A colony had, moreover, its own constitution, was a phus in itself, and competed with the cities of the homeland in the independent development of its own cultural life. Since the area of the Greek municipality extended to only a few square miles, every citizen was easily able to keep track of the entire public life and to form his own judgment about everything, a circumstance of great importance, which is utterly inconceivable in our modern state organization with the wide ramifications of its governmental machinery and the complicated gearing of its bureaucratic institutions. Hence the perplexed helplessness of the citizen of the modern state, his exaggerated overvaluation of governmental proclamations and of political leadership, which deprive him of all personal initiative. Since he is, of course, not in a position to keep track of all the fields of activity of the modern state and its internal and external policy, and is, on the other hand, so firmly convinced of the unalterable fixedness of all these functions that he believes he would sink into a bottomless quicksand if the political equilibrium were at all disturbed. His feeling of his own personal unimportance and dependence upon the state becomes strengthened, and his belief in the absolute necessity of political authority which today is deep-seated in man, then his belief in the authority of God becomes deeper still. So, at best, he dreams only of a change of the persons at the head of the state and does not comprehend that all the inadequacies and evils of the political machine which constantly oppress him depend on the very existence of the state itself, and hence always recur in any of the various forms it may assume. Not so with the Greek. Since he could more easily get a view of the inner workings of the polis, he was in a better position to pass judgment on the conduct of his leading men. He had their earthbound humanity always before his eyes, and was the more interested in his own affairs because his intellectual agility was not crippled by blind faith in authority. In no country were the great men so exposed to the judgment of public opinion as in Greece at the time of its highest cultural development. Even the greatest and most undeniable merit afforded no protection in this regard. Men of the stature of a Miltiades, a Themistodes, had to experience this in their own persons. In this way public life in Greece was kept always in flux, and no one fixed ordering of affairs could persist for long. Thus were the personal freedom and possibilities of development of the individual best safeguarded. His initiative did not exhaust itself on the dead forms of a central state authority. In this condition of intellectual freedom lay the sources of that magnificent culture, the powerful development of which cannot otherwise be explained. Sir Francis Galton mentions, correctly, that Athens alone, most important of the Greek city republics, and the one where spiritual freedom was most at home, in the course of a single century, from 530 to 430 BC, produced not fewer than 10 of the most outstanding men of Grecian history, namely, Miltiades, Themistocles, Aristides, Cimon, Pericles, Thucydides, Socrates, Xenophon, Plato, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, Aristophanes and Phidias. The English scholar adds that only Florence, where under similar conditions a culture as rich, even if of altogether different type, developed, can be compared with Athens in this respect registered. This spirit of creative activity reached its high state of perfection in every city of Greece with the exception of Sparta, which never freed itself from the domination of the aristocracy, while all the other cities were finding the way to democracy. In Sparta, therefore, the idea of political sovereignty played the decisive role, to which everything else was subordinated. True, it is undeniable that in Athens, Thebes, and Corinth forces were always present that worked for a political sovereignty in the country, but that merely proves that every form of the state stands as a hindrance in the way of culture, even when its power is ever so limited. But the complete political and national separateness of Greece took the strength out of these efforts toward an extension of power. Even where they had a passing success, it was only momentary, and never attained the status of an established political order such as is proper to all great states. Nietzsche, years ago, recognized the internal opposition between foils and culture and characterized the allegedly necessary connection between them as a delusion registered. Not only did Greece know no unified national state, it had never learned to recognize a priestly hierarchy like that of the Babylonians, the Egyptians, or the Persians, after which as prototype the papacy was later formed. And since there was no church, there was also no theology and no catechism. The religion of the Hellenes was an airy structure, in the development of which the poets had a much greater share than the priests. The religious concepts did not support the dogmatism of a theological caste and were scarcely any hindrance to freedom of thought. The Greek thought of his gods differently from most other Oriental peoples. He clothed them with all the qualities of human greatness and human weakness, and faced them, therefore, with that rare simplicity which gives to his religious concepts a peculiar tone to be found among no other people of antiquity. This is also the reason why the idea of hereditary sin remained always alien to the Hellenes. Schiller was quite right when he said that while in Greece the gods were regarded as human, man had to feel himself divine. All Olympus was, so to speak, a faithful copy of the rich Hellenic cultural life with its internal political separateness, its colorful manifoldness and constructive power, its constant rivalry and its utter humanness and all too humanness. In Hellas, too, man reared himself in his gods. Only when one sees clearly what a crippling influence the Christian Church exerted for centuries on the intellectual life of Europe, how it has supported every despotism and remains today the unconquered stronghold of every intellectual and social reaction, does one comprehend what a chasm yawns between the religious experiences of the Greek and the dead, soul-shackling dogmas of the Christian Church. There are few periods in history when the necessary conditions for the unfolding of a great culture were so prodigally provided as in ancient Hellas. What might seem to the modern statesman the great defect in the Hellenic world, the extreme political dividedness of the country, was the greatest blessing for the rich and unrestricted development of its cultural strength. How little of the feeling for national unity there was among the Greeks was shown most conspicuously at the time of the Persian Wars. If there ever was a time calculated to awaken a national consciousness among the Greek tribes, this was the time, when Persian despotism had set itself to put an end to the freedom and independence of the Greek cities. The danger which threatened the Hellenes then was equally great for all. No one could have had the faintest illusion about this. Everyone knew what a Persian victory meant for the Greek community. But it was just at that time of greatest danger that the political disunion of the Hellenes became most noticeable. Already at the time of the victorious expedition of Harpagon, who, under orders from the Persian king Cyrus, brought most of the Greek cities in Asia Minor under Persian domination, 546 to 545 BC, and later at the time of the Ionic Revolt 499-494 B.C., there were two occurrences of far-reaching imperatives, which might be regarded as a foretaste of the later Persian Wars, and which showed so unmistakably the complete lack of any unified national effort among the Greeks that a unified resistance against the Persians never came to pass. Miletus, which was so cruelly punished at the suppression of the Ionic Revolt, on the occasion of the military expedition of Harpagon, left the other cities altogether in the lurch in order to negotiate a favorable peace with the Persians. Only a few cities carried on the war to the bitter end. Most of them, when they saw that any resistance to the Persians was vain, preferred to abandon the old soil and to found for themselves a new home at a distance. The Spartans refused any help whatever to the revolting Greek cities in Asia Minor, which simply cannot be reconciled with a strongly developed national feeling. The Athenians supported the Ionic Revolt, chiefly because the tyrant Hippias, whom they had exiled, had found asylum at the Persian court and from there had instigated continuous cabals against his native city. These petty potentates, who before the introduction of the republican form of the state had established themselves in almost every Grecian city, allowed themselves to be controlled by no national considerations and were always ready to perform the most menial services for the Persian despots in exchange for assistance in suppressing the struggles for freedom put up by their own people. The machinations of men like Pisistratus in Athens, Alutos in Thessaly and the Spartan king, Demaratus, prove this. When at last the Persian king, Darius, got his hands free, he sent a great army against Eretria and Athens, which cities he especially hated because of their support of the Ionic Revolt. 5 Still it was clear that his attack was directed at all Greece, for Persian power was not safe in Asia Minor until the Hellenes there were deprived of the possibility of receiving aid from the cities of the mother country. The danger was great, the more so because the tyrant, Hippias, was with the Persian army and, as a Greek, could render them many a useful service. Despite this, there is no trace of a kindling of national consciousness among the Hellenes. Sparta's attitude was ambiguous, as always this, despite the fact that the Persian emissaries who were sent to demand earth and water as tokens of submission were thrown into a well with the suggestion that they would there be able to collect for themselves what they wanted. Many cities on the islands and also on the mainland had submitted almost without resistance, among them the greater part of the Boeotians. Even the closest neighbors of the Athenians, the inhabitants of the island of Aegina, would risk no resistance to the Persian army and preferred surrender to probable capture. When at last at Marathon it came to a decisive combat between the land forces of the Persians and the Greeks, in which the latter faced an overwhelmingly superior force, the Athenians took the field almost alone, for, except for 1,000 hoplites whom the Plataeans had sent, no other aid was at hand. Even the Spartans, who had entered the war against the Persians, appeared on the field only after the battle and contributed nothing to the tremendous victory of Miltiades and his troops. By the victory at Marathon, the danger which had threatened Hellas was for the time being averted, and the Persian generals were compelled to lead their troops back to Asia. Nevertheless, it must certainly have been clear to everyone that, though the danger was certainly postponed for a while, it was by no means ended. There was no vestige of a doubt that the Persian despotism would set all its forces at work to get even for the defeat it had suffered. The whole situation was so unequivocal that no one in Hellas could have misunderstood it. One might, therefore, have expected that the Greeks would have availed themselves of the short breathing spell to prepare better to face the approaching danger. If there had existed in Greece the slightest trace of that national spirit of which uncritical historians have so much to say, it would by all means surely have revealed itself in such a perilous situation. But there occurred nothing which one could point to as revealing a strengthening of the national consciousness. Internal conditions in Greece remained the same. Sparta, whose military and political prestige had been greatly impaired by the Athenian victory at Marathon, from then on directed its whole political activity to obstructing in every way the rapid development of Athens. This presented to the Spartan aristocracy a much more important problem than the Persian danger. When, then, in 480 BC, 10 years after the Battle of Marathon, the Persian king, Xerxes, threatened Greece with an enormous army on land and a mighty fleet along its coast, the general situation of the Greeks was not better by a single hair than on the occasion of the first Persian attack. Even then there appeared no trace of national unanimity in the face of the frightful danger which threatened all alike. At first there was universal panic. Still no one thought of a common defense of national interests. Thebes, within whose walls the so-called Median party had achieved a strong influence, fostered, beyond a doubt, by the Persian despot, submitted to the enemy without resistance. Several tribes in the more central parts of the country followed suit. Boeotians, Thessalians, and Achaeans tried by submission to escape the danger which threatened them. But even the famous assembly on the Isthmus, to which the few cities that had resolved on resistance sent representatives, presented anything but a picture of national resolution. First of all, the Spartans could not be induced to throw their entire military power into the northern part of the country to confront the advancing hostile army. They were clearly quite willing to allow central Greece to be laid waste, and there is hardly a doubt that the ruling caste in Sparta would gladly have seen Athens destroyed by the Persians and themselves thus freed from an embarrassing rival. The whole role of the Spartans at this time was just as ambiguous as it had been 10 years before in the war against Darius. When at last, in order to avoid making their secret purposes all too manifest, they were compelled to consent to putting up a resistance to the Persians at Thermopylae, they sent Leonidas with only 300 Spartan citizens and about 1,000 Perioeci, with whom a few other tribes joined. Altogether, the number of heavy-armed soldiers was less than 4,000, a ridiculously small number compared to the gigantic horde of the Persians. When Grote and other celebrated narrators of Grecian history express doubts of the sincerity of the Spartans, their reason is only too evident in the light of the historical facts. Even later when, after the disastrous defeat of his fleet at Salamis, Xerxes was compelled to retreat across the Hellespont with the greater part of his army, Sparta continued to pursue the same equivocal tactics. Xerxes, it was true, had withdrawn into Asia, but he had left behind in Thessaly a strong army under his general, Mardonius, who was to winter there in order to renew the war in the spring. But just at this final decisive battle, the Spartan king, Pausanias, who had the supreme command of the fighting forces of the Hellenes, displayed such an appalling lack of decision that it seemed to hint at treachery. The end of Pausanias, who on a later occasion was led into open betrayal of the interests of the Greeks, justifies the suspicion that even at that time he had struck a secret bargain with Mardonius. This supposition gains probability if we take into consideration that before the opening of hostilities Mardonius had made a secret proposal to the Athenians that they should enter into an alliance with him, promising that their independence should be in no way impaired. The Athenians proudly rejected the proposal, and it is easy to conjecture that Mardonius at once tried it on Pausanias and from him met with a better response. At any rate, the whole behavior of Pausanias before the Battle of Plataea lends itself to such an interpretation. If in spite of their superiority and in spite of their secret machinations the Persians were still decisively defeated, it was because the troops of the Hellenes, who fought for their independence and their freedom, and who had to lose nothing less than their all, were animated by a very different spirit than the gigantic army of the Persians, welded together by the will of a despot, and in large part merely impressed for the war from foreign populations. For this reason the Greeks won despite their national divisions and their political disunion, without their having been aware of these as weaknesses. The attempt of many historians to interpret the later Peloponnesian War as a struggle over the national unity of Greece is without any secure foundation. Mothner has strikingly commented on the unreasonableness of this assertion. Let one only think, for example, that during the nearly 30 years long Peloponnesian War the idea of a Hellenic nationality practically did not make its appearance. Of course, a man like Alcibiades, who under the stress of wrath and need put his inventive talent at the disposal, now of his fellow Athenians, now of the hostile Spartans, now of the hereditary enemy in Persia, was even at that time an exception, but even among the simple Greeks those were rare who had formed any conception of their nationality, who as conscious Pan-Hellenes or all Grecians desired the end of the war. The idea of nationality was not yet effective, despite their love for their homeland, for their city ***. In that long and bloody conflict in which Greece slashed at its own flesh and gnawed at its own vitals, the struggle was not over the national political unity of the Grecian tribes, but over the question, autonomy or hegemony. What was to be decided was which of the larger cities should hold the leadership, Athens, Sparta, Thebes, or Corinth. After the Persian Wars culture, especially in Athens, had expanded into fullest bloom but the victory over the Persians had contributed strongly to the extension of the consciousness of political power. The Athenians, who, with their allies, continued the war against the Persians and wished to secure for the Grecian cities in Asia Minor liberation from the Persian yoke, was not actuated by purely economic motives. The principal ground of their behavior was undoubtedly the conviction that an alliance of free cities in Asia Minor would constitute a strong bulwark against further attacks by the Persian despotism. While the Spartans and the other Peloponnesian cities had withdrawn from the war, Athens, and the cities which had identified themselves with her undertakings, founded the Deleonatic League, which was at first a free federation of independent communities. Within its framework every city enjoyed the same rights. But this was ended with the development of the hegemony, which gradually conceded to Athens greater and greater privileges which she could hold only at the expense of her allies. This brought the political motive ever more sharply into the foreground of social life. This is precisely the curse of every power of whatever sort, that its holders misuse it. Against this manifestation no reform helps, no safety valve in the Constitution, however far-sightedly devised, for it springs from the innermost nature of power itself and is therefore inevitable. It is not the external form, but power as such, that leads to misuse. The striving after power opens gate and door to all the foul and fateful passions of man. When Goethe once spoke of the ruin that politics works on character, he may well have been thinking of that obsession with power which lies at the foundation of all politics. Everything which seems to us base and contemptible in private life becomes, when statesmen use it, patriotic virtue, provided that success treads on its heels. And since with the extension of power more and more economic wealth falls into the laps of its possessors, there develops a system of venality and corruption that gradually undermines all social morale, without which no community can long endure. So power becomes a terrible scourge to social life and its creative cultural forces. Even the Grecian polis proved no exception to this rule, and fell into inner dissolution just in the proportion that political ambition got the upper hand in it. Moreover, it was shown then, and has ever since been constantly confirmed, that war, which hopeless fools celebrate as the rejuvenation of social life, usually affects the victor more injuriously than the vanquished. Because as one of its consequences it enriches immoderately certain sections in the community, displaces the earlier limits of well-being and thus disturbs the social equilibrium to such a degree that it becomes constantly more difficult to speak of a community of social interests, and the class contrasts in society manifest themselves more strongly and more undisguisedly. It happened thus in Athens also. Hand in hand with the luxuriant growth of a money oligarchy went the impoverishment of the lower sections of the people, the destruction of the ancient foundations of their society. On this and on her slave economy Greece was at last to wreck herself. The struggle for the hegemony, which found such overpowering expression in the Peloponnesian War, at the same time initiated the decline of Greek culture and prepared the way for the subjugation of Greece by the Macedonian monarchy, for it led everywhere in Athens, in Sparta, in Thebes to the same inevitable results. The one pleasing phenomenon in the struggle for leadership is the fact that none of the larger cities was able to maintain its predominance for any length of time, because the sense of freedom of the Hellenes always impelled the individual cities to revolt and to shake off the yoke that had been imposed on them. But the war lasted too long and undermined completely the foundations of social life. After the termination of hostilities all the cities were so exhausted that they were no match for the approaching Macedonian peril. The less so because, owing to the upsetting of customs and the decay of all moral principles which resulted from the war and the struggle for power, the Macedonian king was able to keep agents in almost every city who worked actively in furtherance of his plans. In fact, the moral depravity was most complete exactly at the time when Demos thence was vainly striving to arouse Hellas to a united defense against the Macedonian peril. Alexander of Macedon at last established the national political unity of Greece with the sword, by bringing the whole country under his own overlordship. He was the real founder of that so-called Hellenism which several historians have acclaimed as the zenith of Greek culture. In reality, it was an intellectual decline, incapable of any renewal of its life. Alexander laid the foundation for a unified Grecian kingdom, and in doing this he destroyed the inexhaustible diversity of that rich cultural life which was so characteristic of the Greek communities at the time of their bloom. The former citizens of free cities became subjects of the unified national state, which directed all its forces to reducing every manifestation of social life to the dead level of its political purposes. Hellenism was merely a substitute for a culture which could flourish only in freedom. It was the triumph of the uncreative exploiter over the creative spirit of the Greek city. Most historiographers honor Alexander as the great disseminator of Hellenic culture over the enormous territories of his kingdom. But they overlook the fact that he, unmindful of his own victory over the Persian military power, fell, in thought and action, ever more under the spell of Persian notions of dominion and set himself to the task of transplanting these to Europe. Grote is entirely right when in his History of Greece he maintains that Alexander did not make Persia Grecian, but Greece Persian, thus strangling forever the further development of its culture. Yes, that his actual purpose was to convert Hellas into a satrapy, as the Romans later made it into a province of their world realm. Under his rule and that of his successors the springs of the ancient Grecian culture dried up. For a long time men fed on its abundance, but it developed no new products. National political unity sounded the death knell of Hellenic culture. Chapter 6. The Prehistory of Rome. The Etruscans. The founding of the city of Rome. Patricians and plebeians. Rome as military and political center. Conquest as a principle of state. The nature of the Roman state. Dictatorship and Caesarism. From national political unity to world dominion. Religion in the service of the state. Rome and culture. The struggle of genuine Romanism against the Hellenic spirit. Cato and Socrates. Invasion by Grecian culture. A people of imitators. Art in Araux Emi. Contempt for labor. Literature as state purpose. The theater in Araux Emi and in Athens. The Golden Age. The Aeneid of Virgil. The Complaint of Horace. Philosophy and science in Rome. Conquest as a monetary transaction. Rome as world vampire. Concerning the decline of Rome. Increasing influence of military leaders. Soldiery and peasantry. Roman law. The proletariat. Slave uprisings. Characterlessness and slavery on principle. Caesarism and Praetorianism. Degeneration and Christianity. The end of the empire. Whenever we speak of Greece, we also think of Rome, an association of ideas that is established in our school days. Our concept of classic antiquity embraces Greeks and Romans as peoples of the same cultural circle. We speak of a Greco-Roman culture period and associate with this the idea of profound interconnections which never existed, never could have existed. It is true that we were told of certain characters distinguishing the Greeks from the Romans. Against the cheerful independence of the Greeks we were shown the stern sense of duty of the Romans. Roman virtue wrapped in its coarse toga served us in some measure as antithesis to the frank joy of living of Hellas. Above all, however, the schools praised the highly developed political sense of the Romans, which enabled them to forge the whole Italian peninsula into a firm political unity, a thing the Greeks could never accomplish in their own country. And all this was so presented to us as to convey with certainty the impression that Romanism was merely a necessary extension of the Grecian conception of life which, in a sense, it merely carried to its conclusion. Without doubt there were connections between the Hellenic and the Roman culture, but these were of a purely superficial nature and had not the slightest relation to the peculiar modes of thought or the intellectual and cultural aspirations of the two peoples. Even if there were available proofs of the view that the Greeks and the Romans are to be regarded as descendants of the same people, one which in prehistoric times had its dwelling in the middle Danube basin and of whom they say one part wandered into the Balkans while the other forced its way into the Apennine Peninsula, this still would be no proof of the interdependence of the Greek and the Roman cultures. The very wide difference in the social development of the two peoples would in that event merely show that different environments had influenced decisively the hereditary characteristics of the Greeks and the Romans and forced the course of their social life into different paths. Concerning the primitive history of the Romans we know no more than about the early home of the Grecian tribes. With them, too, everything fades into the thick haze of mythological tradition. Famous authorities on Roman history, like, for example, Theodote Mommsen, even maintain that many of these legends, especially the myth of the founding of the city of Rome by the brothers Romulus and Remus, were invented much later with the conscious political purpose of giving a national Roman stamp to institutions taken over from the Etruscans and to delude the people into a belief in their community of descent. That the peninsula had already in prehistoric times been inundated repeatedly by Germanic and Celtic tribes cannot today be doubted. But in all probability immigrations from Africa and the Levant by the sea route had also taken place, and this long before the colonization of Sicily and South Italy by the Phoenicians and a few centuries later by the Greeks. It is certain that the so-called Italic peoples did not belong to the original inhabitants of the peninsula, as was once widely accepted. The Italics were rather a people of Indo-Germanic origin which had crossed the Alps in prehistoric times and settled on the plains of the Po Valley. Later, driven out by the Etruscans, they withdrew to the middle and southern parts of the country, where they probably mixed with the Japygo-Messapians. The time of their entrance is veiled in utter darkness. On their arrival they encountered the Ligurians, who probably came from Asia Minor. Later the Ligurians completely vanished from the canvas, but their territories once extended over all the northern part of the peninsula, the Alps, southern France, and as far as northern Spain, where they mixed with the Iberians. Among all the peoples, however, who played a part before the foundation of Rome and exerted very strong influence on the development of Roman civilization, the Etruscans take first place. We are still altogether uncertain about the origin of this remarkable people, since scientific research has not yet succeeded in deciphering their inscriptions. The Etruscan realm extended in early times from the extreme north clear to the banks of the Tiber, which was called by the ancients an Etruscan stream. Their control, undisturbed for centuries, was first broken by the growing power of the Romans. But even at the founding of Rome they still played an important part. Among the Roman kings Tarquinius Superbus was expressly designated as Etruscan, while Numa Pompilius and Ancus Marcius were called Sabines by the Roman historiographers. Beyond doubt the great structures of ancient Rome, the Cloaca Maxima, the Capitoline Temple, and so on, were erected by Etruscan engineers, for none of the Latin tribes were highly enough developed culturally to have accomplished such works. It is now generally accepted that the name Rome is of Etruscan origin and probably goes back to the tribe of the Ruma. In the semi-historical traditions of the Romans, moreover, the Etruscans are mentioned as one of the three aboriginal peoples to whom they ascribed the founding of the city. From all this it follows that the Romans proper enter history as an already mixed people, in whose veins circulated the blood of several races. The immediate occurrences which led to the founding of the city of Rome lie wholly in the dark. Many historians are of the opinion that the founding of the city can be traced back to the Versacrum y the sacred springtime, a widespread custom among the Latin tribes, in obedience to which the young men of 20 years of age left their old place of habitation to establish elsewhere a home of their own. Many cities arose through this custom, and it is not impossible that Rome owes its existence to it. It is also clear from the traditions that the Palatine Hill was the first settled, while the other 6 hills were added to the city only subsequently and were, in fact, held by different tribes. The merging of these settlements into the city of Rome followed much later, and we are not in a position to establish historically its immediate causes. Probably force played a considerable part in it, a view that gains credence from the ancient tradition that the tribal fathers of the city of Rome gathered about them all sorts of fugitives, to whom the young settlement offered an asylum. The legend of the rape of the Sabina women also indicates that the first colonists were no very pleasant neighbors. Very little of the primitive history of the Romans is known to us, but that little shows clearly that they were a people of farmers and cattle breeders. Their social life was based on the so-called Gentile system. The separate family clans gradually united with others into tribal organizations, from which in Tennessee there proceeded a federation of tribes which had bound themselves together into a union for defense and offense. The community out of which Rome later arose exhibited a political unity in which, just as among the Greeks along with the new political forms, strong remnants of the old Gentile system survived for a long time. In general, the transformation from purely social union to political organization was accomplished only very gradually, in fact, about in the measure that the natural union of the old Gentile system was loosened by the institution of private property, and the family achieved an influence which delivered all power into the hands of the head of the family. Thus the ancient customary law was more and more displaced by the enactments of the state, which gradually grew into the Roman law. These inner transformations of course affected also the relations with neighboring communities. It is easily seen that with the rapid growth of the city its lands would soon become inadequate for the production of foodstuffs to meet the needs of the inhabitants, thus the first hostilities with the neighbors may have arisen. So we have the first battles growing out of the desire to conquer the land of the neighboring communities and to make these subject to Rome. But the conquered territories must be held and must be safeguarded against uprisings of the old population, and this could be accomplished only by a strong military organization, in the development of which the Roman state little by little completely sunk itself. There was built up a new system of outspokenly militaristic character. Formerly, responsibility for public affairs had rested on the popular assembly, the comitia curiata, which was still made up after the pattern of the ancient Gentile system, but already under Numa, the successor of Romulus, influences were at work which led to decisive alterations in the system and tended strongly to give it a purely political character. The preconditions for this transformation are to be looked for in those internal divisions of Roman society into classes which were already plainly noticeable under the earliest kings. It is sheer nonsense to try to see in patricians and plebeians members of two different races which held toward one another in some measure the relation of conquerors and conquered. The simple fact that some of the descendants of the same family might belong to the patricians and others to the plebeians disposes of this view. In reality we are here dealing with two different social statuses which grew out of the system of private property and of the inequality of economic conditions. In this view the patricians are to be regarded as the representatives of the big farmers while the plebeians were gathered from the ranks of the small farmers, who in consequence of the increasing inequality of possessions came ever more and more under the yoke of their rich fellow citizens. The society of earliest Rome was divided into family clans, each headed by a chieftain or king clothed with the powers at once of high priest and general. Beside the king there stood the council of the leading men of the clans, on whom rested the actual guidance of the affairs of the community. Because of the close relation between the king and the leading men it was altogether natural that he should select his officials from their ranks. Because of the economic preponderance of the big farmers it resulted that they came gradually to hold all the important offices and used them to foster and build up their own interests and privileges, so that the poorer part of the population was brought more and more under their mastery. Out of this situation developed the first beginnings of a caste of nobility, which worked for the abolishment of the old Gentile system so that the conquest of foreign territories might proceed more systematically. These undertakings were definitely begun under Numage, but it was not until the time of Servius Tullius that there occurred the great about-face by which Roman society acquired that unique political stamp. The city of Rome became the focus of all the surrounding and the conquered territories. In the place of the ancient institutions there arose a political military structure based on 5 classes with unequally apportioned rights. The council of leading men was replaced by the Senate, in which only patricians had seat and voice, being thus raised to the status of a hereditary aristocracy. The different classes were divided into military centuries, kept always ready for service in war. In place of the old Comilia Curiata came the Comilia Centuriata corresponding to this new division. Each class had its separate centuries. Their relative electoral weight was determined by their possessions. There is no doubt that by this new division the people were shamefully cheated. Still, because remnants of the old order were cunningly mixed with the new, most of them were unaware of it. Thus came into being that aristocratic democratic state system, the internal organization of which was based on conquest and spoliation. The whole people was welded into an army and the government pursued with relentless persistence its aim of bringing the whole peninsula under Roman rule and forging it into a vast political unity. Only from this point of view can the relation between patricians and plebeians be rightly judged. It would be quite the reverse of the truth to try to see in the plebeians merely an oppressed class whose efforts were directed at the abolition of privilege and the establishment of a new economic order. They were not thinking of anything of the sort. Rather, their sole concern was to become participants in the privileges of the patricians and obtain an equal share of the spoils of war. There was no fundamental difference between the two ranks. They were equally obsessed by the Roman spirit. Both were ready to make slaves and to oppress other peoples. Both strove for the same opportunities for exploitation. But the military character of the Roman state, ever bent on conquest, actually brought it about that the patricians had to yield to the demands of the plebs. They did not do this willingly. They defended their privileges with obstinate determination, even forbidding marriage between patricians and plebeians. In consequence of the state's cold-blooded policy of conquest, especially in the era of the Republic, ever heavier demands were laid upon the poorer population, and the gulf between the two classes was constantly widened. However, the Roman policy demanded soldiers. It was this necessity which had gradually compelled the patricians to share their privileges with the plebs. Along with these concessions there was set up a new nobility to support that imperial world policy which was to bring all important countries of the then known world under the power of Rome and build up the Roman state into that frightful plunder machine which in all the history of the peoples of the earth has no parallel. Some historians assert that it was during the reign of the emperors that Rome first became the robber's cave of the world, into the insatiable mouth of which the freedom and the wealth of peoples disappeared. Without doubt what they called the Roman spirit was most effective under the empire. But one must be blind not to recognize that the poisonous bloom of Caesarism was sown in the time of the Republic. In it were prepared the indispensable preliminaries for every possible further development of unlimited power. Under the Republic arose the fateful institution of the dictatorship, which justified on principle every abuse of power and smothered at its birth every liberty of man. The Constitution of the Republic placed 2 consuls at the head of the state, who were armed with all the powers of the former kings. In emergencies the consuls with the consent of the Senate could appoint a dictator who was clothed with unlimited authority. The dictator had the right to suspend all existing laws and to demand from all officials of the state unconditional obedience. He could suspend all those rights of freedom and security guaranteed to citizens by the Constitution. Only a state which was based entirely on war and the subjugation of other peoples could have called into being such a terrible institution. From dictatorship to Caesarism is only a step. The empire was merely the ripened fruit of a system which had established power as the basic principle of life. Hegel was entirely right when he said that Rome was from the very beginning an artificial, forced, not primeval thing, and that the Roman state, geographically and historically, rested on the impetus of violence. The will to power, in which the spirit of Rome is so perfectly embodied, created that gruesome ideology which debases the individual into the spiritless tool of the state, the insensate automaton of a higher power which justifies every means for the realization of its aims. The much-praised Roman virtue was never anything else than state slavery raised to a principle and stupid selfishness unmitigated by a trace of sympathy. Both flourished in republican Rome quite as luxuriantly as in Rome of the Caesars. Even Niebuhr, who was in general an unrestrained admirer of the Roman state policy, states in his Roman history that from the earliest times down the most frightful vices prevailed, insatiable lust of power, conscienceless contempt for the rights of foreigners, unfeeling indifference to the sufferings of strangers, avarice, robbery, and a settled exclusiveness from which arose a quite inhuman hard-heartedness not only towards slaves but even towards fellow citizens. The pillars of the Roman state were calculating and methodical in their policy. They shrunk from no baseness, no infamy, no treachery, no breach of faith which promised advantage to their plans. They were the real inventors of the reason of state which in the course of time has grown into a frightful curse to every principle of humanity and justice. Not for nothing was a she-wolf the symbol of Rome. The Roman state in truth had wolf blood in its veins. Though at first the subjugation of the Italian peninsula was the aim of Roman policy, there appeared quite logically after its attainment, that ambition for world dominion which has such unmistakable attraction for every state with pretensions to power. The Italian peninsula, with its long coastline, was too freely exposed to the attacks of hostile powers to permit the inauguration of any larger plans until the country was politically united and well fortified. The entire mainland is by nature a great geographic unit, and the principal aim of the crafty Roman policy was directed towards converting this geographical unity into a political unity. By a series of internal wars one people after another was made subject to the Roman state. In general the treatment accorded these Italian tribes by the conquerors was milder than that which they later practiced towards other subjugated peoples. This was clearly owing to well-considered political reasons, for the Roman statesmen dared not imperil their rulership over the Italian mainland by continual uprisings of the conquered populations if they were to pursue further their high-flown plans, hence their tenderness. The eruptions of the Gauls favored this cunning policy, since it made the indigenous population so much the more dependent on the protection of Rome. Thus there developed in the course of time a feeling of closer cohesiveness that gradually solidified into the national idea, not only in Rome, but over the whole peninsula. Men felt themselves to be Romans. Only after the political unification of the mainland had been accomplished could Roman policy set itself larger undertakings, which its leaders then pursued with unscrupulous greed and stern persistence, never allowing themselves to be frightened off by temporary setbacks. With these wider aims before their eyes there grew in the Romans an inner assurance of their strength and that peculiar arrogance towards other peoples which is characteristic of world conquerors. Rome, once she became the focus of the world, believed herself rightfully called upon to subject all other peoples to her rulership. Her successes won for her a historic mission. Long before Hegel set this notion at the foundation of his theory of history. In the Aeneid, the national epic of the Romans, Virgil gave this fixed idea a poetic expression. Others will polish more charmingly bronzes that stand as if breathing, carve, I am certain, as easily, faces in marble as lifelike, plead in the courts with an eloquence finer, and measure with gnomon courses of stars in the heavens and tell us the hours of their rising. Be thou, O Roman, concerned about wielding world-mastering power. Thine be such arts, then, and after, thine be it to scorn and to strike down proudly the man who would set up a world where the people are peaceful. After the fall of Carthage and Corinth, these ideas grew with the Romans to an inner conviction, a sort of political religion. So arose gradually that monstrous mechanism of the Roman state, supported by force and plunder, which Kropotkin described in striking words. The Roman dominion was a state in the true sense of the word. To our own day it remains the ideal of the legislator and the legal expert. Its institutions covered a mighty realm as with a fine meshed net. Everything converged on Rome: economic life, military life, legal relations, property, education, even religion. From Rome came the laws, the judges, the legions to protect the country, the office holders, the gods. The collective life of the realm culminated in the Senate, later in the Caesar, the all-powerful and all-knowing, the god of the realm. Every province, every district had its tiny capital, its fragment of the Roman sovereign, which guided its collective life. A single law imposed from Rome ruled throughout the realm. This realm was in no sense a union of citizens, it was a herd of subjects. In fact, Rome was the state par excellence, the state which was completely bent upon a gigantic centralization of all social forces. No other state has been able to maintain so long its worldwide dominion. No state has exerted such a commanding influence on the later political development of Europe and upon the form of its legal institutions. And that influence has even today not completely vanished. In the years since the World War it has even increased. The idea of Rome, as Schlegel called it, is still the basis of the policy of all modern big states, even when the forms of this policy have taken on a different appearance. If everywhere in the history of Greece we meet with the spirit of autonomy and complete national dismemberment, in Rome we find, from the very outset, the idea of all-embracing political unity, which found its most perfect expression in the Roman state. No other empire developed the idea of political unity to such a degree and planted it so deeply in actual life. It runs through all of Roman history and forms, so to speak, the leitmotif of its collective content. The state, its role in history. Of course, Rome never thought of granting to the conquered lands outside of the Italian peninsula, which were incorporated into the realm, as provinces, political or national rights of any kind. The foreigner, even when his country had been conquered by the Romans, was utterly without rights in Rome. It is characteristic of the mode of thought of the Romans that their language had for the ideas foreigner and enemy only the one word, hostis. It is, moreover, an entirely erroneous notion that the Roman state concerned itself only with the economic exploitation of the subject peoples and in other respects was guided in its treatment of the conquered by cosmopolitan ideas. Hand in hand with military and political subjugation, went the Romanizing of the conquered territories, and this was carried out with implacable consistency. Only towards religions did the Romans display a certain broad-mindedness, so long as these were in no way dangerous to their supremacy. And in this connection we must not forget that in Rome even religion was completely subordinated to the purposes of the state. There was, therefore, no church which could stand out as a rival to the state. Every cult was under the supervision of the state. The Senate regulated all religious affairs, as is clear from innumerable decrees. The priests were subordinate officers of the state and, besides, the highest priestly positions were all in the hands of the leading statesmen or of the Senate. To a world dominion like Rome every cult is equally acceptable so long as it subordinates itself to the state. Alexander of Macedon had already given an instructive example in this respect by making toleration of foreign religious systems an instrument of political power. He rendered to Apis of the Egyptians or to the god of the Jews the same honors as to Zeus of the Greeks. Such a toleration, remarks Mothner, which was really indifference, became first with the Romans a genuine instrument of their permanent imperialism, their policy of world conquest. If, however, a religion became bothersome or actually dangerous to the state, tolerance quickly ended and persecution set in. This was the basis of the attacks on the early Christians, whose doctrine struck at the very foundations of the empire, and who refused to render divine honors to the person of the emperor. Religious persecutions in Rome always sprang from political motives. The religion of the Romans displayed little that was primitive. They borrowed elements of religious faith from every possible people and incorporated them in their own body of ideas. It is today the fair unanimous opinion that they derived a large part of their ancient cult from the Etruscans. This is especially true of their belief in demons and of the meticulously regulated ceremonial of their worship, which played a part in every phase of their daily life. Elie Reclus remarks pointedly, "The ceremonials of the tribunals, the governmental palaces, the temples, the private dwellings, which the Romans followed almost without change for centuries, were likewise adopted from the Etruscans." From whatever point of view one regards it, one cannot avoid the conclusion that the Roman people was nourished on the substance of the Etruscans, much like those insects which find their food already in the brood cells that have been prepared for them. In no case can one identify the religion of the Romans with that of the Hellenes, as is so often done. It is true there are found in their cult many borrowings from the Greeks. The same is true for a number of their gods. But one cannot infer from this an essential relation between the two religions. A sober, unpoetic people like the Romans had no understanding at all of the cheerful activity of the Greek Olympus. The free, spontaneous behavior of the Hellenic gods was hard to harmonize with the Roman sense of order. Religion meant to the Romans spiritual bondage, as is revealed in the very derivation of the word. Bondage, however, simply did not go down with the Hellenes. In this sense they were not religious. Zeus was to them simply the father of the gods, otherwise endowed with exactly the same excellences and the same weaknesses as all the other gods. The dignified Jupiter of the Romans, however, was quite especially the guardian god of the capital and of the Roman state. The polytheism of the Greeks was the product of a poetically illumined mysticism, in which the various natural forces were embodied in the individual divinities. Among the Romans, the divinity often embodied nothing more than an abstract principle with a practical application. Thus they had gods of the frontier, of concord, of welfare, of theft, of pestilence, of fevers, of contentment, of worry, to whom the faithful could resort in special cases. The residences of the gods were arranged just like the Roman state. Each god had his particular post, where nobody else had any business. For the Roman religion, like everything else, was designed to be practical and purposive. Their whole cult exhausted itself in a ritual as rigid as it was spiritless. Even the cults of the Egyptians, the Syrians, the Persians, and others, which later found a home among the Romans, had to adapt themselves to the peculiar character of the Roman state. The idea of political unity stood among the Romans ahead of every other consideration, a firm article of faith which must not be distorted and need not be explained. If the assertion were true that national or political unity is the indispensable condition for the unhampered cultural development of a people, then the Romans should have overshadowed completely all other peoples in history as to both creative power and cultural activity, for among no. Uam et latera, Volume 2. Other people were these concepts so firmly and so universally held as among them. Furthermore, the dominance of Rome extended through a period of 1200 years. No other world power has lasted so long. Therefore no one can assert that the Romans did not have sufficient time to bring their cultural capabilities to full development. In spite of this, not even the most fanatical admirer of the Roman state and the political genius of the Romans would venture to assert that they were a culturally creative people or that they could be compared, even in a dream, with the nationally and politically completely disunited Hellenes. The mere thought of such a comparison would be treason to all culture. Distinguished minds whose mental vision has not been dimmed by the will to power are agreed that the Romans were, by and large, an unimaginative people with purely political interests, and that because of this purely political obsession they had no comprehension of the deeper significance of culture. Their actual cultural achievements were of trifling significance. In no field of culture did they make a single outstanding contribution, they remained always a race of imitators. Of course, they knew how to appropriate the creative products of others and to exploit them for their own special ends. At the same time, they always infected them with death germs, for one cannot with impunity constrain cultural effort in political forms. Every people possesses certain creative endowments and capabilities, and it would be ungracious to deny all such to the Romans. But these natural abilities were limited by the external conditions of the social environment and constrained into definite directions. Or, to speak with Nietzsche, every people just as every man has control over only a certain total of powers and capacities, and so much of this total as is expended for world dominion or in political effort is necessarily withheld from cultural activity. This is the same thought which Hegel clothed in the words, "The Roman principle was fixed entirely on dominion and military power." It had no intellectual focal point as an aim to occupy and to satisfy the mind. The strained unity of the state structure was not of a type to give free range to the cultural capacities of the Romans. On the contrary, its entire 1200-year-long history gave conclusive proof that political unity is one thing and creative cultural activity is another thing. The Romans tortured their natural talents to death on the Procrustean bed of political unity. Every creative idea was crippled by the rigid framework of their military and bureaucratic machine. They had made of the state an earthly providence which guides everything, determines everything, decides everything, and in doing this they smothered at its birth every impulse towards spontaneous, independent activity. They sacrificed the whole world and themselves to this Moloch. The more extended and powerful the Roman state made itself in the course of the centuries, just so much more man shrank in spiritual worth and social importance, just so much more completely his sense of personality shriveled, and with it his urge to cultural creation, which can endure no political coercion. The Romans reveal this especially in their art, which among every people represents the high point of cultural creativeness. Until after the complete subjugation of all the countries bordering on the Mediterranean, one cannot speak of a Roman art at all. Everything in Rome which could be assigned to the field of representative art up to that time was of either Etruscan or Grecian origin. The influence of the Etruscans is already easily recognizable in the earliest days of Rome. Later, out of the Grecian settlements at the south of the peninsula, there issued this other influx, which for the first time brought the Italic people into close contact with the art of the Hellenes. From the conquest of Greece after the Second Punic War and the forcible incorporation of the country in the Roman realm, came that immediate union which was to be for the Hellenes of a later time a fatality, but which brought into Rome the first forms of a higher culture. The Roman commanders robbed the Greek cities of their most splendid treasures and dragged off to Rome everything transportable. Of the fabulous wealth of stolen art treasures we can hardly form a just estimate. Taine informs us in his Philosophie of Art, when Rome had completely plundered the Grecian world she possessed a population of statues almost equal to her people. They estimate today the number of the statues which, after all the centuries and all the destructions, have been found in Rome and its environs at more than 60,000. But the Romans had no sort of inner understanding of this art. They decorated their homes and their cities with Greek pictures, somewhat as today rich American upstarts buy Rembrandts and Van Dycks, because they thought they owed it to their station. Whence could they have gotten such an understanding? The glad enjoyment of life of the Oriental Aryans, the joy of the Hellenes in nakedness, in the beauty of human nature, is in its every detail completely alien to the Roman. He has no splendid holiday plays, he honors no poets and writers, and he carries prudery so far that a son-in-law is not allowed to bathe with his father-in-law. What distinguishes the Roman is his intensity, his method. He must know that his house and his state is in order. His family life is strictly regulated and therefore extremely dull. He names his daughters fifth and sixth, and he puts his son to death if he is disobedient. Unlike most Aryans, he sets a high value on externals, on keeping up appearances. Gravity, dignity, decorum, these are his favorite expressions, words which on the lips of the facetious and undignified Cicero become doubly impressive. Albrecht Wirth, /Olkstum Welt Macht, p. 40. Holding such a concept of life, it is surely no wonder that the so-called genuine Romans met the intrusion of Greek modes of life always with a certain shyness or even a definite hostility. With many this aversion took quite peculiar forms. Thus Cato the Elder warned his son against Greek physicians, asserting that the Greeks had entered into a conspiracy against the Romans in which the physicians were assigned the duty of poisoning all Roman citizens with their medicines. The same Cato pronounced Socrates a loud-mouthed, turbulent agitator who well deserved his fate. He also prophesied that when Rome had become saturated with the teachings of Greek philosophy it would lose its dominion over the world. This hard-boiled slave driver and heartless usurer divined instinctively that culture and world dominion were irreconcilable opposites, either of which could assert itself only at the expense of the other. How completely and stupidly insensitive the Romans were to every higher cultural experience up to the end of the Second Punic War is shown by the cruel and utterly inhuman destruction by the Roman commander, Lucius Mummius, of Corinth, the loveliest city in Greece. Not content with slaughtering all of the population capable of bearing arms, selling the women and children into slavery, and giving the city over to plunder by a rough soldiery, he set fire to it and finally left not one stone upon another. Shortly before the same fate had been dealt out to Carthage, where flames raged for 7 days, laying waste the land. Over it a plough was driven as symbol of Roman pitilessness. But despite all this, Rome could not escape the influence of Hellenic culture, and all the warnings of Cato and his adherents were but wasted on the winds. Roman armies could strike down Greece by force of arms, could make Hellas into a Roman province, but they could build no dam against the flood of Hellenic culture. The Roman poet, Horace, has put his recognition of this into words. Hellas, o'erpowered her unlettered masters. Carrying art into Latium gently to conquer it. Crude saturnine verse disappeared. Finer taste then expelled. The harsh and repellent, though long did the traces still show there, of earlier rudeness, and have not yet utterly vanished. For the Roman's mind tardily turned toward Grecian letters. After the Punic Wars, languidly resting, he thought to inquire what he could use out of Sophocles, Thespes, and Aeschylus. Soon he was trying to clothe them worthily in Latium's speech. There is nothing new under the sun. Today we have Julius Streicher, the bosom friend of Hitler, with whom anti-Semitism has taken an actually pathological form, asserting that the Jewish physicians have entered into a conspiracy to poison the German people. No, Rome could not escape this peaceful invasion of a higher culture, more perilous to the Roman spirit than Hannibal or the incursions of the barbarians. The developing Pan-Hellenism caused a profound change in the rubbishy beginnings of primitive Roman poetry. Whole troops of Greek architects, painters, sculptors, goldsmiths, bronze founders, ivory carvers, worked in the palaces of the Roman aristocracy, among them many slaves who had been forcibly dragged to Rome. And among these slaves were a large number equipped with all the riches of Hellenic education, who seemed called to bring to their masters a higher intellectual and spiritual culture. For all this, the Romans never progressed in their practice of the arts beyond a slavish imitation of foreign originals, and it is characteristic that in the whole history of Rome, a history of more than 1200 years, we find not more than half a dozen really great artists, that is, artists inspired with ideas of their own, while almost every Grecian city, Sparta alone excepted, can marshal a whole troop of them. Even the so-called Golden Age has little to offer that can be designated as truly Roman art. Joseph Strzygowski has shown conclusively that Roman art in the time of the Empire was merely the last phase of declining Hellenism, whose centers were to be found in Asia Minor, Syria and Egypt. At that time there were manifest in Hellenism strong Oriental influences, gradually leading to the creation of the so-called Byzantine art, which in its essence was not Roman. Only in architecture did the Romans actually produce a new style. But even here we must not forget that most of the show buildings of the time of the empire were constructed under the direction of foreign architects. At first the Romans borrowed their building art from the Etruscans, as is shown clearly by the characteristic form of their earlier temples. Later, when the influence of late Hellenic culture was growing constantly stronger in Rome, the Grecian spirit became more plainly operative in architecture, although the Etruscan type long remained unmistakably present. From the Etruscans the Romans learned the art of building arches and vaults, which the former had brought with them from the east. It was by the practical application and further development of this art that they were later able to carry through those mighty public works which even today strike us with astonishment. The art of vaulting led, then, in its further development to the construction of the cupola, which presented a new principle in architecture. The magnificent effect of this style reached its highest expression in the Roman Pantheon, the erection of which is attributed to Apollo of Damascus. That in painting the Romans never got beyond mediocrity is known to everybody. They never had any profound feeling for music. As late as 115 BC the old Roman patriots in the Senate forbade the use of musical. Joseph Strzygowski, Orient Oder Rom. 1901. Instruments only the primitive Italian flute found grace in their eyes. Of course this measure was not permanently enforced, it disappeared before the advance of Hellenism, but even much later music was still consigned entirely to the hands of Grecian slaves. It was quite characteristic that in the field of plastic art the Romans failed almost completely. Although they adorned their cities with the stolen glories of Greece, they left sculpture entirely in the hands of Hellenic artists whom they had brought to Rome as slaves. So there developed in Rome the Neo-Attic school which produced quite outstanding works. All the world-renowned works of that period, the Caryatides of the Pantheon, the Borghese Gladiator, the Venus de Medici, the Farnese Hercules, were made by Greeks. It is true we do not know the creator of the Apollo Belvedere, but there is no doubt that he was a Greek. The bungling efforts of the Romans in plastic art permit no other conclusion. No people is entirely original in its artistic creation. Even the Greeks were intellectually stimulated and fertilized by other cultures, but they used the foreign matter in their own way, so that it became a part of their own thought and feeling. This is the reason why when we look at a Greek work of art which we know to have been produced under foreign influence we do not feel the foreign element, or at most perceive only a slight disturbance of the intrinsically Hellenic determination of the work. With the Hellenes one never feels that they are imitating foreign stuff. Everything is experienced, sympathetically felt, inside them. With the Romans one can generally lay his hand on the imitation at once. This is not a matter of the lack of technical knowledge. It is evidence, rather, of the utter lack of sympathetic understanding with which the Roman artist really viewed the foreign original. Even during the blossoming period of Roman culture the educated Roman got no closer to the essence of Greek art. Friedlander, in his Citagesellstromsee remarks with full justice. As a matter of fact, in spite of all the old and new artistic pomp of Rome and the Roman dominion, representative art never acquired an influence on the Roman population as a whole. Roman literature when viewed in its entirety gives convincing and unanswerable proof of this. Out of so large a number of poets and writers of various periods, most of whom stand at the peak of the education of their period and serve us as fully accredited representatives of it, hardly one betrays either interest or understanding for formative art. In this so highly varied literature, covering a period of centuries and touching all important tendencies and interests, which during the first centuries after Christ, that is, in the period of the empire before the dominance of Christianity, directed its attention especially upon the present, and even searched into its intellectual status with manifold praisings and warnings, there is found scarcely a trace of understanding of the true essence of art and no expression of a comprehension of the splendor of its achievements. Wherever it is mentioned it is either with outright misunderstanding or at least without warmth or sympathy. However many individual Romans may have succeeded in penetrating into the essence of Greek art, for Roman culture at large it remained always remote and strange. This misjudgment of art, which with Cato and the old Roman party passed over into openly avowed contempt, is found everywhere. The writings of Cicero are strewn with contemptuous remarks about art and artists. The gigantic development of slavery in Rome led naturally to a profound contempt for labor, in which the prosaic Romans also included art. A well-known saying of Plutarch is in this connection extraordinarily significant. By the way, this alleged teacher of the Emperor Hadrian was a born Greek, in whose work, however, the Roman way of thinking often achieves surprisingly clear expression. No respectable young person, says Plutarch, who sees the Zeus in Pisa or the Hera in Argos will on that account wish to be a Phidias or an Apples J. For though a work may be acceptable and pleasing to us, it by no means follows that its creator deserves our envy. The same phenomena manifest themselves in the literature of the Romans. Despite its many-sidedness, it remains on the whole a literature of imitations. One looks in vain for a Sophocles, an Aeschylus, an Aristophanes J. With a few exceptions, it all breathes the spirit of dullest mediocrity. On the whole, literature was in Rome always one of the luxuries of a privileged minority and was never able to strike root in the people itself. The Golden Age, from 80 BC to 20 BC, offers no exception to this. In Athens, the production of a play by Sophocles or Aristophanes was an event that stirred the whole population. In Rome there was hardly any feeling for such matters, and Horace complains bitterly that the people would rather be entertained by the performance of a rope dancer or a street clown than be instructed by the production of a drama. Like everything in Rome, so also literature served, above all, the purposes of the state. Cato the Elder declared this openly and devoted a whole work to it. In the time of the Republic, literature amounted to little. Under Caesarism it was in the service of the court. No other literature, therefore, is so filled with the most disgusting flattery of the great ones of the earth as is the Roman. In no other does the spirit of servility and boot-licking display itself so openly and sleamously. There never was a time in which poet and artist rolled so deep in the dust as in that golden age. A genuine literature was first produced in Rome through Greek influence, on which account the Roman literature has with justice been called a dim reflection of dying Hellenism. What had previously appeared in Rome as literature hardly deserves the name. This holds good especially for the Saturnine verses, inartistic holiday songs with meager content and of a wooden lifelessness. An epic such as most peoples possess was altogether lacking to the Romans. There exists no connection between the mythical history of Rome and Roman literature. The attempt to create an epic was first undertaken in the time of the Empire to flatter the vanity of the Caesars. Then came the Fescennines, burlesque wedding songs, usually recited extemporaneously, and later the Attilanes, named for the Oscan city of Attila, in which already Greek influences made themselves felt. But these early starts toward a primitive literature vanished entirely from the canvas when Hellenism made its way into Rome and Greek education became the shibboleth of the privileged castes. The first poets, who are usually regarded as the founders of Roman literature, were Livius Andronicus, Gnaeus Navius and Quintus Ennius, three Greeks, the first of them a Monument slave who translated Homer into Latin. It is a unique phenomenon that a people that played in history such a long and world-dominating part should owe the beginnings of its literature to foreigners. Plautus and Terence, the immediate successors of these three, were completely permeated by the Hellenic spirit and presented in their work chiefly paraphrases of Greek originals. Moreover, Terence came from Carthage and was brought to Rome as a slave, where he was later freed by his master in recognition of his merit. But the opportunities for the development of dramatic art were not the same in Rome as in Greece, and especially in Athens. In Hellas the drama was able to attain great heights only because its natural development was subjected to no external restraints. Every art requires the utmost conceivable freedom in order to maintain its life at its full greatness, dramatic art more than any other. Such freedom never existed in Rome. In Athens there was a most intimate connection between the theatre and the public life of the community, and even a Pericles, like any other man, had to endure complacently the attacks from the stage. In Rome such audacity would have been regarded as assault upon the sanctity of the state. When one of the first dramatists in Roman literature, the Greek Navius, dared, in one of his comedies, to ridicule a distinguished patrician, he was forced to make public apology and sent into exile, where he died. For this reason the drama could never strike root among the people. What interest could the average Roman find in it? The stuff that was presented to him on the stage was borrowed from the life of a foreign people in whose mental and spiritual experience he was not able to participate. Material which would have been able to seize and hold his attention, the representation of the actual occurrences of public life in which he himself was involved, was banned from the stage. The poets of the time of the Republic were completely under the domination of the Hellenic literature, and by far the greater part of their work is confined to the more or less free translation of original Greek texts. The single literary type which then and later showed a degree of independence was the satire, especially after Lucilius had given it the form of the satiric poem, in which, of course, he also took his hint from Greek prototypes. Under the Empire, literature fell completely under the patronage of the court. Even its most important representatives, Virgil, Horace, Ovid, Tibullus, Propertius, could not free themselves from these unworthy fetters, and despite their ability were compelled to burn incense before the emperor and his favorites and to celebrate their godlike virtues. Thus the famous and greatly overpraised Aeneid of Virgil, in which he tried in imitation of Homer to create for the Romans a national epic, would probably never have been written if it had not occurred to the poet to elevate the Trojan Aeneas to the position of progenitor of the Julian family from which the Emperor Augustus was descended. From the circumstance that Virgil, in his will, directed that his still unpublished heroic poem should be burned, one could almost conclude that the poet had in an outburst of self-respect felt ashamed of his debasement. The poets of the Golden Age were separately and collectively dependent on the rich and the powerful in the state, whose favor could be purchased only by self-abasement and contemptible flattery. After Messala, Maecenas, Augustus had gathered about them whole courts of poets who basked in the gracious effulgence of their patrons. It became in time the fashion for every rich upstart to keep his own poets, for whose success he provided and who in turn attended to his deification. Horace, who always tried to resist the enticements of Augustus, whom, nevertheless, he deified most unworthily, has confided to us in his epistles how the prosaic need of bread spurred him to poetic creation. Having told us how fate drove him from his good Athens back to Rome, the poet comes to his confession. When from my service there Philippi summoned me homeward, dispirited, wings clipped, robbed of the herds in my pastures, yes, of the pastures themselves, then grim poverty, shameless, drove me to verse making. Now that I have means to live by, where is there hemlock enough to cleanse me completely, if it should seem to me better to sleep than to make verses? This peculiar confession of one of the greatest Roman poets, which is not wanting in inner tragedy, is characteristic of the conditions of the time. To worm into a poet's post was the dearest wish of a horde of hunger-driven beings who had acquired a more or less thorough education in Greek and now tried to find a market for it by reciting rhymed flatteries to the great for wages. In the Golden Age it was practically the profession of the poet to renounce his manhood and become a salaried flatterer of the rich and powerful. One need but peruse the repulsive adulation of their patrons by Martial and Statius to realize to what a state literature had come in that age, when everything was for sale. It is significant that it was just the most horrible and cruel despots who were most glorified by their poets. Caesarism rested like a mountainous weight on the whole of public life. It transformed the nation into a horde of lackeys among whose leaders the poets took first place. The situation became ever more pitiful and revolting as the inner disruption under the shameless dominion of the Caesars progressed. Persius, Petronius, and especially Juvenal, have pictured for us the general moral foulness of their time. Juvenal in particular was a first-rate depictor of customs, and his satires, especially the sixth, display an actually uncanny power of description. If one takes the literature of Rome as a whole, one comes to the conviction that it is poorer in independent productions than any other and cannot endure the slightest comparison with the rich and creative literature of the Hellenes. It is entirely dependent on the latter, and its representatives, with a very few exceptions, set themselves with a truly slavish diligence at the imitation of the Greeks. Even so splendid a work as the Golden Ass of Apuleius, which without doubt ranks among the proudest contributions of Roman authorship, would never have come into being without the intellectual stimulation and constructive power of the Greeks. The loveliest part of that work, the charming episode of Cupid and Psyche, shows this with the utmost clarity. Only in the writing of history, which appealed more to the practical Roman than did the flowery pomp of poetry, was a certain originality of presentation noticeable, especially when the writer was dealing with events within his own experience. But even here one must not overlook the fact that the Roman idea lay at the foundation of almost all of the writings. In philosophy the Romans were even more dependent on the Greeks than in anything else. They enriched the world by not a single idea, but were content to pursue old lines of thought and to reproduce them in weakened form. And one must not think of the schools of the philosophers in Athens and other Grecian cities. Such phenomena were altogether unknown in Rome. Here no Socrates spoke publicly to all the citizens, philosophy was at home only in the palaces of the rich, for whom it was the fashion of the moment, as were art and literature. The patriots of the old Roman party fought philosophy with the same virulence they had displayed toward Hellenic art. In 173 BC the adherents of the doctrines of Epicurus were expelled from Rome. 12 years later all philosophers and rhetoricians were banished from the capital, because there was recognized in their teachings a danger to the state. The penetration of Hellenism into Rome gave wider scope to philosophy, but its teachers were always regarded with a certain distrust, and persecutions of philosophers, especially of the Stoics, were carried on under almost all of the Roman emperors. Of the philosophic systems of the Greeks only Epicureanism, Stoicism, and skepticism found wide acceptance among the educated Romans. But the adherents of these doctrines did not enrich the concepts of the Greeks with any ideas of their own. When they attempted originality they lost themselves in a shallow eclecticism which entirely lacked inner force of conviction. There was a time when Cicero was honored as a profound thinker. Today, it has long been recognized that he never produced a single original idea but confined himself to preparing the most superficial compilations conceivable from the works of Greek thinkers, many of whom were first thus made known to us, even if in greatly weakened form. Mothner has rightly said, Cicero would have no place in a history of philosophy, at the most only in a history of philosophy or a history of philosophical terminology. He whose vanity was almost greater than his later fame had definitely committed himself to dependence on the Greeks, himself poor in thoughts, rich only in unminted words. Registered. The illuminating didactic poem of Lucretius, De Rerum Natura, concerning the nature of things, is without doubt a splendid presentation of the doctrines of Epicurus, but it is nothing more. This holds also for the line of thought of Pliny, Lucian, and the other Roman Epicureans. Much the same may be said of the Roman Stoics. They likewise contributed to their doctrine no ideas of their own, and by far their greatest importance lay in the field of political life. Most of the satirists were found among the Stoics, and in Rome satire offered the only opportunity of hurling stones from concealment at the windows of the high-placed. The Stoics strove for a reform in social conditions. For this reason they sometimes drew upon themselves the wrath of the despots, which often expressed itself in rigorous persecutions. Many of them went pretty far in their ideas. For example, Seneca opposed slavery, and in many of his letters, especially in the 19th, reached genuinely socialistic conclusions. Of course we must not neglect to mention that one cannot very well harmonize Seneca's life with his teachings. He had to face in the Senate the accusation that he had accumulated his wealth. He left behind 300 million sesterces, say about $15 million, by wangling legacies and practicing the vilest usury. There is no field of intellectual life in which the Romans distinguished themselves by originality and independence of thought. We must, therefore, count it as a special merit that they had such capacity for appropriating the discoveries and inventions of others and exploiting them for their own purposes. Their intellectual dependence on the Greeks appears clearly in every field of their scientific activity. At no point did they progress beyond the elementary foundations of Greek science. In many respects they fell far short even of this. This held good especially for their Character Atheismus. Band I, p. 161. Astronomy and their conception of the structure of the universe. From the Alexandrians they took over the Ptolemaic system, by which the inspired conception of Aristarchus of Samos was pushed into the background for a whole 1,000 years until Copernicus led the human intellect back into the right path. Of course, in Rome, science, too, merely served the interests of the state. And in accord with this all education was also debased, reaching under the empire that state of insipid, outworn windiness that Schlosser has so strikingly depicted. The universal regimentation of the intellect had expelled all vigor and naturalness from life. Science was just the handmaid of vain and vulgar ends. The numerous schools, teachers, and students were victims in equal degree of empty imagination, overbearing pride, false taste and lack of conviction. Behind the lauded elegance of conversation and the intellectual playing with concepts, ideas, and information, lurked hardness of heart, emptiness of soul, selfishness of sentiment and extremely superficial understanding. A people among whom political effort was rated much higher than any contribution of intellect, could achieve nothing different. Just as religion was to the Romans nothing but the epitome of spiritual bondage, so also in the state they revered the principle of political and social bondage which culminated in the complete subjection of man to the political machine. That the state idea, which with them rested from the very beginning on a military basis, gradually developed into Caesarism and reached its highest point in the elevation of the emperor to the station of an actual god, was the natural consequence of that strict authority principle which will submit to no examination and is inaccessible to every human approach. Rudolf von Jering, the well-known law scholar, passed his judgment on the Romans in these words. The Roman character with its virtues and its faults may be designated as a system of disciplined egoism. The chief principle underlying this system is that the subordinate must be sacrificed to the higher, the individual to the state, the particular instance to the abstract rule, the moment to the permanent condition. A people among whom in the presence of the highest love of freedom the virtue of self-subjection has still become second nature, is called to mastery over others. But the price of Roman greatness was surely a dear one. The insatiable demon of Roman selfishness sacrificed everything for its ends, the blood and happiness of its own citizens as readily as the nationality of foreign peoples. The world which belongs to it is a soulless world, robbed of its loveliest possessions, a world ruled not by human beings, but by abstract maxims and rules, a huge mechanism admirable for the firmness, the regularity, and the certainty with which it operates, for the power which it develops, crushing to bits everything which opposes it, but just a machine, whose master was at the same time its slave. Geist ies Romis Chen Rechts. Leipzig, 1852. Volume I, p. 298. A state whose walk history was founded on the principle of conquest and which through all phases of its long historical development adhered to this principle with undeviating consistency came of necessity to a complete surrender of every human consideration. War was its proper element, brutal robbery its life purpose, to which every other was subordinated. Thus came into being that shameful bondage which was in fact the essence of true Romanism. A state in which, from the first, every citizen had to be a soldier and in which no citizen could be clothed with public office who had not taken part in at least 10 battles, could but brutalize its population. In fact, the Romans were a people of savage disposition. Even the invasion of Hellenism was able to change this but little, since its influence reached effectively only a small privileged minority and hardly touched the great masses. In two fields, however, the Romans revealed an originality of thought and its practical application which no one can justly refuse to recognize, though it is true that these were concerned with social institutions which can hardly be said to have advanced culture. The Romans were the real creators of militarism and the inventors of that brutal and soulless system which we call Roman law and which is still today the theoretical basis of the legal constitutions of all so-called civilized states. Roman law, based only on cold-blooded calculation of the most purely material interests, admitting into its theory no ethical considerations whatever, was the natural result of the Roman state concept. The Roman state was a military state, a power state in the strictest sense. It knew only one right, the right of the stronger. Therefore Roman law could be nothing else than the most brutal violation of every idea of natural right. It laid the foundation for the dreary formalism of our modern law books, in which vital being is smothered under abstract maxims. And this was not changed at all by the so-called equality before the law, which was always a lie practically, and theoretically had in view only the equality of slaves who. Richard Wagner, who in his revolutionary days recognized very clearly the significance of freedom for culture in general and for art in particular, in his work, Kunst und die Revolution, Art and Revolution, broke out thus about the inner savagery of Romanism, the Romans, whose national art early gave way before the developed art of the Greeks, employed the services of Grecian architects, sculptors, and painters, their wits took up Greek rhetoric and versification, great public amphitheaters were opened, but not to the gods and the mythical heroes, not to the free dancers and singers of the sacred choruses, rather, wild beasts, lions, panthers and elephants, had to tear each other to tatters to delight Roman eyes. Gladiators, slaves who had been trained to strength and skill had to ravish the Roman ear with their death rattle. These brutal world conquerors took delight only in positive reality, their imagination could deal only with the materially actual. They permitted the philosopher who timidly fled from public life to devote himself to abstract thought. As for themselves, they loved to give themselves over in public to displays of concrete murder, to see before them examples of actual, physical human suffering. Found themselves at the same level of degradation. Heinrich Heine, who from the bottom of his soul hated the brutal inhumanity of the concepts of Roman law, poured out his heart in these words. What a frightful book is the Corpus Juris, the Bible of egoism. I have always hated their legal code as I have hated the Romans themselves. These robbers wished to safeguard their booty, and what they won by the sword they tried to protect by the law, therefore the Roman was at the same time soldier and lawyer, presenting a blend of the most revolting type. Actually we have to thank those Roman thieves for the theory of property which had previously been just a fact, and the development of that doctrine in all its despicable consistency is that lauded Roman law which lies at the base of all our modern state institutions, although it stands in glaring contradiction to religion, morals, human feeling, and reason *. Never before had any legislation given to the concept of property a form so inhuman, cruel, and egoistic. Property is the right to use and to misuse one's possessions, declares the Roman law. This view, which is still today the legal basis of every exploitation and every economic monopoly, was subject to no limitations except those based on reasons of state. All attempts of later experts in law to cloak or to mitigate the cynical brutality of this declaration have been but futile raising of dust clouds. Proudhon gave this striking expression. They have tried to justify the word misuse by explaining that it must not be taken to mean an arbitrary misuse in defiance of morals, but merely as indicating the unlimited control of the owner over his possessions. That is an empty, meaningless distinction, which merely serves to accentuate the sacredness of property, and by which the pleasure of possession is neither destroyed nor disturbingly affected. The owner may let his fruit rot on the trees, he can sow his fields with salt, he can pour the milk of his cows on the sand, he can convert a vineyard into a desert, turn a park into a vegetable garden, quite at his own pleasure. Is this all misuse, or is it not? In every consideration of property, use and misuse are hidden together. Degree. Who accords to property such power must necessarily rate the worth of a man very low. This is shown especially in the Roman law of debt and in the position given to the head of a family. According to the law of the 12 Tables, a creditor had the right to hail a debtor before the court and, if no one would go security for him or assume his debt, to sell him into slavery. If several creditors had claims to present against the same debtor, then the law gave them the right to kill him and cut him in pieces. The simple objective fact of the debt was decisive, and no side rations of humanity could be urged against it. The right of possession of an owner stood above the life and freedom of a man. One finds the same pitiless feature also in Roman family law. The head of the house held power of life and death over the members of his family. He could expose a child at its birth or sell it into slavery. He could also pass judgment of death on any of his dependents. On the other hand, a son could make no complaint against his father, since he was regarded merely as the father's bondsman. This dependence he could end only by founding a household of his own, which he could do only by his father's permission. Hegel, himself an unreserved advocate of the authority principle, remarks strikingly, For the harshness which the Roman suffered from the state he was compensated by the harshness which he exercised in his family serf on the one hand, despot on the other. This constituted the greatness of Rome. Its peculiarity was harsh insistence on the unity of the individual with the state, with the law of the state, with the mandate of the state. Happy face, the whole criminal law of the Romans was one of deliberate brutality and barbarous cruelty. One could object that cruelty in the imposition of punishment was at that time the general custom, but what gives its peculiar tone to the Roman law of punishment is the circumstance that here, too, every detail was patterned on reasons of state, and every human consideration regarded with cold indifference. Thus in a long series of cases children could be punished for the faults of their parents, about which the wise Cicero placidly remarks, "The harshness that punishes children for the misdeeds of their parents grieves me, but still it is a wise provision of our laws, for by it the father is by means of the strongest of all bonds, by means of the love that he feels for his children, bound to the interest of the state." These provisions and some others were in later times made milder, but the inner core of their nature was not changed. What was the lot of a slave under such a system of laws is easily guessed. The slave was completely without rights and was, indeed, hardly regarded as human. At best he was thought of as one who had been human. The slightest disobedience, the slightest insubordination, or even things for which he was not responsible at all, were requited with bestial vengeance. Such an unfortunate might have his tongue torn out, both hands chopped off, his eyes put out, boiling lead poured down his throat. After such unspeakable tortures he might be nailed to the cross or thrown to wild beasts to be devoured, all this by the unquestioned right of the master. The admirers of the Roman state idea make every effort to overbalance the lack of any deep feeling for culture among the Romans, which even they are compelled to recognize, by unstinted praise of the spirit of Roman legislation which, regarded as a work of art, they find actually astounding. But against this, even, there is much to be said. No less a man than Theodore Mommsen in his Rotnungsgeschichte passes the following judgment on Roman law. Men are accustomed to praise the Romans as the people especially endowed for jurisprudence, and to regard with astonished admiration their excellent systems of laws as if it were a mystic gift from heaven, perhaps chiefly to spare themselves some of their shame at the contemptible status of their own laws. A glance at the incomparably shaky and undeveloped Roman criminal law should reveal the untenability of these muddy notions even to those to whom it seems too simple to say that a healthy people will have healthy laws, a diseased people, diseased ones. Such a state could arrive at so completely developed a system of militarism. Militarism and a military establishment are not the same thing, although the existence of a standing arm is to be regarded as the first prerequisite of militarism. Militarism is to be appraised first of all as a psychic condition. It is the renunciation of one's own thought and will, the transformation of man into a dead automaton guided and set in motion from without, carrying out blindly every command without being conscious of his own personal responsibility. In one word, militarism is the meanest and most degraded form of that slave spirit raised to the status of a national virtue which despises all the rules of reason and is devoid of all human dignity. Only a state like the Roman, where man was valued merely as a mechanical part of an all-assimilating machine, and brutal force was esteemed the highest principle of policy, could be about such a cruel distortion of the human mind and so lay the foundations of the shameful system that still lies like a mountain weight on the peoples and is even today the deadly foe of all higher cultural development. Militarism and Roman law are the inevitable results of the Roman idea, that conception which is today confusing minds more than ever. No revolution has thus far been able either to chain the Roman idea or to cut the cord that binds us to a long-vanished past. For the Greeks, the institutions of their communal life were a means to an end. In Rome, the state was an end in itself. Man existed for the sake of his institutions, whose slave and vassal he was. Much has been written about the downfall of the Roman Empire, and every conceivable explanation of that gigantic collapse has been brought forward. Some see the cause in the over-refined culture, others in the utter neglect of morals. Nowadays one school has much to say about a subversion of the soul of the race, whatever this empty phrase may mean, and tries hard to represent the decline of Rome as a race catastrophe, though in this, the fact that Rome itself issued from a so-called racial chaos, which this did not prevent the Romans from playing their historic part in world history to the end, is deliberately overlooked. Yet the actual causes of the downfall of the Roman Empire are much more clearly apparent than are those of most other historical events. If one examines all the details of this gigantic collapse without allowing oneself to be misled by artificially constructed preconceptions, one must reach the same conclusion as the English historian Gibbon. The wonder is, not that Rome fell, but that the downfall was so long delayed. But even for this delay there is an explanation. The Roman state machine was so strongly constructed and men were so universally convinced of its unshakable stability that it, so to speak, ran itself and overcame all obstacles for a long time after its foundation had quite rotted away. Rome was the victim of its own blind power mania and its inevitable accompaniments. Ceaselessly, in deluded blindness, the leaders of the Roman state strove to extend the boundaries of their dominions, and no means was for them too brutal or too revolting. They themselves released the catastrophe that was one day to overwhelm them. The fabulous prodigality of the privileged classes at the time of the downfall, the unscrupulous exploitation of every people, the complete demoralization of public and private life, were not the results of a physical racial degeneration, but the inevitable consequences of that cruel insatiability which had thrown an entire world into chains. The end of such a policy was necessarily complete disruption of all social life. The might of Rome ground to powder everything that came in contact with it, without distinction of people or race. Even the Nordic peoples showed themselves in this matter incapable of resistance, and their Germanic blood afforded them no protection against the universal corruption of a system of oppression carried to the bitter end. At best they could only get the cruel machine temporarily into their own hands, and, doing this, they became at the same time its unconditional slaves and were ground up in its pitiless cogwheels just as all before them had been. The signs of the downfall were clearly recognizable in the time of the Republic. The empire was only the heir of the Republican war policy and brought it to its full expansion. So long as it was concerned with the subjugation of the small populations on the Italian peninsula, there was little profit in it for the conquerors, for Italy was a relatively poor country. But the old conditions were fundamentally changed after the Second Punic War. The enormous riches which flowed into Rome led to the development of a gigantic capitalistic robber economy which completely destroyed all the foundations of the old social structure. Salvioli, who followed every ramification of this system to its last details, convincingly describes its consequences. After the splendid victories which opened Africa and Asia to the Romans, the realm attained its widest expansion. Especially out of Asia, that fairy land of art and industry, that high school of luxury and taste, that unquenchable source of advancement for farmers of state and proconsuls, the most pitiless and brutal force squeezed a stream of gold and silver. This did not cease to drench Italy till the source itself was exhausted. The treasures which had been accumulated in the Orient, in Gaul, in the whole world, and those which the miner's craft still produces today, all were poured together into Rome as spoils of war, as tribute, as the fruit of plundering, and as taxes. All the other parts of Italy received their share, even if a modest one, of the general prosperity. Rome became and remained for some CNNTURIES the great market for metallic wealth. A raging transport of power, lust and avarice had seized upon this simple warrior peasant people, so that it measured the fame of its commanders by the quantity of gold and silver which they brought to their triumphal processions. And these made it their practice to bleed conquered peoples white and to sell to allies the favor of Rome at the highest price they could get. To this avarice nothing was any longer sacred, right and reason were shamelessly trodden into the mud. King Ptolemy of Cyprus was known to be the possessor of a well-filled state treasury and of royal ceremonial vessels, so a law was promptly passed which gave the Roman Senate the right to inherit from a wealthy ally during his lifetime. The Senate regarded the treasures of all the world merely as Roman private property. The conquered could not call a penny their own. This colossal stream was not allowed to flow in quite without interruption. Victorious commanders, proconsuls, and tax farmers, who were all hungry for the riches of conquered kings and peoples, saw to this. Thousands of traders and adventurers followed the legions, paying cash for the booty which had been divided among the soldiers and taking from the conquered countries anything the commanders might have left. Thus arose that disastrous regime of speculators and chiselers whose sole purpose in life was gain, and who strove to extract a profit from everything without caring in the least what the consequences were. The most shameful usury developed into a murderous system which, slowly perhaps, but surely, must at last undermine the very foundations of the collective economic life. There arose great capitalists and capitalistic stock companies which farmed from the state the collection of taxes from entire countries and provinces. This saved the state much labor and vexation, but the last drop of blood was pumped out of the veins of the countries that fell into the claws of these vampires, for they spared nothing that aroused their avarice. In the same way they farmed the departments of the state and the mining enterprises from the government, they supplied the legions with the necessary equipment, and constantly amassed greater capital. They organized the slave trade on mercantile principles and supplied the great works with their human material. In a word, they were always there, if there was profit to win. The virtuous men of the Republic participated in these robberies with the utmost complacency and amassed great fortunes as usurers, slave dealers or real estate speculators. Cato, who in our schools is still honored as the personified virtue of ancient Romanism, was in reality a shameless hypocrite and cold-blooded usurer, to whom no means was too reprehensible for furthering his selfish ends. He sounded, one might say, the correct note for his time when he coined the saying, "It is the first and most sacred duty of man to make money." Plutarch puts into his mouth as his very last utterance the characteristic words, "The business of the conquerors pleased the gods, but the business of the conquered pleased Cato." Still, Cato constituted no exception among the virtuous Romans of his day. Even the famous tyrannicide, Brutus, whom tradition clothes with all the trimmings of strictest uprightness, was quite as heartless a usurer as Cato and thousands of others, and his business practices were often of so questionable a character that even Cicero, that undefeated attorney of usurers and speculators, avoided looking after his affairs in court. By far the most important cause, however, that helped to seal the doom of Rome was the ruin of the small landholders, who had been the strongest bulwark of Roman superiority. The constant and successful wars forced the small peasantry, hungry for foreign riches, ever farther along that dangerous road which has thus far always been the fatal road of the conqueror. The crushing of the Etruscan cities in the north and the conquest of the Grecian colonies in the south of the peninsula had already powerfully stirred the avarice of the Romans. Then, when they first successfully waged war in the outland and began to pursue a world policy, everything else followed of itself. A world policy and a prosperous peasantry are things which in the long run cannot be reconciled. The peasant who husbands his farm is grown into the soil that he tills. Continuous war, with the uninterrupted withdrawal of thousands of men from husbandry, must in the course of time work ever more disastrously. A system under which 25 out of every 100 men were from the 17th to the 45th year of their age always under arms must inevitably lead to the downfall of the ancient peasant husbandry. Moreover, the state had openly raised the trade of robbery to a policy, and this accumulation of wealth by force seemed to the peasants more profitable than the tiresome tilling of the soil. So the peasant gradually became estranged from the land. During the long wars the Roman peasantry slowly bled to death. Contemporary writers even assert that by the end of the Second Punic War Rome had lost half of its earlier population. Along with this, small landholding moved more and more swiftly toward its end, and there developed in its stead the latifundia, of which Pliny says quite truthfully that they were the downfall of Italy and the provinces. In the earliest days of Rome the land question already played a significant role, a fact which found clear enough expression in the long struggles between patricians and plebeians. In this stern conflict the plebeians at last won equal rights with their former opponents, and the famous Licinian Sexton laws, whose wording has come down to us only in mutilated form, provided that thereafter the two classes should share alike in the division of public lands. The law also provided that the larger landholders must employ a prescribed number of free laborers proportionate to the number of the serfs each employed. After the end of the Second Punic War, however, these provisions were, in general, not enforced. Hundreds of small farms lay quite untilled because their owners had fallen in battle. The state had, moreover, come into the possession of vast tracts of land by the confiscation of the property of all of the partisans of Hannibal in Italy. The greater part of these fell into the hands of speculators, and land speculation assumed horrible forms. Contemporary writers are unanimous in their description of the base devices by which the small owners were robbed of their holdings. Unsated avarice moves back the boundary stones of neighboring fields. Thou overridest everywhere. The peasants' hedges. Outcast wander forth. Husband and wife, upon their backs. Their goods, in their arms, miserable children carried. Even though in some parts of the realm the small holdings were not completely abolished, nevertheless many thousands of small landowners were ruined by the plan for managing the latifundia. The latifundia, when they were not allowed to lie fallow or converted into pasture land, were tilled by so-called serfs, whose lot was the hardest of all of the slaves. By this sort of husbandry the productivity of agriculture was constantly diminished, as always happens with slave labor. Great masses of free laborers, because of this slave labor, were deprived of their means of subsistence while the importation of grain from Sicily and Africa completely wiped out innumerable small peasants. In the cities a similar picture presents itself. Their slave industry in the homes of the rich cut off the means of living for small artisans and plunged them into the abyss with the small peasants and agricultural laborers. These latter wandered by thousands into the cities and swelled the ranks of the ruined beggar proletariat that had completely lost the Horace, Odes. Book 2. Habit of productive occupation and served the state only as bearers of babes. This homeless, idle, purposeless mass, which had become used to living on the refuse of the rich, offered to political adventurers and upstarts of every sort a claque whose paid support was useful to their avaricious plans. Already under the Republic the sale of their votes had become for the proletariat a comfortable source of income. The rich bought the votes of the poorer citizens and so were enabled to hold the most important positions and to bequeath them to their children, so that certain state offices remained almost constantly in the possession of the same families. A candidacy for a public post was quite hopeless unless the candidate was in a position to bribe the electors by the distribution of gifts or the exhibition of public games, usually gladiatorial combats. Under such conditions it was inevitable that the influence of victorious commanders upon the course of political affairs should become constantly greater, thus first smoothing the road to Caesarism. In fact, the change from republic to monarchy was accomplished in Rome without any difficulty worth mentioning. Men like Caesar, Crassus, Pompey, expended enormous sums in molding public opinion. The later Caesars made use of these same methods, making of the proverbial panem et circens as a buttress of inside politics. Cruel gladiatorial combats had to be used to keep in good humor the depraved proletarian masses of the cities. Thousands upon thousands of the strongest slaves were carefully trained in special schools to slaughter one another in the arena before the eyes of brutalized crowds, or to measure their strength in combat with that of starving wild beasts. Every sort of monstrous horror, says Friedlander, took place in the arena, for there was hardly a form of torture or frightful death known to history or literature that was not offered to the people in the amphitheater for their entertainment. The murderous games often lasted for weeks. Thus it is said that Trajan once had 10,000 slave combatants driven into the arena, where the gruesome exhibition continued for 123 days. What a devastating effect the constant viewing of such revolting cruelty had on the character of the people needs no description. It was a necessary consequence of the continuous wars that Rome became in time unable to enlist from the ranks of her free population enough men fit to bear arms. Julius Caesar had, in fact, begun to incorporate in his armies hired foreign soldiers. Later commanders developed the employment of mercenaries into a complete system and created by its use that military monarchy, the seeds of which the Republic had planted. But the foreign mercenaries, who later were made up chiefly of Celts, Germans, and Syrians, lacked those ideological assumptions in which the ancient Romans were reared and trained. To them the thievery of the soldier was merely a profitable trade edge. The Roman idea troubled them very little, since its essence was quite alien to them. Therefore the Caesars had always to take care to keep their praetorian hordes contented, if they did not wish to imperil their rulership. The last words of the Emperor Severus to his two sons, "Keep your soldiers loyal and care for no one else in the world," were the watchword of Caesarism. But since none of the Caesars was quite sure of his rulership and had always to protect himself against rivals from the ranks of his generals and his favorites, the army became a constantly more expensive instrument, and its maintenance a constantly greater burden. And so the praetorians gradually became the controlling element in the state, and the Caesars were often no better than their prisoners. They supported some rulers and hurled others from the throne according as they saw greater profit from the one side or the other. Every election of an emperor was accompanied by a thorough plundering of the state treasury, which must then be refilled by the employment of every forcible means. Thus the provinces were constantly, and at ever shorter intervals, squeezed dry like a sponge, and this gradually led to a complete exhaustion of all economic forces. To this must be added that Roman capitalism developed no sort of productive activity, but lived only by plunder, which necessarily hastened the catastrophe. The farther Caesarism proceeded along its perilous course, the larger became the number of parasites who fastened themselves on the mass of the people. It went so far that emperors had to pledge their personal property to the exchequer or to pawnbrokers to raise money for their soldiers. Marcus Aurelius was once compelled, when he needed money, to sell at public auction all his portable possessions, including the art treasures of his palaces and the costly wardrobe of the empress. Others found it more profitable to make away with wealthy contemporaries in order to confiscate their possessions. Nero, for instance, when he learned that 1/2 of the soil of Africa was in the hands of only 6 persons, had all 6 of them murdered so that he might inherit from them. All the earlier attempts to put an end to the evil were without result and were suppressed by the owning class with bloody cruelty. Thus, the two Gracchi had to pay for their daring with their lives, and it went no better with Catiline and his fellow conspirators, whose real objective has never been made entirely clear. And the numerous slave revolts which periodically convulsed the realm, and of which the uprising under Spartacus seriously endangered Rome itself, were all without lasting result. This could have been because the majority of the slaves were filled with the same spirit as were their masters. Here can be applied also the saying of Emerson, that the curse of slavery is that one end of the chain is forged round the ankle of the slave, the other round that of his owner. The slave revolts in Rome were uprisings of mistreated and desperate men who lacked any lofty purpose. So if a brief success was achieved by the revolting slaves, they knew no better course than to imitate the role of their former masters. So utterly had the spirit that breathed out of Rome corrupted men and weakened in them all impulse toward freedom. There could be no talk of a mutual alliance of the oppressed, because even the beggar proletariat of Rome regarded the slaves as inferiors. And so it came about that slaves had to help the possessing class to suppress the Gracchi, and proletarians helped them to put down the revolt of Spartacus. What could be the end of a status where all intellectual power was crippled and every ethical principle trodden into the mud? As a matter of fact, the whole history of Roman Caesarism was a long chain of frightful horrors. Treason, assassination, beastly cruelty, crazy confusion of ideas and morbid greed prevailed in tottering Rome. The rich gave themselves over to the most excessive indulgence, and the poor knew no other desire than to be able to participate, ever so modestly, in that indulgence. A little gang of monopolists ruled the realm and organized the exploitation of the world according to well-established principles. At the court of the Caesars, one palace revolution followed another, one bloody outrage wiped out its forerunner. And everywhere peeped the eye of the snooper. No one was secure in his most private affairs. An army of spies infested the land and sowed distrust and secret suspicion in every heart. Never before had the spirit of authority celebrated such triumphs. Rome first provided the conditions for that contemptible status which we might call slavery on principle. And while the spirit of basest slavery was completely unmanning the masses of the people, the delusion of grandeur of the rulers was growing in inverse proportion, because no one dared to oppose their cruel whims. The most honored members of the Roman Senate, overcome with awe, threw themselves in the dust before the god emperors and paid them divine honors. A Caligula could cause his horse to be chosen a member of the sacerdotal college. A Heliogabalus could have his made a Roman consul. Human cowardice swallowed even this. Upon this road there could be no longer any halt. In insane blindness Rome had wasted the wealth of the world, and when this was quite exhausted its power collapsed like a decayed building in whose timbers the worms have long been at work. For such a people liberation by its own effort was no longer possible, because every earnest resolution, every independent impulse had been crushed out of it. Under the long-continued domination of a power system developed to the point of madness, serfdom had become for it a habit, degradation had become a principle. The revolt against the Roman idea came in the form of Christianity. But dying Rome revenged herself even in her hour of dissolution by infecting with her poisonous breath the very movement in which it seemed that new hope for an enslaved world might be looked for, and transforming it into a church. So out of the world dominion of the Roman state there developed the world dominion of the Roman Church. In Papism Caesarism celebrates its resurrection. Rome and Greece as symbols. Visigothic feudalism in Spain. The Arabian culture. The prime of the Spanish cities and the autonomy of the towns. Political decay and zenith of Moorish culture. The war between cross and crescent. The Spanish fueros and city constitutions. The Cortes. Federalistic spirit of Spain. The victory of the unified national state. The Inquisition as instrument of political power. Conquest of the Comuneros and Germanias. The deterioration of culture under despotism. The period of free cities in Italy. Upsurge of the intellectual life. Expansion of the arts and crafts. The guilds and the time of federalism. The advocates of national unity as deadly foes of federation. Mazzina's dream and Proudhon's sense of reality. Absolutism as destroyer of French folk culture. Literature and language in the straitjacket of despotism. The regimentation of industry. National unity and the end of intellectual culture in Germany. Bismarckism. Glances into the future. Greece and Rome are merely symbols. Their whole history is just a single instance of the great truth that the less the political sense is developed in a people, the richer are the forms of its cultural life edge, and the more political endeavors get the upper hand, the deeper sinks the general level of spiritual aid social culture, the more completely natural creative impulse, all deep spiritual feeling, in a word, everything human dies out. The spiritual is supplanted by a dead technique in affairs which takes account only of calculations and neglects all ethical principles. Cold mechanization of forces takes the place of vital influx in all social activities. Organization of social forces is no longer a means to the higher ends of the community, something that has become organic and is always in flux. It becomes a dreary end in itself and leads gradually to a retardation of all higher creative activity. And the more man becomes aware of the inner incapacity, which is only the result of this mechanization, the more desperately he clings to the dead form, and for any remedy looks to that technique which is devouring his soul and laying waste his mind. Rabin. 408. Dranath Tagore, who as an Asiatic surveys Western civilization with something of detachment, has set forth the deeper meaning of these events in pithy words. When the organization machine begins to embrace wide territory and machine workers become parts of the machine, then the human person dissolves into a phantom, everything that was human becomes machine and turns the great wheel of politics without the slightest feeling of sympathy and moral responsibility. It may well happen that even in this soulless performance the moral nature of man still tries to assert itself, but the ropes and pulleys creak and groan, the threads of the human heart become entangled in the gears of the human machine, and only with difficulty can the moral will call up a pale, mute image of what it was striving for carried. Therefore, national political unity, which always means technique at the expense of culture, is no nutrient medium for the creative formative force of a people. It is rather the greatest hindrance to any higher intellectual culture, because it pushes all important social undertakings into the political field and subjects every social enterprise to the oversight of the national machine, which stifles in men any urge toward higher ends and forces all the impulses of social life into definite forms adapted to the purposes of the national state. The art of ruling men has never been the art of educating men, since it has at its disposal nothing but that type of intellectual drill which is set upon bringing all life in the state under a single specific norm. Education means the release of the natural dispositions and capacities in men for independent development. The educational drill of the national state strangles this natural expansion of the inner man by forcing upon him from without matters which, though originally alien to him, still must be made the leitmotif of his life. The national will, which is only a cautious paraphrase of the will to power, operates always as a crippling force upon every cultural process where it overbalances, culture suffers, the sources of creative urge are quenched, because nourishment has been withdrawn from them to feed the all-devouring machine of the national state. Greece brought forth a great culture and enriched mankind for thousands of years, not in spite of, but because of its political and national disunion. Because it never knew political unity, each separate member could develop in freedom and could give expression to its own peculiar character. Greek culture grew great upon the minute division and complete separation of the efforts at political power. Because the cultural creative urge which throve so mightily in the Hellenic community, for a long time greatly outweighed the power urge of small minorities and so afforded a much wider scope for personal freedom and independent thought. Because of this, and only because of this, the rich diversity of the cultural impulses found an unlimited field of activity and were not crippled against the rigid bars of a unified national state. Rome knew nothing of this inner cleavage. The notion of political autonomy was entirely foreign to her leading men, and the idea of political unity runs through all the epochs of her long history. In the field of political centralization Rome achieved the highest that a state can achieve, but for just this reason the Romans produced nothing that was culturally important and remained a highly uncreative people to whom it was denied even to penetrate deeply into the meaning of foreign cultural creations. They completely exhausted all the social forces at their disposal in struggles for political power, which became more violent with each success and at last loosed a genuine power madness. They had respect for no humanity and could find neither time nor understanding for any other endeavors. The natural cultural endowments of the Romans were shipwrecked on the Roman state and its struggle to obtain and hold world dominion. Political technique swallowed all original cultural enterprise and sacrificed all social forces to a ravenous machine, until at last there was nothing left to sacrifice and the soulless mechanism could but collapse of its own weight. This is the inevitable end of every policy of conquest, which Jean-Paul so strikingly pictured, the conqueror. Oh, how often art thou like thy Rome! Filled with the conquered treasures of the world, filled with statues of the gods and the great, thou art surrounded by deserts and death. About Rome there is not green but poisonous swamps, everything lies empty and waste and no hamlet looks toward St. Peter's. Thou alone swellest up with thy sins mid the tumult, as corpses swell up in a storm. But these phenomena are not confined to Greece and Rome, they recur in every epoch of human history and thus far have led everywhere to the same results. This is a sign that we contemplate here a certain necessity in the course of events which arises of itself from the valuation that a people sets on cultural activity or the pursuit of political enterprises. Let us cast a glance at the history of Spain. When the Arabs invaded the Iberian Peninsula from Africa, the kingdom of the Visigoths was already in a condition of internal decay. After their subjugation of the country, the Goths had taken away from the conquered inhabitants 3/4 of the land and converted it into endowments for the dead hands of the church and the nobility. From this there developed, especially in the southern part of the country, an overlordship of the great landowners, and with it a crude feudal system under which the productivity of the soil constantly diminished. The country which had once been the granary of Rome became less and less fertile and in a few centuries was transformed into a desert. By the cruel persecutions of the Jews, especially under Sisebut, who was completely under the influence of the Church, economic life was dealt a severe blow, for business and industry lay in great part in the hands of Jewish groups. After Sisebut had caused a law to be proclaimed under which the Jews had only the choice of turning Christian or of being scalped and sold as slaves, 100,000 Jews migrated into Gaul and another 100,000 into Africa, while 90,000 were baptized. Besides this, there were the endless struggles for the throne in which poison and the dagger, treachery and assassination played no small part. Only so can we explain how the Arabs were able to conquer the country in so short a time and with no resistance worth mentioning. After the last Gothic king had been decisively defeated by the Arabian general, Tariq, the Arabs and their allies streamed into the country in great hordes, and there developed the first beginnings of that glorious culture epoch, which made Spain for centuries culturally the foremost land in Europe. This is usually called the period of Arabic culture in Spain, but the designation is perhaps not quite correct, for the Arabs proper constituted only a tiny fraction of the invading Muslims. The Berbers and Syrians were much more numerous, and besides these there came also great numbers of Jews, who took a prominent part in the upbuilding of that great culture. It was chiefly the Arabic language which united these different race and folk elements. The country which under the Gothic feudalism had been laid completely waste was in a short time transformed into a flourishing garden. By the construction of numerous canals and a system of artificial irrigation, the cultivation of the soil was developed to a degree never before seen in Spain and never since reached. In the fruitful fields flourished date palms, sugarcane, indigo, rice and many other useful plants which the Arabs had introduced. Countless cities and villages covered the glorious country. According to the descriptions of the Arabian chroniclers, Spain was in cities the richest country in Europe, the only one in which the traveler, besides numerous villages, could find 2 or 3 cities in a single day's journey. On the banks of the Guadalquivir there were in the period of bloom of Moorish culture 6 great cities, 300 towns and 1,200 villages. In the ore-filled mountain ranges mining reached a pitch which even today it has not regained. In the numerous cities, moreover, handicrafts and industry flourished luxuriantly and spread welfare and the necessities of a higher culture over the whole country. Weaving and spinning alone employed more than 2 million people. In Córdoba alone 130,000 people were supported by the silk industry. The same was true in Seville. The finest fabrics, arras, damask and costly carpets were produced in countless workshops and, especially in foreign lands, were highly prized. Arabic filigree and inlaid work were world famous. Spain at that time produced the most precious steel weapons, the most gorgeous leatherware, the most beautiful pottery, with a golden glaze which cannot be produced today. Paper was introduced into Europe by the Arabs, by whom it was manufactured in Spain, replacing the very expensive parchment. In short, there was hardly any branch of industry which was not developed to the most perfect state of craftsmanship. Hand in hand with this splendid development of handicrafts and industry, art and science developed to a degree which still calls out our unqualified admiration. While in the 10th and 11th centuries all Europe could show scarcely a single public library and could boast of only 2 universities that were worthy of the name, there were in Spain at that same time more than 70 public libraries, of which the one in Córdoba alone contained 600,000 manuscripts. In addition, the country possessed 17 famous universities, among which those at Córdoba, Seville, Granada, Malaga, Jaén, Valencia, Almería, and Toledo were especially outstanding. Many students came from distant countries to study in the Arabian high schools, and carried back to their homelands the knowledge they had acquired there, which contributed not a little to the later growth of science in Europe. Astronomy, physics, chemistry, mathematics, geometry, philology, geography, reached in Spain the highest stage at that time known anywhere. Medicine in particular made an advance which had not been possible for it in Christian countries because the Church threatened with death the dissectors of cadavers. Artists and scholars united in special associations for the pursuit of their studies. There were regular congresses of all branches of science where the latest achievements of research were announced and discussed, which naturally contributed greatly to the spread of scientific thought. The Arabs made great contributions in the fields of music and poetry, and their graceful forms had a strong influence on the poesy of Christian Spain. What the Arabs accomplished in architecture borders often on the miraculous. Unfortunately, most of their best works fell as sacrifices to the barbarity of the Christians. Even where the savage fanaticism of the bearers of the cross did not level everything to the earth, they did sufficient damage to splendid works of art by crude mutilation. Nevertheless, structures like the Alcazar of Seville, the Great Mosque of Cordova, and above all the Alhambra, in which the Moorish style attained its highest perfection, give us, even today, an idea of that wonderful period. In the mosque at Cordova, which after the expulsion of the Moors was converted into a Christian church, the powerful impression of the interior with its 19 bronze portals and 4,700 lamps was in great part destroyed by a barbaric reconstruction, so that Charles V could with justice hurl at the church administration of the time the accusation, "You have built here what could just as well have been built elsewhere and have destroyed that which existed nowhere else in the world." What gave the Moorish style its distinctive character was the abundance of that unusual ornamentation of the walls and interiors known as arabesque. Since the Quran forbids to the followers of Islam the representation of and animals in picture or image, the fancy of the Moors hit upon that mysterious play with lines which in its delicate and inexhaustible richness of form so deeply stirs the spirit so that one may with justice speak of a fairy tale in lines. Wide scope was afforded to the art of the architect because the cities at that time were very populous and extended in area. Thus at the height of Moorish culture Toledo counted 200,000 inhabitants, Seville and Granada 400,000 each. Of Cordova the Arabian chroniclers tell us that it embraced more than 200,000 houses, among them 600 mosques, 900 public baths, a university and numerous public libraries. Moreover, this highly developed culture unfolded in a time of political decentralization which was uninfluenced by the monarchic form of the state. Even when Abdurrahman III raised himself to the caliphate he was compelled to make the most far-reaching concessions to the feeling for personality and the sense of independence of the population. He knew only too well that a sharp centralization of the powers of the state would immediately stir up a conflict with the ancient tribal notions of the Arabs and the Berbers which might shake his entire realm. The country was divided into 6 provinces, which were administered by viceroys. The great cities had their city governors, the smaller towns their qadis, the villages their directors or hakims. These officials were, however, in a measure only intermediaries between the government of the realm and the municipalities. The administration of the latter was entirely independent, especially where whole tribes of family groups dwelt together unlimited autonomy prevailed. Arabs, like Berbers, lived according to their ancient laws and constitutions and permitted no interference by the authorities in their community affairs. The Christians enjoyed equal freedom and chose their chiefs from among themselves. These latter, with the bishops, directed the administration of the congregations and were responsible to the government for the fulfillment by their fellows in the faith of their obligations as citizens and for the just collection of the taxes. The bishops were selected freely by the congregations, but had to be confirmed by the caliphs, who had succeeded to the customary rights of sovereignty of the Gothic kings. The civil affairs of the Jews as citizens were ordered in a similar fashion, their head rabbi functioning chiefly as head of the congregation Gerrit Gustav Dierks, Geschick Spaniens von den Fürstenzeiten bis auf die Gegenwart. Berlin, 1895. Band 2, S. 128. In fact the rulers of the Umayyad dynasty never succeeded during the 300 years of their dominion in drawing the reins tighter and instituting a more unified government in the country. Every attempt in this direction led to endless uprisings, refusals to pay taxes, occasional secessions of single provinces, and even to forcible deposition of the caliph. Thus the realm was a rather loose structure, which immediately dissolved into its separate constituents when, in 1031, Hisksum III abdicated as caliph and abandoned his former activity with the resigned words, "This race was made neither to rule nor to obey." Cordova then became a republic, and the former kingdom split into a few dozen taifas, tiny states, which no longer obeyed a central governing power. At just that time Moorish culture attained its highest bloom. The little communities strove to excel one another in the development of the intellectual life and the arts and sciences, and the collapse of state authority did not the slightest harm to this cultural development. On the contrary, it rather furthered it by guaranteeing to it freedom from injurious political restrictions. In Christian Spain, too, one can see clearly how the tide of cultural development rises and falls according as the power of the state confines its activities within definite limits or assumes a scope which frees it from all internal restrictions and delivers to it all fields of social life. When the Visigoths were defeated by the Arabs, a part of their scattered army fled into the mountains of Asturia. There they established a miserable little state from which they kept up constant attacks on the territory occupied by the Arabs. Thus developed that endless war between Cross and Crescent which lasted over 700 years. Out of it arose that cooperation of the Church with the nationalistic endeavors of the Spaniards which gave to the later unified Spanish state its characteristic stamp, and to Spanish Catholicism that peculiar structure which it had assumed in no other country. When, then, in the course of these bloody and bitter struggles the Arabs lost more and more territory, there arose, at the beginning of the 12th century, in the north and west of the peninsula, a host of other Christian states, like Aragon, Castile, Navarre, and Portugal, which, because of unceasing struggles for the throne, were constantly in one another's hair and did not emerge from this internal confusion until, at the end of the 15th century, Ferdinand the Catholic, of Aragon, and Isabella of Castile came to reign over the various states. In the smaller states there existed at first the elective monarchy, from which only later evolved hereditary succession to the throne. But even when, by the capture of Granada, the last bulwark of Islam in Spain had fallen and the first foundation for a unified national state had been laid by the marriage of Ferdinand and Isabella, there still elapsed a considerable time before the monarchy could bring all the social institutions of the country under its control. In economics, in methods of administration, and from the political point of view it was still no nation, as Garrido remarked. Its unity was embodied only in the person of the king, who ruled over several kingdoms, of which each had its own legislature, constitution, money, even its own system of weights and measures. Before the unified national state could develop its full power it had to get rid of the ancient rights of the towns and provinces, whose liberties were anchored in the fueros or city constitutions. This was no small job. When the Arabs had come into the country only a small part of the population, principally the noblemen, had fled into the rough mountainous land to the north. The great majority of the Iberian and Romanic inhabitants, as well as a much greater part of the poorer Gothic population, remained quietly on their ancient homesteads, especially when they saw that the conquerors were treating them with mercy and consideration. Many were even converted to Islam. But all, Muslim and Christian, enjoyed the advantages of the free local administration of the Arabs, Berbers, and Syrians, and this assured them of a wide scope for their love of independence. When, now, the Spaniards in the course of this endless struggle with the Arabs had gained possession of one or another city or a new district, they were compelled to respect the old rights of the community and to leave them undisturbed. In those places where the conquest had been preceded by long battles with the population and had been achieved either by a massacre of the inhabitants or by driving them into flight, the conquerors found it necessary to grant to the new settlers a fuero which guaranteed to them far-reaching local rights and liberties. This was the only way to get an effective hold on the recaptured territories and attach them to the victors. Spanish literature contains a large number of important works upon the history of these city and country communities and their fueros, from which we gather that the city administration rested with the popular assembly, to which the inhabitants were called every Sunday by the ringing of the bells in order to discuss all the public affairs and interests and to adopt resolutions. The spirit which prevailed in these communities was thoroughly democratic and looked zealously after the local rights of the municipality, prepared at any time to defend them by all means at their command and to protect them against the attacks of the nobilate and the crown. In these struggles the corporations of the manual laborers of the city played an important part. These constituted everywhere a ver-useful factor in the rich and changing history of the Spanish municipalities, in which the affairs of the people were incorporated. Thus Zancada remarks, among the various causes of the communal uprising there is one common factor which greatly favored that popular organization. This factor, which commanded great power, was the craft unions of the working population, which had arisen as reaction against the tyranny of the feudal barons, and under whose protection the manual laborer was able to secure respect for his rights. These unions were, in general, an outstanding means for the betterment of the social and economic status of the craftsman. As in other countries at that time, so also in Spain, the municipalities united into larger and smaller federations in order more effectively to protect their ancient rights. Out of these alliances and the city fueros there developed in the separate Christian states the cortesi, the first attempts at popular representation, which took form in Spain a whole 100 years earlier than in England. In fact, the memory of the free municipalities, the municipal librecy, was never completely lost in Spain and stepped into the foreground in almost all the uprisings which periodically disturbed the country for centuries. Even the cantonalist revolution of 1873 was undertaken in this spirit. Today there is in all Europe no other country in which the spirit of federalism is so deeply alive in the people as it is in Spain. This is also the reason why the social movements in that land even today are characterized by a libertarian spirit which we no longer find in the same measure in any other country. It was some time before any definite culture could be noticed at all in the Christian states in the northern part of the Iberian Peninsula. Among the remnants of the Visigothic population social life retained for 400 years very primitive forms, so that one could not speak at all of any higher independent culture among them. Dierks remarks in his Geschichte sf Onions. The culture of northern Spain was, then, entirely different from that of the southern part of the peninsula. Here we see all branches of material and spiritual culture come to flower. The state organization, on the other hand, remained at a relatively very low level and was little changed. Thus the institutions which were formed in the north carried along with them the development of the state and the exacting control of legal institutions. This is a fact of the greatest importance. Of its significance, however, Dierks is apparently not at all aware. Exactly because in Arabian Spain the power of the state could never really be centralized, culture was able to develop there undisturbed, while it was for a long time unable to make itself felt in the north where the struggles for political power pushed all other interests into the background. Only after the capture of Zaragoza and Toledo did any great change appear there, and in this the Moorish influence was of decisive importance. Only Catalonia, and above all, Barcelona, constitute an exception, for they, long before any other Christian state in Spain, reached a high degree of social and intellectual culture. This was owing to their intimate relations with southern France, which before the crusade against the heretical Albigenses was one of the countries most highly developed, intellectually and culturally, in all Europe. Besides, the Catalonians did not feel themselves bound by the Pope's prohibition and they carried on a flourishing trade with the Arabian states of the south, which, of course, brought them into closer contact with Moorish culture. Thus there developed in Catalonia a freer spirit and a higher standard of cultural life than in any of the other Christian states of the peninsula. This difference, of which royal despotism made the Catalonians still more vividly aware by its forcible suppression of their ancient rights and liberties, changed them into sworn enemies of Castile, and created that sharp antagonism between Catalonia and the rest of Spain which has not even yet been completely overcome. So long as the royal power which grew constantly firmer after the marriage of Ferdinand of Aragon with Isabella of Castile was still compelled to respect the ancient rights of the municipalities and the provinces, there flourished in the cities the rich culture which had been transmitted to them by the Arabs and which gradually stimulated them to independent creation. At the beginning of the 16th century all the industries were still in full bloom. As Fernando Garrido tells us, the Spaniards had learned wool combing and dyeing from the Arabs, and the weaves of Leon, Segovia, Burgos, and Estremadura were the best in the world. In the provinces of Córdoba, Granada, Murcia, Seville, Toledo, and Valencia the silk industry flourished and supported the greatest part of the local population. Life in the cities resembled the industry of a beehive. And along with the handicrafts the arts, especially architecture, reached a glorious expansion. The cathedrals of Burgos, Leon, Toledo, and Barcelona bear notable testimony to this. Of course the internal antagonisms of the several states, especially those of Castile, with the other parts of the country were not at once overcome. Therefore the royal power could not at once launch its attack on the municipalities and was often obliged to submit to the control of the Cortes, which alone could supply it with the money that it needed for its undertakings. But the powerful Cardinal Ximenes de Cisneros, confessor to Queen Isabella, had already planned the campaign against the special rights of the municipalities. One of the most effective weapons in the struggle for the triumph of kingly absolutism was the Inquisition, which is often regarded merely as the creature and tool of the Church incorrectly, for the Inquisition was only a special department of the administrative apparatus of the kingdom which helped to strengthen the power of absolutism and bring it to full expansion. Since in Spain the efforts for the erection of the unified national state were most intimately intergrown with the unity of religious belief, the Church and the monarchy worked together. Still, the Church was in great measure just a tool in the hands of royal despotism, whose plans it helped to carry out and to which, by its savage fanaticism, it gave that peculiar tone which is lacking to the absolutism of all other countries. In fact, it was by the Spanish kingdom that the Inquisition was first raised to that frightful importance that has loaded it with the curses of all later generations. In his book about modern Spain, Garrido gives us some statistics of the Abbé Montgaillard according to which, from 1481 to 1781, 31,920 persons were burned alive and 16,759 were burned in effigy. The total number of persons who were sacrificed and whose property was confiscated by the state reached 341,029. This estimate, Garrido adds, is very moderate. Ferdinand the Catholic had already tried to impose limitations on the ancient municipal rights in various parts of the country and had been successful in many instances, but he had to proceed cautiously and to conceal his real purposes under all sorts of subterfuges. Under Charles I, the German Emperor, Charles V, the Crown continued its efforts in this direction with redoubled zeal, and so brought about the great uprising of the Castilian cities in 1521. At first the rebellion achieved a few small successes, but a little later the army of the Comuneros was disastrously defeated at Villalarge and Juan de Padilla, commander-in-chief of the revolt, was executed. Almost at the same time the revolt of the Germaniae, the brotherhoods and craft guilds, in the province of Valencia was put down after a terrific battle. As a result of these victories the Crown was in a position to put a bloody end to the ancient municipal constitutions which had been in force in the Christian states of Spain since the beginning of the 11th century. When, therefore, under Philip II the revolt of the Aragonesa was drowned in the blood of the rebels of Saragossa and Chief Justice Lanuza was beheaded at the command of the constitution-smashing despot, absolutism was firmly in the saddle and was never seriously shaken by the later uprisings in other parts of the country. So the unified national state was established under the dominion of an absolute monarchy. Spain became the first of the great powers of the world, and its political exertions strongly influenced European policy. But with the triumph of the unified Spanish state and the brutal suppression of all local rights and liberties there dried up the sources of all material and intellectual culture, and the country sank into a condition of hopeless barbarism. Even the inexhaustible streams of gold and silver that flowed in from the young Spanish colonies in America could not check the cultural decline, they only hastened it. By the cruel expulsion of the Moors and the Jews Spain had lost its best craftsmen and farmers. The ingenious irrigation works fell into ruin, and the most fertile regions were transformed into deserts. Spain, which as late as the first half of the 16th century was still exporting grain to other countries, was already in 1610 compelled to import it, despite the fact that the population was steadily diminishing. After the capture of Granada there were dwelling in the country almost 12 million persons. Under Philip II the number of inhabitants had fallen to about 8 million. A census which was taken in the second half of the 17th century gave 6,843,672 inhabitants. Although formerly Spain could not only supply her own colonies with all the manufactured products they needed but could also export considerable quantities of silks, cloth, and other manufactures to foreign countries, at the end of the 17th century 3/4 of her people were clothed in foreign fabrics. Industry had fallen into utter ruin, and in Castile and other regions the government was compelled to lease land to foreigners. Above all, under the unceasing oppression men had lost all joy in work. Whoever could in any way manage it became a monk or a soldier, and the intellectual darkness was impenetrable. Labor was so despised that the Academy of Madrid in 1781 offered a prize for an essay which should show that a useful handicraft in no way degraded a man nor derogated from his personal dignity. According to Garrido, misery had lowered pride and slain freedom. Superstition brought about the most frightful of all scourges, that wealth fell, for the greater part, into the dead hand. The mania for establishing primogenitures and endowing the church with property was carried so far that at the beginning of the revolution of the century the 19th more than 3/4 of all the land in the country was subject to servitudes. One might here mention that it was just at the time of absolutism that Spanish literature and painting reached its highest point. But let us not deceive ourselves. What was here produced was merely the intellectual precipitate of a past time and it inspired only a few of the foremost minds, whose works were appreciated by a small and dwindling minority and awakened no response among the people themselves. Therefore Dirks remarks very justly, if along with the governmental ruin came distinguished achievements in several fields of culture, if poetry and painting flourished vigorously, the fact must not deceive us as to the real causes of the general ruin, and it could not check it. Similar contradictions are offered as well by the cultural life of other countries. The surviving vital force of the people made itself effective in the only fields where, under the weight of spiritual and temporal despotism, it could be active. The high development of Russian literature under Tsarism is an excellent illustration of the correctness of this view. Anyway, this glorious upsurge of Spanish literature did not last long, and its sudden collapse served to make it all the more noticeable later. Italian culture never stood at a higher level than during the time, from the 12th to the 15th century, when the whole peninsula was split into hundreds of tiny communities and there could be no talk at all of political unity. During that period the free cities were veritable oases of a higher intellectual and social culture of an astounding diversity and a creative vigor never since reached. If we leave out of consideration the city republics of ancient Hellas, there never was another period in the history of European peoples which produced in so short a time so great a wealth of works of culture. The English scholar, Francis Galton, stated in his works that Florence alone produced in that strange epoch more minds of distinction in every field of culture than all the monarchic states of contemporary Europe together. In fact, the Italian cities at that time were like fruitful seedbeds of intellectual and cultural activity, and they revealed to European humanity wholly new perspectives of a social development which later, by the appearance of the national state, the influence of business capital and the growth of political ambitions, was diverted into quite other lines. In the Italian cities was born that spirit which revolted against the enslaving influence of the Church. Here, too, the two philosophical currents of nominalism and realism reached their highest pitch, after having been vitalized by Arabian intellect, and because of the stimulus they had received, even before the appearance of humanism, were looking for new roads to knowledge. For the real meaning of these two movements, particularly of nominalism in the later phases of its development, consists in this, that they were trying to set philosophic thought, which for 1,000 years had been under the intellectual guardianship of ecclesiastical theology, once more on its own feet. Only when one becomes clearly conscious of the distorted thought processes of Christian scholasticism can one correctly value this unmistakable change in the ways of judging spiritual matters. For 400 years the thought of the scholastic was occupied with the most trivial questions and lost itself in the rubbish of a dead formalism which could open no new outlooks to the human mind. For several decades Christian theologians quarreled over how many spirits could stand on the point of a needle, what sort of excrement the angels emitted, whether, and how, Christ had completed his task of salvation, whether he came to earth as a pumpkin, a beast, or a woman, whether a mouse which nibbled at the host devoured the body of Christ, and what the consequences would be if he did. These and similar questions engaged the minds of the literate for centuries, and their hair-splitting explanations passed as signs of profoundest learning. In the cities developed the first preliminaries of the rebirth of science, which with the ascendancy of the ecclesiastical mind had fallen into utter decay. In 1209 a church council at Paris forbade to ecclesiastics the study of those writings about natural history which the Christian world had received from the ancients. As far back as the 10th century there existed in Salerno a high school of the sciences, especially of medicine, where mostly Arabian and Jewish physicians served as teachers. These schools contributed greatly to the spread of Arabic learning and Arabic education in Italy, and so throughout the rest of Europe, by which the first stimulus to the reawakening of science was given. A long line of distinguished discoveries fall in that glorious epoch, many of which supplied the indispensable preliminaries for the great outburst of discovery at the end of the 16th century. The magical personality of Leonardo da Vinci, who was not only one of the greatest masters of all time in the most diverse fields of art, but also proved himself a thinker of the first rank in every branch of scientific research, and achieved, especially in mechanics, quite outstanding results, is in its astounding many-sidedness and the greatness of its genius justly the symbol of that wonderful time in which the creative urge of man achieved such powerful expression. In the cities the handicrafts rose to a greatness never known before. Human labor came again to be honored and was no longer counted a disgrace. In the city municipalities of northern Italy there were produced the finest embroideries, the most splendid silken stuffs. Every city competed in the production of inlaid steelware, splendid goldsmiths' work, and objects of everyday use. Blacksmiths' work, metal casting, mechanical devices, and all the other branches of handicraft, reached a perfection which by its inexhaustible diversity and its fineness and sincerity of execution even today calls forth our admiration. What was produced in every field of art during that blossom time of culture excels everything that had made its appearance since the downfall of the Hellenic world. Countless monumental buildings in every city of the peninsula still reveal to us the spirit of that mighty epoch, in which the pulse beat of the community was so strong, and artists, craftsmen and scholars worked together to bring forth the best of which they were capable. In the cathedrals and council houses of the cities, their bell towers and city gates, in the erection of which the entire population collaborated, is revealed the creative genius of the masses, as Kropotkin called it, in its full greatness and endless diversity. It filled every undertaking with its spirit, breathed life into dead stones, embodied all the passionate longing that slum bears in men and yearns for fulfillment, and knit the tie that bound them into a community. What then brought men together for a common effort was the vivid consciousness of an inner unity, which had its roots in the community, that invisible unity which is not imposed on the individual from without, but is the natural result of his social experience. Because man at that time felt always the living tie that bound him to all others, there was no need to impose social connections upon him forcibly from without. Only out of this spirit could a free production arise which released all the creative forces in man and so brought the social life of the community to full expansion. In this way were the social prerequisites for the mighty architectural achievements of that great epoch first brought into being. Like architecture, sculpture, and painting ripened to a greatness whose like is to be found only in the Hellenic communities. From the creation of the South Italian school of sculpture in the first half of the 13th century, and the work of Nicola Pisano in Tuscany, to the masterpieces of Donatello, Verrocchio, Sansovino, and Michelangelo, almost every city brought forth its own line of distinguished sculptors, to whose abilities the spirit of the community gave wings. Never in so short a time were so large a number of important painters produced, such a wealth of great and greatest works brought to life. From Cimabue to Giotto, from the fresco painters of the later 13th century to Fra Angelico, Masaccio, and Masolino, from Pisanello and Castagno to Filippo Lippi, from Piero della Francesca and his circle to Montaigne and his numerous imitators, from Lorenzo de Credi to Verrocchio, Ghirlandajo and Botticelli, from Perugino to Bellini and Leonardo da Vinci, from Correggio, Giorgione, Del Sarto, to Titian, Michelangelo and Raffaello, distinguished masters arose in almost every city and gave to painting an exalted status it had never known before. Many of the great masters displayed an astounding versatility and worked at the same time as painters, sculptors, bronze founders, architects, and craftsmen. Thus Pindamonte called Michelangelo the man with 4 souls, because he painted the Last Judgment, carved the statue of Moses, vaulted the cupola of St. Peter's, and wrote sonnets of terrific expressive power. In this way there was shaped in the Italian cities a culture which in a few centuries completely changed the aspect of the country and gave to its social life a trend which it had never possessed before. At the same time the Italian language also was developing, and with it the literature of the country. At first the style of the Sicilian troubadours was dominant, but the Tuscan dialect came more and more into the foreground and, because of the rich culture of the Tuscan cities, steadily gained in influence. Poets like Guinicelli, Cavalcanti and De Vanzotti wrote in it, but the powerful poetry of Dante first gave to the language the irresistible vigor of expression, the plastic form and delicate coloring, which enabled the poet to depict everything that stirs the soul of man. Along with Dante, worked Petrarch and Boccaccio to shape that instrument of the soul, a language. That splendid culture which spread from Italy over most of the cities of Europe and in them also gave the impulse to a reshaping of social life unfolded at a time when the country was completely split up politically and the idea of national unity had as yet no power over the minds of men. The whole country was covered with a network of self-contained communities which defended their local independence with the same zeal as did the city republics of ancient Hellas. In the municipality artists and craftsmen in their brotherhoods and guilds cooperated in a common task. The guilds were not merely the directors and administrators of economic life, they constituted also the sole basis for the political structure of the community. There were no political parties nor professional politicians in the modern sense. Each guild elected its representatives to the municipal council, where they carried out the instructions of their organizations and tried by conference with the delegates from other organizations to reach a settlement of all important questions on the basis of free agreement. And since every guild felt itself closely identified with the general interests of the city, things were decided by the vote of the corporations represented. The same procedure held in the federations of cities. The tiniest market town had the same rights as the richest municipality, since it had joined the alliance of its own free choice and had the same interest in its efficiency as all the other communities. At the same time every guild within the city and every city within the federation remained an independent organism which had control of its own finances, its own courts, its own administration, and could make and dissolve treaties with other associations on its own motion. Only the common requirements of the same tasks and the same interests brought the several guilds and municipalities together into corporate bodies of similar type so that they might carry out plans of wider scope. The great advantage of this system lay in the fact that each member of a guild as well as the representatives of the guild in the corporation could easily keep track of all its functioning. Everyone was dealing with matters which he understood exactly and making decisions about them, matters about which he could speak as expert and connoisseur. If one compares this institution with the legislative and administrative bodies of the modern state, its moral superiority becomes instantly apparent. Neither the voter, today, nor the man who is said to represent him, is in a position that enables him to supervise in any degree, not to say completely, the monstrous mechanism of the central political apparatus. Every delegate is compelled almost every day to decide upon questions of which he has no personal knowledge and about which he must rely on the judgment of others. That such a system must inevitably lead to the worst sort of maladjustment and injustice is indisputable. And since the individual voter is, for the same reason, in no better position to keep track of and to control the acts of his so-called representatives, the caste of professional politicians, many of whom have in view only their own advantage, is able more easily to profit by the confusion and the gate is opened wide for every kind of moral corruption. Next to these notorious evils which are today so unambiguously and so glaringly evident in every parliamentary state, the so-called centralized representation is the greatest hindrance to any social progress, standing in direct contradiction to all principles of natural development. Experience teaches us that every social innovation first permeates one little circle and only gradually achieves general recognition. For just this reason federalism offers the best security for unrestricted development, since it leaves to every community the possibility of trying out within its own circle any measures which it may think fitted to advance the welfare of its citizens. The community is, therefore, in a position to apply practical tests and so to subject immediately to the proof of positive experience any proposed innovations. It thus exerts an enlivening and stimulating influence upon neighboring communities, which are thus themselves put in a position to judge of the fitness or unfitness of the innovations. With the central representative bodies of our time such an education in social views is completely excluded. In such a structure, in the very nature of things, the most backward sections of the country have the strongest representation. Instead of the most advanced and intellectually active communities leading the others by their example, we have just the opposite. 5. The most downright mediocrity is always in the saddle and every impulse toward innovation is nipped in the bud. The most backward and intellectually sluggish sections of the country put fetters on the culturally most developed groups and cripple their initiative by their opposition. The best electoral system cannot alter this fact, it often serves only to make the situation harsher and more hopeless, for the reactionary germ lies in the system of central representation and is not at all affected by the varying forms of the suffrage. If one compares the superlative culture of the great federalistic epoch in Italy with the rubbishy culture of the unified national state which had hovered so long before the eyes of the Italian patriots as the highest goal of their ambition, one comprehends at once the enormous difference between the two organizations. Their cultural outcomes were quite as different as the intellectual assumptions underlying their whole social structure. The adherents of national unity, and especially Mazzini, who had staked his very life on this idea, were firmly convinced that a united Italy was destined to march at the van of all the peoples of Europe to initiate a new period in human history. With all the visionary exaltation of his political mysticism, I and Lazzini declared, "In me survives the faith in Rome." Within the walls of Rome life has twice unfolded as unity of the world. While other peoples vanished forever after the completion of a fleeting destiny, and none came twice to the front, life there went on eternal and death was never known. Why should there not arise out of a third Roman Italian people, whose emblem floats before me, why not arise a third and greater unity, which shall set in harmony earth and heaven, right and duty, which, not to the individual but to the peoples, to the free and equal, shall speak a luminous, unifying word about their mission in this earthly vale. Mazzini believed in the divine destiny of Italy in the coming history of Europe with the mystic rapture of one divinely possessed. For him it was the intellectual concept of the Unità Italiana through which alone could the historic mission of Italy be set to work. For him national unity was first of all a question of power. For, though the people was always on his lips, still this people remained for him always an abstract concept which he constantly strove to adapt to the requirements of his national state. Only out of political unity could Italy acquire the strength which would fit it for the fulfillment of its alleged mission. Hence Mazzini's outcry against federalism. This young Italy is unitary, for without unity there is no real nation, because without unity there is no power, and Italy, surrounded by unitary nations, which are strong and jealous, must, above all, be powerful. Federalism would reduce it to the powerless condition of Switzerland, and under stress of necessity it would fall under the influence of one or another of the neighboring nations. Federalism would give new life to the rivalries of different localities, which today are quenched, and so lead Italy back to the Middle Ages. Seeking the destruction of the unity of the great Italian family, federalism would render utterly vain the mission that Italy is called to fulfill for humanity. Mazzini and his adherents hoped from the erection of the unified national state a mighty upsurge of Italian culture, which, once it was freed from the fetters of foreign domination, would unfold to an undreamed of greatness. Before everything, however, Italian unity was to establish the freedom of the people and put an end to every type of slavery. How often had the Italian patriots celebrated in extravagant words the natural urge toward freedom of the Italians, and with a quite especial pride boasted of it to the French. Carlo Pisacane, the fiery socialist patriot, who was, it is true, no adherent of Mazzini's political metaphysics, though he esteemed him highly as a man, and who gave his life for the liberation of his country in 1851, in his great work, Saggi Storico-Politici Militari su W. Italia, passes a very unfavorable judgment on the French. He called them a people without a sense of freedom who, indeed, always had freedom on their lips, but were inwardly completely enslaved and, moved by their thirst for glory, cast themselves on the neck of any despot who came along. With this he contrasted the instinctive love of freedom of the Italians, who could never be induced in sheepish surrender to assign their destiny to a dynasty J, and he kept repeating that a united Italy could never be built by the power of a privileged minority, but must arise from the freedom of the people. Mazzini and his followers had no better opinion of France and made no secret of their sentiments. These men had no slightest intimation that their efforts must lead immediately to just that condition which they urged against the French as a reproach. No unified state has thus far opened new outlooks to cultural aspirations, but has always led to the degradation of all higher cultural forms. Every national political unity results in an extension of the struggle of small minorities for political power, which always has to be purchased by a lowering of intellectual culture. Above all, however, national unity has never yet established the freedom of a people, but has always merely reduced its implicit slavery to a definite norm, which is then proclaimed as freedom. Though Pisacane might cherish the illusion that a genuine nation could harbor in its bosom no privileged classes, orders, or castes, experience has thus far always shown us that the national state is constantly busied in setting up new privileges and in dividing the people into castes and orders, because its very existence is based on this division. How clearly and forcibly had Proudhon told Mazzini and his adherents what Italian unity would bring to the people. Every original characteristic in the various districts of a country is lost by the centralization of its public life, for that is the proper name for this so-called unity. A centralized state of 26 million souls, such as Italy would become, suppresses all liberties of the provinces and municipalities in favor of a higher power, the government. What is this unity of the nation in reality? It is the merging of the separate folk groups in which men live, and which differ from one another, into the abstract idea of a nation, in which no one breathes, and no one is acquainted with another. To govern 26 million people who have been robbed of all dominion over themselves calls for a gigantic machine, then to set this machine in motion, a monstrous bureaucracy, a legion of officials. To protect it from within and without, there is required a standing army, officers, soldiers, mercenaries. These will from now on represent the nation. 15 years ago the number of officials in France was estimated at 600,000. The number has not diminished since the coup d'état. The strength of the army and the navy is proportionate to this number. All this is indispensable to unity. This is the usual cost of a state, a cost which, because of centralization, is constantly increasing, while the freedom of the provinces is constantly diminishing. This grandiose unity calls for fame, glitter, luxury, and imposing civil list embassies, pensions, benefices, and so on. In such a unified state everyone has his hand out, and who can count the chiselers? The people. Who says unified nation means a nation that is sold to its government? And the profits of such a unified regimen? They are not for the people but for the ruling classes and castes in the state. The brilliant Frenchman had recognized clearly the moving principle of efforts at unity. Everything which he prophesied for the Italians has been made good to the very last letter. If Pisacane and his friends believed that only in France could it happen that an entire nation would put itself in the hands of any adventurer who made great promises, and especially who gratified their thirst for glory, the example of Mussolini has since shown us that national political unity prepared Italy for exactly the same sort of thing. For this also is a result of governmental centralization. The more completely personal initiative and the impulse to self-reliance is smothered in man, the stronger in him becomes the belief in the strong man, who is to end all his troubles. Moreover, this belief is just a bit of political religion which is deeply implanted in the nature of man by the feeling of dependence on a higher power. What Proudhon so clearly foresaw because his mental perspective was not clouded by blind faith in the state, our modern socialists from social democracy to the various factions of Russian Bolshevism cannot see even today, because the eggshells of their Jacobin ancestors still stick to them. National unity brought to Italy only the bureaucratizing of public affairs and the debasement of higher cultural activity for the advantage of the political plans of its statesmen and their mistress, the bourgeoisie. The delight of the modern bourgeoisie in the unified state is so great merely because it opens an outlook for their policy of exploitation such as a federation of small communities could never afford for the material interests of small minorities in a country. The unified national state has always been a blessing. For the freedom of the people and the shaping of higher forms of culture it has always been a misfortune. How the efforts at centralization of the unified national state worked out in France has been shown in the first part of this work. Here, too, the accumulation of all political authority in the hands of the king went on at the expense of all the local rights and liberties of the municipalities and the provinces till it reached the dimensions of that unbounded policy of world power typified by Louis XIV and plunged France and the continent of Europe into an abyss of misery and intellectual barbarism. One must not allow himself to be blinded by the pompous splendor of the French court, which brought in poets and artists from all over the world to strengthen its prestige and to deify the person of the ruler. For the French autocracy, art served the same ends as formerly for the Roman Caesars. The monarchistic state in no way advanced the development of a popular literature and art, as is so often thoughtlessly asserted. On the contrary, it first created the wide gulf between the people and literature, which in no other country was so sharply apparent as in France of the Ancien regime. This came about because French despotism pursued its aims with a rare consistency and was always intent on subjecting to its will every sphere of social life in order to implant the spirit of authority in every stratum of the people. Before the effective establishment of the monarchy, a rich culture flourished in the cities of France, especially in the southern part of the country, where intellectual life was freer and more active than in the north, the most important stronghold of royal power and ecclesiastic scholasticism. The lyric poetry of medieval France, extraordinarily rich in content, owes much to the graceful flexibility of the Provençal language. Even more important, it drew upon popular sources and found its surest basis in life itself. The poetic spirit of the South hovered about the Provençal minnesingers and troubadours and gave to their art its form and its implicit moving force. But the troubadours were not merely singers of ballads, they were also the heralds of popular opinion, and their servant or battle hymns influenced social events to a high degree. In these songs there stands out strongly a burning hatred for Rome and the domination of the Church. Not for nothing was the South the land of heretics and dissenting sects, feared in equal measure by Pope and King. The Giblio-XY strange mixture of epic and didactic poesy, which were sung or recited by wandering minstrels, connoisseurs, and which concerned themselves with everything which gave purpose or content to the life of man, had an even deeper hold on the people. In these songs satire played an important part and not rarely served to set public opinion in motion. The Christian mystery plays, which often had a genuinely insidious and blasphemous content, attained also in medieval France their first regularly artistic form, out of which the drama was later developed. At that time there still existed an intrinsic alliance between the people and literature. And with François Villon, who has been called the actual creator of French poetic art, this alliance is evident in every strophe. His great testament provides glorious evidence of this. Likewise Rabelais, the brilliant satirist and opponent of Romanticism, who understood his time better than any other man, stood with both feet in the life of the people, so that his two immortal works, Gargantua and Pantagruel, remain today genuine folk books. With the victory of absolutism and the unified national state this relation was changed fundamentally. This became quickly apparent after Louis XI, that sinister being who has been called the Spider of Europe and who carried out his plans with a mad obsession that shrank from no means that promised success, had broken the resistance of his great vassals and so laid the actual foundation for the absolutist unified state. Francis I, who is generally acclaimed as having made available to Frenchmen the higher intellectual culture of the Italian Renaissance, selected Machiavelli's Prince as his model and in his patronage of classic studies pursued a quite definite political purpose. In the old folios, mystery plays, and folk songs there still lived the memory of a past which had tried to free itself from royal despotism. Francis determined that from that time on, poetry was to avail itself of classical material and turn its mind toward Rome, instead of attaching itself to the customs and institutions of an epoch which might awaken in the people a yearning for the things they had lost. What Francis I had begun his successors and their priestly satellites carried on with stubborn zeal. So literature became court literature and entirely estranged from the people. Poets no longer drew upon the rich popular sources which, under despotic domination, withered more and more. As once in Rome, so now at Versailles and in Paris, all art revolved about the person of the king and the sanctified institution of the monarchy. Men took every conceivable pains to bind poetic creation by fixed rules and sacrificed the living spirit to a dead erudition which had lost all relation to real life. Everything was regimented and bureaucratically ordained, even the language. All the instruments of power had been earlier employed to eradicate along with the heretics of the south also their language, the Provençal. In 1635 Richelieu established the French Academy in order to subordinate language and poetry to the authoritarian ambitions of absolutism. Only what from above was found correct in style and unobjectionable was to be allowed to achieve immortality, nothing else had a right to exist. Boileau in his Art Poétique gave to poetry in general a definite plumb line which was followed with slavish assiduity not only in France but in other countries, and so for a long time closed every new outlook for the development of literary art. All the French classics suffer from this restriction of the spirit and seem to us unrelated to the world and lacking in inner warmth. When Corneille was so daring as to disregard the prescribed rules in his Cid, the cardinal quickly made him see reason by setting the Academy in action against him. Thus it had happily come to pass that language, literature, and art were bureaucratized. Can one wonder that even Voltaire, who in his dramatic works went the academic way, found Shakespeare a savage? Only a few poets of that enslaved period constitute a glorious exception. First of all comes Molière, the unique, in whom the spirit of Rabelais still lived and gave to his genius the power to overstep the narrow bounds and to tear the solemn mask of vain pretense from the hypocritical countenance of his time. No wonder that the French Academy failed to add his name to the troupe of the immortals or that the Archbishop of Paris threatened readers of Tartuffe with excommunication. Perhaps it was fortunate for the poet that he died young. Such a rebellious head as his was exposed to dangers of many kinds in that time of rigid forms and majestic mendacity. La Fontaine, too, and Lesage, must be named here. The exquisite fables of the former have kept their freshness of coloring because he discarded rigid rules and turned back to the inexhaustible wealth of ideas of the old fabliaux. Lesage, who with such masterly skill had told those wholesome truths to his contemporaries in The Devil on Two Slicks and his delightful Gil Bias, was the actual creator of the modern novel. It was at that time, too, when every expression of life was adjusted to the spirit of authority and absolutism, that Bossuet wrote his Discours sur vie histoire universelle, thus becoming the founder of the theological concept of history, purposing to proclaim the system of royal despotism as a divinely ordained reality over which man had no POV/ER, since its foundations lay in the plan of providence itself. Every revolt against the system or the sacred person of the monarch became a revolt against God and a capital crime against church and state. The unintelligent theology which was then taught in the Sorbonne permitted no scientific explanations. Thus, the Church rendered invaluable service to the temporal despotism, for it left no means untried to plant the principle of authority deep in the consciousness of every subject. And it was not only language, art, and literature that were placed under the control of a special authority. Crafts and industry, also, were brought under regimentation by the state and could no longer make independent decisions. Definite methods were prescribed by the state for all the industries in the country, and an army of officials took care that no one of them deviated by a hair's breadth from the established norm. In his great work, De Pindustrie Francaise, Jean de Chaptal has pictured the whole monstrosity of this crazy system in its every detail and has shown how every creative instinct was deliberately smothered and every new idea condemned to suppression. Thus, the tailor was told how many stitches to use in sewing a sleeve into a coat. The cooper, how many hoops he must put in a barrel. The state bureaucracy not only determined the length, width, and color of the fabrics that were woven. Even the exact number of threads in each weave was prescribed, and a widespread police system saw to it that every prescription was meticulously observed. Violations were strictly dealt with, being punished by confiscation or destruction of the goods. In serious cases, destruction of tools and workshops, mutilation of offenders, even the death penalty, were employed. That under such circumstances the entire industrial system of the country must have been crippled is clear. Just as under serfdom agricultural production constantly diminished, so the royal ordinances destroyed industry and drove the country toward the abyss. Only the revolution put an end to this insane condition. But one chain not even the revolution could break, the chain of authoritarian tradition, the basic principle of absolutism. It changed the old forms, it is true, but the deeper purport was not touched, and it merely continued what the monarchy had begun long before. Just as today in Russia Bolshevism carries to the extreme the authoritarian state concept of Tsarism by suppressing indiscriminately all free exchange of ideas and therefore all creative impulse in the people, so, then, the Jacobins carried the political centralization of society to its ultimate conclusion and so became, like their later imitators in Russia, the real leaders of the counter-revolution. The revolution gave France the Republic, but this could have meaning only if it represented the opposite of autocracy and safeguarded right with the same determination with which the monarchy had hitherto safeguarded power. The Republic must become the symbol of the true community of the people, in which every movement really comes from the people and rests on the freedom of man. To the royal dictum, "I am the state," the Republican enfranchisement must reply, "We are the community." Man must come to feel that he is no longer bound by the decisions of a higher power, that his fate from now on rests in his own hands and in his cooperation with his fellows. The Republic could bring to the people something genuinely new only by replacing the ancient principle of guardianship with the creative activity of freedom, intellectual coercion by education for intellectual independence, the mechanical operation of a directing power by organic evolution. The revolution did, indeed, free the people from the yoke of royal power, but in doing so it merely plunged them into deeper bondage to the national state. And this chain proved more effective than the straitjacket of the absolute monarchy because it was anchored, not to the person of the ruler, but to the abstract idea of the common will, which sought to fit all efforts of the people to a definite norm. Thus, they landed happily back in the old ABS-9 ludism that they thought they had overthrown. As the galley slave dragged the ball at his leg, so the new citizen dragged through life the abstract idea of the nation, which had been set up as the reservoir of the common will and, doing this, forgot the art of standing on his own feet, which the revolution had scarcely restored to him. The Republicans gave to the Republic as content absolutism dressed up as the nation, and so destroyed the genuine community of the people of the residential publica. What the men of the convention had begun, their imitators in all subsequent popular uprisings followed undeviatingly. They retained absolutism under the name of freedom and followed slavishly the tradition of the Great Revolution, whose counterfeit glory still today outshines all the signs and symbols of genuine liberation. Proudhon had understood this truth in its full profundity. To him, therefore, all the efforts of political parties to get power into their hands were simply different demonstrations of absolutism under false colors. He had come to see that anyone who undertakes a social revolution by the conquest of political power comes inevitably to deceive himself and others. For power is, in its very essence, counter-revolutionary, an outgrowth of the concepts of absolutism, in which every system of exploitation has its roots. Absolutism is the principle of authority which is most logically represented in the state and the church. Until this principle is overthrown, the so-called culture nations will continue to sink deeper and deeper into the bog of power politics and a dead industrial technique. This, too, at the cost of that freedom and manhood out of which alone there can grow for us a higher social culture. Ibsen felt this when he said, "The state must go. Nor will I have anything to do with revolution. Undermine the state concept, establish free choice and its intellectual implications as the sole determinant for a union that is the beginning of a freedom that is worth something. A change in the form of government is nothing but a fussing about degrees, a little more or a little less, all of it's just nonsense. Yes, my dear friend, all that counts is not to let yourself be frightened by the venerableness of ownership. The state had its roots in time, it will reach its growth in time. Greater things than it will fall, all religion will fall. 8. The same experiences run through the history of all peoples, they lead everywhere to the same results. National political unity has never and nowhere vitalized the development of the intellectual culture of a people. On the contrary, it has always set limits to it, because it always sacrifices the best forces in the people as a whole to the unlimited ambition for power of the national state, and so dries up the deeper sources of intellectual progress. As we have seen, the periods of so-called national disunion have always been up to now the great culture periods of history, while the epochs of national viginity have always brought degradation and ruin to all the higher culture forms. In ancient Germany, culture reached its zenith in the free cities of the Middle Ages in the midst of a world of cultureless barbarism. They were the only places where art and handicraft could expand, where free thought still had a place and a social spirit kept men united. The mighty monuments of medieval architecture and art are still great witnesses to a cultural development which belonged among the most glorious that German history can display. But the history of the more recent intellectual culture in Germany is also only a confirmation of that old truth, which so few, alas, have thus far understood. All great intellectual achievements in this country hark back to the time of its national disunion. Its classic literature from Klopstock to Schiller and Goethe, the art of its Romantic school, its classic philosophy from Kant to Feuerbach and Nietzsche, its music from Beethoven to Richard Wagner, all of it falls in the time before the founding of the Reich. With the victory of the German national state begins also the decline of German culture, the drying up of its creative forces, and along with this collapse the triumph of Bismarckism, as Bakunin has styled the senseless combination of militarism and bureaucracy. Nietzsche was quite right when he said, when the Germans began to interest the other peoples of Europe, it was because of a culture which they now no longer possess, yes, which they have, with blind zeal, shaken off as if it were a disease, and yet they knew of nothing better to put in its place than the political and national delusion. Registered. And Constantin Franz, the South German federalist and opponent of Bismarck, opines, one needs but contemplate the situation existing today in every field of art, which the proclamation of the new empire at Versailles represents, and the nature of this new creation stands out with all desired clarity, a company in glittering uniforms before which a few gentlemen in black coats play an utterly humble part, the whole as prosaic as it is unfolk-like. The inauguration of militarism could not reveal itself more drastically. Happy face. In fact, national unity turned Germany into an enlarged Prussia, which felt itself called to pursue world politics. The barracks became the high school of the new German mentality. Germany became great in the fields of technique and applied sciences, but narrow-minded and poor of soul. Worst of all, she lost that great universal attitude of Lessing, Herder, Goethe, Schiller, Jean-Paul, and Heine, which once had been the pride of the Germans. This is not a plea either for particularism or for the small state. What we urge is the complete elimination of the power principle from the life of society and, consequently, the supplanting of the state in every form by a higher social culture founded on the freedom of man and his free union with his fellow men. This does not, however, alter the fact that the larger a state is, the stronger the instruments of power which it commands, the more dangerous it is to human freedom and the demands for higher forms of intellectual and cultural life. These are most imperiled in a central, unified state. Carlo Pisacane had recognized this clearly when he wrote in his Saggio sulla Rivolution. Every government, even a despotism, is once in a while in a position to advance science and to attract to it brilliant men and great minds, be it thus to make some concessions to the spirit of the time, be it because this accords with the personal ambitions of the head of the state. From this one can deduce the fact that the more governments there are in a country, the greater is the probability that the general darkness will be illuminated by at least a few sparks of intelligence. One could perhaps cite England as counter-evidence and show that here culture took a great upsurge in spite of the national state, especially in the age of Queen Elizabeth. But one must not forget that only under the Stuarts was genuine absolutism able to claim an overwhelming success there, and that the English state never succeeded in centralizing public life to the degree which was reached in France, for example. The English government had always a strongly developed liberal opposition against it, which was deeply rooted in the people and which gave to the whole of English history its peculiar character. The fact is that in no other country did so much of the ancient municipal constitutions persist as in England, and that the English city government is today, so far as local independence is concerned, the freest in Europe. But that in England also the central powers of the state were always trying to shackle the economic and cultural life of the country, and that the shackles were only broken by the Revolution, has already been more fully developed in the first part of this work. In his political masterpiece, Du Principi Federatigi Proudhon gave expression to the thought, either the 20th century will introduce the era of federation or mankind will be plunged for another 1,000 years into purgatory. The true problem which delays the redemption is in reality no longer the political, but the economic problem. Now the 20th century has thus far brought us, not federalism, but an unlimited strengthening of centralization. Whither this development of matters has led us the World War showed. It is shown also by the frightful chaos of our political and economic conditions, by the startling unspirituality of the time and by the complete lack of any higher cultural feeling. We find ourselves actually in purgatory, and no one can predict when the hour of our redemption will sound. But that the solution of the problem of which Proudhon spoke is possible only within the framework of a federation of free communes on the basis of social community interests is becoming today more and more an inner certainty for everyone who has recognized the dangers of the immediate future and does not wish to throttle man slowly with state capitalism. Chapter 8. The essential identity of all culture. The danger of the collective concept. Comparative psychology of peoples. Influence of the social impulse. Individual and mass psychology. Judgment about foreign peoples. The picture of one's own nation as a wish concept. The symbol of the nation. The illusion of a national culture. Culture's freedom from frontiers. Capitalism as temporary result of social evolution. The rationalizing of capitalistic economy. The Americanizing of Europe. The influence of capitalistic economy on modern state policy. The form of the state no expression of peculiar national endowments. The modern constitutional state. The nature of parties. The parliamentary machine. Economic individualism and the capitalistic state. Economic nationalism. Political reconstructions of the present time. There is no culture of any sort of which it could be asserted that it arose altogether independently and without outside influences. It is true that we have long been accustomed to organize the so-called history of culture according to definite points of view, somewhat as a druggist puts up his stuff in little boxes, vials, and cartons, but one cannot maintain that we have gained much by this. While we were busy working out very thoroughly the inner contrasts between different culture patterns, we lost the ability rightly to value the common features which lie at the foundation of every culture. We can no longer see the forest for the trees. Spengler's decline of the West is only a belated, though completely logical, result of this obsession. The surprising achievements of modern ethnology and sociology gave renewed keenness to our understanding of the striking similarity of the social and cultural development in different human groups and led to a revision of the traditional views. Wherever scientific research has undertaken the investigation of a past culture epoch, it has come upon the remains of still older cultures or of blendings and transfers which plainly reveal the invigorating influence of earlier social patterns. We can't fall out of this world, as Grab says. This utterance constantly reminds us of the essential and universal which unite all human beings with one another and which, in spite of all the peculiarities arising from differences in climate and in external conditions of life, quite harmonize the inner equilibrium between the different human groups. We are all children of this earth and subject to the same laws of life, which find their most elementary expression in hunger and love. And because we are, by and large, of the same physiological species, because the natural environment in which we live acts on us to the same degree, even if the external conditions are not everywhere the same, therefore the intellectual and spiritual precipitates which the external surroundings produce in us are much more similar than most people suspect. Everywhere man struggles for the preservation of his species and, within the species, for his personal existence. Everywhere the bases of his behavior are the same. The natural environment and the inborn impulses which have been transmitted to him by the unbroken chain of his ancestors and which operate in the unconscious of our minds give rise everywhere to the same primal forms of religious experience. The struggle for existence leads in all regions to definite forms of economic and political life, which frequently display an astonishing similarity even when we are dealing with peoples of different race who are widely separated from one another by continents and oceans. All this shows that our thinking and doing, because we all possess the same physiological properties and the same sensitivity to the influences of the environment, are subject to the same fundamental laws of life, in comparison with which all the differences of expression play a quite subordinate role. Usually, we are dealing only with difference in degree, which springs merely from more developed or more primitive cultural requirements. Since Hegel and others taught us to think in abstract general concepts, that manner of thinking has become the fashion. We have grown used to working with psychological quantities and thus we arrive at the most far-reaching generalizations without most of us even suspecting that we have been made the victims of arbitrary assumptions from which must ensue the most misleading conclusions. After Lazarus and Steinthal, following in the footsteps of Herbart, had, with all conceivable ingenuity, constructed the so-called comparative psychology of peoples, the drift in this direction went merrily onward and led us with compelling logic to the abstract idea of a mass class and race soul and similar ideas created by intellectual acrobatics, according to which one can think everything and nothing. Thus Dostoevsky became the type of the Slavic soul as Goethe became the revealer of the German soul. The Englishman appears to us as the living embodiment of sober understanding to whom any sentimental consideration of things is denied. The Frenchman as the representative of frivolous vainglory. And the Germans as a people of poets and thinkers. We get drunk on this tumult of words and are happy as kings when the language is enriched with a new verbal fetish. We speak in all sobriety of an individual people, yes, even of an individual state. By which one is by no means to understand men who belong to a certain people or are citizens of a certain state. No, one is dealing in this case with an entire people or an entire state as if they were individuals with definite traits of character and peculiar psychic properties or intellectual qualities. Let us understand clearly what that means. An abstract structure, like state or people, that merely conveys to us a sociological concept, is endowed with definite properties which are perceptible only in the individual and which, applied to a generalization, must irrevocably lead to the most monstrously deceptive conclusions. How such constructions come into being Lazarus has shown us with complete clarity in the argument of his Psychology of Peoples. After he had quite unthinkably transferred the properties of the individual to entire peoples and nations, he explained profoundly that the separate man comes into the question at all merely as representative of the collective intellect and only as such can be a transmitter of ideas. Following the thought processes of W. Wilhelm von Humboldt, Lazarus and Steinthal relied chiefly upon the difference of languages, the organic structure of which they tried to deduce from the special intellectual type of each people. To this peculiar intellectual and spiritual endowment they traced also the difference in the religious ideas of the peoples, their forms of government, their social institutions and their ethical concepts, and ascribed to every nation a particular type of feeling and thought which it could voluntarily neither accept nor reject. Since then we have learned that language as expression of the special intellectual and spiritual status of a people does not enter into the question at all, since there is no longer any people which has retained its primitive language or has not changed its language in the course of its history, as has been already brought out. The same holds true for the different forms of government, social institutions, moral views, and religious systems. Despite this, men continued along the lines that had been opened up by Lazarus and Steinthal. Gustav Le Bon became the founder of mass psychology. Others discovered the psyche of the class, while the Gobineaus, Chamberlains, Woldmans, and Gianthers luckily found the race soul. They all pursued the same method. They transferred the peculiar properties of the individual to nations, classes, arid races, and thought that they had thus transformed an abstract construct into a living organism. This is the same method by which man made his gods. He transferred his own character to the pale creature of his imagination and then set it up as the master of his life. Ho would doubt that the inventors of the various collective psychologies, who have constructed their schemes in the same way, will of necessity reach the same results. Every collective concept developed in this way becomes a Saturn, who in this case devours, not his children, but his parents. When men began to work with the concept of mass psychology, they meant by it at first merely that man, when he is together with many others of his kind and because of some stimulus is seized with the same excitement, is subject to a special emotion, which leads him under the circumstances to acts which he would not perform if alone by himself. So far, so good. Without doubt there are such moods, but here, too, we are always dealing with the mood of the individual, not with the mood of the mass as such. Emotions of this sort doubtless arise from the social impulse of man and merely show that this is an essential feature of his human existence. In this way arise moods of general sorrow and of general rejoicing and animation, just as, indeed, every profound psychic experience of the individual arises from the immediate influence of his social environment. A mass expression of human feelings such as we can observe in demonstrations by rather large numbers of men is impressive just because here the sum of the elementary force of all the individual emotions makes itself felt and so affects extraordinarily the state of mind of the individual. Moreover, similarities of feelings among individuals shows itself not only in association with great masses, but with other accompanying phenomena, which is merely to say that, regardless of all the differences, there are present in human beings certain common basic instincts. Thus, enforced loneliness and enforced companionship induce in many individuals altogether similar emotions, which often even lead to the same behavior. The same thing is observed in many phenomena of sickness, in sexual excitement, and on 100 other occasions. One can therefore speak only of an individual psychic or intellectual condition, for it is only in the individual that the physiological prerequisites for emotions of any sort or for mental impressions are present. They are not to be found in abstract entities like the state, nation, or mass. We can just as little conceive the occurrence of a thought without the functioning of the brain or of sense impression without the mediation of the nerves as we can of the digestive process without the appropriate organs. Just for this reason every collective psychology lacks that firm basis on which alone any useful comparison could rest. But the adherents of these theories are undisturbed by such trifles and generalize merrily. What they bring forth is sometimes very cleverly constructed, but that is all. Membership in a particular class, nation, or race has for a long time not been decisive for the total thought and feeling of the individual, just as little can the essential nature of a nation, race or class be distilled from the manner of thought and fundamentals of character of individuals. Every larger or smaller social structure includes persons of every conceivable trait of character, intellectual endowment, and affective behavior instincts, in which every shade of human thought and feeling find expression. Among the people who belong to such a group there exists usually a vague feeling of relationship, which is not in any way inborn, but is acquired, and is of little significance in judging the group as a whole. The same is also true of physical and intellectual similarities that have their origin in the conditions of the environment. In every instance the special characteristics of the individual throughout his entire development stand out much more sharply than do certain common features which have arisen in particular human groups in the course of time. Indeed, Schopenhauer had already recognized this when he said, "Besides, individuality greatly outweighs nationality and in any given human being deserves 1,000 times more consideration. National character, since it has to do with the crowd, will never be anything fairly to boast about. It is rather that human limitation, perversity, and baseness appear in every country in a different form, and we call this the national character. Disgusted by one of them, we praise another until this, too, has earned our disgust. Every nation speaks scornfully of every other and they are all right." What Schopenhauer says here about nationality and national character can be applied without change to every other collective concept. The properties which the psychologists of the crowd ascribe to or invent for their collective structures very seldom correspond to reality. They are always the result of personal wish concepts, and are therefore to be valued only as fanciful structures. The race or nation whose qualities the race or folk psychologist tries to represent is always like the picture which he had made of it in advance. According to the affection or aversion which he feels for it at the given moment will this race or nation seem brilliant, chivalrous, faithful, idealistic, honorable, or intellectually inferior, calculating, faithless, materialistic and treacherous. Let one compare the different judgments which were passed during the World War by members of every nation upon other nations, and one will be unable to entertain any illusions about the true significance of such estimates. The impression would be still more devastating if one should bring into comparison also the estimates of earlier periods and contrast them with the later. Say, the hymn of the French romantic, Victor Hugo, about the German peoples, or the ode of the English poet, Thomas Campbell, to the Germans. And as contrasting pieces to these the effusions of respectable contemporaries in both countries concerning these same Germans. Though just here we are speaking of Englishmen and Frenchmen, the Germans would provide no better examples. Let one read the hot-headed judgments of German race theoreticians about the alleged inferiority of the Britons and the degeneracy of the French, and one understands at once the maxim of Nietzsche, to associate with no man who had a share in the deceitful race fraud. How greatly opinion about foreign nations is affected by altered circumstances and momentary moods is shown by the productions of two French authors whom Carl Lann has presented in his valuable and frank little book, Frenchmen. Thus, Frederick Constant de Rougemont was able to say this for the Germans. The German comes into the world to a spiritual life. He lacks the light, simple cheerfulness of the Frenchman. His soul is rich, his temperament sensitive and profound. He is tireless at work, persistent in undertaking. No people has a higher moral code, among none do men attain a greater age. While the inhabitants of other countries make it their boast that they are Frenchmen, Englishmen or Spaniards, the German embraces all mankind in his unprejudiced love. Just because of its location in the center of Europe, the German nation seems to be at once the heart and the dominating reason of mankind. Let us compare these utterances with the estimate of these same Germans by the Dominican Father Didon in his book, Les Allemands. I have never encountered among present-day Germans, not even at that age when men are most accessible to chivalrous ideas, any sublime emotion that reached beyond the horizon of the German fatherland. The frontier shuts the Germans in body and soul. Self-interest is their highest law. Their greatest statesmen are merely clever utilitarians. Their self-seeking policy, which is more avid of profit than of glory, has never felt the slightest misgivings about the country which unresistingly and blindly accepts its oracles. The Germans make allies for themselves but no friends. Those whom they bind to themselves are impelled either by interest or fear. They are thinking of the difficulties of the future. How can men be free from fear when they are at the mercy of a power that is not inspired by justice and when the dominance of self-interest is unlimited? Germany's preponderance in Europe means universal militarism, a rule of terror, violence, and selfishness. Times beyond number have I tried to discover among them any kind of sympathy for other nations. I have never been so fortunate as to find it. The two judgments utterly destroy one another, but without doubt each in its own way they have influenced public opinion in France. There is, of course, a certain explanation for the sweeping contradiction which we find here. The two estimates come from two different men, one was uttered before, the other after, the Franco-German War of 1870–71. Then, in the great period of shams, which hot-headed boobies called the steel bath of the folk rejuvenation, people were quicker at the trigger in passing judgment and had learned besides to modify a judgment to fit the circumstances. Thus, the Popolo d'Italia, the organ of the later dictator Mussolini, laid down the following admirable estimate of the Romanians before they had entered into the war and declared themselves upon the side of the Allies. Let us finally quit calling the Romanians our sister nation. They are no Romans even if they adorn themselves with that noble name. They are a mixture of those barbarian primitive peoples who were subjugated by the Romans, with Slavs, Pecheneges, Khazars, Avars, Tatars, Mongols, Huns, Turks, and Greeks, and one can easily imagine what sort of ragbag that produced. The Romanian is still today a barbarian and inferior individual, who, to the universal scornful amusement of Frenchmen, apes the Parisians and likes to fish in muddy waters when there is no danger that he will get himself into trouble. He showed this clearly in 1913. Hardly, however, had the Romanians entered the war on the side of the Allies when this same journal of Mussolini's wrote of them. The Romanians have now proved gloriously that they are worthy sons of the ancient Romans from whom, like ourselves, they are descended. They are, therefore, our next of kin, who now, with that courage and determination which distinguishes them, have joined in the struggle of the Latin and Slavic races against the German, in other words, the struggle for freedom, culture, and right against Prussian tyranny, arbitrary rule, barbarism and selfishness. And just as the Romanians showed in 1877 what they were capable of at the side of our brave Russian allies against Turkish barbarism, so will they now also throw their sharp sword into the scale against Austrian-Hungarian German barbarism and unculture and bring these to their knees. Of course, nothing else was to be expected of a people which has the honor to belong to the Latin race, which once ruled the world. It would be a grateful task carefully to gather and contrast with one another similar estimates which were made of the various nations during the World War. Such a collection would furnish better evidence of the worldliness of our time than the finest commentaries of our historians. If the judgment of the so-called race or folk psychologists about foreign nations is as a rule unjust, one-sided, and artificially constructed, the continued glorification of a man's own nation to the derogation of all others affects one as utterly silly and childish, provided one still has any feeling for such things. Let us think of a man who misses no opportunity to parade himself as the very paragon of wisdom, talent, and virtue, and while thus burning incense to himself disparages all others and treats them as inferiors. One would certainly take him for a vain booby or an imbecile and treat him accordingly. But when our own nation is concerned, we take up with the wildest delusions and are not at all ashamed to deck ourselves in all the virtues and to regard the others as peoples of the second rank as if it were by our own merit that we came into the world as Germans, Frenchmen, or Chinese. Even discriminating minds are subject to this weakness, and the Scottish philosopher, Hume, knew what he was saying when he declared, "When our nation gets into a war with another we abhor the hostile nation with all our heart and call it cruel, faithless, unjust, and violent. We ourselves, however, and our allies we hold to be honorable, reasonable, and gentle. We designate our treacheries as cleverness, our cruelties become for us necessities. In short, our faults seem to us small and insignificant, and not infrequently we call them by the name of that virtue which is most like them." Every collective psychology suffers from these defects and is compelled by the logic of its own assumptions to proclaim empty wishes as concrete facts. By this it arrives automatically at conclusions of the sort for which self-deception smooths the way. It is especially unfortunate to speak of a national culture in which the special mind or the special soul of each people allegedly finds expression. The belief in the national culture soul rests upon the same illusion as the historical mission of Bossuet, Fichte, Hegel, and their numerous successors. Culture as such is never national, because it always extends beyond the political frame of the state structure and is confined by no national frontier. A brief glance at the various fields of cultural life will easily confirm this. We will disregard any artificial distinction between civilization and culture for the reasons earlier advanced. Our survey will extend, rather, over all the fields in which man's conscious attack upon the crude natural course of events has found expression, from the material structure of economic life to the most highly developed forms of intellectual creativeness and artistic activity. J. For what Karel Čapek has so beautifully clothed in words holds good also for us. Every human activity which has as its purpose the perfecting, the enlightening, and the ordering of our life is cultural. There is no yawning cleft between culture and everything else. I would not assert that the roar of the motors is the music of the present. But the roar of the motors is one of the voices in the polyphony of the cultural life, just as the heavenly notes of the violin, or the words of the orator, or the shouting on the field of sport are voices in this polyphony. Culture is not a section or a fragment of life, it is its sum and center. It would be a vain undertaking to prove the national origin or content of the capitalistic economic system under which we live. Modern capitalism has carried the monopolizing of the means of production and of social wealth in the interest of small minorities to an unbelievable length, and in doing so has delivered the great mass of the working population over to all the cruelties of wage slavery. But it is neither the result of any national undertakings, nor has it, ideologically, the slightest element in common with such undertakings. It is true that the supporters of capitalistic economy under certain circumstances are favorable to national undertakings, but their favor is always a matter of calculation, for the national interests to which they commit themselves are always really their own interests. No economic order of the past has so openly and ruthlessly sacrificed all so-called national principles to the rapacity of small minorities in society as the capitalistic order. The shaping of capitalistic economic methods progressed in all countries with such astounding uniformity that one can understand why the economists and economic politicians constantly harp upon the determinism of this development and see in every manifestation of the capitalistic system the inevitable result of iron economic laws, whose effects are stronger than the will of its human agents. In fact, capitalism has shown in every country which it has thus far captured, the same phenomena, the same effects upon the collective life of men without distinction of race or nation. If here and there, small differences are noticeable, this is not the result of peculiar national characteristics but of the various degrees of capitalistic economic development. This shows itself today very clearly in the development of the great capitalistic industries in Europe, and especially in Germany. It is not long since everywhere strong opinions were based upon the fabulous development of American industry and its methods of work. Men sought to find in these methods the inevitable operation of a peculiar American mentality which could never be harmonized with the temperament of Europeans and especially of Germans. Who today would have the courage, in view of the latest results of our collective economic life, to defend this assertion as untenable as it is arrogant? The famous, or much better, the notorious rationalizing of industry, with the help of the Taylor system and Ford's continuous operation, has within the last few years made greater advances in Germany than in any other country. We have long understood that Taylorism and Fordism are not at all specific products of the American mentality, but obvious phenomena of the capitalistic economic order as such. The sentimental German promoter is just as receptive to their advantages as the most hard-boiled Yankee, whose purely materialistic attitude we could formerly not sufficiently condemn. The fact that these methods first arose in America is no proof that they are based on the American mentality and are to be esteemed as peculiar national characteristics. Their methods did not come even to Ford and Taylor as a special gift from heaven. These men, too, had their predecessors and pacemakers who arose out of capitalistic industry and were certainly not destined for this role by peculiar national endowment. Continuous operation, stopwatch, and scientific management, as they have christened the minute calculation of every muscular movement in work, have arisen gradually out of capitalistically controlled industry and have been fostered by it. It is of slight significance for the general character of mechanical production whether this or that machine finds its application first in Germany or in America. The same is true of the methods of work which grow out of the development of modern technique. The endeavor to make production yield the greatest results with the smallest expenditure of power is closely bound up with modern machine production and with capitalistic economy in general. The constantly accelerated harnessing of natural forces and their technical employment, the constant refinement of mechanical apparatus, the industrializing of agriculture and the growing specialization of labor, bear witness to this. That the latest manifestations of industrial capitalism were noticeable in America earlier than elsewhere has not the slightest relation to national influences. In a country which has been so unusually favored by nature, and in which industrial development set out at such a gigantic pace, the extremes of capitalistic economic life necessarily mature earlier and stand out in sharper forms. Fred Taylor, who found his starting point in these fantastic industrial processes and whose mind was restrained by no ancient traditions, recognized with a sure instinct the utterly unlimited possibilities of this development. Constant increase of the productive capacity in industry was the slogan of the time and led to continuous further improvements of the mechanical apparatus. Under these circumstances was it such an unheard of phenomenon that a man hit upon the idea of adjusting the machine of flesh and bones to the rhythm of the machine of steel and iron? From the Taylor system to the traveling belt was only a step. Ford was the beneficiary of Taylor, and his much pratt genius consists only in his having developed Taylor's methods farther for his own purposes and having adapted them to the new conditions of mass production. From America these methods gradually spread over all Europe. In Germany, rationalization within a few years brought about a complete transformation of industry as a whole. Today, French industry bears its brand. The other countries follow at a little distance must follow if their economy is not to fall to the rear. Even in Bolshevist Russia they follow in the same path and speak of a socializing of the Taylor system without considering that they thus seal the fate of socialist.n, which the Russian Revolution was to realize. What is true of this latest phase of capitalistic development is true of the development of capitalism in general. It has begun everywhere with the same attendant phenomena. Neither the national boundaries of the various states nor national and religious traditions were able to check its advance. In India, China, Japan, we observe today the same phenomena which were presented to us by early capitalism in Europe, except that the progress of development is today everywhere much more rapid. In all modern industrial countries the struggle for raw materials and for markets, which is so indicative of the nature of capitalistic economy, leads to the same results and puts its stamp upon the foreign policy of the capitalistic states. These manifestations proceed everywhere with a strong uniformity, and in almost the same shapes. Nothing, however, nothing at all, in this indicates that forces are here in operation that are traceable to the peculiar national endowment of one or another people. The transition from private to monopoly capitalism, which we can observe today in every industrial country, goes on everywhere. Everywhere it is shown that the capitalistic world has entered upon a new phase of its development which yet more openly expresses its true character. Capitalism today breaks through all frontiers of the so-called national economic fields and works ever more unequivocally for a condition of organized world economy. Capital, which formerly felt itself bound up with certain national interests, develops into world capital and is concerned with building up the exploitation of all mankind on uniform principles. We see today how in place of the earlier national economic groups there are crystallizing out ever more distinctly three great economic entities, America, Europe, and Asia, and there is no reason why the development in this direction should not keep on, so long as the capitalistic system can hold out at all. If formerly free contract was the great slogan of the political economists, who saw in the free play of forces the necessary operation of an iron economic law, Today these already antiquated forms are more and more yielding the field to the strategy of collective capitalistic organizations which undertake to eliminate contract entirely by setting up national and international trusts in order to achieve uniform control of prices. If formerly the mutual competition of private owners in industry and trade took care that entrepreneurs and merchants should not be able to raise their prices to quite too high a level, today the promoters of the great economic cartels are in a position easily to suppress all private competition and in the thoroughness of their control to prescribe prices to consumers. Corporations like the Internationale Rostalgemeenschap and 100 others show clearly the course of this development. Together with the ancient private capitalism, vanishes also its catchword of laissez-faire, to make way for the economic dictatorship of modern collective capitalism. No, our present economic system has not a single national vein in its bondage, just as little as the economic systems of the past, as economics in general. What is said here of modern industrial capitalism is true also of trade and bank capital. Its administrators and beneficiaries feel themselves everywhere safe in the saddle. They conspire to bring on wage wars and organize revolutions. They provide modern politics with the necessary slogans with which to conceal behind the veil of misleading ideas the cruel and insatiable greed of small minorities. By means of a venal and thoroughly mendacious press they modify and shape public opinion, and with cold cynicism disregard every mandate of humanity and of social morality. In a word, they make personal profit the starting point of every discussion and are always ready to sacrifice to this Moloch the will and woe of mankind. Whenever innocent souls catch the scent of deep political reasons or of national hatred, there is open to them no recourse except to the conspiracies instigated by the pirates of finance. They exploit everything: political and economic rivalries, national hostilities, diplomatic traditions, and religious antagonisms. In all the wars of the last quarter century one finds the hand of high finance. The conquest of Egypt and the Transvaal, the annexation of Tripoli, the occupation of Morocco, the partition of Persia, the carnage in Manchuria, and the international bloodbath in China on the occasion of the Boxer uprising, the Japanese wars, everywhere one stumbles upon the big banks. The hundreds of thousands of men that the war will cost, what does that matter to finance? The mind of the financier is concerned with columns of figures which balance. The rest is none of his affair. He does not even possess imagination enough to include human lives in his calculation. Capitalism is everywhere the same in its objectives, likewise, in the selection of its means. Its devastating effects on the intellectual and emotional life of men are also everywhere the same. Its practical operation in all parts of the earth leads to the same results and imprints on men a peculiar stamp which had not been known before. If one follows these phenomena with a watchful eye, one cannot avoid the conclusion that our modern economic system is the symbol of a definite epoch and in no way the result of special national exertions. The forces of every nation have had a part in bringing about this condition. If one wishes really to grasp its inner nature, the one must dive into the intellectual and material assumptions of the capitalistic epoch, but it would be a vain task to try to judge the economic foundations of this and of all past social epochs from a so-called national point of view. This is just the reason why the so-called economic nationalism, of which there is so much talk today, and which has cast its spell over even outspoken socialists, is so hopelessly high-flown. From the fact that the old national economic entities are today being more and more completely crushed by the world economy of the international trusts and cartels, men have rather prematurely drawn the conclusion that all economy is to be transformed and reconstructed on the basis of the special endowments and capabilities resident in each people because of their national peculiarities. Thus, one regards operations in the coal industry and its different branches and the proceeding of fiberstuffs as occupations which are best suited to the national industrial instincts of Englishmen, while one says of the Germans that they are best fitted for the potash industry, lithography, the chemical trade and optics. Thus, it is believed that to each people can be assigned a special industrial activity which best fits his national endowment, and that in this way a reorganization of the whole economic life can be arrived at. In reality, these ideas are merely a new edition of similar lines of thought which once played an important role in the works of the old English economists. Then, too, it was thought necessary to establish that nature herself had destined certain peoples for industry and others for agriculture. This illusion long ago went into the discard, and its latest ideological recoinage will be accorded no better end. Men as individuals can be subjected to industrial specialization, whole peoples and nations, never. This and similar lines of thought suffer from the same defect that is found in the foundation of every collective concept. A man may very well, because of certain inborn characteristics and capabilities, belong among the chemists, the farmers, the painters, or the philosophers, but a people as a whole never permits itself to be subjected to an abstract assumption, because every one of its members exhibits peculiar inclinations and requirements, which become apparent in the rich manifoldness of their undertakings. This very many-sidedness, in which natural endowments, capacities, and inclinations mutually supplement one another, constitutes the genuine essence of every community. Who overlooks this has no understanding whatever of the organic structure of the community.